Chapter 1 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonja. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 1. Monkshaven. On the northeastern shores of England there is a town called Monkshaven, containing at the present day about 15,000 inhabitants. There were, however, but half the number at the end of the last century, and it was at that period that the events narrated in the following pages occurred. Monkshaven was a name not unknown in the history of England, and traditions of its having been the landing place of a throneless queen were current in the town. At that time there had been a fortified castle on the heights above it, the site of which was now occupied by a deserted manor house. And at an even earlier date than the arrival of the queen and coeval with the most ancient remains of the castle, a great monastery had stood on those cliffs, overlooking the vast ocean that blended with the distant sky. Monkshaven itself was built by the side of the Dee, just where the river falls into the German Ocean. The principal street of the town ran parallel to the stream, and smaller lanes branched out of this and straggled up the sides of the steep hill, between which and the river the houses were penned in. There was a bridge across the Dee, and consequently a bridge street running at right angles to the High Street, and on the south side of the stream there were a few houses of more pretension, around which lay gardens and fields. It was on this side of the town that the local aristocracy lived, and who were the great people of this small town? Not the younger branches of the county families that held hereditary state in their manor houses on the wide bleak moors, that shut in Monkshaven almost as effectually on the land side as ever the waters did on the seaboard. No, these old families kept aloof from the unsavory yet adventurous trade which brought wealth to generation after generation of certain families in Monkshaven. The magnates of Monkshaven were those who had the largest number of ships engaged in the whaling trade. Something like the following was the course of life with a Monkshaven lad of this class. He was apprenticed as a sailor to one of the great ship owners, to his own father possibly, along with 20 other boys, or, it might be, even more. During the summer months he and his fellow apprentices made voyages to the Greenland seas, returning with their cargoes in the early autumn, and employing the winter months in watching the preparation of the oil from the blubber in the malting sheds, and learning navigation from some quaint but experienced teacher, half schoolmaster, half sailor, who seasoned his instructions by stirring narrations of the wild adventures of his youth. The house of the ship owner to whom he was apprenticed was his home, and that of his companions, during the idle season between October and March. The domestic position of these boys varied according to the premium paid. Some took rank with the sons of the family, others were considered as little better than servants. Yet once on board an equality prevailed, in which, if any claimed superiority, it was the bravest and brightest. After a certain number of voyages, the Monkshaven lad would rise by degrees to be captain, and as such would have a share in the venture. All these profits, as well as all his savings, would go towards building a whaling vessel of his own, if he was not so fortunate as to be the child of a ship owner. At the time of which I write, there was but little division of labour in the Monkshaven whale fishery. The same man might be the owner of 6 or 7 ships, any of which he himself was fitted by education and experience to command. The master of a score of apprentices, each of whom paid a pretty sufficient premium, and the proprietor of the malting sheds into which his cargoes of blubber and whalebone were conveyed to be fitted for sale. It was no wonder that large fortunes were acquired by these ship owners, nor that their houses on the south side of the river Dee were stately mansions, full of handsome and substantial furniture. It was also not surprising that the whole town had an amphibious appearance, to a degree unusual even in a seaport. Every one depended on the whale fishery, and almost every male inhabitant had been, or hoped to be, a sailor. Down by the river the smell was almost intolerable to any but Monkshaven people during certain seasons of the year, but on these unsavory days the old men and children lounged for hours, almost as if they revelled in the odours of train oil. This is perhaps enough of a description of the town itself. I have said that the country for miles all around was moorland. High above the level of the sea towered the purple crags, whose summits were crowned with greensward that stole down the sides of the scaur a little way in grassy veins. Here and there a brook forced its way from the heights down to the sea, making its channel into a valley more or less broad in long process of time. And in the moorland hollows, as in these valleys, trees and underwood grew and flourished, so that, while on the bare swells of the high land you shivered at the waste desolation of the scenery, when you dropped into these wooded bottoms, you were charmed with the nestling shelter which they gave. But above and around these rare and fertile vales there were moors for many a mile, here and there bleak enough, with the red freestone cropping out above the scanty herbage. Then, perhaps, there was a brown tract of peat and bog, uncertain footing for the pedestrian who tried to make a short cut to his destination. Then, on the higher sandy soil, there was the purple ling, or commonest species of heather, growing in beautiful wild luxuriance. Tufts of fine elastic grass were occasionally to be found, on which the little black-faced sheep browsed, but either the scanty food or their goat-like agility kept them in a lean condition that did not promise much for the butcher, nor yet was their wool of a quality fine enough to make them profitable in that way to their owners. In such districts there is little population at the present day. There was much less in the last century, before agriculture was sufficiently scientific to have a chance of contending with such natural disqualifications as the moors presented, and when there were no facilities of railroads to bring sportsmen from a distance to enjoy the shooting season, and make an annual demand for accommodation. There were old stone halls in the valleys. There were bare farmhouses to be seen on the moors at long distances apart, with small stacks of coarse poor hay and almost larger stacks of turf for winter fuel in their farmyards. The cattle in the pasture fields belonging to these farms looked half-starved, but somehow there was an odd, intelligent expression in their faces, as well as in those of the black-visaged sheep, which is seldom seen in the placidly stupid countenances of well-fed animals. All the fences were turf banks, with loose stones piled into walls at the top of these. There was comparative fertility and luxuriance down below in the rare green dales. The narrow meadows stretching along the brookside seemed as though the cows could really satisfy their hunger in the deep rich grass, whereas, on the higher lands, the scanty herbage was hardly worth the fatigue of moving about in search of it. Even in these bottoms, the piping sea winds, following the current of the stream, stunted and cut low any trees, but still there was rich thick underwood, tangled and tied together with brambles and briar-rose and honeysuckle, and if the farmer in these comparatively happy valleys had had wife or daughter who cared for gardening, many a flower would have grown on the western or southern side of the rough stone house. But at that time gardening was not a popular art in any part of England. In the north it is not yet. Noblemen and gentlemen may have beautiful gardens, but farmers and day labourers care little for them north of the Trent, which is all I can answer for. A few berry bushes, a black currant tree or two, the leaves to be used in heightening the flavour of tea, the fruit as medicinal for colds and sore throats, a potato ground, and this was not so common at the close of the last century as it is now, a cabbage bed, a bush of sage and balm and thyme and marjoram, with possibly a rose tree and old men growing in the midst, a little plot of small strong coarse onions, and perhaps some marigolds, the petals of which flavoured the salt beef broth, Such plans made up a well-furnished garden to a farmhouse at the time and place to which my story belongs. But for 20 miles inland there was no forgetting the sea, nor the sea trade. Refused shellfish, seaweed, the offal of the malting houses, were the staple manure of the district. Great ghastly whale jaws, bleached bare and white, were the arches over the gate-posts to many a field or moorland stretch. Out of every family of several sons, however agricultural their position might be, one had gone to sea, and the mother looked wistfully seaward at the changes of the keen piping moorland winds. The holiday rambles were to the coast. No one cared to go inland to see aught, unless indeed it might be to the great annual horse fairs held where the Dreary Lane broke into habitation and cultivation. Somehow in this country sea thoughts followed the thinker far inland, whereas in most other parts of the island, at 5 miles from the ocean, he has all but forgotten the existence of such an element as salt water. The great Greenland trade of the coasting towns was the main and primary cause of this, no doubt, but there was also a dread and an irritation in everyone's mind at the time of which I write, in connection with the neighbouring sea. Since the termination of the American War, there had been nothing to call for any unusual energy in manning the navy, and the grants required by government for this purpose diminished with every year of peace. In 1792 this grant touched its minimum for many years. In 1793 the proceedings of the French had set Europe on fire, and the English were raging with anti-Gallican excitement, fomented into action by every expedient of the Crown and its ministers. We had our ships, but where were our men? The Admiralty had, however, a ready remedy at hand, with ample precedent for its use, and with common, if not statute, law to sanction its application. They issued press warrants, calling upon the civil power throughout the country to support their officers in the discharge of their duty. The sea-coast was divided into districts, under the charge of a captain in the navy, who again delegated sub-districts to lieutenants, and in this manner all homeward-bound vessels were watched and waited for, all ports were under supervision, and in a day, if need were, a large number of men could be added to the forces of His Majesty's navy. But if the Admiralty became urgent in their demands, they were also willing to be unscrupulous. Landsmen, if able-bodied, might soon be trained into good sailors, and once in the hold of the tender, which always awaited the success of the operations of the press-gang, it was difficult for such prisoners to bring evidence of the nature of their former occupations, especially when none had leisure to listen to such evidence, or were willing to believe it if they did listen, or would act upon it for the release of the captive, if they had by possibility both listened and believed. Men were kidnapped, literally disappeared, and nothing was ever heard of them again. The street of a busy town was not safe from such press-gang captures, as Lord Thurlow could have told, after a certain walk he took about this time in Tower Hill, when he, the Attorney General of England, was impressed, when the Admiralty had its own peculiar ways of getting rid of tiresome besiegers and petitioners. Nor yet were lonely inland dwellers more secure. Many a rustic went to a statute fair or mob, and never came home to tell of his hiring. Many a stout young farmer vanished from his place by the hearse of his father, and was no more heard of by mother or lover. So great was the press for men to serve in the navy during the early years of the war with France, and after every great naval victory of that war. The servants of the Admiralty lay in wait for all merchantmen and traders. There were many instances of vessels returning home after long absence, and laden with rich cargo, being boarded within a day's distance of land, and so many men pressed and carried off, that the ship with her cargo became unmanageable from the loss of her crew, drifted out again into the wide ocean, and was sometimes found in the helpless guidance of 1 or 2 infirm or ignorant sailors. Sometimes such vessels were never heard of more. The men thus pressed were taken from the near grasp of parents or wives, and were often deprived of the hard earnings of years, which remained in the hands of the masters of the merchantmen in which they had served, subject to all the chances of honesty or dishonesty, life or death. Now all this tyranny, for I can use no other word, is marvelous to us. We cannot imagine how it is that a nation submitted to it for so long, even under any warlike enthusiasm, any panic of invasion, any amount of loyal subservience to the governing powers. When we read of the military being called in to assist the civil power in backing up the press gang, of parties of soldiers patrolling the streets, and sentries with screwed bayonets played at every door while the press gang entered and searched each hole and corner of the dwelling, when we hear of churches being surrounded during divine service by troops, while the press gang stood ready at the door to seize men as they came out from attending public worship, and take these instances as merely types of what was constantly going on in different forms, we do not wonder at Lord Mayors and other civic authorities in large towns complaining that a stop was put to business by the danger which the tradesmen and their servants incurred in leaving their houses and going into the streets, infested by press gangs. Whether it was that living in closer neighborhood to the metropolis, the center of politics and news, inspired the inhabitants of the southern counties with a strong feeling of that kind of patriotism which consists in hating all other nations, or whether it was that the chances of capture were so much greater at all the southern ports that the merchant sailors became inured to the danger, or whether it was that serving in the navy, to those familiar with such towns as Portsmouth and Plymouth, had an attraction to most men from the dash and brilliancy of the adventurous employment, it is certain that the southerners took the oppression of press warrants more submissively than the wild northeastern people. For with them the chances of profit beyond their wages in the whaling or Greenland trade extended to the lowest description of sailor. He might rise by daring and saving to be a ship-owner himself. Numbers around him had done so, and this very fact made the distinction between class and class less apparent, and the common ventures and dangers, the universal interest felt in one pursuit, bound the inhabitants of that line of coast together with a strong tie, the severance of which by any violent extraneous measure gave rise to passionate anger and thirst for vengeance. A Yorkshireman once said to me, "My county folk are all alike. Their first thought is how to resist." Why? I myself, if I hear a man say it is a fine day, catch myself trying to find out that it is no such thing. It is so in thought, it is so in word, it is so in deed. So you may imagine the press gang had no easy time of it on the Yorkshire coast. In other places they inspired fear, but here rage and hatred. The Lord Mayor of York was warned on 20th January 1777 by an anonymous letter that if those men were not sent from the city on or before the following Tuesday, his lordship's own dwelling and the mansion house also should be burned to the ground. Perhaps something of the ill feeling that prevailed on the subject was owing to the fact which I have noticed in other places similarly situated, where the landed possessions of gentlemen of ancient family but limited income surround a centre of any kind of profitable trade or manufacture. There is a sort of latent ill-will on the part of the squires to the tradesman, be he manufacturer, merchant, or ship-owner, in whose hands is held a power of money-making which no hereditary pride or gentlemanly love of doing nothing prevents him from using. This ill-will, to be sure, is mostly of a negative kind. Its most common form of manifestations is an absence of speech or action, a sort of torpid and genteel ignoring all unpleasant neighbours. But really, the whale fisheries of Monkshaven had become so impertinently and obtrusively prosperous of late years at the time of which I write, the Monkshaven ship-owners were growing so wealthy and consequential, that the squires, who lived at home at ease in the old stone manor-houses scattered up and down the surrounding moorland, felt that the check upon the Monkshaven trade likely to be inflicted by the press gang was wisely ordained by the higher powers. How high they placed these powers I will not venture to say. To prevent over-haste in getting rich, which was a scriptural fault. They also thought that they were only doing their duty, and backing up the Admiralty warrants for all the civil power at their disposal, whenever they were called upon, and whenever they could do so without taking too much trouble in affairs which did not, after all, much concern themselves. There was just another motive in the minds of some provident parents of many daughters. The captains and lieutenants employed on the service were most agreeable bachelors, brought up to a genteel profession. At the least they were very pleasant visitors when they had a day to spare. Who knew what might come of it? Indeed, these brave officers were not unpopular in Monkshaven itself, except at the time when they were brought into actual collision with the people. They had the frank manners of their profession, they were known to have served in those engagements, the very narrative of which at this day will warm the heart of a Quaker, and they themselves did not come prominently forward in the dirty work which, nevertheless, was permitted and quietly sanctioned by them. So while few Monkshaven people passed the low public-house over which the navy blue flag streamed, as a sign that it was the rendezvous of the press-gang, without spitting towards it in sign of abhorrence, yet perhaps the very same persons would give some rough token of respect to Lieutenant Atkinson if they met him in High Street. Touching their hats was an unknown gesture in those parts, but they would move their hats in a droll, familiar kind of way, neither a wag nor a nod, but meant all the same to imply friendly regard. The ship-owners, too, invited him to an occasional dinner or supper, all the time looking forward to the chances of his turning out an active enemy, and not by any means inclined to give him the run of the house, however many unmarried daughters might grace their table. Still, as he could tell a rattling story, drink hard, and was seldom too busy to come at a short notice, he got on better than anyone could have expected with the Monkshaven folk, and the principal share of the odium of his business fell on his subordinates, who were one and all regarded in the light of mean kidnappers and spies, vermin, as the common people esteemed them, and as such they were ready at the first provocation to hunt and to worry them, and little cared the press-gang for this. Whatever else they were brave and daring. They had law to back them, therefore their business was lawful. They were serving the king and country, they were using all their faculties, and that is always pleasant. There was plenty of scope for the glory and triumph of outwitting, plenty of adventure in their life. It was a lawful and loyal employment, requiring sense, readiness, courage, and besides it called out that strange love of the chase inherent in every man. 14 or 15 miles at sea lay the Aurora, good man of war, and to her were conveyed the living cargoes of several tenders, which were stationed at likely places along the sea-coast. One, the Lively Lady, might be seen from the cliffs above Monkshaven, not so far away, but hidden by the angle of the high lands from the constant sight of the townspeople, and there was always the Rendezvous House, as the public-house with the navy blue flag was called thereabouts, for the crew of the Lively Lady to lounge about, and there to offer drink to unwary passers-by. At present this was all that the press-gang had done at Monkshaven. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 2. Home from Greenland. One hot day, early in October of the year 1796, 2 girls set off from their country homes to Monkshaven to sell their butter and eggs, for they were both farmers' daughters, though rather in different circumstances, for Molly Corney was one of a large family of children, and had to rough it accordingly. Sylvia Robson was an only child, and was much made of in more people's estimation than Mary's by her elderly parents. They had each purchases to make after their sales were effected, as sales of butter and eggs were effected in those days, by the market women sitting on the steps of the great old mutilated cross till a certain hour in the afternoon, after which, if all their goods were not disposed of, they took them unwillingly to the shops and sold them at lower price. But good housewives did not despise coming themselves to the Buttercross, and smelling and depreciating the articles they wanted, kept up a perpetual struggle of words, trying, often in vain, to beat down prices. A housekeeper of the last century would have thought that she did not know her business if she had not gone through this preliminary process, and the farmers' wives and daughters treated it all as a matter of course, replying with a good deal of independent humour to the customer who, once having discovered where good butter and fresh eggs were to be sold, came time after time to depreciate the articles she always ended in taking. There was leisure for all this kind of work in those days. Molly had tied a knot in her pink-spotted handkerchief for each of the various purchases she had to make, dull but important articles needed for the week's consumption at home. If she forgot any one of them, she knew she was sure of a good rating from her mother. The number of them made her pocket-handkerchief look like one of the 9 tails of a cat, but not a single thing was for herself, nor indeed for any one individual of her numerous family. There was neither much thought nor much money to spend for any but collective wants in the Corney family. It was different with Sylvia. She was going to choose her first cloak, not to have an old one of her mother's, that had gone down through 2 sisters, died for the 4th time, and Molly would have been glad had even this chance been hers, but to buy a brand new duffel cloak all for herself, with not even an elder authority to curb her as to price, only Molly to give her admiring counsel, and as much sympathy as was consistent with a little patient envy of Sylvia's happier circumstances. Every now and then they wandered off from the one grand subject of thought, but Sylvia, with unconscious art, soon brought the conversation round to the fresh consideration of the respective merits of grey and scarlet. These girls were walking barefoot and carrying their shoes and stockings in their hands during the first part of their way, but as they were drawing near Monkshaven they stopped, and turned aside along a footpath that led from the main road down to the banks of the Dee. There were great stones in the river about here, round which the waters gathered and eddied and formed deep pools. Molly sate down on the grassy bank to wash her feet, but Sylvia, more active, or perhaps lighter hearted with the notion of the cloak in the distance, placed her basket on a gravelly bit of shore, and giving a long spring, seated herself on a stone almost in the middle of the stream. Then she began dipping her little rosy toes in the cool rushing water and whisking them out with childish glee. 'Be quiet, would 'ee, Sylvia? Thou's splashing all ower, and my feyther's none to be so keen on giving me a new cloak as thine is, seemingly.' Sylvia was quiet, not to say penitent, in a moment. She drew up her feet instantly, and as if to take herself out of temptation, she turned away from Molly to that side of her stony seat on which the current ran shallow and broken by pebbles, but once disturbed in her play, her thoughts reverted to the great subject of the cloak. She was now as still as a minute before she had been full of frolic and gambolling life. She had tucked herself up on the stone, as if it had been a cushion, and she a little sultana. Molly was deliberately washing her feet and drawing on her stockings, when she heard a sudden sigh, and her companion turned round so as to face her, and said, 'I wish mother hadn't spoken up for t' grey.' 'Why, Sylvia, thou wert saying as we'd top to brow, as she did not but bid thee think twice afore settling on scarlet.' 'Ay, but mother's words are scarce and weigh heavy. Feyther's like o' me, and we talk a deal o' rubble, but mother's words are liker to hewn stone. She puts a deal o' meaning in 'em. And then,' said Sylvia, as if she was put out by the suggestion, 'she bid me ask cousin Philip for his opinion. I hate a man as has getten an opinion on such like things.' 'Well, we shall never get to Monkshaven this day, either for to sell our eggs and stuff, or to buy thy cloak, if we're sitting here much longer. T' sun's for to slanting low, so come along, lass, and let's be going.' 'But if I put on my stockings and shoon here, and jump back in yon wet gravel, I'se not be fit to be seen,' said Sylvia, in a pathetic tone of bewilderment that was funnily childlike. She stood up, her bare feet curved round the curving surface of the stone, her slight figure balancing, as if in act to spring. 'Thou knows thou'll have to just jump back barefoot, and wash thy feet afresh, without making all that ado. Thou shouldst ha' done it at first, like me, and all other sensible folk.' but thou'st getten no gumption." Molly's mouth was stopped by Sylvia's hand. She was already on the river bank by her friend's side. "Now, dunnot lecture me. I'm none for a sermon hung on every peg o' words. I'm going to have a new cloak, lass, and I cannot heed thee if thou dost lecture. Thou shalt have all the gumption, and I'll have my cloak." It may be doubted whether Molly thought this an equal division. Each girl wore tightly fitted stockings knit by her own hands, of the blue worsted common in that country. They had on neat high-heeled black leather shoes, coming well over the instep, and fastened as well as ornamented with bright steel buckles. They did not walk so lightly and freely now as they did before they were shod, but their steps were still springy with the buoyancy of early youth, for neither of them was 20. Indeed, I believe Sylvia was not more than 17 at this time. They clambered up the steep grassy path, with brambles catching at their kilted petticoats, through the copsewood, till they regained the high road, and then they settled themselves, as they called it, that is to say, they took off their black felt hats, and tied up their clustering hair afresh. They shook off every speck of wayside dust, straightening the little shawls, or large neckerchiefs, call them what you will, that were spread over their shoulders, pinned below the throat, and confined at the waist by their apron strings. And then putting on their hats again and picking up their baskets, they prepared to walk decorously into the town of Monkshaven. The next turn of the road showed them the red peaked roofs of the closely packed houses lying almost directly below the hill on which they were. The full autumn sun brought out the ruddy colour of the tiled gables, and deepened the shadows in the narrow streets. The narrow harbour at the mouth of the river was crowded with small vessels of all descriptions, making an intricate forest of masts. Beyond lay the sea, like a flat pavement of sapphire, scarcely a ripple varying its sunny surface, that stretched out leagues away, till it blended with the softened azure of the sky. On this blue trackless water floated scores of white-sailed fishing boats, apparently motionless, unless you measured their progress by some landmark, but still and silent and distant as they seemed, the consciousness that they were men on board, each going forth into the great deep, added unspeakably to the interest felt in watching them. Close to the bar of the River Dee, a larger vessel lay to. Sylvia, who had only recently come into the neighbourhood, looked at this with the same quiet interest as she did all the others, but Molly, as soon as her eye caught the build of it, cried out aloud, "She's a whaler! She's a whaler home from the Greenland seas! The first this season! God bless her!" And she turned round and shook both Sylvia's hands in the fullness of her excitement. Sylvia's colour rose, and her eyes sparkled out of sympathy. "Is 't sure?" she asked, breathless in her turn, for though she did not know by the aspect of the different ships on what trade they were bound, yet she was well aware of the paramount interest attached to whaling vessels. 3:00, and it's not high water till 5, said Molly. "If we're sharp, we can sell our eggs and be down to the Staithes before she comes into port. Be sharp, lass." And down the long steep hill they went at a pace that was almost a run. A run they dared not make it, and as it was, the rate at which they walked would have caused destruction among eggs less carefully packed. When the descent was ended, there was yet the long narrow street before them, bending and swerving from the straight line as it followed the course of the river. The girls felt as if they should never come to the market-place, which was situated at the crossing of Bridge Street and High Street. There the old stone cross was raised by the monks long ago. Now worn and mutilated, no one esteemed it as a holy symbol, but only as the butter cross, where market women clustered on Wednesday, and whence the town crier made all his proclamations of household sales, things lost or found, beginning with "Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes," and ending with "God bless the King and the Lord of this manor," and a very brisk "Amen," before he went on his way, and took off the livery coat, the colours of which marked him as a servant of the Burnabys, the family who held manorial rights over Monkshaven. Of course the much frequented space surrounding the Buttercross was the favourite centre for shops, and on this day, a fine market day, just when good housewives begin to look over their winter store of blankets and flannels and discover their needs betimes, these shops ought to have had plenty of customers, but they were empty and of even quieter aspect than their everyday wont. The 3-legged creepy stools that were hired out at a penny an hour to such market women as came too late to find room on the steps, were unoccupied, knocked over here and there, as if people had passed by in haste. Molly took in all at a glance, and interpreted the signs, though she had no time to explain their meaning, and her consequent course of action, to Sylvia, but darted into a corner shop. 'T' whalers is coming home. There's one lying outside t' bar.' This was put in the form of an assertion, but the tone was that of eager cross-questioning. 'Ay,' said a lame man, mending fishing nets behind a rough deal counter. 'She's come back early, and she's brought good news o' t'others as I've heerd say. Time was I should ha' been on the stage throwing up my cap with the best of 'em, but now it pleases the Lord to keep me at home, and set me to mind other folks' gear. See thee, wench, there's a vast o' folk ha' left their skeps o' things wi' me while they're away down t' quay side. Leave me your eggs, and be off wi' ye for to see t' fun, for maybe you'll live to be palsied yet, and then you'll be fretting o'er spilt milk, and that you didn't take all your chances when you was young. Ay, well, they're out o' hearing o' my moralities. I'd better find a lammeter like mysen to preach to, for it's not everybody has t' luck t' clergy has of saying ter say out whether folks likes it or not.' He put the baskets carefully away with much of such talk as this addressed to himself while he did so. Then he sighed once or twice, and then he took the better course and began to sing over his tarry work. Molly and Sylvia were far along the staithes by the time he got to this point of cheerfulness. They ran on, regardless of stitches and pains in the side, on along the river bank to where the concourse of people was gathered. There was no great length of way between the Buttercross and the harbour. In 5 minutes the breathless girls were close together in the best place they could get for seeing, on the outside of the crowd, and in as short a time longer they were pressed inwards by fresh arrivals into the very midst of the throng. All eyes were directed to the ship, beating her anchor just outside the bar, not a quarter of a mile away. The custom-house officer was just gone aboard of her to receive the captain's report of his cargo and make due examination. The men who had taken him out on his boat were rowing back to the shore, and brought small fragments of news when they had landed a little distance from the crowd, which moved as one man to hear what was to be told. Sylvia took a hard grasp of the hand of the older and more experienced Molly, and listened open-mouthed to the answers she was extracting from a gruff old sailor she happened to find near her. 'What ship is she?' 'T' Resolution of Monkshaven,' said he indignantly, as if any goose might have known that. 'An' a good resolution, and a blessed ship she's been to me,' piped out an old woman close at Mary's elbow. 'She's brought me home my ae lad, for he shouted to yon boatman to bid him tell me he was well. "Tell Peggy Christensen," says he, "my name is Margaret Christensen. Tell Peggy Christensen as her son Hezekiah is come back safe and sound, the Lord's name be praised, and me a widow as never thought to see my lad again." It seemed as if everybody relied on everyone else's sympathy in that hour of great joy. 'I ax pardon, but if you'd give me just a bit o' elbow room for a minute like, I'd hold my babby up, so that he might see daddy's ship, and happen my master might see him. He's 4 month old last Tuesday se'nnight, and his feyther's never clapped eyen on him yet, and he wi' a tooth through, and another just breaking, bless him.' One or two of the better end of the Monkshaven inhabitants stood a little before Molly and Sylvia, and as they moved in compliance with the young mother's request, they overheard some of the information these ship owners had received from the boatman. 'Haynes says they'll send the manifest of the cargo ashore in 20 minutes, as soon as Fishburn has looked over the casks. Only 8 whales, according to what he says.' 'No one can tell,' said the other, 'till the manifest comes to hand. I'm afraid he's right, but he brings a good report of the Good Fortune. She's off St Abb's Head, with something like 15 whales to her share. We shall see how much is true when she comes in. That'll be by the afternoon tide to morrow.' 'That's my cousin's ship,' said Molly to Sylvia. 'He's Specksioneer on board the Good Fortune.' An old man touched her as she spoke. 'I humbly make my manners, missus, but I'm stone blind. My lad's aboard yon vessel outside t' bar, and my old woman is bedfast. Will she be long, think ye, in making to harbour? Because if so be as she were, I just make my way back, and speak a word or two to my missus, who'll be boiling o'er into some make o' mischief, now she knows he's so near. May I be so bold as to ax if the crooked negro is covered yet?' Molly stood on tiptoe to try and see the black stone thus named, but Sylvia, stooping and peeping through the glimpses afforded between the arms of the moving people, saw it first, and told the blind old man it was still above water. 'A watched pot,' he says, 'never boils, I reckon. It's ta'en a vast o' watter to cover that stone to day. Anyhow, I'll have time to go home and rate my missus for worretin' hersen, as I'll be bound she's done, for all as a bade her not, but to keep easy and content. We'd better be off too, said Molly, as an opening was made through the press to let out the groping old man. Eggs and butter is yet to sell, and that cloak's to be bought. Well, I suppose we had, said Sylvia, rather regretfully, for though all the way into Monkshaven her head had been full of the purchase of this cloak, yet she was of that impressible nature that takes the tone of feeling from those surrounding, and though she knew no one on board the Resolution, she was just as anxious for the moment to see her come into harbour as any one in the crowd who had a dear relation on board. So she turned reluctantly to follow the more prudent Molly along the quay back to the Buttercross. It was a pretty scene, though it was too familiar to the eyes of all who then saw it for them to notice its beauty. The sun was low enough in the west to turn the mist that filled the distant valley of the river into golden haze. Above, on either bank of the Dee, there lay the moorland heights, swelling one behind the other, the nearer russet brown with the tints of the fading bracken, the more distant grey and dim against the rich autumnal sky. The red and fluted tiles of the gabled houses rose in crowded irregularity on one side of the river, while the newer suburb was built in more orderly and less picturesque fashion on the opposite cliff. The river itself was swelled and chafing with the incoming tide, till its vexed waters rushed over the very feet of the watching crowd on the staids, as the great sea waves encroached more and more every minute. The quay-side was unsavourily ornamented with glittering fish scales, for the hauls of fish were cleansed in the open air, and no sanitary arrangements existed for sweeping away any of the relics of this operation. The fresh salt breeze was bringing up the lashing, leaping tide from the blue sea beyond the bar. Behind the returning girls there rocked the white-sailed ship, as if she were all alive with eagerness for her anchors to be heaved. How impatient her crew of beating hearts were for that moment, how those on land sickened at the suspense, may be imagined, when you remember that for 6 long summer months those sailors had been as if dead from all news of those they loved, shut up in terrible dreary Arctic seas, from the hungry sight of sweethearts and friends, wives and mothers. No one knew what might have happened. The crowd on shore grew silent and solemn before the dread of the possible news of death that might toll in upon their hearts with this uprushing tide. The whalers went out into the Greenland seas full of strong, hopeful men, but the whalers never returned as they sailed forth. On land there are deaths among 200 or 300 men to be mourned over in every half-year space of time, whose bones had been left to blacken on the grey and terrible icebergs. Who lay still until the sea should give up its dead? Who were those who should come back to Monkshaven never, no, never more? Many a heart swelled with passionate, unspoken fear as the first whaler lay off the bar on her return voyage. Molly and Sylvia had left the crowd in this hushed suspense. But 50 yards along the stave they passed 5 or 6 girls with flushed faces and careless attire, who had mounted a pile of timber, placed there to season for shipbuilding, from which, as from the steps of a ladder or staircase, they could command the harbour. They were wild and free in their gestures, and held each other by the hand, and swayed from side to side, stamping their feet in time as they sang, "Weel may the keel row, the keel row, the keel row, well may the keel row that my laddie's in." "What for are you going off now?" they called out to our 2 girls. "She'll be in 10 minutes." And without waiting for the answer which never came, they resumed their song. Old sailors stood about in little groups, too proud to show their interest in the adventures they could no longer share, but quite unable to keep up any semblance of talk on indifferent subjects. The town seemed very quiet and deserted as Molly and Sylvia entered the dark, irregular Bridge Street, and the market-place was as empty of people as before. But the skeps and baskets and 3-legged stools were all cleared away. "Market's over for to-day," said Molly Corney, in disappointed surprise. "We mun make the best on it, and sell to the hucksters, and a hard bargain they'll be for driving. I doubt mother'll be vexed." She and Sylvia went to the corner shop to reclaim their baskets. The man had his joke at them for their delay. "Ay, ay, lasses as has sweethearts a coming home don't care much what price they get for butter and eggs. I dare say now, there's some un in yon ship that 'd give as much as £1 a pound for this butter, if only he knowed who churned it. This was to Sylvia, as he handed back her property. The fancy-free Sylvia reddened, pouted, tossed back her head, and hardly deigned a farewell word of thanks or civility to the lame man. She was at an age to be affronted by any jokes on such a subject. Molly took the joke without disclaimer and without offence. She rather liked the unfounded idea of her having a sweetheart, and was rather surprised to think how devoid of foundation the notion was. If she could have a new cloak, as Sylvia was going to have, then, indeed, there might be a chance. Until some such good luck, it was as well to laugh and blush as if the surmise of her having a lover was not very far from the truth. And so she replied in something of the same strain as the lame net-maker to his joke about the butter. He'll need it all, and more too, to grease his tongue, if ever he reckons to win me for his wife. When they were out of the shop, Sylvia said in a coaxing tone, "Molly, who is it? Whose tongue'll need greasing? Just tell me, and I'll never tell." She was so much in earnest that Molly was perplexed. She did not quite like saying that she had alluded to no one in particular, only to a possible sweetheart, so she began to think what young man had made the most civil speeches to her in her life. The list was not a long one to go over, for her father was not so well off as to make her sought after for her money, and her face was rather of the homeliest. But she suddenly remembered her cousin, the Specksioneer, who had given her 2 large shells, and taken a kiss from her half-willing lips before he went to sea the last time. So she smiled a little, and then said, "Well, I dunno. It's ill talking o' these things afore one has made up one's mind. And perhaps if Charley Kinraid behaves hissen, I might be brought to listen." "Charley Kinraid, who's he?" "Yon Specksioneer cousin o' mine as I was talking on." "And do you think he cares for you?" asked Sylvia, in a low, tender tone, as if touching on a great mystery. Molly only said, "Be quiet wi' you," and Sylvia could not make out whether she cut the conversation so short because she was offended, or because they had come to the shop where they had to sell their butter and eggs. "Now, Sylvia, if thou'll leave me thy basket, I'll make as good a bargain as iver I can on 'em, and thou can be off to choose this grand new cloak as is to be afore it gets any darker. Where is ta going to?" "Mother said I'd better go to Foster's," answered Sylvia, with a shade of annoyance in her face. "Feyther said just anywhere." "Foster's is t' best place. Thou canst try anywhere afterwards. I'll be at Foster's in 5 minutes, for I reckon we mun hasten a bit now. It'll be near 5 o'clock. Chapter 3 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 3. Buying a New Cloak. Foster's shop was the shop of Monkshaven. It was kept by 2 Quaker brothers, who were now old men, and their father had kept it before them, probably his father before that. People remembered it as an old-fashioned dwelling-house, with a sort of supplementary shop with unglazed windows projecting from the lower story. These openings had long been filled with panes of glass that at the present day would be accounted very small, but which 70 years ago were much admired for their size. I can best make you understand the appearance of the place by bidding you think of the long openings in a butcher's shop, and then to fill them up in your imagination with panes about 8 inches by 6, in a heavy wooden frame. There was one of these windows on each side of the door-place, which was kept partially closed through the day by a low gate about 1 yard high. Half the shop was appropriated to grocery, the other half to drapery and a little mercery. The good old brothers gave all their known customers a kindly welcome, shaking hands with many of them, and asking after all their families and domestic circumstances before proceeding to business. They would not for the world have had any sign of festivity at Christmas, and scrupulously kept their shop open at that holy festival, ready themselves to serve, sooner than tax the consciences of any of their assistants, only nobody ever came. But on New Year's Day they had a great cake and wine ready in the parlour behind the shop, of which all who came in to buy anything were asked to partake.
Yet, though scrupulous in most things, it did not go against the consciences of these good brothers to purchase smuggled articles. There was a back way from the riverside up a covered entry to the yard door of the Fosters, and a peculiar kind of knock at this door always brought out either John or Jeremiah, or if not them, their shopman, Philip Hepburn. And the same cake and wine that the excise officer's wife might just have been tasting was brought out in the back parlour to treat the smuggler. There was a little locking of doors and drawing of the green silk curtain that was supposed to shut out the shop. But really all this was done much for form's sake. Everybody in Monkshaven smuggled who could, and everyone wore smuggled goods who could, and great reliance was placed on the excise officer's neighbourly feelings. The story went that John and Jeremiah Foster were so rich that they could buy up all the new town across the bridge. They had certainly begun to have a kind of primitive bank in connection with their shop, receiving and taking care of such money as people did not wish to retain in their houses for fear of burglars. No one asked them for interest on the money thus deposited, nor did they give any. But on the other hand, if any of their customers, on whose character they could depend, wanted a little advance, the Fosters, after due inquiries made, and in some cases due security given, were not unwilling to lend a moderate sum without charging a penny for the use of their money. All the articles they sold were as good as they knew how to choose, and for them they expected and obtained ready money. It was said that they only kept on the shop for their amusement. Others averred that there was some plan of a marriage running in the brothers' heads, a marriage between William Coulson, Mr. Jeremiah's wife's nephew (Mr. Jeremiah was a widower), and Hester Rose, whose mother was some kind of distant relation, and who served in the shop along with William Coulson and Philip Hepburn. Again, this was denied by those who averred that Coulson was no blood relation, and that if the Fosters had intended to do anything considerable for Hester, they would never have allowed her and her mother to live in such a sparing way, eking out their small income by having Coulson and Hepburn for lodgers. No, John and Jeremiah would leave all their money to some hospital or to some charitable institution. But of course there was a reply to this. When are there not many sides to an argument about a possibility concerning which no facts are known? Part of the reply turned on this. The old gentlemen had probably some deep plan in their heads in permitting their cousin to take Coulson and Hepburn as lodgers, the one a kind of nephew, the other, though so young, the head man in the shop. If either of them took a fancy to Hester, how agreeably matters could be arranged. All this time Hester is patiently waiting to serve Sylvia, who was standing before her, a little shy, a little perplexed and distracted, by the sight of so many pretty things. Hester was a tall young woman, sparely yet largely formed, of a grave aspect, which made her look older than she really was. Her thick brown hair was smoothly taken off her broad forehead, and put in a very orderly fashion under her linen cap. Her face was a little square, and her complexion sallow, though the texture of her skin was fine. Her grey eyes were very pleasant, because they looked at you so honestly and kindly. Her mouth was slightly compressed, as most have it, who are in the habit of restraining their feelings. But when she spoke, you did not perceive this, and her rare smile, slowly breaking forth, showed her white even teeth, and when accompanied, as it generally was, by a sudden uplifting of her soft eyes, it made her countenance very winning. She was dressed in stuff of sober colours, both in accordance with her own taste, and in unasked compliance with the religious customs of the Fosters. But Hester herself was not a friend. Sylvia, standing opposite, not looking at Hester, but gazing at the ribbons in the shop window, as if hardly conscious that any one awaited the expression of her wishes, was a great contrast. Ready to smile or to pout, or to show her feelings in any way, with a character as undeveloped as a child's, affectionate, wilful, naughty, tiresome, charming, anything, in fact, at present that the chances of an hour called out. Hester thought her customer the prettiest creature ever seen, in the moment she had for admiration, before Sylvia turned round and, recalled to herself, began, "Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. I was thinking what may the price of yon crimson ribbon be?" Hester said nothing, but went to examine the shop mark. "Oh, I did not mean that I wanted any. I only want some stuff for a cloak. Thank you, miss, but I am very sorry. Some duffel, please." Hester silently replaced the ribbon, and went in search of the duffel. While she was gone, Sylvia was addressed by the very person she most wished to avoid, and whose absence she had rejoiced over on first entering the shop, her cousin Philip Hepburn. He was a serious-looking young man, tall, but with a slight stoop in his shoulders brought on by his occupation. He had thick hair standing off from his forehead in a peculiar but not unpleasing manner, a long face with a slightly aquiline nose, dark eyes, and a long upper lip, which gave a disagreeable aspect to a face that might otherwise have been good-looking. "Good day, Sylvie," he said. "What are you wanting? How are all at home? Let me help you." Sylvia pursed up her red lips and did not look at him as she replied, "I'm very well, and so is mother. Feyther's got a touch of rheumatiz, and there's a young woman getting what I want." She turned a little away from him when she had ended this sentence, as if it had comprised all she could possibly have to say to him. But he exclaimed, "You won't know how to choose," and seating himself on the counter, he swung himself over after the fashion of shopmen. Sylvia took no notice of him, but pretended to be counting over her money. "What do you want, Sylvie?" asked he, at last annoyed at her silence. "I don't like to be called Sylvie. My name is Sylvia, and I'm wanting duffel for a cloak, if you must know." Hester now returned, with a shop boy helping her to drag along the great rolls of scarlet and grey cloth. "Not that," said Philip, kicking the red duffel with his foot, and speaking to the lad. "It's the grey you want, is it not, Sylvie?" He used the name he had had the cousin's right to call her by since childhood, without remembering her words on the subject not 5 minutes before, but she did, and was vexed. "Please, miss, it is the scarlet duffel I want. Don't let him take it away." Hester looked up at both their countenances, a little wondering what was their position with regard to each other. For this, then, was the beautiful little cousin about whom Philip had talked to her mother as sadly spoilt and shamefully ignorant, a lovely little dunce, and so forth. Hester had pictured Sylvia Robson somehow as very different from what she was, younger, more stupid, not half so bright and charming; for, though she was now both pouting and cross, it was evident that this was not her accustomed mood. Sylvia devoted her attention to the red cloth, pushing aside the grey. Philip Hepburn was vexed at his advice being slighted, and yet he urged it afresh. "This is a respectable, quiet-looking article that will go well with any colour. You never will be so foolish as to take what will mark with every drop of rain." "I'm sorry you sell such good-for-nothing things," replied Sylvia, conscious of her advantage, and relaxing a little as she possibly could, of her gravity. Hester came in now. "He means to say that this cloth will lose its first brightness in wet or damp, but it will always be a good article, and the colour will stand a deal of wear. Mr. Foster would not have it in his shop else." Philip did not like that even a reasonable peace-making interpreter should come between him and Sylvia, so he held his tongue in indignant silence. Hester went on, "To be sure, this grey is the closer make, and would wear the longest." "I don't care," said Sylvia, still rejecting the dull grey. "I like this best. 8 yards, if you please, miss." "A cloak takes 9 yards at least," said Philip decisively. "Mother told me 8, said Sylvia, secretly conscious that her mother would have preferred the more sober colour, and feeling that as she had had her own way in that respect, she was bound to keep to the directions she had received as to the quantity. But, indeed, she would not have yielded to Philip in anything that she could help. There was a sound of children's feet running up the street from the riverside, shouting with excitement. At the noise, Sylvia forgot her cloak and her little spirit of vexation, and ran to the half door of the shop. Philip followed because she went. Hester looked on with passive, kindly interest, as soon as she had completed her duty of measuring. One of those girls whom Sylvia had seen as she and Molly left the crowd on the quay, came quickly up the street. Her face, which was handsome enough as to feature, was whitened with excess of passionate emotion, her dress untidy and flying, her movements heavy and free. She belonged to the lowest class of seaport inhabitants. As she came near, Sylvia saw that the tears were streaming down her cheeks, quite unconsciously to herself. She recognized Sylvia's face, full of interest as it was, and stopped her clumsy run to speak to the pretty, sympathetic creature. "She's o'er to bar! She's o'er to bar! I'm bound to tell mother!" She caught at Sylvia's hand and shook it, and went on breathless and gasping. "Sylvia, how came you to know that girl?" asked Philip sternly. "She's not one for you to be shaking hands with. She's known all down to Quayside as Newcastle Bess." "I can't help it," said Sylvia, half inclined to cry at his manner even more than his words. "When folk are glad, I can't help being glad too. And I just put out my hand, and she put out hers. To think o' yon ship come in at last, and if you'd been down seeing all t' folk looking and looking their eyes out, as if they feared they should die afore she came in and brought home the lads they loved, you'd ha' shaken hands with that lass too, and no great harm done. I never set eyne upon her till half an hour ago on t' Staithes, and maybe I'll never see her again." Hester was still behind the counter, but had moved so as to be near the window, so she heard what they were saying, and now put in her word. "She can't be altogether bad, for she thought o' telling her mother first thing, according to what she said." Sylvia gave Hester a quick, grateful look, but Hester had resumed her gaze out of the window, and did not see the glance. And now Molly Corney joined them, hastily bursting into the shop. "Hech!" she said. "Hearken, how they're crying and shouting down on t' quay. T' gang's among 'em like t' day of judgment. Hark!" No one spoke, no one breathed. I had almost said no heart beat for listening. Not long. In an instant there rose the sharp simultaneous cry of many people in rage and despair. Inarticulate at that distance, it was yet an intelligible curse, and the roll and the roar and the irregular tramp came nearer and nearer. "They're taking him to Randyvowse," said Molly. I wish I'd King George here just to tell him my mind." The girl clenched her hands and set her teeth. "It's terrible hard," said Hester. "There's mothers and wives looking out for 'em, as if they were stars dropped out o' lift." "But can we do nothing for 'em?" cried Sylvia. "Let us go into the thick of it, and do a bit of help. I can't stand quiet and see it." Half crying, she pushed forwards to the door, but Philip held her back. "Sylvie, you must not. Don't be silly. It's the law, and no one can do aught against it, least of all women and lasses." By this time the vanguard of the crowd came pressing up Bridge Street, past the windows of Foster's shop. It consisted of wild, half-amphibious boys, slowly moving backwards as they were compelled by the pressure of the coming multitude to go on, and yet anxious to defy and annoy the gang by insults and curses half choked with their indignant passion, doubling their fists in the very faces of the gang, who came on with measured movement, armed to the teeth, their faces showing white with repressed and determined energy against the bronzed countenances of the half-dozen sailors, who were all they had thought it wise to pick out of the whaler's crew, this being the first time an Admiralty warrant had been used in Monkshaven for many years, not since the close of the American War, in fact. One of the men was addressing to his townspeople, in a high-pitched voice, an exhortation which few could hear, for pressing around this nucleus of cruel wrong were women crying aloud, throwing up their arms in imprecation, showering down abuse as hearty and rapid as if they had been a Greek chorus. Their wild, famished eyes were strained on faces they might not kiss. Their cheeks were flushed to purple with anger, or else livid with impotent craving for revenge. Some of them looked scarce human, and yet an hour ago these lips, now tightly drawn back so as to show the teeth with the unconscious action of an enraged wild animal, had been soft and gracious with the smile of hope. Eyes that were fiery and bloodshot now had been loving and bright. Hearts never to recover from the sense of injustice and cruelty had been trustful and glad only one short hour ago. There were men there too, sullen and silent, brooding on remedial revenge, but not many, the greater proportion of this class being away in the absent whalers. The stormy multitude swelled into the marketplace and formed a solid crowd there, while the press gang steadily forced their way on to High Street, and on to the rendezvous. A low, deep growl went up from the dense mass, as some had to wait for space to follow the others, now and then going up, as a lion's growl goes up, into a shriek of rage. A woman forced her way from the bridge. She lived some little way in the country, and had been late in hearing of the return of the whaler after her 6 months' absence, and on rushing down to the quayside she had been told by a score of busy, sympathizing voices that her husband was kidnapped for the service of the government. She had need pause in the marketplace, the outlet of which was crammed up. Then she gave tongue, for the first time, in such a fearful shriek. You could hardly catch the words she said. "Jamie! Jamie! Will they not let you to me?" These were the last words Sylvia heard before her own hysterical burst of tears called everyone's attention to her. She had been very busy about household work in the morning, and much agitated by all she had seen and heard since coming to Monkshaven, and so it ended in this. Molly and Hester took her through the shop into the parlour beyond, John Foster's parlour, for Jeremiah, the elder brother, lived in a house of his own on the other side of the water. It was a low, comfortable room with great beams running across the ceiling, and papered with the same paper as the walls, a piece of elegant luxury which took Molly's fancy mightily. This parlour looked out on the dark courtyard, in which there grew 2 or 3 poplars, straining upwards to the light, and through an open door between the backs of 2 houses could be seen a glimpse of the dancing, heaving river, with such ships or fishing cobles as happened to be moored in the waters above the bridge. They placed Sylvia on the broad old-fashioned sofa, and gave her water to drink, and tried to still her sobbing and choking. They loosed her hat, and copiously splashed her face and clustering chestnut hair, till at length she came to herself, restored, but dripping wet. She sate up, and looked at them, smoothing back her tangled curls off her brow, as if to clear both her eyes and her intellect. "Where am I? Oh, I know, thank you. It was very silly, but somehow it seemed so sad." And here she was nearly going off again, but Hester said, "Ay, it were sad, my poor lass, if I may call you so, for I don't rightly know your name, but it's best not to think on it, for we can do no make o' good, and it'll maybe set you off again. You're Philip Hepburn's cousin, I reckon, and you bide at Haytersbank Farm?" "Yes, she's Sylvia Robson," put in Molly, not seeing that Hester's purpose was to make Sylvia speak, and so to divert her attention from the subject which had set her off into hysterics. "And we came in for market," continued Molly, "and for to buy a new cloak as her feyther's going to give her; and for sure, I thought we was in luck's way when we saw t' first whaler, and never dreaming as t' press gang 'ud be so marred." She, too, began to cry, but her little whimper was stopped by the sound of the opening door behind her. It was Philip, asking Hester by a silent gesture if he might come in. Sylvia turned her face round from the light and shut her eyes. Her cousin came close up to her on tiptoe and looked anxiously at what he could see of her averted face. Then he passed his hand so slightly over her hair that he could scarcely be said to touch it, and murmured, "Poor lassie! It's a pity she came to day, for it's a long walk in this heat." But Sylvia started to her feet, almost pushing him along. Her quickened senses heard an approaching step through the courtyard before any of the others were aware of the sound. In a minute afterwards the glass door at one corner of the parlour was opened from the outside, and Mr. John stood looking in with some surprise at the group collected in his usually empty parlour. "It's my cousin," said Philip, reddening a little. "She came wi' her friend to market, and to make purchases, and she's got a turn wi' seeing the press gang go past carrying some of the crew of the whaler to the Randyvowse." "Ay, ay," said Mr. John, quickly passing into the shop on tiptoe, as if he were afraid he were intruding in his own premises, and beckoning Philip to follow him there. "Out of strife cometh strife. I guessed something of the sort was up from what I heard on t' bridge as I came across for brother Jeremiah's." Here he softly shut the door between the parlour and the shop. "It beareth hard on t' expectant women and childer, nor is it to be wondered at that they, being unconverted, rage together, poor creatures, like the very heathen. Philip," he said, coming nearer to his head young man, "keep Nicholas and Henry at work in the ware-room upstairs till this riot be over, for it would grieve me if they were misled into violence." Philip hesitated. "Speak out, man. Always ease an uneasy heart, and never let it get hidebound." "I had thought to convoy my cousin and the other young woman home, for the town is like to be rough, and it's getting dark." "And thou shalt, my lad," said the good old man, "and I myself would try and restrain the natural inclinations of Nicholas and Henry." But when he went in to find the shop boys with a gentle homily on his lips, those to whom it should have been addressed were absent. In consequence of the riotous state of things, all the other shops in the market place had put their shutters up, and Nicholas and Henry, in the absence of their superiors, had followed the example of their neighbours, and, as business was over, they had hardly waited to put the goods away, but had hurried off to help their townsmen in any struggle that might ensue. There was no remedy for it, but Mr. John looked rather discomfited. The state of the counters, and of the disarranged goods, was such also as would have irritated any man as orderly but less sweet-tempered. All he said on the subject was, "The old Adam, the old Adam," but he shook his head long after he had finished speaking. "Where is William Coulson?" he next asked. "Oh, I remember. He was not to come back from York until the night closed in." Philip and his master arranged the shop in the exact order the old man loved. Then he recollected the wishes of his subordinate, and turned round and said, "Now, go with thy cousin and her friend. Hester is here, and old Hannah. I myself will take Hester home if need be, but for the present I think she had best tarry here, as it isn't many steps to her mother's house, and we may need her help if any of those poor creatures fall into suffering with their violence." With this, Mr. John knocked at the door of the parlour, and waited for permission to enter. With old-fashioned courtesy he told the two strangers how glad he was that his room had been of service to them, that he would never have made so bold as to pass through if he had been aware how it was occupied, and then going to a corner cupboard high up in the wall, he pulled a key out of his pocket and unlocked his little store of wine and cake and spirits, and insisted that they should eat and drink while waiting for Philip, who was taking some last measures for the security of the shop during the night. Sylvia declined everything, with less courtesy than she ought to have shown to the offers of the hospitable old man. Molly took wine and cake, leaving a good half of both, according to the code of manners in that part of the country, and also because Sylvia was continually urging her to make haste, for the latter disliked the idea of her cousin's esteeming it necessary to accompany them home, and wanted to escape from him by setting off before he returned. But any such plans were frustrated by Philip's coming back into the parlour, full of grave content, which brimmed over from his eyes, with the parcel of Sylvia's obnoxious red duffle under his arm, anticipating so keenly the pleasure awaiting him in the walk, that he was almost surprised by the gravity of his companions as they prepared for it. Sylvia was a little penitent for her rejection of Mr. John's hospitality, now she found out how unavailing for its purpose such rejection had been, and tried to make up by a modest sweetness of farewell, which quite won his heart, and made him praise her up to Hester in a way to which she, observant of all, could not bring herself to fully respond. What business had the pretty little creature to reject kindly meant hospitality in the pettish way she did, thought Hester. And oh, what business had she to be so ungrateful, and to try and thwart Philip in his thoughtful
Chapter 4 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 4. Philip Hepburn. The coast on that part of the island to which this story refers is bordered by rocks and cliffs. The inland country immediately adjacent to the coast is level, flat, and bleak. It is only where the long stretch of dyke-enclosed fields terminates abruptly in a sheer descent, and the stranger sees the ocean creeping up the sands far below him, that he is aware on how great an elevation he has been. Here and there, as I have said, a cleft in the level land, thus running out into the sea in steep promontories, occurs. What they would call a chine in the Isle of Wight. But instead of the soft south wind stealing up the woody ravine as it does there, the eastern breeze comes piping shrill and clear along these northern chasms, keeping the trees that venture to grow on the sides down to the mere height of scrubby brushwood. The descent to the shore through these bottoms is in most cases very abrupt, too much so for a cartway or even a bridle path. But people can pass up and down without difficulty, by the help of a few rude steps hewn here and there out of the rock. 60 or 70 years ago, not to speak of much later times, the farmers who owned or hired the land which lay directly on the summit of these cliffs were smugglers to the extent of their power, only partially checked by the coastguard, distributed at pretty nearly equal interspaces of 8 miles all along the north-eastern seaboard. Still sea-wrack was a good manure, and there was no law against carrying it up in great osier baskets for the purpose of tillage, and many a secret thing was lodged in hidden crevices in the rocks, till the farmer sent trusty people down to the shore for a good supply of sand and seaweed for his land. One of the farms on the cliff had lately been taken by Sylvia's father. He was a man who had roamed about a good deal, been sailor, smuggler, horse-dealer, and farmer in turns, a sort of fellow possessed by a spirit of adventure and love of change, which did him and his own family more harm than anybody else. He was just the kind of man that all his neighbours found fault with, and all his neighbours liked. Late in life, for such an impudent man as he was one of a class who generally wed, trusting to chance and luck for the provision for a family. Farmer Robson married a woman whose only want of practical wisdom consisted in taking him for a husband. She was Philip Hepburn's aunt, and had had the charge of him until she married from her widowed brother's house. He it was who had let her know when Haytersbank Farm had been to let, esteeming it a likely piece of land for his uncle to settle down upon, after a somewhat unprosperous career of horse-dealing. The farmhouse lay in the shelter of a very slight green hollow, scarcely scooped out of the pasture field by which it was surrounded. The short, crisp turf came creeping up to the very door and windows, without any attempt at a yard or garden, or any nearer enclosure of the buildings than the stone dyke that formed the boundary of the field itself. The buildings were long and low, in order to avoid the rough violence of the wind that swept over that wild, bleak spot, both in winter and summer. It was well for the inhabitants of that house that coal was extremely cheap, otherwise a southerner might have imagined that they could never have survived the cutting of the bitter gales that piped all round, and seemed to seek out every crevice for admission into the house. But the interior was warm enough when once you had mounted the long bleak lane, full of round rough stones, enough to lame any horse unaccustomed to such roads, and had crossed the field by the little dry, hard footpath, which tacked about so as to keep from directly facing the prevailing wind. Mrs. Robson was a Cumberland woman, and as such was a cleaner housewife than the farmers' wives of that north-eastern coast, and was often shocked at their ways, showing it more by her looks than by her words, for she was not a great talker. This fastidiousness in such matters made her own house extremely comfortable, but did not tend to render her popular among her neighbours. Indeed, Belle Robson piqued herself on her housekeeping generally, and once indoors in the grey, bare stone house, there were plenty of comforts to be had besides cleanliness and warmth. The great rack of clapbread hung overhead, and Belle Robson's preference of this kind of oatcake over the leavened and partly sour kind used in Yorkshire was another source of her unpopularity. Flitches of bacon and hams, that is, shoulders of cured pork, the legs or hams being sold as fetching a better price, abounded, and for any visitor who could stay, neither cream nor finest wheaten flour was wanting for turf cakes and singing hinnies, with which it is the delight of the northern housewives to regale the honoured guest as he sips their high-priced tea, sweetened with dainty sugar. This night Farmer Robson was fidgeting in and out of his house-door, climbing the little eminence in the field, and coming down disappointed in a state of fretful impatience. His quiet, taciturn wife was a little put out by Sylvia's non-appearance too, but she showed her anxiety by being shorter than usual in her replies to his perpetual wonders as to where the lass could have been tarrying, and by knitting away with extra diligence. "I've a vast o' mind to go down to Monkshaven mysel' and see after t' child. It's well on for 7. "No, Dannel," said his wife, "thou'd best not. Thy leg has been paining thee this week past, and thou'rt not up to such a walk. I'll rouse Kester and send him off, if thou thinks there's need on it." "I'll noan ha' Kester roused. Who's to go afield betimes after t' sheep i' morn if he's card up to neet? He'd missed t' lass and found a public house, I reckon," said Daniel querulously. "I'm not feared o' Kester," replied Bell. "He's a good un for knowing folk i' t' dark. But if thou'd rather, I'll put on my hood and cloak, and I'll just go at the end of the lane, if thou'lt have an eye to t' milk, and see as it doesna boil over. She canna stomach it if it's bishop to her so little." Before Mrs. Robson, however, had put away her knitting, voices were heard at a good distance down the lane, but coming nearer every moment, and once more Daniel climbed the little brow to look and to listen. "It's a' reet," said he, hobbling quickly down. "Niver fitch it thysel' wi' getting ready to go search for her. I'll tak thee bet it's Philip Hepburn's voice conveying her home, just as I said he would an hour sin." Belle did not answer, as she might have done, that this probability of Philip's bringing Sylvia home had been her own suggestion, set aside by her husband as utterly unlikely. Another minute, and the countenances of both parents imperceptibly and unconsciously relaxed into pleasure as Sylvia came in. She looked very rosy from the walk and the October air, which began to be frosty in the evenings. There was a little cloud over her face at first, but it was quickly dispersed as she met the loving eyes of home. Philip, who followed her, had an excited but not altogether pleased look about him. He received a hearty greeting from Daniel, and a quiet one from his aunt. "Tak off thy pan o' milk, missus, and set on kettle. Milk may do for wenches, but Philip and me is for a drop o' good Hollands and watter this cold night. I'm a'most chilt at marrow wi' looking out for thee, lass, for t' mother was in a peck o' troubles about thy non coing home at daylight, and to keep hearkening out Browhead." This was entirely untrue, and Belle knew it to be so. But her husband did not. He had persuaded himself now, as he'd done often before, that what he had in reality done for his own pleasure or satisfaction, he had done in order to gratify someone else. "The town was rough with a riot between the press gang and the whaling folk, and I thought I'd best see Sylvia home." "Ay, ay, lad. Always welcome, if it's only as an excuse for t' liquor. But whalers, say'st? Why, is it whalers in? There was none i' sight yesterday when I went down t' shore. It's early days for 'em as yet. This cursed old press gang's agate again doing its devil's work." His face changed as he ended his speech, and showed a steady passion of old hatred. "Ay, missus, you may look. I wunnot pick and choose my words, neither for you nor for nobody, when I speak of that damned gang. I'm not ashamed of my words. They're true, and I'm ready to prove 'em. Where's my forefinger? Ay, and as good a top joint of a thumb as iver a man had. I wish I'd kept him in spirits, as they done things at Potticaries just to show t' lass what flesh and bone I made way with to get free. I ups wi' hatchet when I saw as I were fast aboard them man o' war standing out for sea. It were in time at war wi' America, and I could near stomach the thought of being murdered in my own language. So I ups wi' hatchet, and I says to Bill Watson, says I, 'Now, my lad, if thou'll do me a kindness, I'll pay thee back, niver fear, and they'll be glad enough to get shut on us, and send us to old England again, just come down with a will. Now, missus, why can't you sit still and listen to me, instead of pottering after pans and what not?' said he, speaking crossly to his wife, who had heard the story scores of times, and, it must be confessed, was making some noise in preparing bread and milk for Sylvia's supper. Belle did not say a word in reply, but Sylvia tapped his shoulder with a pretty little authoritative air. "It's for me, Feather. I'm just keen set for me supper. Once let me get quickly sit down to it, and Philip there to his glass of grog, and you'll never have such listeners in your life, and mother's mind will be at ease too." "Thou's a wilful wench," said the proud father, giving her a great slap on her back. "Well, set thee down to thy victual, and be quiet with thee, for I want to finish my tale to Philip. But perhaps I've telled it to you afore?" said he, turning round to question Hepburn. Hepburn could not say that he had not heard it, for he piqued himself on his truthfulness. But instead of frankly and directly owning this, he tried to frame a formal little speech, which would soothe Daniel's mortified vanity, and, of course, it had the directly opposite effect. Daniel resented being treated like a child, and yet turned his back on Philip with all the wilfulness of one. Sylvia did not care for her cousin, but hated the discomfort of having her father displeased. So she took up her tale of adventure, and told her father and mother of her afternoon's proceedings. Daniel pretended not to listen at first, and made ostentatious noises with his spoon and glass. But by and by he got quite warm and excited about the doings of the press gang, and scolded both Philip and Sylvia for not having learnt more particulars as to what was the termination of the riot. "I've been whaling mysel'," said he, "and I've heerd tales as whalers wear knives, and I gi'en t' gang a taste o' my whittle if I'd been cotched up just as I'd set my foot ashore." "I don't know," said Philip. "We're at war wi' French, and we shouldn't like to be beaten, and yet if our numbers are not equal to theirs we stand a strong chance of it." "Not a bit on't, so be damned," said Daniel Robson, bringing down his fist with such violence on the round deal table that the glasses and earthenware shook again. "You'd not strike a child or a woman for sure, yet it'd be like it if we didn't give the Frenchies some vantages, if we took 'em wi' equal numbers. It's not fair play, and that's one place where shoe pinches. It's not fair play two ways. It's not fair play to cotch up men as had no call at fighting as another man's bidding, though they've no objection to fight a bit on their own account and were just landed, all keen after bread instead of biscuit, and flesh meat instead of junk, and beds instead of hammocks. I make nought of sentiment's side, for I were ne'er given up to such carnal mindedness and posies. It's none fair to cotch 'em up and put 'em in a stifling hole, all lined with metal for fear they shall whittle their way out, and send 'em off to sea for years and years to come. And again, it's no fair play to French. 4 of them is rightly matched with one of us, and if we go and fight 'em 4 to 4, it's like as if you fell to beating Sylvia there, little Billy Croxton, as isn't breeched. And that's my mind. Missus, where's pipe?" Philip did not smoke, so took his turn at talking, a chance he seldom had with Daniel, unless the latter had his pipe between his lips. So, after Daniel had filled it, and used Sylvia's little finger as a stopper to run down the tobacco, a habit of his to which she was so accustomed that she laid her hand on the table by him, as naturally as she would have fetched him a spittoon when he began to smoke, Philip arranged his arguments, and began: "I'm for fair play with the French as much as any man, as long as we can be sure of beating them, but, I say, make sure of that, and then give 'em every advantage. Now I reckon Government is not sure as yet, for i' the papers it said as half the ships i' Channel ain't got their proper complement of men, and all's I say is, let Government judge a bit for us, and if they say they're hampered for want of men, why we must make it up somehow. John and Jeremiah Foster pay in taxes, and militiamen pays in person, and if sailors cannot pay in taxes, and will not pay in person, why they must be made to pay, and that's what press gang's for, I reckon. For my part, when I read of the way those French chaps are going on, I'm thankful to be governed by King George and a British constitution." Daniel took his pipe out of his mouth at this. "And when did I say a word against King George and the constitution? I only ax 'em to govern me as I judge best, and that's what I call representation. When I give my vote to Mr. Cholmondeley to go up to Parliament House, I as good as said, 'Now you go up there, sir, and tell 'em what I, Daniel Robson, think right, and what I, Daniel Robson, wish to have done. Else I'd be darned if I'd give my vote to him or any other man. And if you think I want Seth Robson, as is my own brother's son and mate to a collier, to be cotched up by a press gang, and 10 to 1 his wages all unpaid, div you think I'd send up Mr. Cholmondeley to speak up for that piece of work? No, I." He took up his pipe again, shook out the ashes, puffed into it a spark, and shut his eyes, preparatory to listening. "But, asking pardon, laws is made for the good of the nation, not for your good or mine." Daniel could not stand this. He laid down his pipe, opened his eyes, stared straight at Philip before speaking, in order to enforce his words, and then said, slowly, "Nation here, nation there. I'm a man, and you're another, but nation's no way. If Maister Cholmondeley talked to me in that fashion, he'd look long for another vote fra me. I can make out King George, Mr. Pitt, and you and me, but nation go hang." Philip, who sometimes pursued an argument longer than was politic for himself, especially when he felt sure of being on the conquering side, did not see that Daniel Robson was passing out of the indifference of conscious wisdom into that state of anger which ensues when a question becomes personal in some unspoken way. Robson had contested this subject once or twice before, and had the remembrance of former disputes to add to his present vehemence. So it was well for the harmony of the evening that Bell and Sylvia returned from the kitchen to sit in the house place. They had been to wash up the pans and basins used for supper. Sylvia had privately shown off her cloak, and got over her mother's shake of the head at its colour with a coaxing kiss, at the end of which her mother had adjusted her cap with a "There, I've done with thee," but had no more heart to show her disapprobation, and now they came back to their usual occupations until it should please their visitor to go. Then they would rake the fire and be off to bed, for neither Sylvia's spinning nor Bell's knitting was worth candlelight, and morning hours are precious in a dairy. People speak of the way in which harp playing sets off a graceful figure. Spinning is almost as becoming an employment. A woman stands at the great wool wheel, one arm extended, the other holding the thread, her head thrown back to take in all the scope of her occupation. Or, if it is the lesser spinning wheel for flax, and it was this that Sylvia moved forwards to-night, The pretty sound of the buzzing, whirring motion, the attitude of the spinner, foot and hand alike engaged in the business, the bunch of gay-coloured ribbon that ties the bundle of flax on the rock, all make it into a picturesque piece of domestic business that may rival harp-playing any day for the amount of softness and grace which it calls out. Sylvia's cheeks were rather flushed by the warmth of the room after the frosty air. The blue ribbon with which she had thought it necessary to tie back her hair before putting on her hat to go to market had got rather loose, and allowed her disarranged curls to stray in a manner which would have annoyed her extremely if she had been upstairs to look at herself in the glass. But, although they were not set in the exact fashion which Sylvia esteemed as correct, they looked very pretty and luxuriant. Her little foot, placed on the traddle, was still encased in its smartly buckled shoe, not slightly to her discomfort, as she was unaccustomed to be shod in walking far. Only as Philip had accompanied them home, neither she nor Molly had liked to go barefoot. Her round mottled arm and ruddy taper hand drew out the flax with nimble, agile motion, keeping time to the movement of the wheel. All this Philip could see. The greater part of her face was lost to him as she half averted it, with a shy dislike to the way in which she knew from past experience that cousin Philip always stared at her, and avert it as she would she heard with silent petulance the harsh screech of Philip's chair, as he heavily dragged it on the stone floor, sitting on it all the while, and felt that he was moving round so as to look at her as much as was in his power, without absolutely turning his back on either her father or mother. She got herself ready for the first opportunity of contradiction or opposition. "Well, wench, and hast ta bought this grand new cloak?" "Yes, feyther, it's a scarlet one." "Ay, ay, and what does mother say?" "Oh, mother's content," said Sylvia, a little doubting in her heart, but determined to defy Philip at all hazards. "Mother'll put up with it, if it doesna spot will be nearer fact, I'm thinking," said Bell quietly. "I wanted Sylvia to take the grey," said Philip, "and I chose the red. It's so much gayer, and folk can see me the farther off. Feyther likes to see me at first turn at lane, don't you, feyther? And I'll never turn out when it's bound for to rain, for it shall never get a spot near it, mammy." "I reckoned it were to wear i' bad weather," said Bell. "Leastways that were the pretext for coaxing feyther out of it." She said it in a kindly tone, though the words became a prudent rather than a fond mother. But Sylvia understood her better than Daniel did, as it appeared. "Hold thy tongue, mother. She never spoke a pretext at all." He did not rightly know what a pretext was. Bell was a touch better educated than her husband, but he did not acknowledge this, and made a particular point of differing from her whenever she used a word beyond his comprehension. "She's a good lass at times, and if she liked to wear a yellow-orange cloak she should have it. Here's Philip here, stands up for laws and press gangs. I'll set him to find us a law against pleasing our lass, and she our only one. I doesn't think on that, mother." Bell did think of that often, oftener than her husband perhaps, for she remembered every day, and many times a day, the little one that had been born and had died while its father was away on some long voyage. But it was not her way to make replies. Sylvia, who had more insight into her mother's heart than Daniel, broke in with a new subject. "Oh, as for Philip, he's been preaching up laws all t' way home. I said nought but let Molly hold her own, or else I could have told a tale about silks and lace and things." Philip's face flushed. Not because of the smuggling, everyone did that, only it was considered polite to ignore it. But he was annoyed to perceive how quickly his little cousin had discovered that his practice did not agree with his preaching, and vexed, too, to see how delighted she was to bring out the fact. He had some little idea, too, that his uncle might make use of his practice as an argument against the preaching he had lately been indulging in opposition to Daniel. But Daniel was too far gone in his Hollands and water to do more than enunciate his own opinions, which he did with hesitating and laboured distinctness in the following sentence. "What I think and say is this. Laws is made for to keep some folks from harming others. Press gangs and coastguards harm me in my business, and keep me from getting what I want. Therefore, what I think and say is this. Mr. Cholmley should put down press gangs and coastguards. If that there ain't reason, I ask you to tell me what is. And if Mr. Cholmley don't do what I ask him, he may go whistle for my vote, he may." At this period in his conversation, Bell Robson interfered, not in the least from any feeling of disgust or annoyance, or dread of what he might see or do if he went on drinking, but simply as a matter of health. Sylvia, too, was in no way annoyed, not only with her father, but with every man whom she knew, excepting her cousin Philip. Was it a matter of course to drink till their ideas became confused? So she simply put her wheel aside, as preparatory to going to bed, when her mother said, in a more decided tone than that which she had used on any other occasion but this, and similar ones, "Come, mister, you've had as much as is good for you." "Let her be," said he, clutching at the bottle of spirits, but perhaps rather more good-humoured with what he had drunk than he was before. He jerked a little more into his glass before his wife carried it off, and locked it up in the cupboard, putting the key in her pocket, and then he said, winking at Philip, my man, niver gie a woman whip hand, o' you? You seen what brings a man to? But for all that I'll vote for Chubley, and damn press gang." He had to shout out the last after Philip, for Hepburn, really anxious to please his aunt, and disliking drinking habits himself by constitution, was already at the door, and setting out on his return home, thinking it must be
Chapter 5 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 5. Story of the Press Gang. For a few days after the evening mentioned in the last chapter, the weather was dull. Not in quick, sudden showers did the rain come down, but in constant drizzle, blotting out all colour from the surrounding landscape, and filling the air with fine grey mist, until people breathed more water than air. At such times the consciousness of the nearness of the vast unseen sea acted as a dreary depression to the spirits. But besides acting on the nerves of the excitable, such weather affected the sensitive or ailing in material ways. Daniel Robson's fit of rheumatism incapacitated him from stirring abroad, and to a man of his active habits and somewhat inactive mind this was a great hardship. He was not ill-tempered naturally, but this state of confinement made him more ill-tempered than he had ever been before in his life. He sat in the chimney-corner, abusing the weather, and doubting the wisdom or desirableness of all his wife saw fit to do in the usual daily household matters. The chimney-corner was really a corner at Haytersbank. There were 2 projecting walls on each side of the fireplace, running about 6 feet into the room, and a stout wooden settle was placed against one of these, while opposite was the circular-backed master's chair, the seat of which was composed of a square piece of wood, judiciously hollowed out, and placed with one corner to the front. Here, in full view of all the operations going on over the fire, sat Daniel Robson for 4 livelong days, advising and directing his wife in all such minor matters as the boiling of potatoes, the making of porridge, all the work on which she specially piqued herself, and on which she would have taken advice, no, not from the most skilled housewife in all the 3 ridings. But somehow she managed to keep her tongue quiet from telling him, as she would have done any woman and any other man, to mind his own business, or she would pin a dish-clout to his tail. She even checked Sylvia when the latter proposed, as much for fun as for anything else, that his ignorant directions should be followed, and the consequences brought before his eyes and his nose. Na, said Bell, the feyther's feyther, and we mun respect him. But it's dree work having a man in the house nursing the fire in such weather too, and not a soul coming near us, not even to fall out wi' him, for thee and me mustna do that for the Bible's sake, dear, and a good stand-up wordy quarrel would do him a power o' good, stir his blood like. I wish Philip would turn up. Belle sighed, for in these 4 days she had experienced somewhat of Madame de Maintenon's difficulty, and with fewer resources to meet it, of trying to amuse a man who was not amusable. For Belle, good and sensible as she was not a woman of resources. Sylvia's plan, undutiful as it was in her mother's eyes, would have done Daniel more good, even though it might have made him angry, than his wife's quiet, careful monotony of action, which, however it might conduce to her husband's comfort when he was absent, did not amuse him when present.
Sylvia scouted the notion of cousin Philip coming into their household in the character of an amusing or entertaining person, till she nearly made her mother angry at her ridicule of the good steady young fellow, to whom Bell looked up as the pattern of all that early manhood should be. But the moment Sylvia saw she had been giving her mother pain, she left off her wilful little jokes, and kissed her, and told her she would manage all famously, and ran out of the back kitchen, in which mother and daughter had been scrubbing the churn and all the wooden implements of butter making. Bell looked at the pretty figure of her little daughter, as, running past with her apron thrown over her head, she darkened the window beneath which her mother was doing her work. She paused just for a moment, and then said, almost unawares to herself, "Bless thee, lass," before resuming her scouring of what already looked almost snow-white. Sylvia scampered across the rough farmyard in the wetting, drizzling rain to the place where she expected to find Kester, but he was not there, so she had to retrace her steps to the cow-house, and making her way up a rough kind of ladder staircase fixed straight against the wall, she surprised Kester, as he sat in the wool loft, looking over the fleeces reserved for the home spinning, by popping her bright face, swathed round with her blue woollen apron, up through the trap-door, and thus, her head the only visible part, she addressed the farm servant, who was almost like one of the family. "Kester, feyther's just tiring hisself wi' weariness and vexation, sitting by the fireside with his hands afore him, and nought to do. And mother and me can't think on aught as'll rouse him up to a bit of a laugh, or aught more cheerful than a scolding. Now, Kester, thou mun just be off and find Harry Duncan, the tailor, and bring him here. It's getting on for Martinmas, and he'll be coming his rounds, and he may as well come here first as last, and feyther's clothes want a deal o' mending up, and Harry's always full of his news, and anyhow, he'll do for feyther to scold, and be a new person too, and that's somewhat for all on us. Now go like a good old Kester as you are." Kester looked at her with loving, faithful admiration. He had set himself his day's work in his master's absence, and was very desirous of finishing it, but somehow he never dreamed of resisting Sylvia, so he only stated the case. "Tools a vast o' muck in it, and a thowt as I'd fettle it, and do it up, but I reckon I mun do your bidding." "There's a good old Kester," said she, smiling, and nodding her muffled head at him. Then she dipped down out of his sight, then rose up again. He had never taken his slow, moony eyes from the spot where she had disappeared, to say, "Now, Kester, be wary and deep. Thou mun tell Harry Duncan not to let on as we've sent for him, but just to come in as if he were on his round, and took us first, and he mun ask feyther if there's any work for him to do, and I'll answer for it, he'll have a welcome and a half. Now be deep and fause, mind thee." "Ah's deep and fause enow wi' simple folk, but what can I do wi' Duncan be as fause as me, as happen he may be?" "Go away wi' thee. If Duncan be Solomon, thou mun be the Queen o' Sheba, and I's bound for to say she outwitted him at last." Kester laughed so long at the idea of his being the Queen of Sheba that Sylvia was back by her mother's side before the cachinnation ended. That night, just as Sylvia was preparing to go to bed in her little closet of a room, she heard some shot rattling at her window. She opened the little casement, and saw Kester standing below. He recommenced where he left off, with a laugh. "Heh, heh, heh, I's been t' queen. I's taken Duncan on t' reet side, and he'll come in to-morrow, just permiscus, and ax for work, like as if 'twere a favour. T'oud felly were a bit cross-grained at startin', for he were working at Farmer Krusky's up t'other side o' town, where they puts a strike and a half a malt into beer, when most folk put nobbut a strike, and 't made him ill to convince, but he'll come, niver fear." The honest fellow never said a word of the shilling he had paid out of his own pocket to forward Sylvia's wishes, and to persuade the tailor to leave the good beer. All his anxiety now was to know if he had been missed, and if it was likely that a scolding awaited him in the morning. "T'oud master didn't set up his back, 'cause I didn't come in to supper." "He questioned a bit as to what thou were about, but mother didn't know, and I held my peace. Mother carried thy supper into loft for thee. I'll gang after't then, for I'm like a pair o' bellows wi'out t' wind, just two flat sides wi' nowt betwixt." The next morning Sylvia's face was a little redder than usual when Harry Donkin's bow legs were seen circling down the path to the house door. "Here's Donkin for sure," exclaimed Bell, when she caught sight of him a minute after her daughter. "Well, I just call that lucky, for he'll be company for thee while Sylvia and me has to turn the cheeses." This was too original a remark for a wife to make, in Daniel's opinion, on this especial morning when his rheumatism was twinging him more than usual, so he replied with severity, "That's all t' women know about it. With them it's company, 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 and they think a man's no better than theirselves. I'd have you to know, I've a vast o' thoughts in myself, as I'm no unwilling to lay out for t' benefit of every man. I've niver gotten time for meditation sin' I were married, leastways sin' I left to sea. Aboard ship, with never a woman within leagues o' hail, and upon t' masthead in special, I could." "Then I'd better tell Donkin as we've no work for him," said Sylvia, instinctively managing her father by agreeing with him, instead of reasoning with or contradicting him. "Now, there you go!" wrenching himself round, for fear Sylvia should carry her meekly made threat into execution. "Ugh, ugh!" as his limb hurt him. "Come in, Harry, come in, and talk a bit o' sense to me, for I've been shut up wi' women these 4 days, and am a'most natural by this time. I's bound for it they'll find you some work, if 'tis not but to save their own fingers." So Harry took off his coat, and seated himself, professional-wise, on the hastily cleared dresser, so that he might have all the light afforded by the long low casement window. Then he blew in his thimble, sucked his finger, so that they might adhere tightly together, and looked about for a subject for opening conversation, while Sylvia and her mother might be heard opening and shutting drawers and box lids before they could find the articles that needed repair, or that were required to mend each other. "Women's well enough i' their way," said Daniel in a philosophizing tone, "but a man may have too much on 'em. Now there's me, leg fast these 4 days, and I'll make free to say to you, I'd rather a deal ha' been loading dung into wettest weather, and I reckon it's the being wi' nought but women as tires me so. They talk so foolish it gets into bones like. Now thou know'st, thou'rt not called much of a man other, but bless you, t' 9th part's summat to be thankful for after nought but women. And yet, you seen, they were for sending you away in their foolishness. Well, missus, and who's to pay for t' fettling of all them clothes?" as Bell came down with her arms full. She was going to answer her husband meekly and literally according to her wont, but Sylvia, already detecting the increased cheerfulness of his tone, called out from behind her mother, "I am, feyther. I'm going for to sell my new cloak as I bought Thursday, for thy mending on your old coats and waistcoats." "Hearken till her," said Daniel, chuckling. "She's a true wench. 3 days sin', none so full as she at a new cloak that she's now faint to sell." "Ay, Harry, if feyther won't pay you for making all those clothes as good as new, I'll sell my new red cloak sooner than you shall go unpaid." "I reckon it's a bargain," said Harry, casting sharp professional eyes on the heap before him, and singling out the best article as to texture for examination and comment. "They're all again these metal buttons," said he. "Silk weavers has been petitioning ministers to make a law to favour silk buttons, and I did hear tell as there were informers going about spying after metal buttons, and as how they could haul you before a justice for wearing on 'em. I were wedding 'em, and I'll wear 'em to my dying day, or I'll wear none at all. They're for making such a pack o' laws, they'll be for meddling wi' my fashion o' sleeping next, and taxing me for ivery snore I give. They've been after t' winders, and after t' vittle, and after t' very salt in it. It's dearer by half and more nor it were when I were a boy. They're a mettlesome set o' folks, lawmakers is, and I'll never believe King George has ought to do it. But mark my words, I will wed wi' brass buttons, and brass buttons I'll wear to my death, and if they moither me about it, I'll wear brass buttons in me coffin." By this time Harry had arranged a certain course of action with Mrs. Robson, conducting the consultation and agreement by signs. His thread was flying fast already, and the mother and daughter felt more free to pursue their own business than they had done for several days. For it was a good sign that Daniel had taken his pipe out of the square hollow in the fireside wall, where he usually kept it, and was preparing to diversify his remarks with satisfying interludes of puffing. "Why, look ye,
This very baccy had a run for it. It came ashore sewed up neatly enough i' a woman's stays, as was wife to a fishing smack down at t' bay yonder. She were a lean thing as ever you saw, when she went for to see her husband aboard the vessel, but she come back lustier by a deal, and wi' many a thing on her, here and there, beside baccy, and that were in t' face o' t' coastguard, and yon tender and all, but she made as though she were tipsy, and so they did naught but curse her and get out on her way. Speaking of tender, there's been a piece o' work in Monkshaven this week wi' t' press gang, said Harry. Ay, our lass was telling about it, but Lord bless ye, there's no getting to rights on a story out on a woman. Though I will say this for our Sylvie, she's as bright a lass as ever a man looked at. Now the truth was that Daniel had not liked to demean himself, at the time when Sylvia came back so full of what she had seen at Monkshaven, by evincing any curiosity on the subject. He had then thought that the next day he would find some business that should take him down to the town, when he could learn all that was to be learnt, without flattering his womenkind by asking questions, as if anything they might say could interest him. He had a strong notion of being a kind of domestic Jupiter. It's made a deal o' work in Monkshaven. Folk had gotten to think nought o' the tender, she lay so still, and the lieutenant paid such a good price for all he wanted for the ship. But a Thursday, t' Resolution, first whaler back this season, came in port, and t' press gang showed their teeth, and carried off 4 as good able-bodied seamen as iver I made trousers for, and t' place were all up like a nest o' wasps when you set your foot in t' midst. They were so mad, they were ready for to fight the very paving stones. I wish I'd been there. I just wish I had. I've a score for to reckon up with the press gang. And the old man lifted up his right hand, his hand on which the forefinger and thumb were maimed and useless, partly in denunciation, and partly as a witness of what he had endured to escape from the service, abhorred because it was forced. His face became a totally different countenance, with the expression of settled and unrelenting indignation, which his words called out. "Go on, man, go on," said Daniel, impatient with Donkin for the little delay occasioned by the necessity of arranging his work more fully. Ay, all in good time, for I've a long tale to tell yet, and I mun have someone to iron me out my seams, and look me out my bits, for there's none here fit for my purpose. Dang thy bits! Here, Sylvie, come and be tailor's man, and let the chap get settled sharp, for I'm fain to hear his story." Sylvia took her directions, and placed her irons in the fire, and ran upstairs for the bundle which had been put aside by her careful mother for occasions like the present. It consisted of small pieces of various coloured cloth, cut out of old coats and waistcoats, and similar garments, when the whole had become too much worn for use, yet when part had been good enough to be treasured by a thrifty housewife. Daniel grew angry before Donkin had selected his patterns and settled the work to his own mind. "Well," said he at last, "I mout be a young man a-goin' a-wooing, by t' pains thou'st taken for to match my old clothes. I don't care if they're patched wi' scarlet, I tell thee, so's thou'lt work away at thy tale wi' thy tongue, same time as thou works at thy needle wi' thy fingers." Then, as I were saying, all Monkshaven were like a nest o' wasps, flying hither and thither, and making sich a buzzing and a talking as never were, and each wi' his sting out, ready for to vent his venom o' rage and revenge. And women crying and sobbing in t' streets, when, Lord help us, o' Saturday came a worse time than iver, for all Friday there had been a kind o' expectation and dismay about t' good fortune as t' mariners had said was off St Abb's Head o' Thursday, when t' Resolution came in, and there was wives and maids wi' husbands and sweethearts aboard t' good fortune, ready to throw their eyes out on their heads wi' gazing nor'ards o'er t' sea, as were all one haze o' blankness wi' t' rain, and when th' afternoon tide comed in, and niver a line on her to be seen, folk were uncertain as to whether she were holding off for fear o' the tinder, as were out o' sight too, or what were her make o' going on. And t' poor wet draggled women folk came up to town, some slowly crying as if their hearts was sick, and others just bent their heads to the wind and went straight to their homes, noather looking nor speaking to any one.
but barred their doors and stiffened theirselves up for a night o' waiting. Saturday morn, you'll mind Saturday morn, it were stormy and gusty, downright dirty weather. There stood t' folk again by daylight, a watchin' and a strainin', and by that tide the good fortune come o'er the bar. But excisemen had sent back her news by t' boat as took 'em there. They'd a deal of oil and a vast o' blubber, but for all that her flag was drooping in the rain, half-mast high, for mourning and sorrow. And they'd a dead man aboard, a dead man as was living and strong last sunrise. And there was another as lay between life and death, and there was 7 more as should ha' been there as weren't, but was carried off by the gang. The frigate, as we'na heard tell on, as lying off Hartlepool, got tidings for t' tender as captured a seaman a Thursday, and the Aurora, as they called her, made off for t' nor'ward, and 9 leagues off St. Ab's Head, the Resolution thinks she were. She seed the frigate, and knowed by her build she were a man o' war, and guessed she were bound on King's kidnapping. I seen the wounded man mysel' wi' me own eyes, and he'll live, niver a man died yet with such a strong purpose of vengeance in him. He could barely speak, for he were badly shot, but his colour come and went, as t' master's mate and the captain telled me and some others how the Aurora fired at him, and how the innocent whaler hoisted her colours. But afore they were fairly run up, another shot come close in the shrouds, and then the Greenland ship being to windward, bore down on the frigate. But as they knew she were an old fox and bent on mischief, Kinraid, that's he who lies a-dying, only he'll noan die, as bound, the Specksioneer bade the men go down between decks, and fasten the hatches well, and he'd stand guard, he and captain, and owd master's mate, being left up to deck for to give a welcome, just skin deep, to the boat's crew from the Aurora, as they could see coming towards 'em o'er the water, with their regular man-o'-wars rowing. "Damn 'em," said Daniel in soliloquy, and under his breath. Sylvia stood, poising her iron, and listening eagerly, afraid to give Donkin the hot iron for fear of interrupting the narrative, unwilling to put it into the fire again, because that action would perchance remind him of his work, which now the tailor had forgotten, so eager was he in telling his story. Well, they come on over t' water with great bounds, and up the sides they come like locusts, all armed men, and the captain says he saw Kinraid hide away his whaling knife under some tarpaulin, and he knew he meant mischief, and he would no more ha' stopped him wi' a word nor he would ha' stopped him from killing a whale. And when the Aurora's men were aboard, one on 'em runs to the helm, and at that the captain says he felt as if his wife were kissed afore his face, but says he, I bethought me on the men as were shut up below hatches, and I remembered the folk at Monkshaven as were looking out for us even then, and I said to mysel' I would speak fair as long as I could, more by token o' the whaling knife as I could see glinting bright under the black tarpaulin. So he spoke quite fair and civil, though he'd seed they was nearing the Aurora, and the Aurora was nearing them. Then t' navy captain hailed him through a trumpet, wi' a great rough blast, and says he, Order your men to come out on deck. And the captain of the whaler says his men cried up from under the hatches as they'd never be given up without bloodshed, and he sees Kinraid take out his pistol, and look well to the priming, so he says to the navy captain, We are protected Greenland men, and you've no right to meddle with us. But the navy captain only bellows the more, Order your men to come on deck. If they won't obey you, and you have lost the command of your vessel, I reckon you're in a state of mutiny, and you may come aboard to Aurora and such men as are willing to follow you, and I'll fire into the rest. You see, that were the depth of the man. He were for pretending and pretexting as the captain couldna manage his own ship, and as he'd help him. But our Greenland captain were none so poor-spirited, and says he, She's full of oil, and I wear your consequences if you fire into her. And anyhow, pirate or no pirate, for the word pirate stuck in his gizzard, I'm an honest Monkshaven man, and I come fra a land where there's great icebergs and many a deadly danger, but niver a press gang, thank God. And that's what you are, I reckon. Them's the words he told me, but whether he spoke 'em out subhold at the time, I's not so sure. They were in his mind for to speak, only maybe prudence got the better on him, for he said he prayed in his heart to bring his cargo safe to the owners, come what might. Well, Aurora's men aboard the Good Fortune cried out, Might they fire down the hatches and bring the men out that away? And then the Specksioneer, he speaks, and he says, he stands o'er the hatches, and he has 2 good pistols and summat besides, and he don't care for his life, being a bachelor. But all below are married men, you see, and he'll put an end to the first 2 chaps as come near the hatches. And they say he picked off 2 as made for to come near, and then, just as he were stooping for the whaling knife, and it's as big as a sickle. Teach folks as don't know a whaling knife, cried Daniel. I were a Greenland man mysel'. They shot him through the side, and dizzied him, and kicked him aside for dead, and fired down the hatches, and killed 1 man and disabled 2, and then the rest cried for quarter, for life is sweet e'en aboard a king's ship. And the Aurora carried him off, wounded men, and able men and all, leaving Kinraid for dead, as wasn't dead, and Darley for dead, as was dead, and the captain and master's mate, as were too old for work, and the captain, as loves Kinraid like a brother, poured rum down his throat and bandaged him up, and has sent for the first doctor in Monkshaven for to get the slugs out. For they say there's never such a harpooner in the Greenland seas, and I can speak from my own, seeing he's a fine young fellow where he lies there, all stark and wan for weakness and loss of blood. But Darley's dead as a doornail, and there'll be such a burying of him as never was seen afore in Monkshaven come Sunday. And now give us to iron, wench, and let's lose no more time a-talking. It's noan loss o' time, said Daniel, moving himself heavily in his chair to feel how helpless he was once more. If I were as young as once I were. Nay, lad, if I hadna these sore rheumatics now, I reckon as t' press gang 'ud find out as t' shouldn't do such things for nothing. Bless thee, man, it's war nor in my youth in Ameriky war, and then 'twere bad enough. And Kinraid? asked Sylvia, drawing a long breath. After the effort of realizing it all, her cheeks had flushed up, and her eyes had glittered during the progress of the tale. Oh, he'll do. He'll not die. Life's stuff is in him yet. He'll be Molly Corney's cousin, I reckon, said Sylvia, bethinking her with a blush of Molly Corney's implication that he was more than a cousin to her, and immediately longing to go off and see Molly, and hear all the little details which women do not think it beneath them to give to women. From that time Sylvia's little heart was bent on this purpose, but it was not one to be openly avowed even to herself. She only wanted sadly to see Molly, and she almost believed herself that it was to consult her about the fashion of her cloak, which Donkin was to cut out, and which she was to make under his directions. At any rate, this was the reason she gave to her mother when the day's work was done, and a
Chapter 6 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 6. The Sailor's Funeral. Moss Brow, the Corneys' house, was but a disorderly, comfortless place. You had to cross a dirty farmyard, all puddles and dung heaps on stepping stones, to get to the door of the house place. That great room itself was sure to have clothes hanging to dry at the fire, whatever day of the week it was, some one of the large irregular family having had what is called in the district a dab wash of a few articles forgotten on the regular day. And sometimes these articles lay in their dirty state in the untidy kitchen, out of which a room, half parlour, half bedroom, opened on one side, and a dairy, the only clean place in the house, at the opposite. In face of you, as you entered the door, was the entrance to the working kitchen or scullery. Still, in spite of disorder like this, there was a well-to-do aspect about the place. The Corneys were rich in their way, in flocks and herds as well as in children, and to them neither dirt nor the perpetual bustle arising from ill-ordered work detracted from comfort. They were all of an easy, good-tempered nature. Mrs. Corney and her daughter gave every one a welcome at whatever time of the day they came, and would just as soon sit down for a gossip at 10 o'clock in the morning as at 5 in the evening, though at the former time the house-place was full of work of various kinds which ought to be got out of hand and done with, while the latter hour was toward the end of the day, when farmers' wives and daughters were usually Cleaned was the word then, dressed is that in vogue now. Of course, in such households as this, Sylvia was sure to be gladly received. She was young and pretty and bright, and brought a fresh breeze of pleasant air about her as her appropriate atmosphere. And besides, Belle Robson held her head so high that visits from her daughter were rather esteemed as a favour, for it was not everywhere that Sylvia was allowed to go. Sit ye down, cried Dame Corney, dusting a chair with her apron. I reckon Molly'll be in no time. She's nobbut gone into t' orchard to see if she can find windfalls enough for to make a pie or two for the lads. They like nowt so well for supper as apple pies sweetened with treacle, crust stout and leathery as stands chewing, and we hannot getten in our apples yet. If Molly's in the orchard, I'll go find her, said Sylvia. Well, yo lasses will have your conks, private talks. I know, secrets about sweethearts and such like, said Mrs. Corney with a knowing look, which made Sylvia hate her for the moment. I've not forgotten, as I were a young Masen. Take care, there's a pool o' mucky water just outside the back door. But Sylvia was halfway across the backyard, worse, if possible, than the front as to the condition in which it was kept, and had passed through the little gate into the orchard. It was full of old gnarled apple trees, their trunks covered with grey lichen, in which the cunning chaffinch built her nest in springtime. The cankered branches remained on the trees, and added to the knotted interweaving overhead, if they did not to the productiveness. The grass grew in long tufts, and was wet and tangled underfoot. There was a tolerable crop of rosy apples still hanging on the grey old trees, and here and there they showed ruddy in the green bosses of untrimmed grass. Why the fruit was not gathered, as it was evidently ripe, would have puzzled any one not acquainted with the Corney family to say, but to them it was always a maxim in practice, if not in precept, do nothing to-day that you can put off till to-morrow. And accordingly the apples dropped from the trees at any little gust of wind, and lay rotting on the ground until the lads wanted a supply of pies for supper. Molly saw Sylvia and came quickly across the orchard to meet her, catching her feet in knots of grass as she hurried along. Well, lass, said she, who'd ha' thought o' seeing you such a day as it has been? But it's cleared up now beautiful, said Sylvia, looking up at the soft evening sky, to be seen through the apple boughs. It was of a tender, delicate grey, with the faint warmth of a promising sunset tinging it with a pink atmosphere. Rain is over and gone, and I wanted to know how my cloak is to be made, for Donkin's working at our house, and I wanted to know all about the news, you know. What news? asked Molly, for she had heard of the affair between the Good Fortune and the Aurora some days before, and to tell the truth, it had rather passed out of her head just at this moment. Ha' not you heard all about the press gang and the whaler and the great fight, and Kinraid, as is your cousin, acting so brave and grand, and lying on his deathbed now? Oh, said Molly, enlightened as to Sylvia's news, and half surprised at the vehemence with which the little creature spoke. Yes, I heard that days ago, but Charlie's noan on his deathbed. He's a deal better, and mother says as he's to be moved up here next week for nursing in better air nor he gets into town yonder. Oh, I'm so glad, said Sylvia with all her heart. I thought he'd maybe die, and I should never see him. I'll promise you shall see him, that's to say, if all goes on well, for he's getting an ugly hurt. Mother says as there's 4 blue marks on his side as'll last him his life, and the doctor fears bleeding in his inside, and then he'll drop down dead when no one looks for it. But you said he was better, said Sylvia, blanching a little at this account. Ay, he's better, but life's uncertain, especially after gunshot wounds. He acted very fine, said Sylvia, meditating. I allays knowed he would. Many's the time I've heard him say, honour bright, and now he's shown how bright his is. Molly did not speak sentimentally, but with a kind of proprietorship in Kinraid's honour, which confirmed Sylvia in her previous idea of a mutual attachment between her and her cousin. Considering this notion, she was a little surprised at Molly's next speech. And about your cloak, are you for a hood or a cape? I reckon that's the question. Oh, I don't care. Tell me more about Kinraid. Do you really think he'll get better? Dear, how t' lass takes on about him. I'll tell him what a deal of interest a young woman takes in him. From that time Sylvia never asked another question about him. In a somewhat dry and altered tone she said, after a little pause, "I think on a hood. What do you say to it?" "Well, hoods is a bit old-fashioned to my mind. If 'twere mine, I'd have a cape cut in 3 points, one to tie on each shoulder, and one to dip down handsome behind. But let you and me go to Monkshaven church o' Sunday, and see Mr. Fishburn's daughters, as has their things made i' York, and notice a bit how they're made. We needn't do it in church, but just scan 'em over in the churchyard, and there'll be no harm done. Besides, there's to be this grand burying o' t' man t' press gang shot, and 'twill be like killing 2 birds at once." "I should like to go," said Sylvia. "I feel so sorry like for the poor sailors shot down and kidnapped, just as they was coming home, as we'd seed 'em a Thursday last. I'll ask mother if she'll let me go." "Ay, do. I know my mother 'll let me, if she doesn't go hersen, for it 'd be a sight to see and to speak on for many a long year after what I've heerd. And Miss Fishburns is sure to be there, so I'd just get Donkin to cut out cloak itsel, and keep back your mind for fixing on either cape or hood till Sunday's turned." "Will you set me part of the way home?" said Sylvia, seeing the dying daylight become more and more crimson through the blackening trees. "No, I can't. I should like it well enough, but somehow there's a deal o' work to be done yet, for t' hours slip through one's fingers so as there's no knowing. Mind ye, then, o' Sunday, I'll be at the stile 1 o'clock punctual, and we'll go slowly into t' town and look about us as we go, and see folks' dresses, and go to t' church and say our prayers, and come out and have a look at the funeral." And with this programme of proceedings settled for the following Sunday, the girls whom neighbourhood and parity of age had forced into some measure of friendship parted for the time. Sylvia hastened home, feeling as if she had been absent long. Her mother stood on the little knoll at the side of the house watching for her, with her hand shading her eyes from the low rays of the setting sun. But as soon as she saw her daughter in the distance, she returned to her work, whatever that might be. She was not a woman of many words, or of much demonstration. Few observers would have guessed how much she loved her child, but Sylvia, without any reasoning or observation, instinctively knew that her mother's heart was bound up in her. Her father and Donkin were going on much as when she had left them, talking and disputing, the one compelled to be idle, the other stitching away as fast as he talked. They seemed as if they had never missed Sylvia, no more did her mother for that matter, for she was busy and absorbed in her afternoon dairy work, to all appearance. But Sylvia had noted the watching not 3 minutes before, and many a time in her life, when no one cared much for her outgoings and incomings, the straight upright figure of her mother, fronting the setting sun, but searching through its blinding rays for a sight of her child, rose up like a sudden seen picture, the remembrance of which smote Sylvia to the heart, with a sense of a lost blessing, not duly valued while possessed. "Well, feyther, and how's all wi' you?" asked Sylvia, going to the side of his chair, and laying her hand on his shoulder. Hark ye to this lass o' mine. She thinks as because she's gone galraverging, I maun ha' missed her and be ailing. Why, lass, Donkin and me has had t' most sensible talk I've had this many day. I've given him a vast o' knowledge, and he's done me a power o' good. Please God, to morrow I'll take a start at walking, if the weather holds up." "Ay," said Donkin, with a touch of sarcasm in his voice. "Feyther and me has settled many puzzles. It's been a loss to government as they hannot been here for profiting by our wisdom. We've done away with taxes and press gangs and many a plague, and beaten the French in our own minds, that's to say." "It's a wonder to me as those Lunnon folks can't see things clear," said Daniel, all in good faith. Sylvia did not quite understand the state of things as regarded politics and taxes, and politics and taxes were all one in her mind, it must be confessed. But she saw that her innocent little scheme of giving her father the change of society afforded by Donkin's coming had answered, and in the gladness of her heart she went out and ran round the corner of the house to find Kester, and obtain from him that sympathy in her success which she dared not ask from her mother. "Kester, Kester, lad!" said she in a loud whisper. But Kester was suppering the horses, and in the clamp of their feet on the round stable pavement he did not hear her at first. She went a little farther into the stable. "Kester! He's a vast better. He'll go out to morrow, it's all Donkin's doing. I'm beholden to thee for fetching him, and I'll try and spare 3 waistcoat fronts out of the stuff for my new red cloak. Thou'll like that, Kester, won't ta?' Kester took the notion in slowly, and weighed it. 'Na, lass,' said he deliberately, after a pause, 'I couldna bear to see thee wi' thee cloak scrimpit. I like to see a wench look bonny and smart, and I take a kind o' pride in thee, and should be a'most as much hurt i' my mind to see thee in a pinched cloak as if old Moll's tail he were docked too short. Na, lass, I's niver got a mirroring glass for to see mysen in. So what's waistcoats to me? Keep thy stuff to thysen, there's a good wench. But I's main and glad about the measter. Place isn't like itsen when he's shut up and cranky.'
He took up a wisp of straw, and began rubbing down the old mare, and hissing over his work, as if he wished to consider the conversation as ended; and Sylvia, who had strung herself up in a momentary fervour of gratitude to make the generous offer, was not sorry to have it refused, and went back planning what kindness she could show to Kester without its involving so much sacrifice to herself; for giving waistcoat fronts to him would deprive her of the pleasant power of selecting a fashionable pattern in Monkshaven churchyard next Sunday. That wished for day seemed long a coming, as wished for days most frequently do. Her father got better by slow degrees, and her mother was pleased by the tailor's good pieces of work, showing the neatly placed patches with as much pride as many matrons take in new clothes nowadays. And the weather cleared up into a dim kind of autumnal fineness, into anything but an Indian summer as far as regarded gorgeousness of colouring, for on that coast the mists and sea fogs early spoil the brilliancy of the foliage. Yet perhaps the more did the silvery greys and browns of the inland scenery conduce to the tranquillity of the time of peace and rest before the fierce and stormy winter comes on. It seems a time for gathering up human forces to encounter the coming severity, as well as of storing up the produce of harvest for the needs of winter. Old people turn out and sun themselves in that calm St. Martin's summer, without fear of the heat of the sun or the coming winter's rages, and we may read in their pensive dreamy eyes that they are weaning themselves away from the earth, which probably many may never see dressed in her summer glory again. Many such old people set out betimes on the Sunday afternoon to which Sylvia had been so looking forward, to scale the long flights of stone steps, worn by the feet of many generations, which led up to the parish church, placed on a height above the town, on a great green area at the summit of the cliff, which was the angle where the river and the sea met, and so overlooking both, the busy crowded little town, the port, the shipping, and the bar on one hand, and the wide, illimitable, tranquil sea on the other, types of life and eternity. It was a good situation for that church. Homeward bound sailors caught sight of the tower of St. Nicholas, the first land object of all. They who went forth upon the great deep might carry solemn thoughts with them of the words they had heard there, not conscious thoughts perhaps, rather a distinct if dim conviction that buying and selling, eating and marrying, even life and death, were not all the realities in existence. Nor were the words that came up to their remembrance words of sermons preached there, however impressive. The sailors mostly slept through the sermons, unless indeed there were incidents such as were involved in what were called funeral discourses, to be narrated. They did not recognize their daily faults or temptations under the grand aliases befitting their appearance from a preacher's mouth, but they knew the old oft-repeated words praying for deliverance from the familiar dangers of lightning and tempest, from battle, murder, and sudden death, and nearly every man was aware that he left behind him some one who would watch for the prayer for the preservation of those who travel by land or water, and think of him, as God protected, the more for the earnestness of the response then given. There, too, lay the dead of many generations, for St. Nicholas had been the parish church ever since Monkshaven was a town, and the large churchyard was rich in the dead. Masters, mariners, ship owners, seamen. It seems strange how few other trades were represented in that great plain so full of upright gravestones. Here and there was a memorial stone, placed by some survivor of a large family, most of whom perished at sea, supposed to have perished in the Greenland seas, shipwrecked in the Baltic, drowned off the coast of Iceland. There was a strange sensation, as if the cold sea winds must bring with them the dim phantoms of those lost sailors, who had died far from their homes, and from the hallowed ground where their fathers lay. Each flight of steps up to this churchyard ended in a small flat space, on which a wooden seat was placed. On this particular Sunday, all these seats were filled by aged people, breathless with the unusual exertion of climbing. You could see the church stair, as it was called, from nearly every part of the town, and the figures of the numerous climbers, diminished by distance, looked like a busy ant-hill long before the bell began to ring for afternoon service. All who could manage it had put on a bit of black in token of mourning. It might be very little, an old ribbon, a rusty piece of crape, but some sign of mourning was shown by every one down to the little child in its mother's arms, that innocently clutched the piece of rosemary to be thrown into the grave for remembrance. Darley, the seaman shot by the press gang 9 leagues off St. Abb's Head, was to be buried to-day at the accustomed time for the funerals of the poorer classes, directly after evening service, and there were only the sick and their nurse-tenders who did not come forth to show their feeling for the man whom they looked upon as murdered. The crowd of vessels in harbour bore their flags half-mast high, and the crews were making their way through the High Street. The gentlefolk of Monkshaven, full of indignation at this interference with their ships, full of sympathy with the family who had lost their son and brother almost within sight of his home, came in unusual numbers. No lack of patterns for Sylvia, but her thoughts were far otherwise and more suitably occupied. The unwonted sternness and solemnity visible on the countenances of all whom she met awed and affected her. She did not speak in reply to Molly's remarks on the dress or appearance of those who struck her. She felt as if these speeches jarred on her and annoyed her almost to irritation. Yet Molly had come all the way to Monkshaven Church in her service, and deserved forbearance accordingly. The two mounted the steps alongside of many people. Few words were exchanged, even at the breathing places, so often the little centres of gossip. Looking over the sea, there was not a sail to be seen. It seemed bared of life, as if to be in serious harmony with what was going on inland. The church was of old Norman architecture, low and massive outside, inside a vast space, only a quarter of which was filled on ordinary Sundays. The walls were disfigured by numerous tablets of black and white marble intermixed, and the usual ornamentation of that style of memorial as erected in the last century, of weeping willows, urns, and drooping figures, with here and there a ship in full sail, or an anchor, where the seafaring idea, prevalent throughout the place, had launched out into a little originality. There was no woodwork. The church had been stripped of that, most probably when the neighbouring monastery had been destroyed. There were large square pews, lined with green baize, with the names of the families of the most flourishing ship owners painted white on the doors. There were pews, not so large and not lined at all, for the farmers and shopkeepers of the parish, and numerous heavy oaken benches, which, by the united efforts of several men, might be brought within earshot of the pulpit. These were being removed into the most convenient situations when Molly and Sylvia entered the church, and after 2 or 3 whispered sentences, they took their seats on one of these. The vicar of Monkshaven was a kindly, peaceable old man, hating strife and troubled waters above everything. He was a vehement Tory in theory, as became his cloth in those days. He had 2 bugbears to fear, the French and the dissenters. It was difficult to say of which he had the worst opinion and the most intense dread. Perhaps he hated the dissenters most, because they came nearer in contact with him than the French. Besides, the French had the excuse of being papists, while the dissenters might have belonged to the Church of England had they not been utterly depraved. Yet in practice Dr. Wilson did not object to dine with Mr. Fishburn, who was a personal friend and follower of Wesley, but then, as the doctor would say, Wesley was an Oxford man, and that makes him a gentleman, and he was an ordained minister of the Church of England, so that grace could never depart from him. But I do not know what excuse he would have alleged for sending broth and vegetables to old Ralph Thompson, a rabid independent, who had been given to abusing the church and the vicar, from a dissenting pulpit, as long as ever he could mount the stairs. However, that inconsistency between Dr. Wilson's theory and practice was not generally known in Monkshaven, so we have nothing to do with it. Dr. Wilson had had a very difficult part to play, and a still more difficult sermon to write during this last week. The Darley who had been killed was the son of the vicar's gardener, and Dr. Wilson's sympathies as a man had been all on the bereaved father's side. But then he had received, as the oldest magistrate in the neighbourhood, a letter from the captain of the Aurora, explanatory and exculpatory. Darley had been resisting the orders of an officer in His Majesty's service. What would become of due subordination and loyalty, and the interests of the service, and the chances of beating those confounded French, if such conduct as Darley's was to be encouraged? Poor Darley, he was past all evil effects of human encouragement now. So the vicar mumbled hastily over a sermon on the text, "In the midst of life we are in death," which might have done as well for a baby cut off in a convulsion fit as for the strong man shot down with all his eager blood hot within him, by men as hot-blooded as himself. But once when the old doctor's eye caught the upturned straining gaze of the Father Darley, seeking with all his soul to find a grain of holy comfort in the chaff of words, his conscience smote him. Had he nothing to say that should calm anger and revenge with spiritual power? No breath of the Comforter to soothe repining into resignation? But again the discord between the laws of man and the laws of Christ stood before him, and he gave up the attempt to do more than he was doing, as beyond his power. Though the hearers went away as full of anger as they had entered the church, and some with a dull feeling of disappointment as to what they had got there, yet no one felt anything but kindly towards the old vicar. His simple, happy life led amongst them for 40 years, and open to all men in its daily course, his sweet-tempered, cordial ways, his practical kindness, made him beloved by all, and neither he nor they thought much or cared much for admiration of his talents. Respect for his office was all the respect he thought of, and that was conceded to him from old traditional and hereditary association. In looking back to the last century, it appears curious to see how little our ancestors had the power of putting two things together, and perceiving either the discord or harmony thus produced. Is it because we are farther off from those times, and have consequently a greater range of vision? Will our descendants have a wonder about us, such as we have about the inconsistency of our forefathers, or a surprise at our blindness that we do not perceive that, holding such and such opinions, our course of action must be so and so, or that the logical consequence of particular opinions must be convictions which at present we hold in abhorrence? It seems puzzling to look back on men such as our vicar, who almost held the doctrine that the king could do no wrong, yet were ever ready to talk of the glorious Revolution, and to abuse the Stuarts for having entertained the same doctrine, and tried to put it in practice. But such discrepancies ran through good men's lives in those days. It is well for us that we live at the present time, when everybody is logical and consistent. This little discussion must be taken in place of Dr. Wilson's sermon, of which no one could remember more than the text half an hour after it was delivered. Even the doctor himself had the recollection of the words he had uttered swept out of his mind, as having doffed his gown and donned his surplice, he came out of the dusk of his vestry, and went to the church door, looking into the broad light which came upon the plain of the churchyard on the cliffs, for the sun had not yet set, and the pale moon was slowly rising through the silvery mist that obscured the distant moors. There was a thick, dense crowd, all still and silent, looking away from the church and the vicar, who awaited the bringing of the dead. They were watching the slow black line winding up the long steps, resting their heavy burden here and there, standing in silent groups at each landing place, now lost to sight as a piece of broken overhanging ground intervened, now emerging suddenly nearer, and overhead the great church bell, with its mediaeval inscription, familiar to the vicar, if to no one else who heard it, "I to the grave do summon all," kept on its heavy booming monotone, from which no other sound from land or sea, near or distant, intermingled, except the cackle of the geese on some far-away farm on the moors as they were coming home to roost, and that one noise from so great a distance seemed only to deepen the stillness. Then there was a little movement in the crowd, a little pushing from side to side to make a path for the corpse and its bearers, an aggregate of the fragments of room. With bent heads and spent strength, those who carried the coffin moved on. Behind came the poor old gardener, a brown-black funeral cloak thrown over his homely dress, and supporting his wife with steps scarcely less feeble than her own. He had come to church that afternoon with a promise to her that he would return to lead her to the funeral of her firstborn, for he felt, in his sore, perplexed heart, full of indignation and dumb anger, as if he must go and hear something which should exorcise the unwonted longing for revenge that disturbed his grief, and made him conscious of that great blank of consolation which faithfulness produces. And for the time he was faithless. How came God to permit such cruel injustice of man? Permitting it, he could not be good. Then what was life, and what was death, but woe and despair? The beautiful solemn words of the ritual had done him good and restored much of his faith, though he could not understand why such sorrows had befallen him any more than before. He had come back to something of his childlike trust, He kept saying to himself in a whisper, as he mounted the weary steps, "It is the Lord's doing," and the repetition soothed him unspeakably. Behind this old couple followed their children, grown men and women, come from distant place or farmhouse service, the servants at the vicarage, and many a neighbour, anxious to show their sympathy, and most of the sailors from the crews of the vessels in port, joined in procession, and followed the dead body into the church. There was too great a crowd immediately within the door for Sylvia and Molly to go in again, and they accordingly betook themselves to the place where the deep grave was waiting, wide and hungry, to receive its dead. There, leaning against the headstones all around, were many standing, looking over the broad and placid sea, and turned to the soft salt air which blew on their hot eyes and rigid faces. For no one spoke of all that number. They were thinking of the violent death of him over whom the solemn words were now being said in the grey old church, scarcely out of their hearing, had not the sound been broken by the measured lapping of the tide far beneath. Suddenly every one looked round towards the path from the churchyard steps. 2 sailors were supporting a ghastly figure, that with feeble motions was drawing near the open grave. "It's t' Specksioneer as tried to save him. It's him as was left for dead," the people murmured round. "It's Charley Kinraid, as I'm a sinner," said Molly, starting forward to greet her cousin. But as he came on, she saw that all his strength was needed for the mere action of walking. The sailors, in their strong sympathy, had yielded to his earnest entreaty, and carried him up the steps, in order that he might see the last of his messmate. They placed him near the grave, resting against a stone, and he was hardly there before the vicar came forth, and the great crowd poured out of the church, following the body to the grave. Sylvia was so much wrapped up in the solemnity of the occasion that she had no thought to spare at the first moment for the pale and haggard figure opposite, much less was she aware of her cousin Philip, who, now singling her out for the first time from among the crowd, pressed to her side with an intention of companionship and protection. As the service went on, ill-checked sobs rose from behind the 2 girls, who were among the foremost in the crowd, and by the cry and the wail became general. Sylvia's tears rained down her face, and her distress became so evident that it attracted the attention of many in that inner circle. Among others who noticed it, the Specksioneer's hollow eyes were caught by the sight of the innocent blooming childlike face opposite to him, and he wondered if she were a relation, yet, seeing that she bore no badge of mourning, he rather concluded that she must have been a sweetheart of the dead man. And now all was over, the rattle of the gravel on the coffin, the last long lingering look of friends and lovers, the rosemary sprigs had been cast down by all who were fortunate enough to have brought them, and oh, how much Sylvia wished she had remembered this last act of respect. And slowly the outer rim of the crowd began to slacken and disappear. Now Philip spoke to Sylvia. "I never dreamt of seeing you here. I thought my aunt always went to Kirk Moorside." "I came with Molly Corney," said Sylvia. "Mother is staying at home with feyther." "How's his rheumatics?" asked Philip. But at the same moment Molly took hold of Sylvia's hand and said, "I want to get round and speak to Charley. Mother'll be main and glad to hear as he's getting out, though for sure he looks as though he'd ha' been better in his bed. Come, Sylvia." And Philip, fain to keep with Sylvia, had to follow the 2 girls close up to the Specksioneer, who was preparing for his slow laborious walk back to his lodgings. He stopped on seeing his cousin. "Well, Molly," said he, faintly, putting out his hand. But his eye passing her face to look at Sylvia in the background, her tear-stained face full of shy admiration of the nearest approach to a hero she had ever seen. "Well, Charley, I niver was so taken aback as when I saw you there like a ghost a standing again' a gravestone. How white and wan you do look." "Ay," he said wearily, "wan and weak enough." "But I hope you're getting better, sir," said Sylvia, in a low voice, longing to speak to him, and yet wondering at her own temerity. "Thank you, my lass, I'm o'er the worst." He sighed heavily. Philip now spoke. "We're doing him no kindness a keeping him standing here into nightfall, and him so tired." And he made as though he would turn away. Kinraid's 2 sailor friends backed up Philip's words with such urgency that somehow Sylvia thought they had been to blame in speaking to him, and blushed excessively with the idea. "You'll come and be nursed at Moss Brow, Charley," said Molly, and Sylvia dropped her little maidenly curtsy and said good bye, and went away, wondering how Molly could talk so freely to such a hero; but then, to be sure, he was a cousin, and probably a sweetheart, and that would make a
Chapter 7 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 7. TÄ'te-Ã, The Will. "And now, tell me all about folk at home," said Philip, evidently preparing to walk back with the girls. He generally came to Haytersbank every Sunday afternoon, so Sylvia knew what she had to expect the moment she became aware of his neighbourhood in the churchyard. "My feyther's been sadly troubled with his rheumatics this week past, but he's a vast better now, thank ye kindly." Then, addressing herself to Molly, she asked, "Is your cousin a doctor to look after him?" "Ay, for sure," said Molly quickly, for though she knew nothing about the matter, she was determined to suppose that her cousin had everything becoming an invalid as well as a hero. "He's well-to-do and can afford everything as he needs," continued she. "His feyther's left him money, and he were a farmer out up in Northumberland, and he's reckoned such a Specksioneer as never was, and guess what wage he asks for, and a share on every whale he harpoons beside." "I reckon he'll have to make himself scarce on this coast for a while at any rate," said Philip. "And what for should he?" asked Molly, who never liked Philip at the best of times, and now, if he was going to disparage her cousin in any way, was ready to take up arms and do battle. "Why, they do say as he fired the shot as has killed some of the men o' war's men, and of course if he has he'll have to stand his trial if he's caught." "What lies people do say!" exclaimed Molly. "He niver killed nought but whales, I'll be bound. Or if he did, it were all right and proper as he should, when they were for stealing him and all others, and he'd kill poor Darley as we could for seeing buried. I suppose, now you're such a Quaker, that, if someone was to break through for other side this dyke and offer to murder Sylvia and me, you'd look on with your hands hanging by your side. But Pressgang had law on their side, and were doing nought but what they'd warrant for." "My tender's gone away, as if she were ashamed of what she'd done," said Sylvia. "And flag's down for over the Randyvows. There'll be no more press-ganging here a while." "No, feyther says," continued Molly, "as they'd made place too hot to hold 'em, coming so strong afore people are getting used to their ways of catching up poor lads just come fra Greenland seas. Folks had their blood so up they think no harm fighting 'em in t' streets. Ay, and a killing 'em too if they were for using firearms, as Aurora's men did." "Women is so fond o' bloodshed," said Philip. "For to hear you talk, who'd have thought you'd just come fra crying over the grave of a man who was killed by violence? I should have thought you'd seen enough of what sorrow comes of fighting. Why, them lads on Aurora, as they say Kinraid shot down, had fathers and mothers, maybe, a-looking out for 'em to come home." "I don't think he could have killed 'em," said Sylvia. "He looked so gentle." But Molly did not like this half-and-half view of the case. "I dare say he did kill 'em dead. He's not one to do things by halves, and I think he served 'em reet, that's what I do." "Isna this Hester, as serves in Foster's shop?" asked Sylvia in a low voice, as a young woman came through a stile in the stone wall by the roadside, and suddenly appeared before them. "Yes," said Philip. "Why, Hester, where have you been?" he asked as they drew near. Hester reddened a little, and then replied in her slow, quiet way, "I've been sitting with Betsy Darley, her that is bedridden. It were lonesome for her when the others were away at the burying," and she made as though she would have passed, but Sylvia, all her sympathies alive for the relations of the murdered man, wanted to ask more questions, and put her hand on Hester's arm to detain her a moment. Hester suddenly drew back a little, reddened still more, and then replied fully and quietly to all Sylvia asked. In the agricultural counties, and among the class to which these 4 persons belonged, there is little analysis of motive or comparison of characters and actions, even at this present day of enlightenment. 60 or 70 years ago there was still less. I do not mean that amongst thoughtful and serious people there was not much reading of such books as Mason on self-knowledge and Law's Serious Call, or that there were not the experiences of the Wesleyans, that were related at class meeting for the edification of the hearers, but, taken as a general ride, it may be said that few knew what manner of men they were, compared to the numbers now who are fully conscious of their virtues, qualities, failings, and weaknesses, and who go about comparing others with themselves, not in a spirit of Pharisaism and arrogance, but with a vivid self-consciousness that more than anything else deprives characters of freshness and originality. To return to the party we left standing on the high-raised footway that ran alongside of the bridle road to Haytersbank. Sylvia had leisure in her heart to think how good Hester is for sitting with the poor bedridden sister of Darley, without having a pang of self-depreciation in the comparison of her own conduct with that she was capable of so fully appreciating. She had gone to church for the ends of vanity, and remained to the funeral for curiosity and the pleasure of the excitement. In this way a modern young lady would have condemned herself, and therefore lost the simple, purifying pleasure of admiration of another. Hester passed onwards, going down the hill towards the town. The other three walked slowly on. All were silent for a few moments, then Sylvia said, "How good she is!" And Philip replied with ready warmth, "Yes, she is. No one knows how good but us, who live in the same house with her." "Her mother is no Quakeress, bean't she?" Molly inquired. "Alice Rose is a friend, if that is what you mean," said Philip. "Well, well, some folks so particular. Is William Coulson a Quaker, by which I mean a friend?" "Yes, they're all on 'em right down good folk." "Deary me! What a wonder you can speak to such sinners as Sylvia and me, after keeping company with so much goodness," said Molly, who had not yet forgiven Philip for doubting Kinraid's power of killing men. "Isn't it, Sylvia?" But Sylvia was too highly strung for banter. If she had not been one of those who went to mock, but remained to pray, she had gone to church with the thought of the cloak that was to be uppermost in her mind, and she had come down the long church stair with life and death suddenly become real to her mind, the enduring sea and hills forming a contrasting background to the vanishing away of man. She was full of a solemn wonder as to the abiding place of the souls of the dead, and a childlike dread lest the number of the elect should be accomplished before she was included therein. How people could ever be merry again after they had been at a funeral she could not imagine, so she answered gravely and slightly beside the question, "I wonder if I was a friend if I should be good." "Give me your red cloak, that's all, when you turn Quaker. They'll none let thee wear scarlet, so'll be of no use to thee." "I think thou'rt good enough as thou art," said Philip tenderly, at least as tenderly as he durst, for he knew by experience that it did not do to alarm her girlish coyness. Either one speech or the other made Sylvia silent, neither was accordant to her mood of mind, so perhaps both contributed to her quietness. "Folk say William Coulson looks sweet honest, Rose," said Molly, always up in Monkshaven gossip. It was in the form of an assertion, but was said in the tone of a question, and as such Philip replied to it. "Yes, I think he likes her a good deal, but he's so quiet I never feel sure. John and Jeremiah would like the match, I've a notion." And now they came to the stile which had filled Philip's eye for some minutes past, though neither of the others had perceived they were so near it, the stile which led to Moss Brow from the road into the fields that sloped down to Haytersbank. Here they would leave Molly, and now would begin the delicious tête-à-tête walk which Philip always tried to make as lingering as possible. To-day he was anxious to show his sympathy with Sylvia as far as he could read what was passing in her mind. But how was he to guess the multitude of tangled thoughts in that unseen receptacle? A resolution to be good, if she could, and always to be thinking on death, so that what seemed to her now was simply impossible might come true, that she might dread the grave as little as her bed, a wish that Philip were not coming home with her, a wonder if the Specksioneer really had killed a man, an idea which made her shudder. Yet from the awful fascination about it, Her imagination was compelled to dwell on the tall, gaunt figure, and try to recall the one countenance, a hatred and desire of revenge on the press gang so vehement that it sadly militated against her intention of trying to be good. All these notions and wonders and fancies were whirling about in Sylvia's brain, and at one of their promptings she spoke. "How many miles away is Greenland seas? I mean, how long do they take to reach?" "I don't know. 10 days or a fortnight or more maybe. I'll ask." "Oh, feyther'll tell me all about it. He's been there many a time." "I say, Sylvie, my aunt said I were to give you lessons this winter i' writing and ciphering. I can begin to come up now, 2 evenings maybe a week. Shop closes early after November comes in." Sylvia did not like learning, and did not want him for her teacher, so she answered in a dry little tone, "It'll use a deal of candle light. Mother'll not like that. I can't see to spell without a candle close at my elbow." "Never mind about candles. I can bring up a candle wi' me, for I shall be burning one at Alice Rose's." So that excuse would not do. Sylvia beat her brains for another. "Writing cramps my hands so. I can't do any sewing for a day after, and feyther wants his shirts very bad." "But, Sylvia, I'll teach you geography, and ever such a vast of fine things about countries on map." "Is Arctic seas down on map?" she asked in a tone of greater interest. "Yes, Arctics and Tropics and Equator, and equinoctial line. We'll take 'em turn and turn about. We'll do writing and ciphering one night, geography other." Philip spoke with pleasure at the prospect, but Sylvia relaxed into indifference. "I'm no scholard. It's like throwing away labour to teach me. I'm such a dunce at my book. Now there's Betsy Corney, 3rd girl, her is as younger than Molly. She'd be a credit to you. There never was such a lass with pottering o'er books." If Philip had had his wits about him, he would have pretended to listen to this proposition of a change of pupils, and then possibly Sylvia might have repented making it. But he was too much mortified to be diplomatic. "Me aunt asked me to teach you a bit, not any neighbour's lass." "Well, if I mun be taught, I mun. But I'd rather be whipped and have done with it," was Sylvia's ungracious reply. A moment afterwards she repented of her little spirit of unkindness, and thought that she should not like to die that night without making friends. Sudden death was very present in her thoughts since the funeral, so she instinctively chose the best method of making friends again, and slipped her hand into his as he walked a little suddenly at her side. She was half afraid, however, when she found it firmly held, and that she could not draw it away again without making what she called in her own mind a fuss. So, hand in hand, they slowly and silently came up to the door of Haytersbank Farm, not unseen by Bell Robson, who sat in the window seat with her Bible open upon her knee. She had read her chapter aloud to herself, and now she could see no longer, even if she had wished to read more. But she gazed out into the darkening air, and a dim look of contentment came like moonshine over her face when she saw the cousins approach. "That's my bread day and night," said she to herself. But there was no unusual aspect of gladness on her face as she lighted the candle to give them a more cheerful welcome. "Where's feyther?" asked Sylvia, looking round the room for Daniel. "He's been to Kirkmorside Church, for t' see a bit o' the world, as he calls it, and sin' then he's gone out t' cattle, for Kester's ta'en his turn o' playing hisself now that father's better." "I've been talking to Sylvia," said Philip, his head still full of his pleasant plan, his hand still tingling from the touch of hers, "about turning schoolmaster, and coming up here 2 nights a week for t' teach her a bit o' writing and ciphering." "And geography," put in Sylvia, "for," thought she, "if I'm to learn them things I don't care a pin about, anyway I'll learn what I do care to know, if it'll tell me about Greenland seas and how far they're off." That same evening a trio alike in many outward circumstances sat in a small neat room in a house opening out of a confined court on the hilly side of the High Street of Monkshaven, a mother, her only child, and the young man who silently loved that daughter, and was favoured by Alice Rose, though not by Hester. When the latter returned from her afternoon's absence, she stood for a minute or two on the little flight of steep steps, whitened to a snowy whiteness. The aspect of the whole house partook of the same character of irreproachable cleanliness. It was wedged up into a space which necessitated all sorts of odd projections and irregularities in order to obtain sufficient light for the interior, and if ever the being situated in a dusky, confined corner might have been made an excuse for dirt, Alice Rose's house had that apology. Yet the small diamond panes of glass in the casement window were kept so bright and clear that a great sweet-scented leaved geranium grew and flourished, though it did not flower profusely. The leaves seemed to fill the air with fragrance as soon as Hester summoned up energy enough to open the door. Perhaps that was because the young Quaker, William Coulson, was crushing one between his finger and thumb while waiting to set down Alice's next words. For the old woman, who looked as if many years of life remained in her yet, was solemnly dictating her last will and testament. It had been on her mind for many months, for she had something to leave beyond the mere furniture of the house. Something, a few pounds, in the hands of John and Jeremiah Foster, her cousins, and it was they who had suggested the duty on which she was engaged. She had asked William Coulson to write down her wishes, and he had consented, though with some fear and trepidation, for he had an idea that he was infringing on a lawyer's prerogative, and that, for aught he knew, he might be prosecuted for making a will without a licence, just as a man might be punished for selling wine and spirits without going through the preliminary legal forms that give permission for such a sale. But to his suggestion that Alice should employ a lawyer, she had replied, "That would cost me £5 sterling, and thee canst do it as well, if thee'll but attend to my words." So he had bought at her desire a black-edged sheet of fine wove paper, and a couple of good pens on the previous Saturday, and while waiting for her to begin her dictation, and full serious thought himself, he had almost unconsciously made the grand flourish at the top of the paper which he had learnt at school, and which was there called a spread-eagle. "What art thee doing there?" asked Alice, suddenly alive to his proceedings. Without a word he showed her his handiwork. "It's a vanity," said she, "and may make will not stand. Folk may think I were in my right mind if they see such fly legs and cobwebs atop. Right, this is my doing, William Coulson, and none of Alice Rose's, she being in her sound mind." I don't think it's needed," said William. Nevertheless, he wrote down the words. "Hast thee put that I am in my sound mind and seven senses? Then make the sign of the Trinity and write, 'In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.'" "Is that the right way of beginning a will?" said Coulson, a little startled. "My father, and my father's father, and my husband had it atop of theirs, and I'm none going for to cease from following after them, for they were godly men, though my husband were o' Episcopal persuasion." "It's done," said William. "Hast thee dated it?" asked Alice. "Nay." "Then date it 3rd day 9th month. Now art ready?" Coulson nodded. "I, Alice Rose, do leave my furniture, that is, my bed and chest of drawers, for thy bed and things is thine and not mine, and settle, and saucepans, and dresser, and table, and kettle, and all the rest of my furniture to my lawful and only daughter, Hester Rose. I think that's safe for her to have all, isn't not, William?" "I think so too," said he, writing on all the time. "And thee shall have roller and pasteboard, because thee's so fond of puddings and cakes. It'll serve thy wife after I'm gone, and I trust she'll boil her pace long enough, for that's been secret o' mine, and thee'll no be so easy to please." "I didn't reckon on marriage," said William. "Thee'll marry," said Alice. "Thee likes to have thy victuals hot and comfortable, and there's noan many but a wife as'll look after that for to please thee." "I know who could please me," sighed forth William, "but I can't please her." Alice looked sharply at him from over her spectacles, which she had put on the better to think about the disposal of her property. "Thee art thinking on our Hester," said she plainly out. He started a little, but looked up at her and met her eyes. "Hester cares noan for me," said he dejectedly. "Bide a while, my lad," said Alice kindly. "Young women don't always know their own minds. Thee and her would make a marriage after my own heart, and the Lord has been very good to me hitherto, and I think he'll bring it to pass. But don't thee let on as thee cares for her so much. I sometimes think she wearies of thy looks and thy ways. Show up thy manly heart, and make as though thee had much else to think on, and no leisure for to dawdle after her, and she'll think a deal more on thee. And now mend thy pen for a fresh start. I give and bequeath. Did thee put give and bequeath at the beginning?" "Nay," said William, looking back. "Thee didst not tell me give and bequeath." "Then it won't be legal, and my bit of furniture will be taken to London and put in Chancery, and Hester will have noan on it." "I can write it over," said William. "Well, write it clear then, and put a line under it to show those are my special words. Hast thee done it? Then now start afresh. I give and bequeath my book of sermons, as is bound in good calfskin and lies on the third shelf at corner cupboard at the right hand at fireplace, to Philip Hepburn, for I reckon he's as fond of reading sermons as thee art of light, well-boiled paste, and I'd be glad for each on ye to have some what ye like for to remember me by. Is that down? There. Now for me cousins John and Jeremiah. They are rich at world's gear, but they'll prize what I leave 'em if I could only bethink me what they would like. Hearken, isn't that our Hester's step? Put it away, quick. I'm known for grieving her with telling her what I've been about. We'll take a turn at will next Thursday. It will serve us for several Sabbaths to come, and maybe I can think on something as will suit cousin John and cousin Jeremiah afore then." Hester, as was mentioned, paused a minute or two before lifting the latch of the door. When she entered there was no unusual sign of writing about, only Will Coulson looking very red, and crushing and smelling at the geranium leaf. Hester came in briskly, with the little stock of enforced cheerfulness she had stopped at the door to acquire, but it faded away along with a faint flush of colour in her cheeks, and the mother's quick eye immediately noted the wan heavy look of care. "I've kept t' pot in oven. It'll have almost got a goodness out of tea by now, for it'll be an hour since I made it. Poor lass, thou looks as if thou needed a good cup of tea. It were dree work sitting with Betsy Darley, were it? And how does she look on her affliction?" "She takes it sore to heart," said Hester, taking off her hat, and folding and smoothing away her cloak, before putting them in the great oak chest, or ark, as it was called, in which they were laid from Sunday to Sunday. As she opened the lid, a sweet scent of dried lavender and rose leaves came out. William stepped hastily forwards to hold up the heavy lid for her. She lifted up her head, looked at him full with her serene eyes, and thanked him for his little service. Then she took a creepy stool and sat down on the side of the fireplace, having her back to the window. The hearth was of the same spotless whiteness as the steps. All that was black about the grate was polished to the utmost extent. All that was of brass, like the handle of the oven, was burnished bright. Her mother placed the little black earthenware teapot, in which the tea had been stewing, on the table, where cups and saucers were already set for four, and a large plate of bread and butter cut. Then they sat round the table, bowed their heads, and kept silence for a minute or two. When this grace was ended, and they were about to begin, Alice said, as if without premeditation, but in reality with a keen shrinking of heart out of sympathy with her child, "Philip would have been into his tea by now, I reckon, if he'd been coming." William looked up suddenly at Hester. Her mother carefully turned her head another way, but she answered quite quietly, "He'll be gone to his aunt's at Haytersbank. I met him at Toppet-brow with his cousin and Molly Coney." "He's a deal there," said William. "Yes," said Hester, "it's likely. Him and his aunt come from Carlisle way, and must needs cling together in these strange parts." "I saw him at the burying of yon Darley," said William. "It were a vast o' people went past entry end," said Alice. "It were almost like election time. I were just come back from a meeting when they were all going up church steps. I met yon sailor as they say used violence and did murder. He looked like a ghost, though whether it were his bodily wounds or the sense of his sins stirring within him, it's not for me to say. And by the time I was back here and settled to my Bible, folk were returning, and it were tramp, tramp past entry end for better'n a quarter of an hour. They say Kinraid's getting slugs and gunshot in his side, said Hester. He's niver won Charlie Kinraid for sure, as I knowed at Newcastle, said William Coulson, roused to sudden energetic curiosity. I don't know, replied Hester. They call him just Kinraid, and Betsy Darley says he's most daring Specksioneer of all that go off this coast at Greenland seas. But he's been in Newcastle, for remind me, she said her poor brother met with him there. How didst thee come to know him? Inquired Alice. I cannot abide him if it is Charlie, said William. He kept company with my poor sister as is dead for better'n a 2 year, and then he left off coming to see her and went with another girl, and it just broke her heart. He don't look now as if he ever could play at that game again, said Alice. He has had a warning for t' Lord. Whether it be a call no one can tell, but to my eye he looks as if he had been called and was going. Then he'll meet my sister, said William solemnly, and I hope the Lord will make it clear to him then how he killed her, as sure as he shot down yon sailors, and if there's a gnashing of teeth for murder in that other place, I reckon he'll have his share on. He's a bad man, yon. Betsy said he was such a friend to her brother as never was, and he sent her word and promised to go and see her first place he goes out to. But William only shook his head and repeated his last words. He's a bad man, he is. When Philip came home that Sunday night, he found only Alice up to receive him. The usual bedtime in the house was 9 o'clock, and it was but 10 minutes past the hour, but Alice looked displeased and stern. "Thee art late, lad," said she shortly. "I'm sorry. It's a long way from me uncle's, and I think clocks are different," said he, taking out his watch to compare it with the round moon's face that told the time to Alice. "I know nought about thy uncle's, but thee art late."
Chapter 8 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda Martin Sandino. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 8. A fortnight had passed over, and winter was advancing with rapid strides. In bleak northern farmsteads there was much to be done before November weather should make the roads too heavy for half-fed horses to pull carts through. There was the turf, pared up on the distant moors, and left out to dry, to be carried home and stacked. The brown fern was to be stored up for winter bedding for the cattle, for straw was scarce and dear in those parts. Even for thatching, heather, or rather ling, was used. Then there was meal to salt while it could be had, for in default of turnips and mangold wurzel, there was a great slaughtering of barren cows as soon as the summer herbage failed, and good housewives stored up their Christmas piece of beef and pickle before Martinmas was over. Corn was to be ground while yet it could be carried to the distant mill. The great racks for oat-cake, that swung at the top of the kitchen, had to be filled. And last of all came the pig-killing, when second frost set in. For up in the north there is an idea that the ice stored in the first frost will melt, and the meat cured then taint. The first frost is good for nothing but to be thrown away, as they express it. There came a breathing time after this last event. The house had had its autumn cleaning, and was neat and bright from top to bottom, from one end to another. The turf was laid, the coal carted up from Monkshaven, the wood stored, the corn ground, the pig killed, and the hams and heads and hands lying in salt. The butcher had been glad to take the best parts of a pig of Dame Robson's careful feeding, but there was unusual plenty in the Haysterbank pantry, and as Belle surveyed it one morning, she said to her husband, "I wonder if yon poor sick chap at Moss Brow would fancy some of my sausages. There's something to crack on,
for they are made from an old Cumberland recipe, as is not known in Yorkshire yet. "Thou's allies so set upon Cumberland ways," said her husband, not displeased with the suggestion, however. "Still, when folk's sick they han their fancies, and maybe Kinraid'll be glad of the sausages. I ha' known sick folk take to eating snails." This was not complimentary, perhaps, but Daniel went on to say that he did not mind if he stepped over with the sausages himself, when it was too late to do anything else. Sylvia longed to accompany her father, but somehow she did not like to propose it. Towards dusk she came to her mother to ask for the key of the great bureau that stood in the house place as a state piece of furniture, although its use was to contain the family's best wearing apparel, and stores of linen, such as might be supposed to be more needed upstairs. "What for do you want my keys?" asked Bell. "Only just to get out one of t' damask napkins." "The best napkins, as my mother span?" "Yes," said Sylvia, her colour heightening. "I thought as how it would set off the sausages." "A good clean homespun cloth will serve them better," said Bell, wondering in her own mind what was come over the girl, to be thinking of setting off sausages that were to be eaten, not to be looked at like a picture book. She might have wondered still more if she had seen Sylvia steal round the little flower border she had persuaded Kester to make under the wall at the sunny side of the house, and gather the 2 or 3 Michaelmas daisies, and the one bud of the China rose that, growing against the kitchen chimney, had escaped the frost, and then, when her mother was not looking, softly open the cloth inside the little basket that contained the sausages and a fresh egg or two, and lay her autumn blossoms in one of the folds of the towel. After Daniel, now pretty clear of his rheumatism, had had his afternoon meal (tea was a Sunday treat), he prepared to set out on his walk to Mossborough, but as he was taking his stick he caught the look on Sylvia's face, and unconsciously interpreted its dumb wistfulness. "Missus," said he, "t' wench has not more to do, has she? She may as well put on her cloak and step down wi' me, and see Molly a bit. She'll be company like." Bell considered. "There's t' yarn for their stockings as is yet to spin, but she can go, for I'll do a bit o't myself, and there's nought else agate." "Put on thy things in a jiffy, then, and let's be off," said Daniel. And Sylvia did not need another word. Down she came in a twinkling, dressed in her new red cloak and hood, her face peeping out of the folds of the latter, bright and blushing. "Thou shouldst not have put on thy new cloak for a night walk to Mouseborough," said Bell, shaking her head. "Shall I go take it off, and put on my shawl?" asked Sylvia, a little dolefully. "Na, na, come along. I'm noane going to wait on women's chops and changes. Come along. Come, lassie." This last to his dog. So Sylvia set off with a dancing heart and a dancing step that had yet to be restrained to the sober gait her father chose. The sky above was bright and clear with the light of 1,000 stars. The grass was crisping under her feet with the coming hoar frost, and as they mounted to the higher ground they could see the dark sea stretching away far below them. The night was very still, though now and then crisp sounds in the distant air sounded very near in the silence. Sylvia carried the basket, and looked like Little Red Riding Hood. Her father had nothing to say, and did not care to make himself agreeable, but Sylvia enjoyed her own thoughts, and any conversation would have been a disturbance to her. The long monotonous roll of the distant waves as the tide bore them in, the multitudinous rush at last, and then the retreating rattle and trickle, as the baffled waters fell back over the shingle that skirted the sands, and divided them from the cliffs. Her father's measured tread, and slow, even moment, Lassie's pattering, all lulled Sylvia into a reverie of which she could not have given herself any definite account. But at length they arrived at Mossborough, and with a sudden sigh she quitted the subjects of her dreamy meditations, and followed her father into the great house place. It had a more comfortable aspect by night than by day. The fire was always kept up to a wasteful size, and the dancing blaze and the partial light of candles left much in shadow that was best ignored in such a disorderly family. But there was always a warm welcome to friends, however roughly given, and after words of this were spoken, the next rose up equally naturally in the mind of Mrs. Corney. "And what will you take? But t' Mister'll be fine and vexed at your coming when he's away. He's off to Horncastle to sell some colts, and he'll not be back till to-morrow's neet. But here's Charley Kinraid as we've getten to nurse up a bit, and t' lads'll be back fra Monkshaven in a crack o' no time." All this was addressed to Daniel, to whom she knew that none but masculine company would be acceptable. Amongst uneducated people, whose range of subjects and interests do not extend behind their daily life, it is natural that when the first blush and hurry of youth is over, there should be no great pleasure in the conversation of the other sex. Men have plenty to say to men, which in their estimation, gained from tradition and experience, women cannot understand. And farmers of a much later date than the one of which I am writing would have contemptuously considered it a loss of time to talk to women. Indeed, they were often more communicative to the sheep-dog that accompanied them through all the day's work, and frequently became a sort of dumb confidant. Farmer Robson's lassie now lay at her master's feet, placed her nose between her paws, and watched with attentive eyes the preparations going on for refreshments. Preparations which, to the disappointment of her canine heart, consisted entirely of tumblers and sugar. "Where's t' wench?" said Robson, after he had shaken hands with Kincaid, and spoken a few words to him and Mrs. Corney. "She's getting a basket with sausages in them, as my missus has made, and she's a rare hand at sausages. There's none like her in not o' the 3 ridings, I'll be bound." For Daniel could praise his wife's powers in her absence, though he did not often express himself in an appreciative manner when she was by to hear. But Sylvia's quick sense caught up the manner in which Mrs. Corney would apply the way in which her mother's housewifery had been exalted, and stepping forward out of the shadow, she said, "Mother thought, maybe, you hadn't killed a pig yet, and sausages is always a bit savoury for any one who is na well, and—" She might have gone on, but that she caught Kincaid's eyes looking at her with kindly admiration. She stopped speaking, and Mrs. Corney took up the word. "As for sausages, I had never had a chance this year, else I stand again any one for t' making of them. Yorkshire hams is a vast thought on, and I'll niver let another countrywoman say as she could make better sausages nor me. But as I'm saying, I'd niver a chance, for our pig, as I were sae fond of, and fed myself, and as would have been 14 stone by now if he were an ounce, and as knew me as well as any Christian, and a pig as I may say that I just idolized, went and took a fit a week after Michaelmas Day and died, as if it had been to spite me, and t' next is no ready for killing, nor would not be this 6 weeks. So I'm much beholden to your missus, and so's Charlie, I'm sure, though he's ta'en a turn to betterin' sin' he came out here to be nursed." "I'm a deal better," said Kincaid, "a'most ready for t' press gang to give chase to again. But folks say they're gone off this coast for one while," added Daniel. "They're gone down toward Hull, as I've been told," said Kincaid. "But they're a deep set. They'll be here before we know where we are, and some of these days." "See thee here," said Daniel, exhibiting his maimed hand. "I reckon I served 'em out o' time o' t' Ameriky War." And he began the story Sylvia knew so well, for her father never made a new acquaintance but what he told him of his self-mutilation to escape the press gang. It had been done, as he would himself have owned, to spite himself as well as them, for it had obliged him to leave a sea life, to which, in comparison, all life spent on shore was worse than nothing for dullness. For Robson had never reached the rank aboard ship which made him being unable to run up a rigging, or throw a harpoon, or to fire off a gun of no great consequence. So he had to be thankful that an opportune legacy enabled him to turn farmer, a great degradation in his opinion. But his blood warmed, as he told the Specksioneer, toward a sailor, and he pressed Kincaid to beguile the time when he was compelled to be ashore, by coming over to see him at Hayterbank whenever he felt inclined. Sylvia, appearing to listen to Molly's confidences, was hearkening in reality to all this conversation between her father and the Specksioneer, and at this invitation she became especially attentive. Kinraid replied, "I'm much obliged to ye, I'm sure. Maybe I can come and spend an evening with you, but as soon as I'm got round a bit, I must go see my own people as live at Cullercoats near Newcastle upon Tyne." "Well, well," said Daniel, rising to take leave, with unusual prudence as to the amount of his drink. "Thou'lt see, thou'lt see. I shall be main glad to see thee, if thou'lt come, but I've na lads to keep thee company, only one sprig of a wench. Sylvia, come here, and let's show thee to this young fellow." Sylvia came forward, ruddy as any rose, and in a moment Kinraid recognized her as the pretty little girl he had seen crying so bitterly over Darley's grave. He rose up out of true sailor's gallantry as she shyly approached and stood by her father's side, scarcely daring to lift her great soft eyes to have one fair gaze at his face. He had to support himself by one hand rested on the dresser, but she saw he was looking far better. younger, less haggard, than he had seemed to her before. His face was short and expressive. His complexion had been weather-beaten and bronzed, though now he looked so pale. His eyes and hair were dark, the former quick, deep-set, and penetrating, the latter curly, and almost in ringlets. His teeth gleamed white as he smiled at her, a pleasant friendly smile of recognition, but she only blushed the deeper and hung her head. "I'll come, sir, and be thankful. I dare say a turn'll do me good, if the weather holds up, and the frost keeps on." "That's right, my lad," said Robson, shaking him by the hand, and then Kinraid's hand was held out to Sylvia. She could not avoid the same friendly action. Molly Corney followed her to the door, and when they were fairly outside she held Sylvia back for an instant to say, "Is not he a fine likely man? I'm so glad as you've seen him, for he's to be off next week to Newcastle and that neighbourhood. But he said he'd come to us some night," asked Sylvia, half in a fright. "Ay, I'll see as he does, never fear, for I should like for you to know him a bit. He's a rare talker. I'll mind him a-coming to you." Somehow Sylvia felt as if this repeated promise of reminding Kinraid of his promise to come and see her father took away part of the pleasure she had anticipated from his visit. Yet what could be more natural than that Molly Corney should wish her friend to be acquainted with a man whom Sylvia believed to be all but Molly's engaged lover? Pondering these thoughts, the walk home was as silent as that going to Mossborough had been. The only change seemed to be that now they faced the brilliant northern lights flashing up the sky, and that either this appearance or some of the wailing narrations of Kinraid had stirred up Daniel Robson's recollections of a sea ditty, which he kept singing to himself in a low, unmusical voice, the burden of which was, "For I loves the tossin' say." Bell met them at the door. "Well, and here ye are at home again, and Philip has been, Sylvie, to give thee thy ciphering lesson, and he stayed a while, thinking thou'd be coming back." "I'm very sorry," said Sylvia, more out of deference to her mother's tone of annoyance than because she herself cared either for her lesson or her cousin's disappointment. "He'll come again to-morrow night, he says, but thou must take care and mind the nights he says he'll come, for it's a long way to come for nought." Sylvia might have repeated her "I'm very sorry" at this announcement of Philip's intentions, but she restrained herself, inwardly and fervently hoping that Molly would not urge the fulfilment of the Specksioneer's promise for to-morrow night, for Philip being there would spoil all. And besides, if she sate at the dresser at her lesson, and Kinraid at the table with her father, he might hear all, and find out what a dunce she was. She need not have been afraid. But the next night Hepburn came, and Kinraid did not. After a few words to her mother, Philip produced the candles he had promised, and some books and a quill or two. "What for hast thou brought candles?" asked Bell, in a half-affronted tone. Hepburn smiled. Sylvia thought it would take a deal of candlelight, and was for making it into a reason not to learn. "I should ha' used t' candles if I'd stayed home, so I just brought them wi' me." "Then thou mayst just take them back again," said Bell, shortly, blowing out that which he had lighted, and placing one of her own on the dresser instead. Sylvia caught her mother's look of displeasure, and it made her docile for the evening, although she owed her husband a grudge for her enforced good behaviour. "Now, Sylvia, here's a copy-book wi' t' Tower of London on it, and we'll fill it wi' as pretty writings as any in North Riding." Sylvia sate quite still, unenlivened by this prospect. "Here's a pen as'll nearly write of itself," continued Philip, trying to coax her out of her sullenness of manner. Then he arranged her in the right position. "Don't lay your head down on your left arm. You'll ne'er see to write straight." The attitude was changed, but not a word was spoken. Philip began to grow angry at such determined dumbness. "Are you tired?" asked he, with a strained mixture of crossness and tenderness. "Yes, very," was her reply. "But thou ought'st not be tired," said Bell, who had not got over the offence to her hospitality, who, moreover, liked her nephew, and had, to boot, a great respect for the learning she had never acquired. "Mother," said Sylvia, bursting out, "what's the use on my writing? Abednego, 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 all down a page. If I could see to use on it, I'd ha' asked father to send me to school, but I'm none wanting to have learning. It's a fine thing, though, is learning. My mother and my grandmother had it, but the family came down i' the world, and Philip's mother and me, we had none of it, but I ha' set my heart on thy having it, child." "My fingers is stiff," pleaded Sylvia, holding up her little hand and shaking it. "Let's us take a turn at spelling, then," said Philip. "What's t' use on it?" asked captious Sylvia. "Why, it helps one i' reading and writing." And what does reading and writing do for one?" Her mother gave her another of the severe looks that, quiet woman as she was, she could occasionally bestow upon the refractory, and Sylvia took her book and glanced down the column Philip pointed out to her. But as she justly considered, one man might point out the task, but 20 could not make her learn it if she did not choose, and she sat herself down on the edge of the dresser and idly gazed into the fire. But her mother came round to look for something in the drawers of the dresser, and as she passed her daughter, she said in a low voice, "Sylvie, be a good lass. I set a deal o' store by learning, and father 'ud never send thee to school, as has struck by me sore." If Philip, sitting with his back to them, heard these words, he was discreet enough not to show that he had heard, and he had his reward, for in a very short time Sylvia stood before him with her book in her hand, prepared to say her spelling, at which he also stood up by instinct, and listened to her slow succeeding letters, helping her out when she looked up at him with a sweet childlike perplexity in her face. For a dunce as to book learning poor Sylvia was, and was likely to remain, and in spite of his assumed office of schoolmaster, Philip Hepburn could almost have echoed the words of the lover of Jess MacFarlane: "I sent my love a letter, but alas she canna read, and I love her a' the better." Still, he knew his aunt's strong wish on the subject, and it was very delightful to stand in the relation of teacher to so dear and pretty, if so wilful, a pupil. Perhaps it was not very flattering to notice Sylvia's great joy when her lessons were over, sadly shortened as they were by Philip's desire not to be too hard upon her. Sylvia danced round to her mother, bent her head back and kissed her face, and then said defyingly to Philip, "If iver I write thee a letter, it'll just be full of nothing but Abednego, Abednego, Abednego." But at this moment her father came in from a distant expedition on the moors with Kester, to look after the sheep he had pasturing there before the winter set fairly in. He was tired, and so was Lassie, and so too was Kester, who, lifting his heavy legs one after the other, and smoothing down his hair, followed his master into the house-place, and sitting himself on a bench at the farther end of the dresser, patiently awaited the supper of porridge and milk which he shared with his master. Sylvia, meanwhile, coaxed Lassie, poor footsore dog, to her side, and gave her some food, which the creature was almost too tired to eat. Philip made as though he would be going, but Daniel motioned him to be quiet. "Sit thee down, lad. Soon as I've had my victual, I want to hear a bit of news." Sylvia took her sewing and sat at the little round table by her mother, sharing the light of the scanty dip candle. No one spoke. Every one was absorbed in what they were doing. What Philip was doing was gazing at Sylvia, learning her face off by heart. When every scrap of porridge was cleared out of the mighty bowl, Kester yawned, and wishing good night, withdrew to his loft over the cow-house. Then Philip pulled out the weekly York paper, and began to read the latest accounts of the war then raging. This was giving Daniel one of his greatest pleasures, for though he could read pretty well, yet the double effort of reading and understanding what he read was almost too much for him. He could read, or he could understand what was read aloud to him. Reading was no pleasure, but listening was. Besides, he had a true John Bullish interest in the war, without very well knowing what the English were fighting for. But in those days, so long as they fought the French for any cause, or no cause at all, every true patriot was satisfied. Sylvia and her mother did not care for any such far extended interest. A little bit of York news, the stealing of a few apples out of a Scarborough garden that they knew, was of far more interest to them than all the battles of Nelson in the north. Philip read in a high-pitched and unnatural tone of voice, which deprived the words of their reality, for even familiar expressions can become unfamiliar and convey no ideas, if the utterance is forced or affected. Philip was somewhat of a pedant, yet there was a simplicity in his pedantry, not always to be met with in those who are self-taught, and which might have interested any one who cared to know with what labour and difficulty he had acquired the knowledge which he now prized so highly, reading out Latin quotations as easily as if they were English, and taking pleasure in rolling polysyllables, until all at once, looking askance at Sylvia, he saw that her head had fallen back, her pretty rosy lips open, her eyes fast shut. In short, she was asleep. "Ay," said Farmer Robson, "and reading has almost set me off. Mother'd look angry now if I was to tell you had a right to kiss, but when I was a young man I'd a kissed a pretty girl as I saw asleep, afore you'd say Jack Robson." Philip trembled at these words, and looked at his aunt. She gave him no encouragement, standing up, making as though she had never heard her husband's speech, by extending her hand and wishing him good night. At the noise of the chairs moving over the flagged floor, Sylvia started up, confused and annoyed at her father's laughter. "Ay, lass, it's ever a good time to fall asleep when a young fellow is by. Here's Philip here as thou'rt bound to give a pair o' gloves to." Sylvia went like fire. She turned to her mother to read her face. "It's only father's joke, lass," said she. "Philip knows manners too well." "He'd better," said Sylvia, flaming round at him. "If he'd a touched me, I'd never ha' spoken to him no more." And she looked even as it was as if she was far from forgiving him. "Hoots, lass! Wenches are brought up so min nowadays. In my time they'd ha' thought nought such great harm of a kiss." "Good night, Philip," said Bell Robson, thinking the conversation unseemly. "Good night, aunt. Good night, Sylvie." But Sylvie turned her back on him, and he could hardly say good night to Daniel, who had caused such an unpleasant end to an evening that had at one time been Chapter 9 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda Martin Sandino. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 9. A few days after, Farmer Robson left Hayterbank betimes on a longish day's journey to purchase a horse. Sylvia and her mother were busied with 100 household things. The early winter's evening closed in upon them almost before they were aware. The consequences of darkness in the country even now are to gather the members of a family together in one room, and to make them settle to some sedentary employment. And it was much more the case at the period of my story, when candles were far dearer than they are at present, and when one was often made to suffice for a large family. The mother and daughter hardly spoke at all when they sat down at last. The cheerful click of the knitting needles made a pleasant home sound, and in the occasional snatches of slumber that overcame her mother, Sylvia could hear the long rushing boom of the waves down below the rocks, for the Hayterbank gully allowed the sullen roar to come up so far inland. It might have been about 8 o'clock, though from the monotonous course of the evening it seemed much later, when Sylvia heard her father's heavy step cranching down the pebbly path. More unusual, she heard his voice talking to some companion. Curious to see who it could be, with a lively instinctive advance towards any event which might break the monotony she had begun to find somewhat dull, she sprang up to open the door. Half a glance into the grey darkness outside made her suddenly timid, and she drew back behind the door as she opened it wide to admit her father and Kinraid. Daniel Robson came in bright and boisterous. He was pleased with his purchase, and had had some drink to celebrate his bargain. He had ridden the new mare into Monkshaven, and left her at the smithy there until morning, to have her feet looked at, and to be new shod. On his way home from the town he had met Kinraid wandering about in search of Hayterbank Farm itself, so he had just brought him along with him. And here they were, ready for bread and cheese, and aught else the mistress would set before them. To Sylvia, the sudden change into brightness and bustle occasioned by the entrance of her father and the Specksioneer was like that which you may effect any winter's night, when you come into a room where a great lump of coal lies hot and slumbering on the fire. Just break it up with a judicious blow from the poker, and the room, late so dark and dusk and lone, is full of life and light and warmth. She moved about with pretty household briskness, attending to all her father's wants. Kinraid's eyes watched her as she went backwards and forwards, to and fro, into the pantry, the back kitchen, out of light into shade, out of the shadow into the broad firelight where he could see and note her appearance. She wore the high-crowned linen cap of that day, surmounting her lovely masses of golden brown hair, rather than concealing them, and tied firm to her head by a broad blue ribbon. A long curl hung down on each side of her neck. Her throat rather, for her neck was concealed by a little spotted handkerchief carefully pinned across at the waist of her brown stuff gown. How well it was, thought the young girl, that she had doffed her bedgown and linsey woolsey petticoat, her working dress, and made herself smart in her stuff gown, when she sat down to work with her mother. By the time she could sit down again, her father and Kinraid had their glasses filled, and were talking of the relative merits of various kinds of spirits. that led on to tales of smuggling and the different contrivances by which they or their friends had eluded the preventive service, the nightly relays of men to carry the goods inland, the kegs of brandy found by certain farmers whose horses had gone so far into the night that they could do no work the next day, the clever way in which certain women managed to bring in prohibited goods. In fact, that when a woman did give her mind to smuggling, she was more full of resources and tricks and impudence and energy than any man. There was no question of the morality of the affair. One of the greatest signs of the real progress we have made since those times seems to be that our daily concerns of buying and selling, eating and drinking, whatsoever we do, are more tested by the real practical standard of our religion than they were in the days of our grandfathers. Neither Sylvia nor her mother was in advance of their age. Both listened with admiration to the ingenious devices, and acted as well as spoken lies, that were talked about as fine and spirited things. Yet if Sylvia had attempted one tithe of the deceit in her everyday life, it would have broken her mother's heart. But when the duty on salt was strictly and cruelly enforced, making it penal to pick up rough, dirty lumps containing small quantities that might be thrown out with the ashes of the brine houses on the high roads, when the price of this necessary was so increased by the tax upon it as to make it an expensive, sometimes an unattainable luxury to the working man, government did more to demoralize the popular sense of rectitude and uprightness than heats of sermons could undo, and the same, though in smaller measure, was the consequence of many other taxes. It may seem curious to trace up the popular strand of truth to taxation, but I do not think the idea would be so very far-fetched. From smuggling adventures it was easy to pass on to stories of what had happened to Robson, in his youth a sailor in the Greenland seas, and to Kinraid, now one of the best harpooners in any whaler that stayed off the coast. "There's 3 things to be afeared on," said Robson, authoritatively. "There's t' ice, that's bad, there's dirty weather, that's worse, and there's whales theirselves, as is the worst o' all. Leastways, it was in my days. The darned brutes may ha' learned better manners sin'. When I were young, they could never be got to let theirselves be harpooned, wi'out floundering and making play wi' their tails and their fins, till t' say were all in a foam, and t' boat's crews were all o'er wi' spray, that in them latitudes is a kind o' shower bath not needed." "The whales hasn't mended their manners, as you call it," said Kinraid, "but the ice is not to be spoken lightly on. I were once on the ship John of Hull, and we were in good green water, and were keen after whales, and ne'er thought harm of a great grey iceberg as were on our lee bow, a mile or so off. It looked as if it had been there from the days of Adam, and were likely to see the last man out, and it ne'er a bit bigger nor smaller in all of them thousands and thousands o' years. Well, the fast boats were out after a fish, and I were Specksioneer in one, and we were so keen after capturing our whale that none of us saw that we were drifting away from them right into the deep shadow of the iceberg. But we were set upon our whale, and I harpooned it, and as soon as it were dead we lashed its fins together and fastened its tail to our boat. And then we took our breath and looked about us, and away from us a little space were the other boats, with 2 other fish making play, and as likely as not to break loose, for I may say, as I were t' best harpooner on board the John, wi'out saying great things o' myself. So I says, 'My lads, one o' you stay i' the boat by this fish,' the fins of which, as I said, I'd reeved a rote through myself, and which was as dead as Noah's grandfather, 'and the rest of us shall go on and help the other boats with their fish,' for you see we had another boat close by in order to sweep the fish. I suppose they swept fish in your time, master?" "Ay, ay," said Robson. "One boat lies still, holding t' end o' the line, t'other makes a circuit round to fish. Well! luckily for us we had our second boat, for we all got into it, ne'er a man on us was left in the fast boat, and says I, 'But who's to stay by t' dead fish?' and no man answered, for they were all as keen as me for to go and help our mates, and we thought as we could come back to our dead fish, and had a boat for a buoy, once we had helped our mates. So off we rowed, every man jack on us, out o' the black shadow o' the iceberg, as looked as steady as the Polestar. Well! we had not been a dozen fathoms away fra the boat as we had left, when crash! Down with a roaring noise, and then a gulp of deep waters, and then a shower of blinding spray, and when we had wiped our eyes clear, and getten our hearts down again fra our mouths, there were never a boat nor a glittering belly or e'er a great whale to be seen, but the iceberg were there, still and grim, as if 100 ton or more had fallen off all in a mass, and crushed down boat and fish and all into the deep water, as goes half through the earth in them latitudes. The coal miners round about Newcastle way may come upon our good boat if they mind deep enough, else ne'er another man will see her, and I left as good a clasp knife in her as ever I clapped eyes on." "But what a mercy no man stayed in her," said Bell. "Why, mistress, I reckon we all must die some way, and I'd as soon go down in the deep waters as be choked up with moulds." "But it must be so cold," said Sylvia, shuddering and giving a little poke to the fire to warm her fancy. "Cold!" said her father. "What do ye stay-at-homes know about cold, I should like to know? If you'd been where we were once, north latitude 81, and such a frost as ye ha' never known, no, not deep in winter, as it were June in them seas, and a whale i' sight, and we were off in a boat after her, and t' ill-mannered brute, as soon as she were harpooned, up split her big awkward tail, and struck t' boat in her stern, and chucked me out into the water, that were cold, I can tell thee. First, I smarted all o'er me, as if my skin were suddenly stripped off me, and next, ivery bone in my body had getten toothache, and there were a great roar in my ears, and a dizziness in my eyes, and t' boat's crew kept throwing out their oars, and I kept clutching at them, but I could not make out where they was, my eyes dazzled so wi' cold, and I thought I were bound for kingdom come, and I tried to remember t' creed, as I might die a Christian, but all I could think was, 'What is your name, M or N?' and just as I were giving up both words and life, they heaved me aboard, but bless me, they had but one oar, for they'd thrown out the others after me. So you may reckon it were some time afore we could reach the ship, and I've heard tell, I were a precious sight to look on, for my clothes was just hard frozen to me, and my hair a'most as big a lump o' ice as yon iceberg you was a-telling us on. They rubbed me as missus there were rubbing t' hams yesterday, and gev me brandy, and I've niver getten t' frost out o' my bones for a' their rubbing, and a great deal o' brandy as I've taken sin. Talk o' cold, it's little you women know o' cold." "But there's heat too, in some places," said Kinraid. "I was once a voyage in an American. They goes for the most part south, to where you come round to the cold again, and they'll stay there for 3 year at a time, if need be, going into winter harbour o' some of the Pacific islands. Well, we were i' the southern seas, a-seeking for good whaling ground, and, close on our larboard beam, there were a great wall o' ice, as much as 60 feet high, and says our captain, as were a dare-devil if ever a man were, 'There'll be an opening in yon grey wall, and into that opening I'll sail, if I coast along it till the day of judgment.' But for all our sailing we never seemed to come nearer to the opening. The waters were rocking beneath us, and the sky were steady above us, and the ice rose out of the waters and seemed to reach up into the sky. We sailed on, and we sailed on, for more days nor I could count. Our captain were a strange, wild man, but once he looked a little pale when he came upon the deck after his turning, and saw the green-grey ice going straight up on our beam. Many on us thought as the ship were bewitched for the captain's words, and we got to speak low, and to say our prayers o' night, and a kind o' dull silence came to the very air. Our voices did not rightly seem our own, and we sailed on, and we sailed on, and all at once the man as were on watch gave a cry. He saw a break in the ice, and we'd begun to think were everlasting, and we all gathered toward the bows. And the captain called to the man at the helm to keep her course, and cocked his head, and began to walk the quarter-deck jaunty again. And we came to a great cleft of the long weary rock of ice, and the sides of the cleft were not jagged, but went straight sharp down into the foaming waters. But we took but one look what lay inside, for our captain, with a loud cry to God, bade the helmsman steer norwards away from the mouth of hell. We all saw with our own eyes, inside the fearsome wall of ice, 70 miles long, as we could swear to, inside that grey cold ice came leaping flames, all red and yellow with heat of some unearthly kind, out of the very waters of the sea, making our eyes dazzle with their scarlet gaze, that shot up as high, nay, higher than the ice around, yet never so much as a shred until 'twas melted. They did say that some beside our captain saw the black devils dart hither and thither, quicker than the very flames themselves. Anyhow, we saw them, and as he knew it were his own daring as had led them to have that peep at terrors forbidden to any of us afore our time, he just dwined away, and we hadn't taken but one whale afore our captain died, and first mate took the command. It were a prosperous voyage, but for all that I'll never sail those seas again, nor ever take wage upon an American again." "Eh, dear, but it's awful to think o' sitting with a man that's seen the doorway into hell," said Bell, aghast. Sylvia had dropped her work, and sat gazing at Kinraid with fascinated wonder. Daniel was just a little annoyed at the admiration which his own wife and daughter were bestowing on the Specksioneer's wonderful stories, and he said, "Ay, ay, if I'd been a talker, ye'd ha' thought a deal more on me nor ye've iver done yet. I've seen such things, and done such things." "Tell us, father," said Sylvia, greedy and breathless. "Some on them is past telling," he replied, "and some is not to be had for to asking, seeing as how they might bring a man into trouble. But, as I said, if I had a fancy to reveal all is on my mind, I could make the hair on your heads lift up your caps. Well, we'll say an inch at least. Thy mother, lass, has heard one or two of 'em. Thou minds the story of my ride on the whale's back, Bell. That'll maybe be within this young fellow's comprehension o' the danger. Thou's heerd me tell it, hasn't tha?" "Yes," said Bell, "but it's a long time ago, when we was courting, and that afores this young lass were born, as is a'most up to a woman's estate. But sin' those days I ha' been o'er busy to tell stories to my wife, and as I'll warrant she's forgotten it, and as Sylvia here ne'er heard it. If you'll fill up your gas, Kinraid, you shall have the benefit of it. I were a specksioneer mysel', though after that I rayther directed my talents into smuggling branch of my profession. But I were once whalin' aboard t'Ane Whale of Whitby, and we was anchored off the coast of Greenland one season, and we'd gotten a cargo o' 7 whale, but our captain, he were a keen-eyed chap, niver above doing any man's work, and once seeing a whale he throws himself into a boat and goes off to it, making signals to me and another specksioneer, as were off for the diversion in another boat, for to come after him sharp. Well, after we comes alongside, captain had harpooned to fish, and says he, 'Now, Robson, all ready, give in to her again when she comes up to top,' and I stands, right leg foremost, harpoon all ready, as soon as I ever cotched a sight of the whale, but niver a fin could I see. 'Twere no wonder, for she were right below t' boat in which we were, and when she wanted to rise, what does t' great ugly brute do but come wi' her head, as is like cast iron, up banging against t' bottom of the boat. I were thrown up into air like a shuttlecock, me and my line and my harpoon, up we goes, and many a good piece of timber with us, and many a good fellow too, but I had to look after myself, and I were high up into air afore I could say Jack Robinson, and I thought I were safe for another dive into salt water, but i'stead I comes down plump in the back of the whale. Ay, yo may stare, master, but theer I were, and main and slippery it were, only I sticks my harpoon inter her and steadies myself, and looks aboard o'er t' bast o' waves, and gets seasick in a manner, and puts up a prayer as she mayn't dive, and it were as good a prayer for wishin' it might come true as iver t' clergyman and t' clerk puts up in a Monkshaven church. Well, I reckon it were heard, for all I were in the north latitudes, for she keeps steady, and I does my best to keep steady. Indeed, I was too steady, for I was fast wi' t' harpoon line all knotted and tangled about me. The captain, he sings out for me to cut it, but it's easy singing out, it's none so easy fumbling for your knife in t' pocket o' your drawers, when you've to hold hard wi' the other hand on t' back o' the whale, swimming 14 knots an hour. At last I thinks to myself I can't get free o' t' line, and t' line is fast to t' harpoon, and t' harpoon's fast to t' whale, and t' whale may go down fathoms deeper whenever t' maggot stirs in her head, and t' water's cold and no good for drowning in, and I can't get free o' t' line, and I cannot get my life out o' my breeches pocket, though the captain should ca' it mutiny to disobey orders, and t' line's fast to harpoon. Let's see if t' harpoon's fast to the whale." So I tugged and I lugged, and t' whale didn't mistake it for ticklin', but she cocks up her tail, and throws out showers o' water as were ice or iver it touched me. But I pulls on t' shank, and I were only afeard she wouldn't keep at t' top wi' it sticking in her. But at last t' harpoon broke, and just in time, for I reckon she was as near tired o' me as I were on her, and down she went, and I had hard work to make for t' boats as was near enough to catch me. For what's wi' t' whales bein' but slippery, and t' water bein' cold, and me bein' hampered wi' t' line and t' piece o' harpoon, it's a chance, missus, as thou had stopped an old maid." "Ah, dear o' me," said Bell, "how well I remember you telling me that tale. It were 24 years ago come October. I thought I never could think enough on a man as rode on a whale's back." "You may learn t' way of winning t' women," said Daniel, winking at the Specksioneer. And Kinraid immediately looked at Sylvia. It was no premeditated action, it came as naturally as waking in the morning when his sleep was ended, But Sylvia coloured as red as any rose with his sudden glance, coloured so deeply that he looked away until he thought she had recovered her composure, and then he sat gazing at her again, but not for long, for Bell suddenly starting up, did all but turn him out from the house. It was late, she said, and her master was tired, and they had a hard day before them next day, and it was keeping Ellen Corney up, and they had had enough to drink, more than was good for them, she was sure, for they had both been taking her in with their stories, which she had been foolish enough to believe. No one saw the real motive of all this almost inhospitable haste to dismiss her guest, how the sudden fear had taken possession of her that he and Sylvia were fancying each other. Kinraid had said early in the evening that he had come to thank her for her kindness in sending sausages, as he was off to his own home near Newcastle in a day or two. But now he said, in reply to Daniel Robson, that he would step in another night before long and hear some more of the old man's yarns. Daniel had just had enough drink to make him very good-tempered, or else his wife would not have dared to have acted as she did, and this maudlin amiability took the shape of hospitable urgency that Kinraid should come as often as he liked to Haytersbank, come and make it his home when he was in these parts, stay there altogether, and so on, till Bell fairly shut the outer door to, and locked it before the Specksioneer had well got out of the shadows of their roof. All night long Sylvia dreamed of burning volcanoes springing out of icy southern seas. But as in the Specksioneer's tale the flames were peopled with demons, and there was no human interest for her in the wondrous scene in which she was no actor, only a spectator. With daylight came wakening and little homely everyday wonders. Did Kinraid mean that he was going away and entirely, or did he not? Was he Molly Corney's sweetheart, or was he not? When she had argued herself into certainty on one side, she suddenly wheeled about, and was just of the opposite opinion. At length she settled that it could not be settled until she saw Molly again, so by a strong gulping effort she resolutely determined to think no more about him, only about the marvels he had told. She might think a little about them when she sat at night, spinning in silence by the household fire, or when she went out in the gloaming to call the cattle home to be milked, and sauntered back behind the patient, slow-gaited creatures. And at times on future summer days, when, as in the past, she took her knitting out for the sake of the freshness of the faint sea breeze, and dropping down from ledge to ledge of the rocks that faced the blue ocean, established herself in a perilous nook that had been her haunt ever since her parents had come to Haytersbank Farm. From thence she had often seen the distant ships pass to and fro, with a certain sort of lazy pleasure in watching their swift tranquillity of motion, but no thought as to where they were bound to, or what strange places they would penetrate.
Chapter 10 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 10. A Refractory Pupil. Sylvia was still full of the Specksioneer and his stories when Hepburn came up to give her the next lesson. But the prospect of a little sensible commendation for writing a whole page full of flourishing Abednegos had lost all the slight charm it had ever possessed. She was much more inclined to try and elicit some sympathy in her interest in the perils and adventures of the northern seas than to bend and control her mind to the right formation of letters. Unwisely enough, she endeavoured to repeat one of the narratives that she had heard from Kinraid, and when she found that Hepburn, if indeed he did not look upon the whole as a silly invention, considered it only as an interruption to the real business in hand, to which he would try to listen as patiently as he could, in the hope of Sylvia's applying herself diligently to her copybook when she had cleared her mind, she contracted her pretty lips, as if to check them from making any further appeals for sympathy, and set about her writing lesson in a very rebellious frame of mind, only restrained by her mother's presence from spoken mutiny. "After all," said she, throwing down her pen and opening and shutting her weary cramped hand, "I see no good in tiring mysel' wi' learning for write letters when I's never got one in all my life. What for should I write answers when there's niver a one writes to me, and if I had one I couldn't read it? It's bad enough we're a book of print as I've never seen afore, for there's sure to be newfangled words in't. I'm sure I wish the man were farred who plagued his brains with striking out new words. Why can't folks just ha' set on 'em for good and all? Why, you'll be after using 200 or 300 yoursel every day as you live, Sylvie, and yet I must use a great many as you never think on about shop, and folks in fields want their set, let alone the high English that parsons and lawyers speak. Well, it's weary work is reading and writing. Cannot you learn me something else if we mun do lessons? There's sums, and geography, said Hepburn slowly and gravely. Geography, said Sylvia, brightening, and perhaps not pronouncing the word quite correctly. I'd like you to learn me geography. There's a deal of places I want to hear all about. Well, I'll bring up a book and map next time. But I can tell you something now. There's 4 quarters in the globe. What's that? Asked Sylvia. The globe is the earth, the place we live on. Go on. Which quarter's Greenland? Greenland is no quarter. It is only a part of one. Maybe it's half quarter. No, not so much as that. Half again? No, he replied, smiling a little. She thought he was making it into a very small place in order to tease her, so she pouted a little, and then said, Greenland is all geography I want to know, except perhaps York. I'd like to learn about York because it races, and London because King George lives there. But if you learn geography at all, you must learn about all places, which of them is hot, and which is cold, and how many inhabitants is in each, and what's the rivers, and which is the principal towns. I'm sure, Sylvie, Philip will learn thee all that. There'll be such a sight of knowledge as ne'er a one at Preston's has been sin' my great-grandfather lost his property. I should be main proud of thee. 'Twould seem as if we was Preston's a Slade-born once more. I'd do a deal to please you, mammy, but weary for riches and land if folks that has 'em is to write Abednegos by 't score, and to get hard words in their brains till they work like barmen and wi' cracking 'em. This seemed to be Sylvia's last protest against learning for the night, and after this she turned docile, and really took pains to understand all that Philip could teach her, by means of the not unskilful, though rude, map which he drew for her with a piece of charred wood on his aunt's dresser. He had asked his aunt's leave before beginning what Sylvia called his dirty work. But by and by even she became a little interested in starting from a great black spot called Monkshaven, and in the shaping of land and sea around that one centre. Sylvia held her round chin in the palms of her hands, supporting her elbows on the dresser, looking down at the progress of the rough drawing in general, but now and then glancing up at him with sudden inquiry. All along he was not so much absorbed in his teaching as to be unconscious of her sweet proximity. She was in her best mood towards him, neither mutinous nor saucy, and he was striving with all his might to retain her interest, speaking better than ever he had done before, such brightness did love call forth, understanding what she would care to hear and to know, when, in the middle of an attempt at explaining the cause of the long polar days of which she had heard from her childhood, he felt that her attention was no longer his, that a discord had come in between their minds, that she had passed out of his power. This certainty of intuition lasted but for an instant. He had no time to wonder or to speculate as to what had affected her so adversely to his wishes, before the door opened and Kinraid came in. Then Hepburn knew that she must have heard his coming footsteps, and recognised them. He angrily stiffened himself up into coldness of demeanour. Almost to his surprise, Sylvia's greeting to the newcomer was as cold as his own. She stood rather behind him, so perhaps she did not see the hand which Kinraid stretched out towards her, for she did not place her own little palm in it as she had done to Philip an hour ago, and she hardly spoke, but began to pore over the rough black map, as if seized with strong geographical curiosity, or determined to impress Philip's lesson deep on her memory. Still Philip was dismayed by seeing the warm welcome which Kinraid received from the master of the house, who came in from the back premises almost at the same time as the Specksioneer entered at the front. Hepburn was uneasy, too, at finding Kinraid take his seat by the fireside, like one accustomed to the ways of the house. Pipes were soon produced. Philip disliked smoking. Possibly Kinraid did so too, but he took a pipe at any rate and lighted it, though he hardly used it at all, but kept talking to Farmer Robson on sea affairs. He had the conversation pretty much to himself. Philip sat gloomily by, Sylvia and his aunt were silent, and old Robson smoked his long clay pipe, from time to time taking it out of his mouth to spit into the bright copper spittoon, and to shake the white ashes out of the bowl. Before he replaced it he would give a short laugh of relishing interest in Kinraid's conversation, and now and then he put in a remark. Sylvia perched herself sideways on the end of the dresser, and made pretence to sew, but Philip could see how often she paused in her work to listen. By and by his aunt spoke to him, and they kept up a little side conversation, more because Belle Robson felt that her nephew, her own flesh and blood, was put out, than for any special interest they either of them felt in what they were saying. Perhaps, also, they neither of them disliked showing that they had no great faith in the stories Kinraid was telling. Mrs. Robson, at any rate, knew so little as to be afraid of believing too much. Philip was sitting on that side of the fire which was nearest to the window and to Sylvia, and opposite to the Specksioneer. At length he turned to his cousin and said in a low voice, "I suppose we can't go on with our spell at geography till that fellow's gone?" The colour came into Sylvia's cheek at the words "that fellow," but she only replied with a careless air, "Well, I'm one as thinks enough is as good as a feast, and I've had enough of geography this one night, and thank you kindly all the same." Philip took refuge in offended silence. He was maliciously pleased when his aunt made so much noise with her preparation for supper as quite to prevent the sound of the sailor's words from reaching Sylvia's ears. She saw that he was glad to perceive that her efforts to reach the remainder of the story were balked. This nettled her, and, determined not to let him have his malicious triumph, and still more to put a stop to any attempt at private conversation, she began to sing to herself as she sat at her work, till, suddenly seized with a desire to help her mother, she dexterously slipped down from her seat, past Hepburn, and was on her knees toasting cakes right in front of the fire, and just close to her father and Kinraid. And now the noise that Hepburn had so rejoiced in proved his foe. He could not hear the little merry speeches that darted backwards and forwards as the Specksioneer tried to take the toasting fork out of Sylvia's hand. "How comes that sailor chap here?" asked Hepburn of his aunt. "He's none fit to be where Sylvia is." "Nay, I dunnot know," said she. "The Gawnies made us acquaint first, and my master is quite fain of his company." "And do you like him too, aunt?" asked Hepburn almost wistfully. He had followed Mrs. Robson into the dairy on pretence of helping her. "I'm none fond on him. I think he tells us travellers' tales by way of seeing how much we can swallow, but the master and Sylvia think that there never was such a one. I could show them a score as good as he down on quayside. Well, laddie, keep a calm sough. Some folk like some folk and others don't. Wherever I am there'll always be a welcome for thee." For the good woman thought that he had been hurt by the evident absorption of her husband and daughter with their new friend, and wished to make all easy and straight. But do what she would, he did not recover his temper all evening. He was uncomfortable, put out, not enjoying himself, and yet he would not go. He was determined to assert his greater intimacy in that house by outstaying Kinraid. At length the latter got up to go, but before he went he must needs bend over Sylvia and say something to her in so low a tone that Philip could not hear it. And she, seized with a sudden fit of diligence, never looked up from her sewing, only nodded her head by way of reply. At last he took his departure after many a little delay and many a quick return, which to the suspicious Philip seemed only pretences for taking stolen glances at Sylvia. As soon as he was decidedly gone, she folded up her work and declared that she was so much tired that she must go to bed there and then. Her mother, too, had been dozing for the last half-hour, and was only too glad to see signs that she might betake herself to her natural place of slumber. "Take another glass, Philip," said Farmer Robson. But Hepburn refused the offer rather abruptly. He drew near to Sylvia instead. He wanted to make her speak to him, and he saw that she wished to avoid it. He took up the readiest pretext. It was an unwise one as it proved, for it deprived him of his chances of occasionally obtaining her undivided attention. "I don't think you care much for learning geography, Sylvie?" "Not much to-night," said she, making a pretence to yawn, yet looking timidly up at his countenance of displeasure. "Nor at any time," said he with growing anger, "nor for any kind of learning. I did bring some books last time I came, meaning to teach you many a thing, but now I'll just trouble you for my books. I put them on yon shelf by the Bible." He had a mind that she should bring them to him, that at any rate he should have the pleasure of receiving them out of her hands. Sylvia did not reply, but went and took down the books with a languid, indifferent air. "And so you won't learn any more geography," said Hepburn. Something in his tone struck her, and she looked up in his face. There were marks of stern offence upon his countenance, and yet in it there was also an air of wistful regret and sadness that touched her. "You're niver angry with me, Philip? Sooner than vex you I'll try and learn, only I'm just stupid, and it won't be such a trouble to you." Hepburn could fain have snatched at this half proposal that the lesson should be continued, but he was too stubborn and proud to say anything. He turned away from the sweet pleading face without a word, to wrap up his books in a piece of paper. He knew that she was standing quite still by his side, though he made as if he did not perceive her. When he had done, he abruptly wished them all good night and took his leave. There were tears in Sylvia's eyes, although the feeling in her heart was rather one of relief. She had made a fair offer, and it had been treated with silent contempt. A few days afterwards her father came in from Monkshaven market and dropped out, among other pieces of news, that he had met Kinraid, who was bound for his own Rome at Cullercoats. He had desired his respects to Mrs. Robson and her daughter, and had bid Robson say that he would have come up to Haytersbank to wish them good-bye, but that as he was pressed for time he hoped they would excuse him. But Robson did not think it worth while to give this long message of mere politeness. Indeed, as it did not relate to business, and was only sent to women, Robson forgot all about it, pretty nearly as soon as it was uttered. So Sylvia went about fretting herself for 1 or 2 days at her hero's apparent carelessness of those who had at any rate treated him more like a friend than an acquaintance of only a few weeks' standing, and then, her anger quenching her incipient regard, she went about her daily business pretty much as though he had never been. He had gone away out of her sight into the thick mist of unseen life from which he had emerged, gone away without a word, and she might never see him again. But still there was a chance of her seeing him when he came to marry Molly Corney. Perhaps she should be bridesmaid, and then what a pleasant merry time the wedding day would be! The Corneys were all such kind people, and in their family there never seemed to be the checks and restraints by which her own mother hedged her round. Then there came an overwhelming self-reproaching burst of love for that own mother, a humiliation before her slightest wish, as penance for the moment's unspoken treason, and thus Sylvia was led to request her cousin Philip to resume his lessons in so meek a manner that he slowly and graciously acceded to a request which he was yearning to fulfil all the time. During the ensuing winter all went on in monotonous regularity at Haytersbank Farm for many weeks. Hepburn came and went, and thought Sylvia wonderfully improved in docility and sobriety, and perhaps also he noticed the improvement in her appearance. For she was at that age when a girl changes rapidly, and generally for the better. Sylvia shot up into a tall young woman, her eyes deepened in colour, her face increased in expression, and a sort of consciousness of unusual good looks gave her a slight tinge of coquettish shyness with the few strangers whom she ever saw. Philip hailed her interest in geography as another sign of improvement. He had brought back his book of maps to the farm, and there he sat on many an evening teaching his cousin, who had strange fancies respecting the places about which she wished to learn, and was coolly indifferent to the very existence of other towns and countries and seas far more famous in story. She was occasionally wilful, and at times very contemptuous as to the superior knowledge of her instructor. But, in spite of it all, Philip went regularly on the appointed evenings to Haytersbank, through keen black east wind, or driving snow, or slushing thaw, for he liked dearly to sit a little behind her, with his arm on the back of her chair, she stooping over the outspread map with her eyes, could he have seen them, a good deal fixed on one spot in the map. Not Northumberland, where Kinraid was spending the winter, but those wild northern seas about which he had told them such wonders. One day towards spring she saw Molly Corney coming towards the farm. The companions had not met for many weeks, for Molly had been from home visiting her relations in the north. Sylvia opened the door and stood smiling and shivering on the threshold, glad to see her friend again. Molly called out when a few paces off, "Why, Sylvie, is that thee? Why, how thou'rt growed, to be sure! What a bonny lass thou is!" "Dunnot talk nonsense to my lass," said Bell Robson, hospitably leaving her ironing and coming to the door. But though the mother tried to look as if she thought it nonsense, she could hardly keep down the smile that shone out of her eyes, as she put her hand on Sylvia's shoulder, with a fond sense of proprietorship in what was being praised. "Oh, but she is," persisted Molly. "She's grown quite a beauty sin' I saw her, and if I don't tell her so, the men will." "Be quiet with thee," said Sylvia, more than half offended, and turning away in a huff at the open, barefaced admiration. "Ay, but they will," persevered Molly. "You'll not keep her long, Mistress Robson, and as mother says, you'd feel it a deal more to have your daughters left on hand." "Thy mother has many, I have but this one," said Mrs. Robson with severe sadness, for now Molly was getting to talk as she disliked. But Molly's purpose was to bring the conversation round to her own affairs, of which she was very full. "Yes, I tell mother that with so many as she has, she ought to be thankful to one as gets off quickest." "Who? Which is it?" asked Sylvia a little eagerly, seeing that there was news of a wedding behind the talk. "Why, who should it be but me?" said Molly, laughing a good deal and reddening a little. "I've not gone for home for naught. I's picked up a mister on my travels, leastways one as is to be." "Charley Kinraid," said Sylvia, smiling, as she found that now she might reveal Molly's secret, which hitherto she had kept sacred. "Charley Kinraid be young," said Molly with a toss of her head. "One got an husband who's at sea half a year. Me master was a canny Newcastle shopkeeper outside. I reckon I've done pretty well for myself, and I'll wish you as good luck, Sylvia, for you see," turning to Bell Robson, who perhaps she thought would more appreciate the substantial advantages of her engagement than Sylvia, "though Mr. Brunton is near upon 40 if he's a day, yet he turns over a matter of £200 every year, and he's a good-looking man of his years too, and a kind good-tempered feller at bargain. He's been married once, to be sure, but his childer are dead except one, and I don't mislike childer either, and I'll feed 'em well, and I'll get 'em to bed early, out at road." Mrs. Robson gave her grave good wishes, but Sylvia was silent. She was disappointed. It was a coming down from the romance with the Specksioneer for its hero. Molly laughed awkwardly, understanding Sylvia's thoughts better than the latter imagined. "Sylvia's noane so well pleased. Why, lass, it's a better for thee. There's Charlie TÄ'te-ã now, for which if I'd married him, he'd na been, and he said more nor once what a pretty lass you'd grow into by and by." Molly's prosperity was giving her an independence and fearlessness of talk such as had seldom appeared hitherto, and certainly never before Mrs. Robson. Sylvia was annoyed at Molly's whole tone and manner, which were loud, laughing, and boisterous, but to her mother they were positively repugnant. She said shortly and gravely, "Sylvia's none so set up on matrimony. She's content to bide with me and her father. Let her be such talking, it's not in my way." Molly was a little subdued, but still her elation at the prospect of being so well married kept cropping out of all the other subjects which were introduced, and when she went away Mrs. Robson broke out in an unwonted strain of depreciation. "That's the way with some lasses. They're like a cock on a dunghill when they've teased a silly chap into wedding 'em. It's cock-a-doodle-doo I've got your husband, cock-a-doodle-doo wi' him. I've no patience with such like. I beg, Sylvie, thou'lt not get too thick wi' Molly. She's not pretty behaved, making such an ado about mankind, as if they were two-headed calves to be run after." "But Molly's a good-hearted lass, mother, only I never dreamt but what she was troth-plighted with Charley Kinraid," said Sylvia meditatively. "That wench'll be troth-plighted at first man
Chapter 11 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kath Gard. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 11. Visions of the Future. Before May was out, Molly Corney was married, and had left the neighbourhood for Newcastle. Although Charlie Kinraid was not the bridegroom, Sylvia's promise to be bridesmaid was claimed. But the friendship brought on by the circumstances of neighbourhood and parity of age had become very much weakened in the time that elapsed between Molly's engagement and wedding. In the first place, she herself was so absorbed in her preparations, so elated by her good fortune in getting married, and married too before her elder sister, that all her faults blossomed out full and strong. Sylvia felt her to be selfish. Mrs. Robson thought her not maidenly. A year before she would have been far more missed and regretted by Sylvia. Now it was almost a relief to the latter to be freed from the perpetual calls upon her sympathy, from the constant demands upon her congratulations, made by one who had no thought or feeling to bestow on others, at least not in these weeks of cock-a-doodle-doing, as Mrs. Robson persisted in calling it. It was seldom that Belle was taken with a humorous idea, but this once having hatched a solitary joke, she was always clucking it into notice, to go on with her own paltry simile. Every time during that summer that Philip saw his cousin, he thought her prettier than she had ever been before. Some new touch of colour, some fresh sweet charm seemed to have been added, just as every summer day calls out new beauty in the flowers. And this was not the addition of Philip's fancy. Hester Rose, who met Sylvia on rare occasions, came back each time with a candid, sad acknowledgment in her heart that it was no wonder that Sylvia was so much admired and loved. One day Hester had seen her sitting near her mother in the market-place. There was a basket by her, and over the clean cloth that covered the yellow pounds of butter she had laid the hedge roses and honeysuckle she had gathered on the way into Monkshaven. Her straw hat was on her knee, and she was busy placing some of the flowers in the ribbon that went round it. Then she held it on her hand, and turned it round about, putting her head on one side the better to view the effect, and all this time Hester, peeping at her through the folds of the stuffs displayed in Foster's windows, saw her with admiring, wistful eyes, wondering too if Philip at the other counter were aware of his cousin's being there, so near to him. Then Sylvia put on her hat, and looking up at Foster's windows caught Hester's face of interest, and smiled and blushed at the consciousness of having been watched over her little vanities, and Hester smiled back, but rather sadly. Then a customer came in, and she had to attend to her business, which, on this as on all market days, was great. In the midst she was aware of Philip rushing bareheaded out of the shop, eager and delighted at something he saw outside. There was a little looking-glass hung against the wall on Hester's side, placed in that retired corner, in order that the good women who came to purchase headgear of any kind might see the effect thereof before they concluded their bargain. In a pause of custom, Hester, half ashamed, stole into this corner, and looked at herself in the glass. What did she see? A colourless face, dark soft hair with no light gleams in it, eyes that were melancholy instead of smiling, a mouth compressed with a sense of dissatisfaction. This was what she had to compare with the bright bonny face in the sunlight outside. She gave a gulp to check the sigh that was rising, and came back even more patient than she had been before this disheartening peep, to serve all the whims and fancies of purchasers. Sylvia herself had been rather put out by Philip's way of coming to her. It made her look so silly, she thought. And what for must he make a sight of himself, coming among the market folk in that a way? And when he took to admiring her hat, she pulled out the flowers in a pet, and threw them down and trampled them under foot. "What for art thou doing that, Sylvie?" said her mother. "The flowers is well enough, but maybe thy hat might have been stained." "I don't like Philip to speak to me so," said Sylvia, pouting. "How?" asked her mother. But Sylvia could not repeat his words. She hung her head, and looked red and preoccupied, anything but pleased. Philip had addressed his first expression of personal admiration at an unfortunate tune. It just shows what different views different men and women take of their fellow creatures, when I say that Hester looked upon Philip as the best and most agreeable man she had ever known. He was not one to speak of himself without being questioned on the subject, so his Haytersbank relations, only come into the neighbourhood in the last year or two, knew nothing of the trials he had surmounted, or the difficult duties he had performed. His aunt, indeed, had strong faith in him, both from partial knowledge of his character and because he was of her own tribe and kin, but she had never learnt the small details of his past life. Sylvia respected him as her mother's friend, and treated him tolerably well as long as he preserved his usual self-restraint of demeanour, but hardly ever thought of him when he was absent. Now Hester, who had watched him daily for all the years since he had first come as an errand-boy into Foster's shop, watching with quiet, modest, yet observant eyes, had seen how devoted he was to his master's interests, had known of his careful and punctual ministration to his absent mother's comforts, as long as she was living to benefit by his silent, frugal self-denial. His methodical appropriation of the few hours he could call his own was not without its charms to the equally methodical Hester. The way in which he reproduced any lately acquired piece of knowledge so wearisome to Sylvia, was delightfully instructive to Hester, although, as she was habitually silent, it would have required an observer more interested in discovering her feelings than Philip was to have perceived the little flush on the pale cheek, and the brightness in the half-veiled eyes whenever he was talking. She had not thought of love on either side. Love was a vanity, a worldliness not to be spoken about, or even thought about. Once or twice, before the Robsons came into the neighbourhood, an idea had crossed her mind that possibly the quiet habitual way in which she and Philip lived together might drift them into matrimony at some distant period, and she could not bear the humble advances which Coulson, Philip's fellow lodger, sometimes made. They seemed to disgust her with him. But after the Robsons settled at Haytersbank, Philip's evenings were so often spent there that any unconscious hopes Hester might, unawares, have entertained, died away. At first she had felt a pang akin to jealousy when she heard of Sylvia, the little cousin who was passing out of childhood into womanhood. Once, early in those days, she had ventured to ask Philip what Sylvia was like. Philip had not warmed up at the question, and had given rather a dry catalogue of her features, hair, and height, but Hester, almost to her own surprise, persevered, and jerked out the final question. "Is she pretty?" Philip's sallow cheek grew deeper by 2 or 3 shades, but he answered with a tone of indifference, "I believe some folks think her so." "But do you?" persevered Hester, in spite of her being aware that he somehow disliked the question. "There's no need for talking of such things," he answered, with abrupt displeasure. Hester silenced her curiosity from that time, but her heart was not quite at ease, and she kept on wondering whether Philip thought his little cousin pretty, until she saw her and him together, on that occasion of which we have spoken, when Sylvia came to the shop to buy her new cloak, and after that Hester never wondered whether Philip thought his cousin pretty or no, for she knew quite well. Belle Robson had her own anxieties on the subject of her daughter's increasing attractions. She apprehended the dangers consequent upon certain facts by a mental process more akin to intuition than reason. She was uncomfortable, even while her motherly vanity was flattered at the admiration Sylvia received from the other sex. This admiration was made evident to her mother in many ways. When Sylvia was with her at market, it might have been thought that the doctors had prescribed a diet of butter and eggs to all the men under 40 in Monkshaven. At first it seemed to Mrs. Robson but a natural tribute to the superior merit of her farm produce, but by degrees she perceived that if Sylvia remained at home she stood no better chance than her neighbours of an early sale. There were more customers than formerly for the fleeces stored in the wool loft. Comely young butchers came after the calf almost before it had been decided to sell it. In short, excuses were seldom wanting to those who wished to see the beauty of Haytersbank Farm. All this made Belle uncomfortable, though she could hardly have told what she dreaded. Sylvia herself seemed unspoilt by it, as far as her home relations were concerned. A little thoughtless she had always been, and thoughtless she was still, but as her mother had often said, "You canna put old heads on young shoulders," and if blamed for her carelessness by her parents, Sylvia was always as penitent as she could be for the time being. To be sure, it was only to her father and mother that she remained the same as she had been when an awkward lassie of 13. Out of the house there were the most contradictory opinions of her, especially if the voices of women were to be listened to. She was an ill-favoured, overgrown thing, just as bonny as the first rose in June, and as sweet in nature as honeysuckle a-climbing round it. She was a vixen with a tongue sharp enough to make your very heart bleed. She was just a bit of sunshine wherever she went. She was sulky, lively, witty, silent, affectionate or cold-hearted, according to the person who spoke about her. In fact, her peculiarity seemed to be this, that everyone who knew her talked about her either in praise or blame. In church or in market she unconsciously attracted attention. They could not forget her presence, as they could that of other girls perhaps more personally attractive. Now all this was a cause of anxiety to her mother, who began to feel as if she would rather have had her child pass by in silence than so much noticed. Belle's opinion was that it was creditable to a woman to go through life in the shadow of obscurity, never named except in connection with good housewifery, husband or children. Too much talking about a girl, even in the way of praise, disturbed Mrs. Robson's opinion of her, and when her neighbours told her how her own daughter was admired, she would reply coldly, "She's just well enough," and change the subject of conversation. But it was quite different with her husband. To his looser, less restrained mind, it was agreeable to hear of, and still more to see, the attention which his daughter's beauty received. He felt it as reflecting consequence on himself. He had never troubled his mind with speculations as to whether he himself was popular, still less whether he was respected. He was pretty welcome wherever he went as a jovial, good-natured man, who had done adventurous and illegal things in his youth, which in some measure entitled him to speak out his opinions on life in general, in the authoritative manner he generally used. But of the two, he preferred consorting with younger men to taking a sober stand of respectability with the elders of the place, and he perceived, without reasoning upon it, that the gay, daring spirits were more desirous of his company when Sylvia was by his side than at any other time. One or two of these would saunter up to Haytersbank on a Sunday afternoon, and lounge round his fields with the old farmer, Belle kept herself from the nap which had been her weekly solace for years in order to look after Sylvia, and on such occasions she always turned as cold a shoulder to the visitors as her sense of hospitality and of duty to her husband would permit. But if they did not enter the house, old Robson would always have Sylvia with him when he went the round of his land. Belle could see them from the upper window, the young men standing in the attitudes of listeners, while Daniel laid down the law on some point, enforcing his words by pantomimic actions with his thick stick, and Sylvia, half turning away as if from some too admiring gaze, was possibly picking flowers out of the hedge-bank. These Sunday afternoon strolls were the plague of Belle's life that whole summer. Then it took as much of artifice as was in the simple woman's nature to keep Daniel from insisting on having Sylvia's company every time he went down to Monkshaven. And here again came a perplexity, the acknowledgment of which in distinct thought would have been an act of disloyalty according to Belle's conscience. If Sylvia went with her father, he never drank to excess, and that was a good gain to health at any rate. Drinking was hardly a sin against morals in those days and in that place, so occasionally she was allowed to accompany him to Monkshaven as a check upon his folly, for he was too fond and proud of his daughter to disgrace her by any open excess. But one Sunday afternoon, early in November, Philip came up before the time at which he usually paid his visits. He looked grave and pale, and his aunt began, "Why, lad, what's been ado? That looking as peaked and pined as a Methody preacher after a love feast, when he's talked hisself to death's door. They dostna get good milky now, that's what it is, such stuff as Monkshaven folks put up wi'. No, aunt, I'm quite well, only I'm a bit put out, vexed like at what I've heard about Sylvie." His aunt's face changed immediately. "And what'n folks say of her next thing?" "Oh," said Philip, struck by the difference of look and manner in his aunt, and subdued by seeing how instantly she took alarm. "It were only my uncle. He shouldna take a girl like her to a public. She were wi' him at t'Admiral's Head up All Souls' Day, that were all. There were many a one there beside. It were a statute fair, but such a one as our Sylvie ought not to be cheapened wi' rest." "And he took her there, did he?" said Belle in severe meditation. "I had never no opinion o' th' wenches as'll set theirselves to be hired for servants in th' fair. They're a bad lot as cannot find places for theirselves, 'bout going and standing to be stared at by folk, and grinning wi' the plough lads when no one's looking. It's a bad look out for th' missus as takes one o' these wenches for a servant. And dost to mean to say as my Sylvie went and demeaned herself to dance and marlock wi' fair folk at th'Admiral's Head? No, no, she didna dance, she barely set foot in th' room, but it were her own pride as saved her. Uncle would niver ha' kept her from it, for he'd fallen in wi' Ailey of Seaburn and one or two others, and they were having a glass i' th' bar, and Mrs. Lawson, t' landlady, knew how there was them who would come and dance among parish prentices if need were, just to get a word or a look wi' Sylvie. So she tempts her in, saying that the room were all smartened and fine wi' flags, and there was them in the room as told me that they never were so startled as when they saw our Sylvie's face peeping in among all t' flustered maids and men, rough and red wi' weather and drink. And Jim McBean, he said she were just like a bit o' apple blossom among peonies. And some man, he didn't know who, went up and spoke to her, and either at that or at summat word she heard, for they'd got a good way on afore that time, she went quite white and mad, as if fire were coming out of her eyes. Then she turned red and left the room, for all t' landlady tried to laugh it off and keep her in. I'll be down to Monkshaven before I'm a day older, and tell Margaret Lawson some on my mind, and she'll not forget in a hurry. Bell moved as though she would put on her cloak and hood there and then. "Nay, it's not in reason as a woman in that line of life shouldn't try to make her house agreeable," said Philip. "Not wi' my wench," said Bell in a determined voice. Philip's information had made a deeper impression on his aunt than he intended. He himself had been annoyed more at the idea that Sylvia would be spoken of as having been at a rough piece of rustic gaiety, a yearly festival for the lower classes of Yorkshire servants, outdoor as well as indoor, than at the affair itself, for he had learnt from his informant how instantaneous her appearance had been. He stood watching his aunt's troubled face, and almost wishing that he had not spoken. At last she heaved a deep sigh, and stirring the fire, as if by this little household occupation to compose her mind, she said, "It's a pity as wenches aren't lads or married folk. I could ha' wished, but it were the Lord's will. It would ha' been summat to look to if she'd had a brother. My master is so full on his own thoughts, you see. He's no mind left for thinking on her, what with thoughts, and th' wool, and th' young colt, and his venture in th' Lucky Mary." She really believed her husband to have the serious and important occupation for his mind that she had been taught to consider befitting the superior intellect of the masculine gender. She would have taxed herself severely if, even in thought, she had blamed him. And Philip respected her feelings too much to say that Sylvia's father ought to look after her more closely, if he made such a pretty creature so constantly his companion. Yet some such speech was only just pent within Philip's closed lips. Again his aunt spoke. "I used to think as she and yo might fancy one another, but thou art too old-fashioned like for her. You wouldna suit, and it's as well, for now I can say to thee that I would take it very kindly if thou wouldst look after her a bit." Philip's countenance fell into gloom. He had to gulp down certain feelings before he could make answer with discretion. "How can I look after her, and me tied to the shop more and more every day? I could send her on a bit of an errand to Foster's, and then for sure you might keep an eye upon her when she's in town, and just walk a bit way with her when she's in the street, and keep t'other fellows off her. Ned Simpson, t' butcher, in special, for folks do say he means no good by any girl he goes wi'. And I'll ask father to leave her a bit more wi' me. They're coming down Brow, and Ned Simpson with 'em. Now, Philip, I look to thee to do a brother's part by my wench, and warn off all as isn't fit." The door opened, and the coarse, strong voice of Simpson made itself heard. He was a stout man, comely enough as to form and feature, but with a depth of colour in his face that betokened the coming on of the habits of the sot. His Sunday hat was in his hand, and he smoothed the long nap of it, as he said, with a mixture of shyness and familiarity, "Sarvant, missus, your maester is fain that I should come in and have a drop. No offence, I hope." Sylvia passed quickly through the house-place, and went upstairs without speaking to her cousin Philip or to any one. He sat on, disliking the visitor, and almost disliking his hospitable uncle for having brought Simpson into the house, sympathising with his aunt in the spirit which prompted her curt answers, and in the intervals of all these feelings wondering what ground she had for speaking as if she had now given up all thought of Sylvia and him ever being married, and in what way he was too old-fashioned. Robson would gladly have persuaded Philip to join him and Simpson in their drink, but Philip was in no sociable mood, and sat a little aloof, watching the staircase down which sooner or later Sylvia must come, for, as perhaps has been already said, the stairs went up straight out of the kitchen, and at length his yearning watch was rewarded. First, the little pointed toe came daintily in sight, then the trim ankle in the tight blue stocking, the wool of which was spun and the web of which was knitted by her mother's careful hands. then the full brown stuff petticoat, the arm holding the petticoat back in decent folds so as not to encumber the descending feet, the slender neck and shoulders hidden under the folded square of fresh white muslin, the crowning beauty of the soft innocent face, radiant in colour, and with the light brown curls clustering around. She made her way quickly to Philip's side. How his heart beat at her approach, and even more when she entered into a low-voiced tête-à-tête. "Isn't he gone yet?" said she. "I cannot abide him. I could have pinched father when he asked him for to come in." "Maybe he'll not stay long," said Philip, hardly understanding the meaning of what he said, so sweet was it to have her making her whispered confidences to him. But Simpson was not going to let her alone in the dark corner between the door and the window. He began paying her some coarse country compliments, too strong in their direct flattery for even her father's taste, more especially as he saw by his wife's set lips and frowning brow how much she disapproved of their visitor's style of conversation. "Come, maister, leave t' lass alone. She's set up enough already, and mother makes such a deal on her. You and me's men for sensible talk at our time of life, and as I was saying, t' horse was a weaver if iver one was, as any one could ha' told as had come within a mile on him." And in this way the old farmer and the bluff butcher chatted on about horses, while Philip and Sylvia sate together, he turning over all manner of hopes and projects for the future, in spite of his aunt's opinion that he was too old-fashioned for her dainty, blooming daughter. Perhaps, too, Mrs. Robson saw some reason for changing her mind on this head as she watched Sylvia this night, for she accompanied Philip to the door, when the time came for him to start homewards, and bade him good night with unusual fervour, adding, "Thou'st been a deal o' comfort to me, lad, almost as one as if thou wert a child o' my own, as at times I could welly think thou art to be. Anyways, I trust to thee to look after the lile lass, as has no brother to guide her among men. And men's very kittle for a woman to deal wi', but if thou'lt have an eye on whom she consorts wi', my mind'll be easier." Philip's heart beat fast, but his voice was as calm as usual when he replied, "I'd just keep her a bit aloof from Monkshaven folks. A lass is always the more thought on for being chary of herself. And as for t' rest, I'll have an eye to the folks she goes among. And if I see that they don't befit her, I'll just give her a warning, for she's not one to like such chaps as yon Simpson there. She can see what's becoming in a man to say to a lass and what's not." Philip set out on his 2-mile walk home with a tumult of happiness in his heart. He was not often carried away by delusions of his own creating. Tonight he thought he had good ground for believing that by patient self-restraint he might win Sylvia's love. A year ago he had nearly earned her dislike by obtruding upon her looks and words betokening his passionate love. He alarmed her girlish coyness, as well as wearied her with the wish he had then felt that she should take an interest in his pursuits. But with unusual wisdom he had perceived his mistake. It was many months now since he had betrayed by word or look that she was anything more to him than a little cousin to be cared for and protected when need was. The consequence was that she had become tamed, just as a wild animal is tamed. He had remained tranquil and impassive, almost as if he did not perceive her shy advances towards friendliness. These advances were made by her after the lessons had ceased. She was afraid lest he was displeased with her behaviour in rejecting his instructions, and was not easy till she was at peace with him, and now, to all appearance, he and she were perfect friends, but nothing more. In his absence she would not allow her young companions to laugh at his grave sobriety of character and somewhat prim demeanour. She would even go against her conscience and deny that she perceived any peculiarity. When she wanted it, she sought his advice on such small subjects as came up in her daily life, and she tried not to show signs of weariness when he used more words, and more difficult words, than were necessary to convey his ideas. But her ideal husband was different from Philip in every point. The two images never for an instant merged into one. To Philip she was the only woman in the world. It was the one subject on which he dared not consider, for fear that both conscience and judgment should decide against him, and that he should be convinced against his will that she was an unfit mate for him, that she never would be his, and that it was a waste of time and life to keep her shrined in the dearest sanctuary of his being, to the exclusion of all the serious and religious aims which, in any other case, he would have been the first to acknowledge as the object he ought to pursue. For he had been brought up among the Quakers, and shared in their austere distrust of a self-seeking spirit. Yet what else but self-seeking was his passionate prayer, "Give me Sylvia, or else I die"? No other vision had ever crossed his masculine fancy for a moment. His was a rare and constant love that deserved a better fate than it met with. At this time his hopes were high, as I have said, not merely as to the growth of Sylvia's feelings towards him, but as to the probability of his soon being in a position to place her in such comfort as his wife, as she had never enjoyed before. For the brothers Foster were thinking of retiring from business, and relinquishing the shop to their two shopmen, Philip Hepburn and William Coulson. To be sure, it was only by looking back for a few months, and noticing chance expressions and small indications, that this intention of theirs could be discovered. But every step they took tended this way, and Philip knew their usual practice of deliberation too well to feel in the least impatient for the quicker progress of the end which he saw steadily approaching. The whole atmosphere of life among the friends at this date partook of this character of self-repression, and both Coulson and Hepburn shared in it. Coulson was just as much aware of the prospect opening before him as Hepburn, but they never spoke together on the subject, although their mutual knowledge might be occasionally implied in their conversation on their future lives. Meanwhile the Fosters were imparting more of the background of their business to their successors. For the present, at least, the brothers meant to retain an interest in the shop, even after they had given up the active management, and they sometimes thought of setting up a separate establishment as bankers. The separation of the business, the introduction of their shopmen to the distant manufacturers who furnished their goods. In those days the system of travellers was not so widely organised as it is at present. All these steps were in gradual progress, and already Philip saw himself in imagination in the dignified position of joint master of the principal shop in Monkshaven, with Sylvia installed as his wife, with certainly a silk gown, and possibly a gig at her disposal. In all Philip's visions of future prosperity, it was Sylvia who was to be aggrandized by them. His own life was to be spent as it was now, pretty much.
Chapter 12 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda Martin Sandino. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 12. All this enlargement of interest in the shop occupied Philip fully for some months after the period referred to in the preceding chapter. Remembering his last conversation with his aunt, he might have been uneasy at his inability to perform his promise and look after his pretty cousin, but that about the middle of November Belle Robson had fallen ill of a rheumatic fever, and that her daughter had been entirely absorbed in nursing her. No thought of company or gaiety was in Sylvia's mind as long as her mother's illness lasted. Vehement in all her feelings, she discovered in the dread of losing her mother how passionately she was attached to her. Hitherto she had supposed, as children so often do, that her parents would live for ever, and now when it was a question of days, whether by that time the following week her mother might not be buried out of her sight for ever, she clung to every semblance of service to be rendered, or affection shown, as if she hoped to condense the love and care of years into the few days only that might remain. Mrs. Robson lingered on, began slowly to recover, and before Christmas was again sitting by the fireside in the house-place, wan and pulled down, muffled up with shawls and blankets, but still there once more, where not long before Sylvia had scarcely expected to see her again. Philip came up that evening and found Sylvia in wild spirits. She thought that everything was done, now that her mother had once again come downstairs. She laughed with glee, she kissed her mother, she shook hands with Philip, she almost submitted to a speech of more than usual tenderness for him. But, in the midst of his words, her mother's pillows wanted arranging, and she went to her chair, paying no more heed to his words than if they had been addressed to the cat, that lying on the invalid's knee was purring out her welcome to the weak hand feebly stroking her back. Robson himself soon came in, looking older and more subdued since Philip had seen him last. He was very urgent that his wife should have some spirits and water, but on her refusal, almost as if she loathed the thought of the smell, he contented himself with sharing her tea, though he kept abusing the beverage as washing the heart out of a man, and attributing all the degeneracy of the world, growing up about him in his old age, to the drinking of such slop. At the same time, his little self-sacrifice put him in an unusually good temper, and mingled with his real gladness at having his wife once more on the way to recovery, brought back some of the old charm of tenderness combined with light-heartedness, which had won the sober Isabella Preston long ago. He sat by her side, holding her hand, and talking of old times to the young couple opposite, of his adventures and escapes, and how he had won his wife. She, faintly smiling at the remembrance of those days, yet half ashamed at having the little details of her courtship revealed, from time to time kept saying, "For shame with 'ee, Dannel, I never did," and faint denials of a similar kind. "Never believe her, Sylvie. She were a woman, and there's niver a woman but likes to have a sweetheart, and can tell when a chap's casting sheep's eyes at her, aye, and afore he knows what he's about hissen. She were a pretty one then, was my old woman, and like them as thought her so, though she did cock her head high, as being a Preston, which were a family of standing and means in those parts aforetime. There's Philip there, I'll warrant, is as proud of being Preston by t' mother's side, for it runs i' t' blood, lass. I can tell when a child of a Preston takes to being proud of their kin, by t' cut o' their nose. Now Philip's and my missus's had a turn beyond common in their nostrils, as if they was sniffling at t' rest o' the world, and seeing if we was good enough for 'em to consort wi'. Thee and me, lass, is Robsons, oat cake folk, while they's pie crust. Lord, how Bell used to speak to me, as short as though a wasn't a Christian, and at t' time she loved me as her very life, and well I knew it, though I'd to mark as though I didn't. Philip, when thou goest courtin', come to me, and I'll give thee many a wrinkle. I've shown, too, as a known well how to choose a good wife, by tokens and signs. Han't a missus. Come to me, my lad, and show me t' lass, and I'll just talk a squint at her, and tell you if she'll do or not. And if she'll do, I'll teach you how to win her." "They say another o' yon Corney girls is going to be married," said Mrs. Robson, in her faint, deliberate tones. "By gosh, and it's well thou spokest on them. I was as clean forgetting it as iver could be. I met Nanny Corney in Monkshaven last neet, and she axed me for to let our Sylvia come o' New Year's Eve, and see Molly and her man. That, and as is wed beyond Newcastle, they'll be over at her feyther's, for to New Year's Eve, and there's to be a merry making." Sylvia's colour came, her eyes brightened. She would have liked to go, but the thought of her mother came across her, and her features fell. Her mother's eye caught the look and the change, and knew what both meant as well as if Sylvia had spoken out. "Thursday's to-night," said she. "I'll be rare and strong by then, and Sylvie shall go play hersen. She's been nurse-tending long enough." "You're but weakly yet," said Philip shortly. He did not intend to say it, but the word seemed to come out in spite of himself. "I said as our lass should come, God willin', if she only came and went, and thee goin' on sprightly, old woman, and I'll turn nurse-tender mysen for t'occasion, special if thou can stand to good honest smell o' whisky by then. So, my lass, get up thy smart clothes, and cut t' best on 'em out, as becomes a Preston. Maybe I'll fetch thee home, and maybe Philip will convoy thee, for Nanny Corney bade thee to merry-making as well. She said her measter would be seemed thee about t' wool afore then." "I don't think I can go," said Philip, secretly pleased to know that he had had the opportunity in his power. "I'm half bound to go wi' Hester Rose and her mother to watch night." "Is Hester a Methody?" asked Sylvia in surprise. No, she's neither a Methody, nor a Friend, nor a Church person, but she's a turn for serious things, choose wherever they're found." "Well, then," said good-natured Farmer Robson, only seeing the surface of things, "I'll make shift to fetch Sylvia back fra to merry-making, and thee and thy young woman can go to prayer-making. It's every man to his taste, say I." But in spite of his half-promise, nay, against his natural inclination, Philip was lured to the Corneys by the thought of meeting Sylvia, of watching her and exulting in her superiority in pretty looks and ways to all the other girls likely to be assembled. Besides, he told his conscience, he was pledged to his aunt to watch over Sylvia like a brother, so in the interval before New Year's Eve he silently revelled as much as any young girl in the anticipation of the happy coming time. At this hour, all the actors in the story having played out their parts and gone to their rest, there is something touching in recording the futile efforts made by Philip to win Sylvia the love he yearned for. But at the time, anyone who had watched him might have been amused to see the grave, awkward, plain young man studying patterns and colours for a new waistcoat, with his head a little on one side, after the meditative manner common to those who are choosing a new article of dress. They might have smiled, could they have read in his imagination the frequent rehearsal of the coming evening, when he and she should each be dressed in their gala attire, to spend a few hours under a bright festive aspect among people whose company would oblige them to assume a new demeanour towards each other, not so familiar as their everyday manner, but allowing more scope for the expression of rustic gallantry. Philip had so seldom been to anything of the kind that even had Sylvia not been going, he would have felt a kind of shy excitement at the prospect of anything so unusual. But, indeed, if Sylvia had not been going, it is very probable that Philip's rigid conscience might have been aroused to the question whether such parties did not savour too much of the world for him to form one in them. As it was, however, the facts to him were simply these. He was going, and she was going. The day before he had hurried off to Haysterbank Farm with a small paper parcel in his pocket, a ribbon with a little briar rose pattern running upon it for Sylvia. It was the first thing he had ever ventured to give her. The first thing of the kind would, perhaps, be more accurate, for when he had begun to teach her any lessons he had given her Mavor's spelling book, but that he might have done out of zeal for knowledge to any dunce of a little girl of his acquaintance. The ribbon was quite a different kind of present. He touched it tenderly, as if he were caressing it. When he thought of her wearing it, the briar rose, sweetness and thorns, seemed to be the very flower for her. The soft green ground on which the pink and brown pattern ran was just the colour to show off her complexion, and she would in a way belong to him, her cousin, her mentor, her chaperone, her lover. While others only admired, he might hope to appropriate, for of late they had been such happy friends. Her mother approved of him. Her father liked him. A few months, perhaps only a few weeks more of self-restraint, then he might go and speak openly of his wishes, and what he had to offer. For he had resolved, with the quiet force of his character, to wait until all was settled between him and his masters, before he declared himself to either Sylvia or her parents. The interval was spent in patient, silent endeavours to recommend himself to her. He had to give his ribbon to his aunt in charge for Sylvia, and that was a disappointment to his fancy, although he tried to reason himself into thinking that it was better so. He had not time to wait for her to return from some errand on which she had gone, for he was daily more and more occupied with the affairs of the shop. Sylvia made many a promise to her mother, and more to herself, that she would not stay late at the party, but she might go as early as she liked, and before the December daylight had faded away, Sylvia presented herself at the Corneys'. She was to come early in order to help set out the supper, which was arranged in the large old flagged parlour, which served as a best bedroom as well. It opened out of the house-place, and was the sacred room of the house, and chambers of a similar description are still considered in retired farmhouses in the north of England. They are used on occasions like the one now described, for purposes of hospitality, but in the state bed, overshadowing so large a portion of the floor, the births and, as far as may be, the deaths of the household take place. At the Corneys, the united efforts of some former generation of the family had produced patchwork curtains and coverlet, and patchwork was patchwork in those days, before the early Yeats and Peels had found out the secret of printing the parsley leaf. Scraps of costly Indian chintzes and palampours were intermixed with commoner black and red calico in minute hexagons, and the variety of patterns served for the useful purpose of promoting conversations as well as the more obvious one of displaying the workwoman's taste. Sylvia, for instance, began at once to her old friend Molly Brunton, who had accompanied her into this chamber to take off her hat and cloak, with a remark of one of the chintzes. Stooping over the counterpane, with a face into which the flush would come whether or no, she said to Molly, "Dear, I never seed this one afore. This, for all the world like the eyes in a peacock's tail." "Thou's seen it many times and oft, lass. But weren't thou surprised to find Charlie here? We picked him up at Shields, quite by surprise like, and when Brunton and me said we was comin' here, nought would serve him but comin' with us, for to see t' New Year in. It's a pity as your mother's ta'en this time for to fall ill, and want you back so early." Sylvia had taken off her hat and cloak by this time, and began to help Molly and a younger unmarried sister in laying out the substantial supper. "Here," continued Mrs. Brunton, "stick a bit o' holly in yon pig's mouth. That's the way we do things in Newcastle. But folks is so behindhand in Monkshaven. It's a fine thing to live in a large town, Sylvia, and if you're looking out for a husband, I'd advise you to take one as lives in a town. I feel as if I were buried alive coming back here. Such an out-o'-the-way place after t'side, where there's many 100 carts and carriages go past in a day. I've a great mind for to take you two lassies back with me, and let you see a bit of the world. Maybe I may yet." Her sister Bessy looked much pleased with this plan, but Sylvia was rather inclined to take offence at Molly's patronizing ways, and replied, "I'm none so fond o' noise and bustle. Why, you'll not be able to hear yourself speak with all them carts and carriages. I'd rather bide at home, let alone that mother can't spare me." It was perhaps a rather ungracious way of answering Molly Brunton's speech, and so she felt it, although her invitation had been none of the most courteously worded. She irritated Sylvia still further by repeating her last words. "Mother can't spare me. Why, mother'll have to spare thee some time, when the time for wedding comes." "I'm none going to be wed," said Sylvia, "and if I were, I'd niver go far from mother. Eh, what a spoilt darling it is! How Brunton will laugh when I tell him about you. Brunton's a rare one for laughing. It's a great thing to have got such a merry man for a husband. Why, he has his joke for every one as comes into t' shop, and he'll have something funny to say to everything this evening." Bessy saw that Sylvia was annoyed, and with more delicacy than her sister, she tried to turn the conversation. "That's a pretty ribbon in thy hair, Sylvia. I'd like to have one o' t' same pattern. Feyther likes pickled walnuts stuck about to round beef, Molly." "I know what I'm about," replied Mrs. Brunton, with a toss of her married head. Bessy resumed her inquiry. "Is there any more to be had where it's come from, Sylvia?" "I don't know," replied Sylvia. "It's come from Foster's, and you can ask." "What might it cost?" said Betsy, fingering end of it to test its quality. "I can't tell," said Sylvia. "It were a present." "Niver mak ado about the price," said Molly. "I'll gi' thee enough unto to tie up thy hair, just like Sylvia's. Only thou hasn't such wealth of curls as she has. It'll niver look the same i' thy straight locks." "And who might it be as give it thee, Sylvia?" asked the unscrupulous, if good-natured Molly. "My cousin Philip, him as is shopman at Foster's," said Sylvia innocently. But it was far too good an opportunity for the exercise of Molly's kind of wit for her to pass over. "Oh-ho! Our cousin Philip, is it? And he'll not be living so far away from your mother? I've no need to be a witch to put two and two together. He's a-coming here to-night, isn't he, Bessy?" "I wish you wouldn't talk so, Molly," said Sylvia. "Me and Philip is good enough friends, but we niver think on each other that way. Leastways, I don't." "Sweet butter, now that's my mother's old-fashioned ways. As if folks must eat sweet butter nowadays because her mother did. That way," continued Molly, in the manner that annoyed Sylvia so much, repeating her words as if for the purpose of laughing at them. "That way? And pray, what is it you're speaking on? I niver said naught about marrying, did I? That you needs to look so red and shamefaced about your cousin Philip. But as Brunton says, if the cap fits on you, put it on. I'm glad he's coming over to-night, though, for as I'm done making love and courting, it's next best to watch other folks. And your face, Sylvia, has letten me into a secret, as I'd some glimpses on afore I was wed." Sylvia discreetly determined not to speak a word more to Philip than she could help, and wondered how she could ever have liked Molly at all, much less have made a companion of her. The table was now laid out, and nothing remained but to criticise the arrangement a little. Bessy was full of admiration. "There, Molly," said she, "you never seen more victual brought together in Newcastle, I'll be bound. There'll be 1/2 weight of butcher's meat, besides pies and custards. I've eaten no dinner these 2 days for thinking on it. It's been a weary burden on my mind, but it's off now I see how well it looks. I told mother not to come near it till we'd spread it all out, and now I'll go fetch her." Bessy ran off into the house-place. "It's well enough in a country kind o' way," said Molly, with a faint approbation of condescension. "But if I'd thought on't, I'd ha' brought him down a beast or two done a sponge cake, with currants for his eyes to give to table and air." The door was opened, and Bessy came in smiling and blushing with proud pleasure. Her mother followed her on tiptoe, smoothing down her apron, and with her voice subdued to a whisper. "Ah, my lass, it is fine, but dinna mak an ado about it. Let them think it's just our common way. If any one says aught about how good t' victual is, tak it calm, and say we'n better in t' house. It'll make 'em eat wi' a better appetite, and think the more on us. Sylvie, I'm much beholden to ye for coming so early, and helping t' lass, but you mun come in t' house place now. The folks is gathering, and your cousin's been asking after you already." Molly gave her a nudge which made Sylvia go all aflame with angry embarrassment. She was conscious that the watching which Molly had threatened her with began directly, for Molly went up to her husband and whispered something to him which set him off in a chuckling laugh, and Sylvia was aware that his eyes followed her about with knowing looks all the evening. She would hardly speak to Philip, and pretended not to see his outstretched hand, but passed on to the chimney corner and tried to shelter herself behind the broad back of Farmer Corney, who had no notion of relinquishing his customary place for all the young people who ever came to the house, or for any old people either, for that matter. It was his household throne, and there he sat with no more idea of abdicating in his favour of any comer than King George at St. James's. But he was glad to see his friends, and had paid them the unwonted compliment of shaving on a week-day, and putting on his Sunday coat. The united efforts of his wife and children had failed to persuade him to make any farther change in his attire. To all their arguments on this head he had replied, "Them as doesn't like to see me in my workaday waistcoat and breeches may bide away." It was the longest sentence he had said that day, but he repeated it several times over. He was glad enough to see all the young people, but they were not of his kidney, as he expressed it to himself, and he did not feel any call upon himself to entertain them. He left that to his bustling wife, all smartness and smiles, and to his daughters and son-in-law. His efforts at hospitality consisted in sitting still, smoking his pipe. When any one came, he took it out of his mouth for an instant, and nodded his head in a cheerful, friendly way, without a word of speech, then returned to his smoking with the greater relish for the moment's intermission. He thought to himself, "There are a set o' young chaps as thinks more on t' lasses than on baccy. They'll find out their mistake in time. Give 'em time, give 'em time." And before 8 o'clock he went as quietly as a man of 12 stone can upstairs to bed, having made a previous arrangement with his wife that she should bring him up about 2 pounds of spiced beef and a hot tumbler of stiff grog. But at the beginning of the evening he formed a good screen for Sylvia, who was rather a favourite with the old man, for twice he spoke to her. "Feyther smokes?" "Yes," said Sylvia. "Reach me tobaccy box, me lass." And that was all the conversation that passed between her and her nearest neighbour for the first quarter of an hour after she came into company. But, for all her screen, she felt a pair of eyes were fixed upon her with a glow of admiration deepening their honest brightness. Somehow, look in what direction she would, she caught the glance of those eyes before she could see anything else, so she played with her apron strings and tried not to feel so conscious. There were another pair of eyes. Not such beautiful sparkling eyes, deep-set, earnest, sad, nay, even gloomy, watching her every movement, but of this she was not aware. Philip had not recovered from the rebuff she had given him by refusing his offered hand, and was standing still, in angry silence, when Mrs. Corney thrust a young woman just arrived upon his attention. "Come, Mr. Hepburn, here's Nancy Pratt without even a soul to speak to her, and you moping there. She says she knows you for sight for having dealt at Foster's these 6 year. See if you can find somewhat to say to each other, for I'm go pour out tea. Dixons and Walkers and Elliots and Smiths is come," said she, making off the families with her fingers as she looked round and called over their names. "And there's only Will Lantham and his 2 sisters, and Roger Harbottle and Taylor to come, and they'll turn up afore tea's ended." So she went off to her duty at the one table, which, placed alongside of the dresser, was the only article of furniture left in the middle of the room, all the seats being arranged as close to the 4 walls as could be managed. The candles of those days gave but a faint light compared to the light of the immense fire, which it was a point of hospitality to keep at the highest roaring blazing pitch. These young women occupied their seats with the exception of 2 or 3 of the elder ones, who, in an eager desire to show their capability, insisted on helping Mrs. Corney in her duties, very much to her annoyance, as there were certain little contrivances for eking out cream, and adjusting the strength of the cups of tea to the worldly position of the intended drinkers, which she did not like everyone to see. The young men, whom tea did not embolden, and who had as yet had no chance of stronger liquor, clustered in rustic shyness round the door, not speaking even to themselves, except now and then, when one, apparently the wag of the party, made some whispered remark which set them all off laughing. But in a minute they checked themselves, and passed the back of their hands across their mouths to compose that unlucky feature, and then some would try to fix their eyes on the rafters of the ceiling, in a manner which was decorous if rather abstracted from the business in hand. Most of these were young farmers, with whom Philip had nothing in common, and from whom, in shy reserve, he had withdrawn himself when he first came in. But now he wished himself among them sooner than to talk to Nancy Pratt, when he had nothing to say. And yet he might have had a companion less to his mind, for she was a decent young woman of a sober age, less inclined to giggle than many of the younger ones. But all the time that he was making commonplace remarks to her he was wondering if he had offended Sylvia, and why she would not shake hands with him. And this preoccupation of his thoughts did not make him an agreeable companion. Nancy Pratt, who had been engaged for some years to a mate of a whaling ship, perceived something of his state of mind, and took no offence at it. On the contrary, she tried to give him pleasure by admiring Sylvia. "I've often heard tell on her," said she, "but I never thought she'd be so pretty, and so staid and quiet like too. To most part of girls as looks like her are always gape-gazing to catch other folks' eyes, and see what is thought on them. But she looks just like a child, a bit flustered with coming into company, getting into as dark a corner, and biding as still as she can." Just then Sylvia lifted up her long dark lashes, and catching the same glance which she had so often met before, Charley Kinraid was standing talking to Brunton on the opposite side of the fireplace. She startled back into the shadow as if she had not expected it, and in so doing spilt her tea all over her gown. She could almost have cried, she felt herself so awkward, and as if everything was going wrong with her. She thought that everyone would think she had never been in company before, and did not know how to behave, and while she was thus fluttered and crimson, she saw through her tearful eyes Kinraid on his knees before her, wiping her gown with his silk pocket handkerchief, and heard him speaking through all the buzz of commiserating voices. "Your cupboard handle is so much i' the way. I hurt my elbow against it only this very afternoon." So perhaps it was no clumsiness of hers, as they would all know now, since he had so skilfully laid the blame somewhere else. And after all it turned out that her accident had been the means of bringing him across to her side, which was much more pleasant than having him opposite staring at her, for now he began to talk to her, and this was very pleasant, although she was rather embarrassed at their tete-a-tete at first. "Did not know you again when I first saw you," said he, in a tone which implied a good deal more than was uttered in his words. "I knowed you at once," she replied, softly, and then she blushed and played with her apron-string, and wondered if she ought to have confessed the clearness of her recollection. "You've grown up into... well, perhaps it's not manners to say what you're grown into. Anyhow, I shan't forget you again." More playing with her apron-string, and head hung still lower down, though the corners of her mouth would go up in a shy smile of pleasure. Philip watched it all as greedily as if it gave him delight. "Your father, he'll be well and hearty, I hope?" asked Charley. "Yes," replied Sylvia, and then she wished she could originate some remark. He would think her so stupid if she just kept on saying such little short bits of speeches, and if he thought her stupid he might perhaps go away again to his former place. But he was quite far gone in love of her beauty and pretty modest ways, not to care much whether she talked or no, so long as she showed herself so pleasingly conscious of his close neighbourhood. "I must come and see the old gentleman, and your mother too," he added more slowly, for he remembered that his visits last year had not been quite so much welcomed by Belle Robson as by her husband. Perhaps it was because of the amount of drink which he and Daniel had managed to get through of an evening. He resolved this year to be more careful.
Chapter 12, Part 2 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwes. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 13. When tea was ended there was a great bustle and shifting of places, while Mrs. Corney and her daughters carried out trays full of used cups and great platters of uneaten bread and butter into the back kitchen, to be washed up after the guests were gone. Just because she was so conscious that she did not want to move and break up the little conversation between herself and Kinraid, Sylvia forced herself to be as active in the service going on as became a friend of the house, and she was too much her mother's own daughter to feel comfortable at leaving all the things in the disorder which to the Corney girls was second nature. "This milk mun go back to Derry, I reckon," said she, loading herself with milk and cream. "Never fash thyself about it," said Nelly Corney. "Christmas comes but once a year, if it does go sour. And mother said she'd have a game of forfeits, first thing after tea, to loosen folks' tongues, and mix up to lads and lasses, so come along." But Sylvia steered her careful way to the cold chill of the dairy, and would not be satisfied till she had carried away all the unused provision into some fresher air than that heated by the fires and ovens used for the long day's cooking of pies and cakes and much roast meat. When they came back, a round of red-faced lads, as young men up to 35 are called in Lancashire and Yorkshire if they are not married before, and lasses whose age was not to be defined, were playing at some country game, in which the women were apparently more interested than the men, who looked shamefaced and afraid of each other's ridicule. Mrs. Corney, however, knew how to remedy this, and at a sign from her, a great jug of beer was brought in. This jug was the pride of her heart, and was in the shape of a fat man in white knee breeches and a three-cornered hat. With one arm he supported the pipe in his broad smiling mouth, and the other was placed akimbo and formed the handle. There was also a great china punch bowl filled with grog, made out of an old ship receipt current in these parts, but not too strong, because if their visitors had too much to drink at that early part of the evening, it would spoil the fun, as Nelly Corney had observed. Her father, however, after the notions of hospitality prevalent at the time in higher circles, had stipulated that each man should have enough before he left the house. Enough meaning, in Monkshaven parlance, the liberty of getting drunk if they thought fit to do it. Before long, one of the lads was seized with a fit of admiration for Toby, the name of the gentleman who contained liquor, and went up to the tray for a closer inspection. He was speedily followed by other amateurs of curious earthenware, and by Mr. Brunton, who had been charged by his mother-in-law with the due supplying of liquor, by his father-in-law that every man should have his fill, and by his wife and her sisters that no one should have too much, at any rate at the beginning of the evening, thought fit to carry out Toby to be replenished, and a faster spirit of enjoyment and mirth began to reign in the room. Kinraid was too well seasoned to care what amount of liquor he drank. Philip had what was called a weak head, and disliked muddling himself with drink because of the immediate consequence of intense feelings of irritability, and the more distant one of a racking headache the next day. So both these two preserved very much the same demeanour they had held at the beginning of the evening. Sylvia was by all acknowledged and treated as the belle. When they played at blind man's bluff, go where she would, she was always caught. She was called out repeatedly to do what was required in any game, as if all had a pleasure in seeing her light figure and deft ways. She was sufficiently pleased with this to have got over her shyness with all except Charlie. When others paid her their rustic compliments, she tossed her head and made her little saucy repartees. But when he said something low and flattering, it was too honey-sweet to her heart to be thrown off thus. And somehow, the more she yielded to this fascination, the more she avoided Philip. He did not speak flatteringly. He did not pay compliments. He watched her with discontented, longing eyes, and grew more inclined every moment, as he remembered his anticipation of a happy evening, to cry out in his heart, "Vanitas vanitatum." And now came crying the forfeits. Molly Brunton knelt down, her face buried in her mother's lap. The latter took out the forfeits one by one, and as she held them up, said the accustomed formula. "A fine thing, and a very fine thing. What must he or she do who owns this thing?" One or two had been told to kneel to the prettiest, bow to the wittiest, and kiss those they loved best. Others had had to bite an inch off the poker, or such plays upon words. And now came Sylvia's pretty new ribbon that Philip had given her. He almost longed to snatch it out of Mrs. Corney's hands, burn it before all their faces, so annoyed was he with the whole affair. "A fine thing, and a very fine thing. A most particular fine thing. Chose how she came by it. What must she do as owns this thing?" "She must blow the candle and kiss the candlestick." In one instant, Kinraid had hold of the only candle within reach. All the others had been put up high on inaccessible shelves and other places. Sylvia went up and blew out the candle, and before the sudden partial darkness was over, he had taken the candle into his fingers, and, according to the traditional meaning of the words, was in the place of the candlestick, and as such, was to be kissed. Everyone laughed at the innocent Sylvia's face, as the meaning of the penance came into it. Everyone but Philip, who almost choked. "In my candlestick," said Kinraid, with less triumph in his voice than he would have had with any other girl in the room. "You mun kiss the candlestick," cried the Corneys, "or you'll never get your ribbon back." "And she sets a deal of store by that ribbon," said Molly Brunton maliciously. "I'll none kiss candlestick, nor him either," said Sylvia in a low voice of determination, turning away, full of confusion. "You'll none get your ribbon if you don't," cried one and all. "I don't care for the ribbon," said she, flashing up with a look at her tormentors. Now her back was turned to Kinraid. "And I won't play any more at such like games," she added, with fresh indignation rising in her heart, as she took her old place in the corner of the room, a little away from the rest. Philip's spirits rose, and he yearned to go to her and tell her how he approved of her conduct. Alas, Philip! Sylvia, though as modest a girl as ever lived, was no prude, and had been brought up in simple, straightforward country ways. And with any other young man, excepting perhaps Philip's self, she would have thought no more of making a rapid pretense of kissing the hand or cheek of the temporary candlestick than our ancestresses did in much higher rank in similar occasions. Kinraid, though mortified by his public rejection, was more conscious of this than the inexperienced Philip, for he resolved not to be balked, and watched his opportunity. For the time he went on playing as if Sylvia's conduct had not affected him in the least, and as if he was hardly aware of her defection from the game. As she saw others submitting, quite as a matter of course, to similar penances, she began to be angry with herself for having thought twice about it, and almost to dislike herself for the strange consciousness which had made it at the time seem impossible to do what she was told. Her eyes kept filling with tears, as her isolated position in the gay party, the thought of what a fool she had made herself, kept recurring to her mind. But no one saw her, she thought, thus crying, and ashamed to be discovered when the party should pause in their game, she stole round behind them into the great chamber in which she had helped to lay out the supper, with the intention of bathing her eyes and taking a drink of water. One instant Charlie Kinraid was missing from the circle, of which he was the life and soul, and then back he came, with an air of satisfaction on his face, intelligible enough to those who had seen his game, but unnoticed by Philip, who, amidst the perpetual noise and movements around him, had not perceived Sylvia's leaving the room, until she came back at the end of about a quarter of an hour, looking lovelier than ever, her complexion brilliant, her eyes drooping, her hair neatly and freshly arranged, tied with a brown ribbon instead of that she was supposed to have forfeited. She looked as if she did not wish her return to be noticed, stealing softly behind the romping lads and lasses with noiseless motions, and altogether such a contrast to them in her cool freshness and modest neatness that both Kinraid and Philip found it difficult to keep their eyes off her. But the former had a secret triumph in his heart, which enabled him to go on his merry-making as if it absorbed him, while Philip dropped out of the crowd and came up to where she was standing silently by Mrs. Corney, who, arms akimbo, was laughing at the frolic and fun around her. Sylvia started a little when Philip spoke, and kept her soft eyes averted from him after the first glance. She answered him shortly, but with unaccustomed gentleness. He had only asked her when she would like him to take her home, and she, a little surprised at the idea of going home, when to her the evening seemed only beginning, had answered, "Go home? I don't know. It's New Year's Eve." "Aye, but your mamma will lie awake till you come home, Sylvie." But Mrs. Corney, having heard his question, broke in with all sorts of upbraidings. "Go home? Not see to New Year in? Why, what should take him home than 6 hours? Wasn't there a moon as clear as day? And did such a time as this come often? And were they to break up the party before the New Year came in? And were there not supper with a spice round of beef that had not been in pickle pretty nigh since Martinmas, and hams, and mince pies, and what not. And if they thought any evil of our master's going to bed, or that by early retirement he meant to imply that he did not bid his friends welcome, why, he would not stay up beyond 8 o'clock for King George upon his throne, and he'd tell them soon enough if they'd only step upstairs and ask him. Well, she knowed what it was like to have a daughter when she was ailing, so she'd say naught more, but hasten supper. And this idea now took possession of Mrs. Corney's mind, for she would not willingly allow one of her guests to leave before they had done justice to her preparations. And cutting her speech short, she hastily left Sylvia and Philip together. His heart beat fast. His feeling towards her had never been so strong or so distinct as since her refusal to kiss the candlestick. He was on the point of speaking, of saying something explicitly tender, when the wooden trencher which the party were using at their play came bowling between him and Sylvia, and spun out of its little period right betwixt them. Everyone was moving from chair to chair, and when the bustle was over, Sylvia was seated at some distance from him, and he left standing outside the circle as if he were not playing. In fact, Sylvia had unconsciously taken his place as actor in the game, while he remained spectator, and, as it turned out, an auditor of a conversation not intended for his ears. He was wedged against the wall close to the great 8-day clock, with its round moonlight smiling face forming a ludicrous contrast to his long, sallow, grave countenance, which was pretty much at the same level above the sanded floor. Before him sat Molly Brunton and one of her sisters, their heads close together in too deep talk to attend to the progress of the game. Philip's attention was caught by the words, "I'll lay wager he kissed her when he ran off into the parlour." "She's so coy, she never let him," replied Bessie Corney. "She couldn't have helped herself, and for all she looks so demure and prim now," and then both heads were turned into the direction of Sylvia. "I'm as sure as I'm born that Charlie is not the chap to lose his forfeit, and yet, you see, he says nothing more about it, and she left off being afeard of him." There was something in Sylvia's look, aye, and in Charlie Kincaid's too, that shot conviction into Philip's mind. He watched them incessantly during the interval before supper. They were intimate and yet shy with each other, and a matter that enraged while it bewildered Philip. What was Charlie saying to her in that whispered voice as they passed each other? Why did they linger near each other? Why did Sylvia look so dreamily happy, so startled at every call of the game, as if recalled from some pleasant idea? Why did Kinraid's eyes always seek her, while hers were averted or downcast, and her cheeks all aflame? Philip's dark brow grew darker as he gazed. He, too, started when Mrs. Corney, close at his elbow, bade him to go into supper along with some of the elder ones who were not playing, for the parlour was not large enough to hold all at once, even with the squeezing and cramming and sitting together on chairs, which was not at all out of etiquette in Monkshaven. Philip was too reserved to express his disappointment and annoyance at being thus arrested in his painful watch over Sylvia, but he had no appetite for the good things set before him, and found it hard work to smile a sickly smile when called upon by Josiah Pratt for applause at some country joke. When supper was ended, there was some little discussion between Mrs. Corney and her son-in-law as to whether the different individuals of the company should be called upon for songs or stories, as was the wont at such convivial meetings. Brunton had been helping his mother-in-law in urging people to eat, heaping their plates over their shoulders with unexpected good things, filling the glasses at the upper end of the table, and the mugs which supplied the deficiency of glasses at the lower. And now, everyone being satisfied, not to say stuffed to repletion, the two who had been attending to their wants stood still, hot and exhausted. "The room is stored," said Mrs. Corney with a pleased smile. "It'd be manners to ask some one as knows how to sing." "It may be manners for full men, but not for fasting," replied Brunton. "Folks in t' next room will be wanting their victual, and singing is always out of tune to empty bellies." "But there's them here as'll take it ill if they're not asked. I hear Josiah Pratt all clearing his throat not a minute ago, and he thinks as much on his singing as a cock does on his crowing." "If one sings, I'm afeard all of 'em will like to hear their own pipes." But that dilemma was solved by Bessie Corney, who opened the door to see if the hungry ones outside might not come in for their share of the entertainment, and in they rushed, bright and riotous, scarcely giving the first party time to rise from their seats ere they took their places. One or two young men, released from all their previous shyness, helped Mrs. Corney and her daughters to carry off such dishes as were actually empty. There was no time for changing or washing of plates, but then, as Mrs. Corney laughingly observed, "We're on as friends, and some of us may have sweethearts, so no need to be particular about the plates. Them as gets clean ones is lucky, and them as doesn't, and cannot pick up with the plates as has been used, mun go without." It seemed to be Philip's luck that night to be pent up in places, for again the space between the benches and the wall was filled up by the inrush before he had time to make his way out, and all he could do was sit quiet where he was. But between the busy heads and overreaching arms he could see Charlie and Sylvia sitting close together, talking and listening more than eating. She was in a new strange state of happiness, not to be reasoned about or accounted for, but in a state of more exquisite feeling than she had ever experienced before, when suddenly, lifting her eyes, she caught Philip's face of extreme displeasure. "Oh," said she, "I must go. There's Philip looking at me so." "Philip," said Kinraid, with a sudden frown upon his face. "You're ready at last, are you?" "Yes," she replied, in her little beseeching tone. "You've not been wanting to go long, have you? I have just eaten my supper." "You've been so full of talk, that's the reason your supper lasted so long. That fellow's none going with us," he said sharply, as he saw Kinraid rummaging for his cap in a heap of men's clothes thrown into the back kitchen. "No," said Sylvia in affront at Philip's fierce look and passionate tone. "I told him not." But at that moment the heavy outer door was opened by Daniel Robeson himself, bright, broad, and rosy, a jolly impersonation of winter. His large drover's coat was covered with snowflakes, and through the black frame of the doorway might be seen a white waste world of sweeping fell and field, with the dark air filled with the pure downfall. Robeson stamped his snow-laden feet and shook himself well, still standing on the mat, and letting a cold, frosty current of fresh air into the green, warm kitchen. He laughed at them all before he spoke. "Ha-ha, it's a cold New Year as I'm letting in, though it's none to New Year yet. I'll be snowed up sure as my name is Daniel if you stop for 12 o'clock. You better make haste and go home. Why, Charlie, my lad, how besit ya? Who had thought to seeing thee in these parts again? Nay, Mrs. Nay, to knew your man find his way into house by himself or me, for I ha' promised my old woman to bring Sylvia home as quick as may be. She's lying awake in fretting about the snow and what not. Thank you kindly, missus, but I'll talk and not to eat. Just a dropful of something hot to keep out the cold, and wish you all the compliments of the season. Philip, my man, you not be sorry to be spared to walk round Easterbank such a neat. My missus were such a way about Sylvie that I thought to just step out myself and have a peep at you and bring her some wraps. Your sheep will be off all the reckon, Master Pratt, for there'll never be a nibble of grass to be seen these 2 months, according to my reading, and I've been at sea long enough, and on land long enough to know the signs and wonders. It's good stuff that way anyway, and worth coming for," after he had gulped down a tumblerful of half and half grog. "Kinraid, if thou doesn't come and see me before thou'rt many days older, thee and me'll have words. Come, Sylvie, what art thou about keeping me here? Here's Mr. Corney mixing me another jorum. Well, this time we give tea, married happily, and 'tis single wed." Sylvia was all this while standing by her father, quite ready for departure, and not a little relieved by his appearance as her convoy home. "My cousin," she replied, instinctively comprehending what had flashed into his mind, and anxious to disclaim the suspicion of having a lover. "Mother told him to see me home, and he's mun for staying out late." "But you needn't go. I'll see you home." "Mother's but ailing," said Sylvia, a little conscience-smitten at having so entirely forgotten everything in the delight of the present. "And I said I wouldn't be late." "And you always keep your word," said he, with a tender meaning in his tone. "Always, leastways I think so," replied she, blushing. "Then, if I ask you not to forget me, and you give me your word, I may sure you'll keep it." "It wasn't I as forgot you," said Sylvia, so softly as not to be heard by him. He tried to make her repeat what she had said, but she would not, and he could only conjecture that it was something more telltale than she liked to say again, and that alone was very charming to him. "I shall walk home with you," said he, as Sylvia at last rose to depart, warned by a further glimpse at Philip's angry face. "No," she said hastily, "I cannot do with you." For somehow she felt need of pacifying Philip, and knew in her heart that a third person joining their tête-à-tête walk would only increase his displeasure. "What at?" said Charlie sharply. "I don't know. Only please don't." By this time her cloak and hood were on, and she was slowly making her way down her side of the room, followed by Charlie, and often interrupted by indignant remonstrances against her departure and the early breaking up of the party. Philip stood hat in hand in the doorway between the kitchen and parlour, watching her so intently that he forgot to be civil, and drew many a jest and jibe upon him for his absorption in his pretty cousin. When Sylvia reached him, he said, "I'm ready to see Haysterbank tonight, master," said Kinraid, with easy freedom, a freedom which Philip envied, but could not have imitated, although he was deeply disappointed at the loss of his walk with Sylvia, when he had intended to exercise the power his aunt had delegated to him, of remonstrance if her behaviour had been light or thoughtless, and of warning if he saw cause to disapprove of any of her associates. After the Robsons had left, a blank fell upon both Charlie and Philip. In a few minutes, however, the former, accustomed to prompt decision, resolved that she, and no other, should be his wife. Accustomed to popularity among women, and well versed in the incipient signs of their liking for him, he anticipated no difficulty in winning her. Satisfied with the past, and pleasantly hopeful about the future, he found it easy to turn his attention to the next prettiest girl in the room, and to make the whole gathering bright with his ready good temper and buoyant spirit. Mrs. Corney had felt it her duty to press Philip to stay, now that, as she said, he had no one but himself to see home, and the New Year so near come. To anyone else in the room she would have added the clinching argument, "I shall take it very unkind if you go now." But somehow she could not say this, for in truth Philip's look showed that he would be but a wet blanket on the merriment of the party. So, with as much civility as could be mustered up between them, he took leave. Shutting the door behind him, he went out into the dreary night, and began his lonesome walk back to Monkshaven. The cold sleet almost blinded him, as the sea wind drove it straight in his face. It cut against him as it was blown with drifting force. The roar of the wintry sea came borne on the breeze. There was more light from the whitened ground than from the dark laden sky above. The field paths would have been a matter of perplexity had it not been for well-known gaps in the dike side, which showed the whitened land beyond, between the two dark stone walls. Yet he went clear and straight along his way, having unconsciously left all guidance to the animal instincts which coexist with the human soul, and sometimes take strange. The field paths would have been a matter of perplexity had it not been for the well-known gaps in the dike side, which showed the whitened land beyond, between the two dark stone walls. Yet he went clear and straight along his way, having unconsciously left all guidance to the animal instinct which coexists with the human soul, and sometimes takes strange charge of human body, when all the nobler powers of the individual are absorbed in acute suffering. At length he was in the lane, toiling up the hill, from which by day Monkshaven might be seen. Now all features of the landscape before him were lost in the darkness of night, against which the white flakes came closer and nearer, thicker and faster. On a sudden, the bells of Monkshaven church rang out to welcome the New Year, 1796. From the direction of the wind, it seemed as if the sound was flung with strength and power right into Philip's face. He walked down the hill to its merry sound, his heavy heart. As he entered the long high street of Monkshaven, he could see the watching lights put out in parlour, chamber, or kitchen. The New Year had come, and expectation was ended. Reality had begun. He turned to the right into the court where he lodged with Alice Rose. There was a light still burning there, and cheerful voices were heard. He opened the door. Alice, her daughter, and Coulson stood as if awaiting him. Hester's wet cloak hung on a chair before the fire. She had her hood on, for she and Coulson had been to the watch night. The solemn excitement of the services had left its traces upon her countenance and in her mind. There was a spiritual light in her usually shadowed eyes, and a slight flush on her pale cheek. Merely personal and self-conscious feelings were merged in a loving goodwill to all her fellow creatures. Under the influence of this large charity, She forgot her habitual reserve, and came forward as Philip entered to meet him with her New Year's wishes that she had previously exchanged with the other two. "A happy New Year to you, Philip, and may God have you in his keeping all the days thereof." He took her hand and shook it warmly in reply. The flush on her cheek deepened as she withdrew it. Alice Rose said something curtly about the lateness of the hour and her being much tired, and then she and her daughter went upstairs to the front chamber, and Philip and Coulson to that which they had shared at the
Chapter 13 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 13. Perplexities. Coulson and Philip were friendly, but not intimate. They never had had a dispute. They never were confidential with each other. In truth, they were both reserved and silent men, and probably respected each other the more for being so self-contained. There was a private feeling in Coulson's heart which would have made a less amiable fellow dislike Philip, but of this the latter was unconscious. They were not apt to exchange many words in the room which they occupied jointly. Coulson asked Philip if he had enjoyed himself at the Corneys', and Philip replied, "Not much. Such parties are none to my liking." "And yet thou broke off from t' watch night to go there." No answer. So Coulson went on, with a sense of the duty laid upon him, to improve the occasion, the first that had presented itself since the good old Methodist minister had given his congregation the solemn warning to watch over the opportunities of various kinds which the coming year would present. "Jonas Barclay told us as the pleasures of this world were like the apples of Sodom, pleasant to look at, but ashes to taste." Coulson wisely left Philip to make the application for himself. If he did, he made no sign, but threw himself on his bed with a heavy sigh. "Are you not going to undress?" said Coulson, as he covered him up in bed. There had been a long pause of silence. Philip did not answer him, and he thought he had fallen asleep. But he was roused from his first slumber by Hepburn's soft movements about the room. Philip had thought better of it, and with some penitence in his heart for his gruffness to the unoffending Coulson, was trying not to make any noise while he undressed. But he could not sleep. He kept seeing the Corneys' kitchen and the scenes that had taken place in it, passing like a pageant before his closed eyes. Then he opened them in angry weariness at the recurring vision, and tried to make out the outlines of the room and the furniture in the darkness. The white ceiling sloped into the whitewashed walls, and against them he could see the 4 rush-bottomed chairs, the looking-glass hung on one side, the old carved oak chest, his own property, with the initials of forgotten ancestors cut upon it, which held his clothes, the boxes that belonged to Coulson, sleeping soundly in the bed in the opposite corner of the room, the casement window in the roof, through which the snowy ground on the steep hillside could be plainly seen. And when he got so far as this in the catalogue of the room, he fell into a troubled, feverish sleep, which lasted 2 or 3 hours, and then he awoke with a start and a consciousness of uneasiness, though what about he could not remember at first. When he recollected all that had happened the night before, it impressed him much more favourably than it had done at the time. If not joy, hope had come in the morning, and, at any rate, he could be up and doing, for the late wintry light was stealing down the hillside, and he knew that, although Coulson lay motionless in his sleep, it was past their usual time of rising. Still, as it was New Year's Day, a time of some licence, Philip had mercy on his fellow shopman, and did not waken him till just as he was leaving the room. Carrying his shoes in his hand, he went softly downstairs, for he could see from the top of the flight that neither Alice nor her daughter was down yet, as the kitchen shutters were not unclosed. It was Mrs. Rose's habit to rise early, and have all bright and clean against her lodgers came down. But then, in general, she went to rest before 9 o'clock, whereas the last night she had not gone till past 12.
Philip went about undoing the shutters, and trying to break up the raking coal with as little noise as might be, for he had compassion on the tired sleepers. The kettle had not been filled, probably because Mrs. Rose had been unable to face the storm of the night before, in taking it to the pump just at the entrance of the court. When Philip came back from filling it, he found Alice and Hester both in the kitchen, and trying to make up for lost time by hastening over their work. Hester looked busy and notable with her gown pinned up behind her, and her hair all tucked away under a clean linen cap, but Alice was angry with herself for her late sleeping, and that and other causes made her speak crossly to Philip as he came in with his snowy feet and well-filled kettle. "Look thee there, dropping and dripping along to flags as was cleaned last night, and meddling wi' women's work as a man has no business wi'." Philip was surprised and annoyed. He had found relief from his own thoughts in doing what he believed would help others. He gave up the kettle to her snatching hands, and sate down behind the door in momentary ill temper. But the kettle was better filled and consequently heavier than the old woman expected, and she could not manage to lift it to the crook from which it generally hung suspended. She looked round for Hester, but she was gone into the back kitchen. In a minute Philip was at her side, and had heaved it to its place for her. She looked in his face for a moment wistfully, but hardly condescended to thank him. At least the sound of the words did not pass the lips that formed them. Rebuffed by her manner, he went back to his old seat and mechanically watched the preparations for breakfast, but his thoughts went back to the night before, and the comparative ease of his heart was gone. The first stir of a new day had made him feel as if he had no sufficient cause for his annoyance and despondency the previous evening, but now, condemned to sit quiet, he reviewed looks and words, and saw just reason for his anxiety. After some consideration, he resolved to go that very night to Haytersbank, and have some talk with either Sylvia or her mother. What the exact nature of this proposed conversation should be, he did not determine. Much would depend on Sylvia's manner and mood, and on her mother's state of health, but at any rate, something would be learnt. During breakfast, something was learnt nearer home, though not all that a man less unconscious and more vain than Philip might have discovered. He only found out that Mrs. Rose was displeased with him for not having gone to the watch night with Hester, according to the plan made some weeks before. But he soothed his conscience by remembering that he had made no promise. He had merely spoken of his wish to be present at the service about which Hester was speaking, and although at the time and for a good while afterwards he had fully intended going, yet as there had been William Coulson to accompany her, his absence could not have been seriously noticed. Still he was made uncomfortable by Mrs. Rose's change of manner. Once or twice he said to himself that she little knew how miserable he had been during his gay evening, as she would persist in calling it, or she would not talk at him with such persevering bitterness this morning. Before he left for the shop, he spoke of his intention of going to see how his aunt was, and of paying her a New Year's Day visit. Hepburn and Coulson took it in turns, week and week about, to go first home to dinner. The one who went first sate down with Mrs. Rose and her daughter, instead of having his portion put in the oven to keep warm for him. Today it was Hepburn's turn to be last. All morning the shop was full with customers, come rather to offer good wishes than to buy, and with an unspoken remembrance of the cake and wine which the two hospitable brothers Foster made a point of offering to all comers on New Year's Day. It was busy work for all, for Hester on her side, where caps, ribbons, and women's gear were exclusively sold, for the shopmen and boys in the grocery and drapery department. Philip was trying to do his business with his mind far away, and the consequence was that his manner was not such as to recommend him to the customers, some of whom recollected it as very different, courteous and attentive, if grave and sedate. One buxom farmer's wife noticed the change to him. She had a little girl with her, of about 5 years old, that she had lifted up on the counter, and who was watching Philip with anxious eyes, occasionally whispering in her mother's ear, and then hiding her face against her cloak. "She's thought a deal o' coming to see you, and I dunnot think as you mind her at all. My pretty, he's clean forgotten as how he said last New Year's Day he'd gie thee a barley sugar stick if thou'd hem him a handkerchief by this." The child's face was buried in the comfortable breadth of duffel at these words, while the little outstretched hand held a small square of coarse linen. "Ay, she's noan forgotten it, and has done her 5 stitches a day, bless her, and I dunnot believe as you know her again. She's Phoebe Moorsome, and I'm Hannah, and I've dealt at t' shop regular this 15 year.
I'm very sorry, said Philip. I was up late last night, and I'm a bit dazed today. Well, this is nice work, Phoebe, and I'm sure I'm very much beholden to you. And here's 5 sticks of barley sugar, 1 for every stitch. And thank ye kindly, Mrs. Morsom, too. Philip took the handkerchief, and hoped he had made honourable amends for his want of recognition. But the wee lassie refused to be lifted down, and whispered something afresh into her mother's ear, who smiled and bade her be quiet. Philip saw, however, that there was some wish ungratified on the part of the little maiden, which he was expected to inquire into, and accordingly he did his duty. She's a little fool. She says you promised to gi' her a kiss, and to make her your wife. The child burrowed her face closer into her mother's neck, and refused to allow the kiss which Philip willingly offered. All he could do was to touch the back of the little white fat neck with his lips. The mother carried her off only half satisfied, and Philip felt that he must try and collect his scattered wits, and be more alive to the occasion. Towards the dinner hour the crowd slackened. Hester began to replenish decanters and bottles, and to bring out a fresh cake before she went home to dinner, and Coulson and Philip looked over the joint present they always made to her on this day. It was a silk handkerchief of the prettiest colours they could pick out of the shop, intended for her to wear round her neck. Each tried to persuade the other to give it to her, for each was shy of the act of presentation. Coulson was, however, the most resolute, and when she returned from the parlour, the little parcel was in Philip's hands. "Here, Hester," said he, going round the counter to her, just as she was leaving the shop. "It's from Coulson and me, a handkerchief for you to wear, and we wish you a happy New Year, and plenty on 'em, and there's many a one wishes the same." He took her hand as he said this. She went a little paler, and her eyes brightened as though they would fill with tears as they met his. She could not have helped it, do what she would. But she only said, "Thank you kindly," and going up to Coulson she repeated the words and action to him, and then they went off together to dinner. There was a lull of business for the next hour. John and Jeremiah were dining like the rest of the world. Even the elder errand boy had vanished. Philip rearranged disorderly goods, and then sate down on the corner by the window. It was the habitual place for one who stayed behind, for excepting on market day there was little or no custom during the noon hour. Formerly he used to move the drapery with which the window was ornamented, and watch the passers-by with careless eye. But now, though he seemed to gaze abroad, he saw nothing but vacancy. All the morning since he got up he had been trying to fight through his duties, leaning against a hope that first had bowed and then had broke as soon as he really tried its weight. There was not a sign of Sylvia's liking for him to be gathered from the most careful recollection of the past evening. It was of no use thinking that there was. It was better to give it up altogether and at once. But what if he could not? What if the thought of her was bound up with his life, and that once torn out by his own free will, the very roots of his heart must come also? No, he was resolved he would go on. As long as there was life, there was hope. As long as Sylvia remained unpledged to any one else, there was a chance for him. He would remodel his behaviour to her. He could not be merry and light-hearted like other young men. His nature was not cast in that mould, and the early sorrows that had left him a lonely orphan might have matured, but had not enlivened, his character. He thought with some bitterness on the power of easy talking about trifles which some of those he had met with at the Corneys had exhibited. But then he felt stirring within him a force of enduring love which he believed to be unusual, and which seemed as if it must compel all things to his wish in the end. A year or so ago he had thought much of his own cleverness and his painfully acquired learning, and he had imagined that these were the qualities which were to gain Sylvia. But now, whether he had tried them and had failed to win even her admiration, or whether some true instinct had told him that a woman's love may be gained in many ways sooner than by mere learning, he was only angry with himself for his past folly in making himself her school, nay, her taskmaster. To-night, though, he would start off on a new tack. He would not even upbraid her for her conduct the night before. He had shown her his displeasure at the time, but she would see how tender and forgiving he could be. He would lure her to him rather than find fault with her. There had perhaps been too much of that already. When Coulson came back, Philip went to his solitary dinner. In general, he was quite alone while eating it, but to-day Alice Rose chose to bear him company.
She watched him with cold, severe eye for some time, until he had appeased his languid appetite. Then she began with the rebuke she had in store for him, a rebuke the motives to which were not entirely revealed even to herself. "Thou're none so keen after thy food as common," she began. "Plain victuals goes ill down after feastin'." Philip felt the colour mount to his face. He was not in the mood for patiently standing the brunt of the attack which he saw was coming, and yet he had a reverent feeling for women and for age. He wished she would leave him alone, but he only said, "I had nought but a slice o' cold beef for supper, if you'll call that feasting." "Neither do godly ways savour delicately after the pleasures of the world," continued she, unheeding his speech. "Thou wert wont to seek the house of the Lord, and I thought well on thee. But of late thou'st changed, and fallen away, and I mun speak what is in my heart towards thee." "Mother," said Philip impatiently. Both he and Coulson called Alice mother at times. "I don't think I'm fallen away, and anyway I cannot stay now to be. It's New Year's Day, and t' shop is throng." But Alice held up her hand. Her speech was ready, and she must deliver it. "Shop here, shop there, the flesh and the devil are getting hold on ye, and ye need more nor ever to speak to ways o' grace. New Year's Day comes and says, watch and pray, and yo' say, nay, I'll seek feasts and market places, and let times and seasons come and go without heeding into whose presence they're hastening me. Time was, Philip, when thou'd niver ha' letten a merry-making keep thee fra watch night, and t' company o' the godly." "I tell you it was no merry-making to me," said Philip with sharpness, as he left the house. Alice sat down on the nearest seat, and leant her head on her wrinkled hand. "He's tangled and snared," said she. "My heart has yearned after him, and I esteemed him as one o' the elect, and more nor me yearns after him. O Lord, I have but one child. O Lord, spare her. But o'er and above I would like to pray for his soul, that Satan might not have it, for he came to me but a little lad." At that moment Philip, smitten by his conscience for his hard manner of speech, came back, but Alice did not hear or see him until he was close by her, and then he had to touch her to recall her attention. "Mother," he said, "I was wrong. I'm fretted by many things. I shouldn't ha' spoken so. It was ill done of me." "Oh, my lad," said she, looking up and putting her thin arm on his shoulder as he stooped, "Satan is desiring after you, that he may sift you as wheat. Bide at home, and go not after them as care not for holy things. Why need you go to Haytersbank this night?" Philip reddened. He could not and would not give it up, and yet it was difficult to resist the pleading of this usually stern old woman. "Nay," said he, withdrawing himself ever so little from her hold. "My aunt is but ailing. They're my own flesh and blood, and as good folks as needs be, though they mayn't be a your way o' thinking on a' things." "Our ways, your ways o' thinking," says he, as if they were no longer his'n. "And as good folks as need be," repeated she with returning severity. "Them's Satan's words. Thou yo' spoke 'em, Philip." "I can do nought again Satan, but I can speak to them as can, and we'll see which pulls hardest, for it'll be better for thee to be riven and rent i' twain than to go body and soul to hell." "But don't think, mother," said Philip, his last words of conciliation, for the clock had given warning for 2, "as I'm bound for hell, just because I go to see my own folks, all I ha' left o' kin." Once more, after laying his hands with as much of a caress as was in his nature, or hers, he left the house. Probably Alice would have considered the first words that greeted Philip on his entrance into the shop as an answer to her prayer, for they were such as put a stop to his plan of going to see Sylvia that evening, and if Alice had formed her inchoate thoughts into words, Sylvia would have appeared as the nearest earthly representative of the spirit of temptation whom she dreaded for Philip. As he took his place behind the counter, Coulson said to him in a low voice, "Jeremiah Foster has been round to bid us to sup wi' him to night. He says that he and John have a little matter o' business to talk over with us." A glance from his eyes to Philip told the latter that Coulson believed the business spoken of had something to do with the partnership, respecting which there had been a silent intelligence for some time between the shopmen. "And what did thou say?" asked Philip, doggedly unwilling even yet to give up his proposed visit. "Say? Why, what could I say but that we'd come?
There was summat up, for sure, and summat as he thought we should be glad on. I could tell it for to look on his face. I don't think as I can go, said Philip, feeling just then as if the long-hoped-for partnership was as nothing compared to his plan. It was always distasteful to him to have to give up a project, or to disarrange an intended order of things, such was his nature, but to-day it was absolute pain to yield his own purpose. Why, man alive, said Coulson in amaze at his reluctance. I didn't say I mightn't go, said Philip, weighing consequences, until called off to attend to customers. In the course of the afternoon, however, he felt himself more easy in deferring his visit to Haytersbank till the next evening. Charley Kinraid entered the shop, accompanied by Molly Brunton and her sisters, and though they all went towards Hester's side of the shop, and Philip and Coulson had many people to attend to, yet Hepburn's sharpened ears caught much of what the young women were saying. From that he gathered that Kinraid had promised them New Year's gifts, for the purchase of which they were come, and after a little more listening he learned that Kinraid was returning to Shields the next day, having only come over to spend a holiday with his relations, and being tied with ship's work at the other end. They all talked together lightly and merrily, as if his going or staying was almost a matter of indifference to himself and his cousins. The principal thought of the young women was to secure the articles they most fancied. Charley Kinraid was, so Philip thought, especially anxious that the youngest and prettiest should be pleased. Hepburn watched him perpetually with a kind of envy of his bright courteous manner, the natural gallantry of the sailor. If it were but clear that Sylvia took as little thought of him as he did of her, to all appearance, Philip could even have given him praise for manly good looks, and a certain kind of geniality of disposition, which made him ready to smile pleasantly at all strangers, from babies upwards. As the party turned to leave the shop, they saw Philip, the guest of the night before, and they came over to shake hands with him across the counter. Kinraid's hand was proffered among the number. Last night Philip could not have believed it possible that such a demonstration of fellowship should have passed between them, and perhaps there was a slight hesitation of manner on his part, for some idea or remembrance crossed Kinraid's mind, which brought a keen searching glance into the eyes which for a moment were fastened on Philip's face. In spite of himself, and during the very act of handshaking, Philip felt a cloud come over his face, not altering or moving his features, but taking light and peace out of his countenance. Molly Brunton began to say something, and he gladly turned to look at her. She was asking him why he went away so early, for they had kept it up for 4 hours after he left, and last of all, she added, turning to Kinraid, her cousin Charley had danced a hornpipe among the platters on the ground. Philip hardly knew what he said in reply. The mention of that pas seul lifted such a weight off his heart. He could smile now, after his grave fashion, and would have shaken hands again with Kinraid had it been required, for it seemed to him that no one, caring ever so little in the way that he did for Sylvia, could have borne 4 mortal hours of a company where she had been, and was not, least of all, could have danced a hornpipe either from gaiety of heart, or even out of complaisance. He felt as if the yearning after the absent one would have been a weight to his legs, as well.
Chapter 14 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 14. Partnership. As darkness closed in, and the New Year's throng became scarce, Philip's hesitation about accompanying Coulson faded away. He was more comfortable respecting Sylvia, and his going to see her might be deferred, and, after all, he felt that the wishes of his masters ought to be attended to, and the honour of an invitation to the private house of Jeremiah not to be slighted for anything short of a positive engagement. Besides, the ambitious man of business existed strongly in Philip. It would never do to slight advances towards the second great earthly object in his life, one also on which the first depended. So, when the shop was closed, the two set out down Bridge Street to cross the river to the house of Jeremiah Foster. They stood a moment on the bridge to breathe the keen fresh sea air after their busy day. The waters came down swollen, full and dark, with rapid rushing speed from the snow-fed springs high upon the moorland above. The close-packed houses in the old town seemed a cluster of white roofs irregularly piled against the more unbroken white of the hillside. Lights twinkled here and there in the town, and were slung from stern and bow of the ships in the harbour. The air was very still, settling in for a frost, so still that all distant sounds seemed near. The rumble of a returning cart in the high street, the voices on board ship, the closing of shutters and barring of doors in the new town to which they were bound. But the sharp air was filled, as it were, with saline particles in a freezing state, little pungent crystals of sea salt, burning lips and cheeks with their cold keenness. It would not do to linger here in the very centre of the valley, up which passed the current of atmosphere coming straight with the rushing tide from the icy northern seas. Besides, there was the unusual honour of a supper with Jeremiah Foster awaiting them. He had asked each of them separately to a meal before now, but they had never gone together, and they felt that there was something serious in the conjuncture. They began to climb the steep heights leading to the freshly built rows of the new town of Monkshaven, feeling as if they were rising into aristocratic regions where no shop profaned the streets. Jeremiah Foster's house was one of 6, undistinguished in size or shape or colour, but noticed in the daytime by all passers-by for its spotless cleanliness of lintel and doorstep, window and window-frame. The very bricks seemed as though they came in for the daily scrubbing which brightened handle, knocker, all down to the very scraper. The 2 young men felt as shy of the interview with their master under such unusual relations of guest and host as a girl does of her first party. Each rather drew back from the decided step of knocking at the door, but with a rebuffing shake at his own folly, Philip was the one to give a loud single rap. As if they had been waited for, the door flew open, and a middle-aged servant stood behind, as spotless and neat as the house itself, and smiled a welcome to the familiar faces. "Let me dust your bit, William," said she, suiting the action to the word. "You've been leaning against some whitewash, I'll be bound. Aye, Philip," continued she, turning him round with motherly freedom, "he'll do if you'll but gie your shoon a polish wipe on your other mat. This'n for taking roughest mud off. Master lays polishes on that." In the square parlour the same precise order was observed. Every article of furniture was free from speck of dirt or particle of dust, and everything was placed either in a parallel line or at exact right angles with every other. Even John and Jeremiah sat in symmetry on opposite sides of the fireplace. The very smiles on their honest faces seemed drawn to a line of exactitude. Such formality, however admirable, was not calculated to promote ease. It was not until after supper, until a good quantity of Yorkshire pie had been swallowed, and washed down too with the best and most generous wine in Jeremiah's cellar, that there was the least geniality among them, in spite of the friendly kindness of the host and his brother. The long silence, during which mute thanks for the meal were given, having come to an end, Jeremiah called for pipes, and 3 of the party began to smoke. Politics in those days were tickle subjects to meddle with, even in the most private company. The nation was in a state of terror against France, and against any at home who might be supposed to sympathise with the enormities she had just been committing. The oppressive Act against seditious meetings had been passed the year before, and people were doubtful to what extremity of severity it might be construed. Even the law authorities forgot to be impartial, but either their alarms or their interests made too many of them vehement partisans instead of calm arbiters, and thus destroyed the popular confidence in what should have been considered the supreme tribunal of justice. Yet, for all this, there were some who dared to speak of reform of Parliament as a preliminary step to fair representation of the people, and to a reduction of the heavy war taxation that was imminent, if not already imposed. But These pioneers of 1830 were generally obnoxious. The great body of the people gloried in being Tories and haters of the French, with whom they were on tenterhooks to fight, almost unaware of the rising reputation of the young Corsican warrior, whose name would be used ere a dozen years had passed, to hush English babies with a terror such as that of Marlborough once had for the French. At such a place as Monkshaven, all these opinions were held in excess. One or two might, for the mere sake of argument, dispute on certain points of history or government, but they took care to be very sure of their listeners before such arguments touched on anything of the present day, for it had been not unfrequently found that the public duty of prosecuting opinions not your own overrode the private duty of respecting confidence. Most of the Monkshaven politicians confined themselves, therefore, to such general questions as these. Could an Englishman lick more than 4 Frenchmen at a time? What was the proper punishment for members of the Corresponding Society, correspondence with the French Directory? Hanging and quartering, or burning? Would the forthcoming child of the Princess of Wales be a boy or a girl? If a girl, would it be more loyal to call it Charlotte or Elizabeth? The Fosters were quite secure enough of their guests this evening to have spoken freely on politics had they been so inclined. And they did begin on the outrages which had been lately offered to the King in crossing St. James's Park to go and open the House of Lords, but soon, so accustomed were their minds to caution and restraint, the talk dropped down to the high price of provisions. Bread at 1 shilling and 3d, the quartern loaf according to the London test. Wheat at 120 shillings per quarter, as the home-baking northerners viewed the matter. And then the conversation died away to an ominous silence. John looked at Jeremiah, as if asking him to begin. Jeremiah was the host, and had been a married man. Jeremiah returned the look with the same meaning in it. John, though a bachelor, was the elder brother. The great church bell, brought from the Monkshaven monastery centuries ago, high up on the opposite hillside, began to ring 9 o'clock. It was getting late. Jeremiah began. "It seems a bad time for starting anyone on business, with prices and taxes and bread so dear, but John and I are getting into years, and we've no children to follow us. Yet we would fain draw out of some of our worldly affairs. We would like to give up the shop, and stick to banking, to which there seemeth a plain path. But first there is the stock and goodwill the shop to be disposed on." A dead pause. This opening was not favourable to the hopes of the 2 moneyless young men who had been hoping to succeed their masters by the more gradual process of partnership. But it was only the kind of speech that had been agreed upon by the 2 brothers with a view of impressing upon Hepburn and Coulson the great and unusual responsibility of the situation into which the Fosters wished them to enter. In some ways the talk of many was much less simple and straightforward in those days than it is now. The study of effect shown in the London diners out of the last generation, who prepared their conversation beforehand, was not without its parallel in humbler spheres, and for different objects than self-display. The brothers Foster had all but rehearsed the speeches they were about to make this evening. They were aware of the youth of the parties to whom they were going to make a most favourable proposal, and they dreaded that if that proposal was too lightly made, it would be too lightly considered, and the duties involved in it too carelessly entered upon. So the rôle of one brother was to suggest, that of the other to repress. The young men, too, had their reserves. They foresaw, and had long foreseen, what was coming that evening. They were impatient to hear it in distinct words, and yet they had to wait, as if unconscious, during all the long preamble. Do age and youth never play the same parts now? To return, John Foster replied to his brother. "The stock and goodwill? That would take much wealth, and there will be fixtures to be considered. Philip, canst thee tell me the exact amount of stock in the shop at present?" It had only just been taken. Philip had it at his fingers' ends. £1,941 13 shillings and twopence. Coulson looked at him in a little dismay, and could not repress a sigh. The figures put into words and spoken aloud seemed to indicate so much larger an amount of money than when quickly written down in numerals. But Philip read the countenances, nay, by some process of which he was not himself aware, he read the minds of the brothers, and felt no dismay at what he saw there. "And the fixtures?" asked John Foster. "The appraiser valued them at £435 3 and sixpence when father died. We have added to them since, but we will reckon them at that. How much does that make with the value of the stock?" £2,176 16 shillings and eightpence, said Philip. Coulson had done the sum quicker, but was too much disheartened by the amount to speak. "And the goodwill?" asked the pitiless John. "What dost thee set that at?" "I think, brother, that would depend on who came forward with the purchase money of the stock and fixtures. To some folks we might make it sit easy, if they were known to us, and those as we wished well to. If Philip and William here, for instance, said they'd like to purchase the business, I reckon thee and me would not ask him so much as we should ask Miller's." Miller's was an upstart petty rival shop at the end of the bridge in the new town. "I wish Philip and William was to come after us," said John. "But that's out of the question," he continued, knowing all the while that, far from being out of the question, it was the very question, and that it was as good as settled at this very time. No one spoke. Then Jeremiah went on. "It's out of the question, I reckon." He looked at the two young men. Coulson shook his head. Philip more bravely said, "I have £53 7 and fourpence in your hands, Master John, and it's all I have in the world." "It's a pity," said John, and again they were silent. 9:30 struck. It was time to be beginning to make an end. "Perhaps, brother, they have friends who could advance them the money. We might make it sit light to them, for the sake of their good service." Philip replied, "There's no one who can put forwards a penny for me. I have but few kin, and they have little to spare beyond what they need." Coulson said, "My father and mother have 9 on us." Let alone," said John, relenting fast, for he was weary of his part of cold, stern prudence. "Brother, I think we have enough of this world's goods to do what we like with our own." Jeremiah was a little scandalised at the rapid melting away of assumed character, and took a good pull at his pipe before he replied. "Upwards of £2,000 is a large sum to set on the well-being and well-doing of 2 lads, the elder of whom is not 23. I fear we must look farther afield." "Why, John," replied Jeremiah, "it was but yesterday thee said they would rather have Philip and William than any men of 50 that thee knowed, and now to bring up their youth again them. Well, t'half on it is thine, and thou shalt do even as thou wilt, but I think as I must have security for my moiety, for it's a great risk. Have you any security to offer, any expectations, any legacies, as the folk have a life interest in at present?" No, neither of them had. So Jeremiah rejoined, "Then, I suppose, I mun do as thee dost, John, and take the security of character. And it's a great security too, lads, and best o' all, and one that I couldn't ha' done without. No, not if you'd pay me down 5,000 for goodwill and stock and fixtures, for John Foster and Son has been a shop in Monkshaven this 80 years and more, and I do not think there's a man living, or dead for that matter, as can say Foster's wronged him of a penny, or gave short measure to a child or a cousin Betty." They all 4 shook hands round with the same heartiness as if it had been a legal ceremony necessary to the completion of the partnership. The old men's faces were bright with smiles, the eyes of the young ones sparkled with hope. "But, after all," said Jeremiah, "we've not told you particulars. You're thanking us for a pig in a poke, but we had more forethought, and we put all down on a piece of paper." He took down a folded piece of paper from the mantel-shelf, put on his horn spectacles, and began to read aloud, occasionally peering over his glasses to note the effect on the countenances of the young men. The only thing he was in the habit of reading aloud was a chapter in the Bible daily to his housekeeper servant, and, like many, he reserved a peculiar tone for that solemn occupation, a tone which he unconsciously employed for the present enumeration of pounds, shillings, and pence. Average returns of the last 3 years, £127, 3 shillings, and 7 penny and 1/6 a week. Profits thereupon, 34 per cent, as near may be. Clear profits of the concern, after deducting all expenses except rent, for the house is our own, £1,202 a year. This was far more than either Hepburn or Coulson had imagined it to be, and a look of surprise, almost amounting to dismay, crept over their faces, in spite of their endeavour to keep simply motionless and attentive. "It's a deal o' money, lads, and the Lord give you grace to guide it," said Jeremiah, putting down his paper for a minute. "Amen," said John, shaking his head to give effect to his word. "Now what we propose is this," continued Jeremiah, beginning afresh to refer to his paper. "We will call value of stock and fixtures 2,150. You may have John Holden, appraiser and auctioneer, in to set a price on them if you will, or you may look over books and bills, or better still do both, and so check one against t'other, but for t' sake o' making the ground of the bargain, I state the sum as above, and I reckon it's so much capital left in your hands, for the use of which you're bound to pay us 5% quarterly, that's £107.10 per annum, at least for t' first year, and after it will be reduced by the gradual payment on our money, which must be at the rate of 20%, thus paying us our principal back in 5 years, and the rent, including all backyards, right of wharfage, warehouse and premises, is reckoned by us to be £65 per annum. So you will have to pay us, John and Jeremiah Foster, brothers, £612.10 of the profits of the first year, leaving, at the present rate of profits, about £589.10 for the share to be divided between you." The plan had, in all its details, been carefully arranged by the two brothers. They were afraid lest Hepburn and Coulson should be dazzled by the amount of profits, and had so arranged the sliding scale of payment as to reduce the first year's income to what the elder men thought a very moderate sum, but what to the younger ones appeared an amount of wealth such as they, who had neither of them ever owned more than £50, considered almost inexhaustible. It was certainly a remarkable instance of prosperity and desert meeting together so early in life. For a moment or two the brothers were disappointed at not hearing any reply from either of them. Then Philip stood up, for he felt as if anything he could say sitting down would not be sufficiently expressive of gratitude, and William instantly followed his example. Hepburn began in a formal manner, something the way in which he had read in the York newspapers that honourable members returned thanks when their health was given. "I can hardly express my feelings," Coulson nudged him. "His feelings, too, of gratitude. Oh, Master John, Master Jeremiah! I thought it might come in time. Nay, I've thought it might come afore long, but I never thought as it would be so much, or made so easy. We've got good, kind friends. We have we not, William? And we'll do our best, and I hope as we shall come up to their wishes." Philip's voice quivered a little, as some remembrance passed across his mind. At this unusual moment of expansion out it came. "I wish mother could have seen this day." "She shall see a better day, my lad, when thy name and William's is painted over t' shop door, and J. Foster blacked out." "Nay, master," said William, "that mun never be. I'd almost sooner not come in for business. Anyhow, it must be late, J. Foster. I'm not sure as I can stomach that." "Well, well, William," said John Foster, highly gratified, "there'll be time enough to talk over that. There was one thing more to be said, was there not, brother Jeremiah? We do not wish to have this talked over in Monkshaven until shortly before the time when you must enter on the business. We have our own arrangements to make with regard to the banking concern, and there'll be lawyers' work to do after you've examined books and looked over stock again together. Maybe we've overstated it, or fixtures aren't worth so much as we said. Anyhow, You must each on you give us your word for to keep fra naming this night's conversation to any one. Meantime, Jeremiah and I will have to pay accounts, and take a kind of farewell of the merchants and manufacturers with whom Fosters have had dealings this 70 or 80 year. And when and where it seems fitting to us, we will take one of you to introduce as our successors and friends. But all that's to come. But you must each give us your word not to name what's passed here to anyone till further speech on the subject has passed between us." Coulson immediately gave the promise. Philip's assent came lagging. He had thought of Sylvia living almost as much as of the dead mother, whose last words had been a committal of her child to the Father of the Friendless, and now that a short delay was placed between the sight of the cup and his enjoyment of it, there was an impatient chafing in the mind of the composed and self-restrained Philip, and then repentance, quick as lightning, effaced the feeling, and he pledged himself to the secrecy which was enjoined. Some few more details as to their mode of procedure, of verifying the Fosters' statements, which to the younger men seemed a perfectly unnecessary piece of business, of probable journeys and introductions, and then farewell was bidden, and Hepburn and Coulson were in the passage donning their wraps, and rather to their indignation being assisted therein by Martha, who was accustomed to the office with her own master. Suddenly they were recalled into the parlour. John Foster was fumbling with the papers a little nervously. Jeremiah spoke. "We have not thought it necessary to commend Esther Rose to you. If she had been a lad, she would have had a third at business along with you. Being a woman, it's ill troubling her with a partnership. Better give her a fixed salary till such time as she marries." He looked a little knowingly and curiously at the faces of the young men he addressed. William Coulson seemed sheepish and comfortable, but said nothing, leaving it as usual to Philip to be spokesman. "If we hadn't cared for Esther for herself, master, we should have cared for her being forspoken by her. Your master John shall fix what we ought to pay her, and I think I may make bold to say that, as our income rises, hers shall too. Eh, Coulson?" A sound of assent quite distinct enough.
Chapter 15 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kath Gard. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 15. A Difficult Question. Philip went to bed with that kind of humble penitent gratitude in his heart, which we sometimes feel after a sudden revulsion of feeling from despondency to hope. The night before, it seemed as if all events were so arranged as to thwart him in his dearest wishes. He felt now as if his discontent and repining, not 24 hours before, had been almost impious, so great was the change in his circumstances for the better. Now all seemed promising for the fulfilment of what he most desired. He was almost convinced that he was mistaken in thinking that Kinraid had had anything more than a sailor's admiration for a pretty girl with regard to Sylvia. At any rate, he was going away tomorrow, in all probability not to return for another year, for Greenland ships left for the northern seas as soon as there was a chance of the ice being broken up. And ere then he himself might speak out openly, laying before her parents all his fortunate prospects, and before her all his deep passionate love. So this night his prayers were more than the mere form that they had been the night before. They were a vehement expression of gratitude to God for having, as it were, interfered on his behalf, to grant him the desire of his eyes and the lust of his heart. He was like too many of us. He did not place his future life in the hands of God, and only asked for grace to do his will in whatever circumstances might arise. but he yearned in that terrible way after a blessing which, when granted under such circumstances, too often turns out to be equivalent to a curse. And that spirit brings with it the material and earthly idea that all events that favour our wishes are answers to our prayer, and so they are in one sense, but they need prayer in a deeper and higher spirit to keep us from the temptation to evil which such events invariably bring with them. Philip little knew how Sylvia's time had been passed that day. If he had, he would have laid down this night with even a heavier heart than he had done on the last. Charlie Kinraid accompanied his cousins as far as the spot where the path to Haytersbank Farm diverged. Then he stopped his merry talk and announced his intention of going to see Farmer Robson. Bessie Corney looked disappointed and a little sulky, but her sister Molly Brunton laughed and said, "Tell truth, lad, Dan'l Robson niver have a call for thee if he hadn't a pretty daughter." "Indeed, but he would," replied Charlie, rather annoyed. "When I've said a thing, I do it. I promised last night to go see him. Besides, I like the old man." "Well, when shall we tell mother you're coming home?" "Toward 8 o'clock, maybe sooner." "Why, it's bare 5 now. Bless lad, does he think of staying there neat? And they up so late last night, and Mrs. Robson ailing beside. Mother'll not think it kind on you either, will she, Bess?" "I dunno. Charlie mun do as he likes. I daresay no one'll miss him if he does bide away till 8. Well, well, I can't tell what I shall do, but you'd best not stop lingering here, for it's getting on, and there'll be a keen frostbite look at stars." Haytersbank was closed for the night, as far as it ever was closed. There were no shutters to the windows, nor did they care to draw the inside curtains, so few were the passers-by. The house door was fastened, but the shippen door a little on in the same long low block of buildings stood open, and a dim light made an oblong upon the snowy ground outside. As Kinraid drew near, he heard talking there, and a woman's voice. He threw a passing glance through the window into the fire-lit house-place, and seeing Mrs. Robson asleep by the fireside in her easy-chair, he went on. There was the intermittent sound of the sharp whistling of milk into the pail, and Kester sitting on a 3-legged stool, cajoling a capricious cow into letting her fragrant burden flow. Sylvia stood near the farther window ledge, on which a horn lantern was placed, pretending to knit at a grey worsted stocking, but in reality laughing at Kester's futile endeavours, and finding quite enough to do with her eyes in keeping herself untouched by the whisking tail or the occasional kick. The frosty air was mellowed by the warm and odorous breath of the cattle, breath that hung about the place in faint misty clouds. There was only a dim light, such as it was. It was not dearly defined against the dark heavy shadow in which the old black rafters and manger and partitions were enveloped. As Charlie came to the door, Kester was saying, "Quiet with 'ee, wench. Theer now, she's a beauty if she'll stand still. There's niver sich a cow it riding, if she'll only behave hersel. She's a bonny lass, she is. Let down the milk, there's a pretty." "Why, Kester," laughed Sylvia, "thou'rt asking her for her milk wi' as many pretty speeches as thou wert wooing a wife." "Eh, lass," said Kester, turning a bit towards her, and shutting one eye to cock the other the better upon her, an operation which puckered up his already wrinkled face into 1,000 new lines and folds. "And how does thee know how a man woos a wife, that thee talks so knowing about it? That's telling. Someone's been trying it on thee." "There's never a one been so impudent," said Sylvia, reddening and tossing her head a little. "I'd like to see him try me." "Will, will," said Kester, wilfully misunderstanding her meaning. Thou mun be patient, wench, and if thou's a good lass, maybe thy turn'll come, and they'll try it. I wish thou'd talk o' what thou've some knowledge on, Kester, i'stead o' that silly way, replied Sylvia. Then I mun talk no more about women, for they're past knowing, and drove e'en King Solomon silly. At this moment Charlie stepped in. Sylvia gave a little start, and dropped her ball of worsted. Kester made as though absorbed in his task of cajoling Black Nell, but his eyes and ears were both vigilant. I was going into the house, but I saw your mother asleep, and I didn't want to waken her, so I just came on here. Is your father to the fore? No, said Sylvia, hanging down her head a little, wondering if he could have heard the way in which she and Kester had been talking, and thinking over her little foolish jokes with anger against herself. Father is gone to Winthrop, about some pigs as he's heard on. He'll not be back till 7 o'clock or so. It was but 5:30, and Sylvia, in the irritation of the moment, believed that she wished Kinraid would go. But she would have been extremely disappointed if he had. Kinraid himself seemed to have no thought of the kind. He saw with his quick eyes, not unaccustomed to women, that his coming so unexpectedly had fluttered Sylvia, and anxious to make her quite at her ease with him, and not unwilling to conciliate Kester, he addressed his next speech to him with the same kind of air of interest in the old man's pursuit that a young man of a different class sometimes puts on when talking to the chaperone of a pretty girl in a ballroom. That's a handsome beast you've just been milking, master. Ay, but handsome is as handsome does. It were only yesterday as she aimed her leg right at pail wi' afterings in. She knowed it were afterings as well as any Christian, and t' more t' mischief, t' better she likes it. And if I hadn't been too quick for her, it would ha' gone swash down in t' litter. This un's a far better cow in t' long run. She's just a steady goer. As the milky downpour came musical and even from the stall next to Black Nell's, Sylvia was knitting away vigorously, thinking all the while that it was a great pity she had not put on a better gown, or even a cap with brighter ribbon, and quite unconscious how very pretty she looked, standing against the faint light, her head a little bent down, her hair catching bright golden touches as it fell from under her little linen cap, her pink bedgown confined by her apron string, giving a sort of easy grace to her figure, her dark full linsey petticoat short above her trim ankles, looking far more suitable to the place where she was standing than her long gown of the night before would have done. Kinraid was wanting to talk to her, and to make her talk, but was uncertain how to begin. In the meantime, Kester went on with the subject last spoken about. Black Nell's at her 4th cow now, so she ought to have left off her tricks and turned sober like, but bless you, there's some cows as'll be skittish till they're fat for t' butcher. Not but what I like milking her better nor a steady goer, a man has always summat to be watching for, and I'm kinder set up when I mastered her at last. T' young missus there, she's mighty fond o' coming to see Black Nell at her tantrums. She'd niver come near me if her cow was like this'n. Do you often come and see the cows milked? asked Kinraid. Many a time, said Sylvia, smiling a little. Why, when we're throng, I help Kester, but now we've only Black Nell and Daisy giving milk. Kester knows as I can milk Black Nell quite easy, she continued, half vexed that Kester had not named this accomplishment. Ay, when she's in a good frame of mind, as she is sometimes, but difficulty is to milk her at all times. I wish I'd come a bit sooner. I should like to seen you milk Black Nell, addressing Sylvia. You'd better come to-morrow e'en, and see what a hand shall make on her, said Kester. To-morrow night I shall be far on my road back to Shields. To-morrow, said Sylvia, suddenly looking up at him, and then dropping her eyes as she found he had been watching for the effect of his intelligence on her. "I mun be back at t'Whaler, where I'm engaged," continued he. "She's fitting up after a fresh fashion, and as I've been one as wanted new ways, I mun be on the spot for to look after her. Maybe I shall take a run down here afore sailing in March. I'm sure I shall try." There was a good deal meant and understood by these last few words. The tone in which they were spoken gave them a tender intensity not lost upon either of the hearers. Kester cocked his eye once more, but with as little obtrusiveness as he could, and pondered the sailor's looks and ways. He remembered his coming about the place the winter before, and how the old master had then appeared to have taken to him, but at that time Sylvia had seemed to Kester too little removed from a child to have either art or part in Kinraid's visits. Now, however, the case was different. Kester in his sphere, among his circle of acquaintance, narrow though it was, had heard with much pride of Sylvia's bearing away the bell at church and at market, wherever girls of her age were congregated. He was a north countryman, so he gave out no further sign of his feelings than his mistress and Sylvia's mother had done on a like occasion. "T' lass is weel enough," said he, but he grinned to himself and looked about, and listened to the hearsay of every lad, wondering who was handsome and brave and good enough to be Sylvia's mate. Now of late it had seemed to the canny farm servant pretty clear that Philip Hepburn was after her, and to Philip Kester had an instinctive objection, a kind of natural antipathy, such as has existed in all ages between the dwellers in a town and those in the country, between agriculture and trade. So while Kinraid and Sylvia kept up their half-tender, half-jesting conversation, Kester was making up his slow, persistent mind as to the desirability of the young man then present as a husband for his darling, as much from his being other than Philip in every respect as from the individual good qualities he possessed. Kester's first opportunity of favouring Kinraid's suit consisted in being as long as possible over his milking. So never were cows that required such stripping or were expected to yield such afterings as Black Nell and Daisy that night. But all things must come to an end, and at length Kester got up from his three-legged stool, on seeing what the others did not, that the dip candle in the lantern was coming to an end, and that in 2 or 3 minutes more the shippen would be in darkness, and so his pails of milk be endangered. In an instant Sylvia had started out of her delicious dreamland, her drooping eyes were raised, and recovered their power of observation, her ruddy arms were freed from the apron in which she had enfolded them as a protection from the gathering cold, and she had seized and adjusted the wooden yoke across her shoulders, ready to bear the brimming milk pails to the dairy. "Look you at her!" exclaimed Kester to Charlie, as he adjusted the fragrant pails on the yoke. "She thinks she's missus already, and she's allays for carrying in milk since t'rheumatiz crotched my shoulder at back end, and when she says yea, it's as much as my head's worth to say nay." And along the wall, round the corner, down the round slippery stones of the rambling farmyard, behind the buildings, did Sylvia trip, safe and well poised, though the ground wore all one coating of white snow, and in many places was so slippery as to oblige Kinraid to linger near Kester, the lantern-bearer. Kester did not lose his opportunity, though the cold misty night air provoked his asthmatic cough whenever he breathed, and often interrupted his words. "She's a good wench as iver was, and come on a good stock, and that's summat, whether in a cow or a woman. I've known her from a baby. She's a reet down good un." By this time they had reached the back kitchen door, just as Sylvia had unladen herself, and were striking a light with flint and tinder. The house seemed warm and inviting after the piercing outer air, although the kitchen into which they entered contained only a raked and slumbering fire at one end, over which, on a crook, hung the immense pan of potatoes cooking for the evening meal of the pigs. To this pan Kester immediately addressed himself, swinging it round with ease, owing to the admirable simplicity of the old-fashioned machinery. Kinraid stood between Kester and the door into the dairy, through which Sylvia had vanished with the milk. He half wished to conciliate Kester by helping him, but he seemed also attracted by a force which annihilated his will to follow her wherever she went. Kester read his mind. Let alone, said he. Pig's victual takes noan such dainty carrying as milk. I may set it down and never spill a drop. She's noan fit for to serve swine, nor you're the mester. Better help at team to milk. So Kinraid followed the light, his light, into the icy chill of the dairy, where the bright polished tin cans were quickly dimmed with the warm, sweet-smelling milk that Sylvia was emptying out into the brown pans. In his haste to help her, Charlie took up one of the pails. That'n's to be strained. You have the cow's hair in. Mother's very particular and cannot abide a hair. So she went over to her awkward dairymaid, and before she, but not before he, was aware of the sweet proximity, she was adjusting his happy, awkward arms to the new office of holding a milk strainer over the bowl and pouring the white liquid through it. There, she said, looking up for a moment and half blushing. Now you'll know how to do it next time. I wish next time was to come now, said Kinraid, but she had returned to her own pail and seemed not to hear him. He followed her to her side of the dairy. I've but a short memory. Can you not show me again how to hold strainer? No, she said, half laughing, but holding her strainer fast in spite of his insinuating efforts to unlock her fingers. But there's no need to tell me you've gotten a short memory. Why, what have I done? How done you know it? Last night, she began, and then she stopped and turned away her head, pretending to be busy in her dairy duties of rinsing and such like. Well, said he, half conjecturing her meaning and flattered by it, if his conjecture were right. Last night, what? Oh, you know, said she, as if impatient at being both literally and metaphorically followed about and driven into a corner. No, tell me, persisted he. Well, said she, if you will have it, I think you showed you but a short memory when you didn't know me again, and you were 5 times at this house last winter, and that's not so long sin. But I suppose you'll see a vast of things on your voyages by land or by sea, and then it's but natural you should forget. She wished she could go on talking, but could not think of anything more to say just then, for in the middle of her sentence, the flattering interpretation he might put upon her words, on her knowing so exactly the number of times he had been to Haytersbank, flashed upon her, and she wanted to lead the conversation a little farther afield, to make it a little less personal. This was not his wish, however. In a tone which thrilled through her, even in her own despite, he said, Do you think that can ever happen again, Sylvia? She was quite silent, almost trembling. He repeated the question as if to force her to answer. Driven to bay, she equivocated. What happened again? Let me go, I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm almost numbed with cold. For the frosty air came sharp in through the open lattice window, and the ice was already forming on the milk. Kinraid would have found a ready way of keeping his cousins, or indeed most young women, warm, but he paused before he dared put his arm round Sylvia. She had something so shy and wild in her look and manner, and her very innocence of what her words, spoken by another girl, might lead to, inspired him with respect, and kept him in check. So he contented himself with saying, "I'll let you go into t' warm kitchen if yo'll tell me if yo' think I can ever forget yo' again." She looked up at him defiantly and set her red lips firm. He enjoyed her determination not to reply to this question. It showed she felt its significance. Her pure eyes looked steadily into his, nor was the expression in his such as to daunt her or make her afraid. They were like two children defying each other, each determined to conquer. At last she unclosed her lips, and nodding her head as if in triumph, said, as she folded her arms once more in her check apron, "You'll have to go home sometime." "Not for a couple of hours yet," said he, "and you'll be frozen first, so you'd better say if I can ever forget you again without more ado." Perhaps the fresh voices breaking on the silence, perhaps the tones were less modulated than they had been before, but anyhow Belle Robson's voice was heard calling Sylvia through the second door, which opened from the dairy to the house place, in which her mother had been till this moment asleep. Sylvia darted off in obedience to the call, glad to leave him, as at that moment Kinraid resentfully imagined. Through the open door he heard the conversation between mother and daughter, almost unconscious of its meaning, so difficult did he find it to wrench his thoughts from the ideas he had just been forming with Sylvia's bright, lovely face right under his eyes. "Sylvia," said her mother, "who's yonder?" Belle was sitting up in the attitude of one startled out of slumber into intensity of listening, her hands on each of the chair arms, as if just going to rise. "There's a fremd man at th' house. I heard his voice." It's just Charlie Kinraid. He was a talking to me at dairy." "It dairy, lass? And how come he in dairy?" "He come to see Fete." "Fete asked him last night," said Sylvia, conscious that he could overhear every word that was said, and a little suspecting that he was no great favourite with her mother. "Thy father's out. How comed he in dairy?" persevered Belle. "He come past this window and saw yo asleep, and didn't like for t' waken yo, so he come out on t' shippen, and when I'd carried t' milk in." But now Kinraid came in, feeling the awkwardness of the situation a little, yet with an expression so pleasant and manly in his open face, and in his exculpatory manner, that Sylvia lost his first words in a strange kind of pride of possession in him, about which she did not reason nor care to define the grounds. But her mother rose from her chair somewhat formally, as if she did not intend to sit down again while he stayed, yet was too weak to be kept in that standing attitude long. "I'm afeard, sir, Sylvie hasn't told yo that my master's out, and not like to be in till late. He'll be main and sorry to have missed yo." There was nothing for it after this but to go. His only comfort was that on Sylvia's rosy face he could read unmistakable signs of regret and dismay. His sailor's life, in bringing him suddenly face to face with unexpected events, had given him something of that self-possession which we consider the attribute of a gentleman, and with an apparent calmness which almost disappointed Sylvia, who construed it into a symptom of indifference as to whether he went or stayed. He bade her mother good night, and only said, in holding her hand a minute longer than was absolutely necessary, "I'm coming back here I sail, and then maybe you'll answer yon question." He spoke low, and her mother was rearranging herself in her chair, else Sylvia would have had to repeat the previous words. As it was, with soft, thrilling ideas ringing through her, she could get her wheel and sit down to her spinning by the fire. Waiting for her mother to speak first, Sylvia dreamt her dreams. Bell Robson was partly aware of the state of things as far as it lay on the surface. She was not aware how deep down certain feelings had penetrated into the girl's heart who sat on the other side of the fire, with a little sad air diffused over her face and figure. Bell looked upon Sylvia as still a child, to be warned off forbidden things by threats of danger. But the forbidden thing was already tasted, and possible danger in its full acquisition only served to make it more precious sweet. Bell sat upright in her chair, gazing into the fire. Her milk-white linen mob-cap fringed around and softened her face, from which the usual apple red was banished by illness, and the features, from the same cause, rendered more prominent and stern. She had a clean buff kerchief round her neck, and stuffed into the bosom of her Sunday woollen gown of dark blue. If she had been in working trim she would have worn a bedgown like Sylvia's. Her sleeves were pinned back at the elbows, and her brown arms and hard-working hands lay crossed in unwonted idleness on her check apron. Her knitting was by her side, and if she had been going through any accustomed calculation or consideration, she would have had it busily clicking in her fingers. But she had something quite beyond common to think about, and perhaps to speak about, and for the minute she was not equal to knitting. "Sylvie," she began at length, "did I tell thee on Nancy Hartley as I knew when I were a child? I'm thinking a deal on her to-night. Maybe it's because I've been dreaming on yon old times. She was a bonny lass as ever were seen, I've heard folk say, but that were afore I knew her. When I knew her she was crazy, poor wench, wi' her black hair a streaming down her back, and her eyes as were almost as black, allus crying out for pity, though never a word she spoke but 'He once was here.' Just that, o'er and o'er again. Whether she were cold or hot, full or hungry, 'He once was here' were all her speech. She had been farm servant to my mother's brother, James Hepburn, thy great uncle as was. She were a poor friendless wench, a parish prentice, but honest and gowm-like, till a lad as nobody knowed come o'er the hills one sheep shearing fra Whitehaven. He had summat to do with the sea, though not rightly to be called a sailor, and he made a deal on Nancy Hartley just to beguile the time like. And he went away, and nae sent a thought after her more. It's the way as lads have, and there's no holding 'em when there's fellers as nobody knows, neither where they come from nor what they've been doing all their lives, till they come athwart some poor wench like Nancy Hartley. She were but a softy after all, for she left off doing her work in a proper manner. I've heerd my aunt say as she found out as summat was wrong with Nancy as soon as th' milk turned bingy, for there ne'er had been such a clean lass about her milk cans afore that. And from bad it grew to worse, and she would sit and do nothing but play wi' her fingers from morn till night. And if they asked her what ailed her, she just said, 'He once was here,' and if they bid her go about her work, it were the same. And when they scolded her, and pretty sharp too, she would stand up and put her hair from her eyes, and look about her like a crazy thing, searching for her wits, and ne'er finding them, for all she could think on was just, 'He once was here.' It were a caution to me again, thinking a man to mean what he says when he's a talking to a young woman." "But what became on poor Nancy?" asked Sylvia. "What should become on her, or on any lass that gives herself up to thinking on a man who cares nowt for her?" replied her mother a little severely. "She were crazed, and my aunt couldn't keep her on, could she? She did keep her a long weary time, thinking as she would maybe come to herself, and anyhow she were a motherless wench. But at length she had for to go where she came fro, back to Keswick workhouse, and when last I heard on her, she were chained to th' great kitchen dresser in workhouse. They'd beaten her till she were taught to be silent and quiet in th' daytime, but at night, when she were left alone, she would take up th'out cry till it wrung their heart, so they'd many a time to come down and beat her again to get any peace. It were a caution to me, as I said afore, to keep fro' thinking on men as thought nowt on me." "Poor crazy Nancy," sighed Sylvia. The mother wondered if she had taken the caution to herself, or was only full of
Chapter 16 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lauren McCullough. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 16. As the day lengthens, so the cold strengthens. It was so that year. The hard frost which began on New Year's Eve lasted on and on until late February, black and bitter, but welcome enough to the farmers, as it kept back the too early growth of the autumn-sown wheat and gave them the opportunity of leading manure. But it did not suit the invalids as well, and Belle Robson, though not getting worse, did not make any progress towards amendment. Sylvia was kept busy notwithstanding that she had the assistance of a poor widow woman in the neighborhood on cleaning, or washing, or churning days. Her life was quiet and monotonous, although hard-working, and while her hands mechanically found and did their accustomed labor, the thoughts that rose in her head always centered on Charlie Kinraid. His ways, his words, his looks, whether they all meant what she would fain believe they did, and whether meaning love at the time such a feeling was likely to endure. Her mother's story of crazy Nancy had taken hold of her, but not as a caution, rather as a parallel case to her own. Like Nancy, and borrowing the poor girl's own words, she would say softly to herself, "He once was here." But all along, she believed in her heart he would come back again to her, though it touched her strangely to imagine the agonies of forsaken love. Philip knew little of this. He was very busy with facts and figures, doggedly fighting through the necessary business, and only now and then allowing himself the delicious relaxation of going to Haytersbank in an evening to inquire about his aunt's health, and to see Sylvia. For the two Fosters were punctiously anxious to make their shopmen test all their statements, insisting on an examination of the stock, as if Hepburn and Coulson were strangers to the shop. Having the Monkshaven auctioneer in to appraise the fixtures and necessary furniture, going over the shop books for the last 20 years with their successors, an employment which took up evening after evening, and not unfrequently taking one of the young men on the long commercial journeys which tediously made in a gig. By degrees both Hepburn and Coulson were introduced to distinct manufacturers and wholesale dealers. They would have been willing to take the Fosters' word for every statement the brothers had made on New Year's Day, but this, it was evident, would not have satisfied their masters, who were scrupulous in insisting that whatever advantage there was should always fall on the side of the younger men. When Philip saw Sylvia, she was always quiet and gentle, perhaps more silent than she had been a year ago, and she did not attend so briskly to what was passing around her. She was rather thinner and paler, but whatever change there was in her was always an improvement in Philip's eyes, so long as she spoke graciously to him. He thought she was suffering from long-continued anxiety about her mother, or that she had too much to do, and either cause was enough to make him treat her with a grave regard and deference, which had a repressed tenderness in it, of which she, otherwise occupied, was quite unaware. She liked him better, too, than she had done a year or two before, because he did not show her any of the eager attention which teased her then, although its meaning was not fully understood. Things were much in this state when the frost broke, and milder weather succeeded. This was the time so long looked forward to by the invalid and her friends, as favoring the doctor's recommendation of change of air. Her husband was to take her to spend a fortnight with a kindly neighbour who lived near the farm they had occupied 40 miles or so inland before they came to Haytersbank. The widow woman was to come and stay in the house, to keep Sylvia company during her mother's absence. Daniel, indeed, was to return home after conveying his wife to her destination, but there was so much to be done on the land at this time of the year that Sylvia would have been alone all day had it not been for the arrangement just mentioned. There was an active stirring in Monkshaven harbour as well as on shore. The whalers were finishing their fittings out for the Greenland seas. It was a close season. That is to say, there would be difficulty in passing the barrier of ice which lay between the ships and the whaling grounds. And yet these must be reached before June, or the year's expedition would be of little avail. Every blacksmith's shop rung with the rhythmical clang of busy hammers, beating out old iron such as horseshoes, nails, or stubs, into the great harpoons. The quays were thronged with busy and important sailors, rushing hither and thither, conscious of the demand in which they were held at this season of the year. It was war-time, too. Many captains unable to procure men in Monkshaven would have to complete their crews in the Shetlands. The shops in the town were equally busy. Stores had to be purchased by the whaling masters, warm clothing of all sorts to be provided. These were the larger wholesale orders, but many a man and woman, too, brought out their small hoards to purchase extra comforts, or precious keepsakes for some beloved one. It was the time of the great half-yearly traffic of the place. Another impetus was given to business when the whalers returned in the autumn, and the men were flush of money, and full of delight at once more seeing their homes and their friends. There was much to be done in Foster's shop, and later hours were kept than usual. Some perplexity or other was occupying John and Jeremiah Foster. Their minds were not so much on the alert as usual, being engaged on some weighty matter of which they had not yet spoken to no one. But it thus happened that they did not give the prompt assistance they were accustomed to render at such times, and Coulson had been away on some of the new expeditions devolving on him and Philip as future partners. One evening after the shop was closed, while they were examining the goods and comparing the sales with the entries in the day-book, Coulson suddenly inquired, "By the way, Hester, does thee know where the parcel of the best bandanas is gone? There was 4 left, as I'm pretty sure, when I set off to Sandsend, and today Mark Alderson came in and would fain have had one, and I could not find none nowhere." "I sold t' last today, to yon sailor, the Specksioneer, who fought the press gang same time as poor Dolly was killed. He took it, and 3 yards of yon pink ribbon with it, black and yellow crosses on it, as Philip could never abide. Philip has got 'em in t' book if you'd only look." "Is he here again?" said Philip. "I didn't see him. What brings him here? Where's he knowin' wanted?" "T' shop throng with folks," said Hester, "and he knew his own mind about the handkercher, and didn't tarry long. Just as he was leaving, his eye caught on t' ribbon, and he came back for it. It were when you were serving Mary Dauber, and there was a vast of folk around you." "I wish I had seen him," said Coulson. "I'd have given him a word and a look not had forgotten in a hurry." "Why, what's up?" said Philip, surprised at William's unusual manner, and at the same time rather gratified to find a reflection of his own feelings about Kinraid. Coulson's face was pale with anger, but for a moment or two he seemed uncertain whether he would reply or not. "Up," he said at length. "It's just this. He came after my sister for better nor 2 year, and a better lass. No, nor a prettier in my eyes never broke bread. And then my master saw another girl that he liked better." William almost choked in his endeavour to keep down all appearance of violent anger, and then went on, "And that he played the same game with, as I'd heard tell." "And how did thy sister take it?" said Philip eagerly. "She died in a 6-month," said William. "She forgived him, but it's beyond me. I thought it were him that I heard of to work about Darley, Kinraid, in coming from Newcastle, where Annie lived prentice, and I made inquiry, and it were the same man, and I'll say no more about him, for it stirs to old Adam more than I like or is fitting." Out of respect to him, Philip asked no more questions, although there were many things that he fain would have known. Both Coulson and he went silently and grimly through the remainder of their day's work, independent of any personal interest which either or both of them had or might have in Kinraid's being a light of love. This fault of his was one with which the two grave, sedate young men had no sympathy. Their hearts were true and constant, whatever else might be their failings, and it is no new thing to damn the faults we have no mind to. Philip wished that it was not so late, or that very evening he would have gone to keep guard over Sylvia in her mother's absence. Nay, perhaps he might have seen reason to give her a warning of some kind. But if he had done so, it would have been locking the stable door after the steed was stolen. Kinraid had turned his steps towards Haytersbank Farm as soon as ever he had completed his purchases. He had only come that afternoon to Monkshaven, and for the sole purpose of seeing Sylvia once more before he went to fulfill his engagement as Specksioneer in the Urania, a whaling vessel that was to sail from North Shields on Thursday morning, and this was Monday. Sylvia sat in the house-place, her back to the long, low window, in order to have all the light the afternoon hour afforded for her work. A basket of her father's unmended stockings was on the little round table beside her, and one was on her left hand, which she supposed herself to be mending, but from time to time she made long pauses, and looked in the fire, and yet there was but little motion of flame or light in it out of which to conjure visions. It was redd up for the afternoon, covered with a black mass of coal, over which the equally black kettle hung on the crook. In the back kitchen, Dolly Reed, Sylvia's assistant during her mother's absence, chanted a lugubrious ditty, befitting her condition as a widow, while she cleaned tins and cans and milking pails. Perhaps these bustling sounds prevented Sylvia from hearing approaching footsteps coming down the brow with swift advance. At any rate, she started and suddenly stood up as someone entered the open door. It was strange she should be so much startled, for the person who entered had been in her thoughts all during these long pauses. Charlie Kinraid and the story of Crazy Nancy had been the subjects for her dreams for many a day and many a night. Now he stood there, bright and handsome as ever, with just that much timidity in his face, that anxiety as to his welcome, which gave his accost an added charm, could she but have perceived it. But she was so afraid of herself, so unwilling to show what she felt and how much she had been thinking of him in his absence, that her reception seemed cold and still. She did not come forward to meet him. She went crimson to the very roots of her hair, but that in the waning light he could not see. And she shook so that she felt as if she could hardly stand, but the tremor was not visible to him. She wondered if he remembered the kiss that had passed between them on New Year's Eve, the words that had been spoken in the dairy on New Year's Day, the tones, the looks that had accompanied those words. But all she said was, "I didn't think to see you. I thought you had sailed." "I told you I'd come back, didn't I?" said he, still standing with his hat in his hand, waiting to be asked to sit down, and she, in her bashfulness, forgetting to give the invitation, but instead pretending to be attentively mending the stocking she held. Neither could keep quiet and silent long. She felt his eyes were upon her, watching every motion, and grew more and more confused in her expression and behavior. He was a little taken aback by the nature of his reception, and was not sure at first whether to take the great change in her manner, from what it had been when he last saw her, as a favourable symptom or otherwise. By and by, luckily for him, in some turn of her arm, to reach the scissors on the table, she caught the edge of her work-basket, and down it fell. She stooped to pick up the scattered stockings and ball of worsted, and so did he, and when they rose up he had fast hold of her hand, and her face was turned away, half ready to cry. "What ails you at me?" he said beseechingly. "You might have forgotten me, and yet I thought we made a bargain against forgetting each other." No answer. He went on. "You've never been out of my thoughts, Sylvia Robson, and I've come back to Monkshaven for naught but to see you once and again afore I go away to the northern seas. It's not 2 hours since I landed at Monkshaven, and I've been near neither kith nor kin as yet, and now I'm here you won't speak to me." "I don't know what to say," she said in a low, almost inaudible tone. Then hardening herself and resolving to speak as if she did not understand his only half-expressed meaning, she lifted up her head, and all but looking at him, while she wrenched her hand out of his, she said, "Mother's gone to Middleham for a visit, and father's out into Ploughfield with Kester. He'll be in before long." Charlie did not speak for a minute or so. Then he said, "You're not as dull as to think I've come all this way to see either your father or your mother. I've great respect for them both, but I'd hardly ha' come all this way to see 'em, and me bound to be back in Shields if I walk every step of the way by Wednesday night. It's that you won't understand my meaning. Sylvia, it's not that you don't, or that you can't." He made no effort to repossess himself on her hand. She was quite silent, and in spite of herself she drew long, hard breaths. "I may go back to where I came from," he went on. "I thought to go to sea with the blessed hope to cheer me up in a knowledge of someone as loved me as I'd left behind. Someone as loved me half as much as I did her, for the measure of my love toward her is so great and mighty, I'd be content with half as much from her, till I taught her to love me more. But if she's a cold heart and cannot care for an honest sailor, why then I'd best go back at once." He made for the door. He must have been pretty sure from some sign or other, or he would never have left it to her womanly pride to give way, and for her to make the next advance. He had not taken 2 steps when she turned quickly towards him, and said something, the echo of which rather the words themselves reached him. "I didn't know you cared for me. You never said so." In an instant he was back at her side, his arm round her in spite of her short struggle, and his eager, passionate voice saying, "You never know I loved you, Sylvia. Say it again, and look into my face while you say it, if you can. I last thought you'd be such a woman would come to be as one and I never looked upon. And this year, ever since I saw you in the kitchen corner sitting crouching by my uncle, I as good as swore as I have you for wife, or never wed at all. And it was not long ere you knowed it, for all you was so coy. And now you have the face. No, you have not the face. Come, my darling, what is it?" For she was crying. And on his turning her wet blushing face towards him, the better to look at it, she suddenly hid it in his breast. He lulled and soothed her in his arms, as if she was a weeping child, and he her mother, and then they sat down on the settle together. And when she was more composed they began to talk. He asked her about her mother, not sorry in his heart at Belle Robson's absence. He had intended, if necessary, to acknowledge his wishes and desires with regard to Sylvia to her parents, but for various reasons he was not sorry that circumstances had given him the chance of seeing her alone and obtaining her promise to marry him without being obliged to tell either her father or her mother at present. "I had spent my money pretty free," he said, "and I've ne'er a penny to the fore, and your parents may look for something better for you, my pretty. But when I come back fro this voyage, I shall stand a chance of having a share in the Urania, and maybe I shall be a mate as well as Specksioneer. I can get a matter of from £70 to £20 a voyage, let alone the half-guineas for every well I stake, and 6 shilling a gallon to the oil. And if I keep steady with Forbes and company, they'll make me a master in time, for I've had good schooling, and can work a ship as well as any man. And I'll leave you with your parents, or take a cottage for you nigh at hand. But I would like to have something to the fore, and that I shall have, please God, when we come back in the autumn. I shall go to sea happy now, thinking I've your word. You're not one to go back from it, I'm sure, else it's a long time to leave such a pretty girl as you, and ne'er a chance of a letter reaching you, just to tell you once again how I love you, and to bid you not forget your true love." "There'll be no need of that," murmured Sylvia. She was too dizzy with happiness to have attended much to his details, of his worldly prospects, but at the sound of his tender words of love her eager heart was ready to listen. "I don't know," he said, wanting to draw her out into more confession of her feelings. "There is many a one ready to come after you, and your mother is not over-captivated with me, and there's yon tall fellow of a cousin as looks black at me, for if I'm not mistaken, he's a notion of being sweet on you hisself." "Not he," said Sylvia, with some contempt in her tone. He's so full of business, and shop, and o' making money and getting wealth. Aye, but perhaps when he gets a rich man, he'll come and ask my Sylvia to be his wife, and what will she say then? He'll never come asking such a foolish question, she said a little impatiently. He knows what answer he'll get if he did. Kinraid almost said to himself, Your mother favours him, though. But she, weary of a subject she cared nothing about, and eager to identify herself with all his interests, asked him about his plans almost at the same time that he said these last words. And they went on as lovers do, intermixing a great many tender expressions with a very little conversation relating to facts. Dolly Reed came in and went out softly, unheeded by them. But Sylvia's listening ears caught her father's voice as he and Kester returned homewards from their day's work in the plough-field, and she started away and fled upstairs in shy affright, leaving Charlie to explain his presence in the solitary kitchen to her father. He came in, not seeing that anyone was there at first, for they had never thought of lighting a candle. Kinraid stepped forward into the firelight. His purpose of concealing what he had said to Sylvia quite melted away by the cordial welcome her father gave him the instant that he recognized him. Bless thee, lad, who'd ha' thought of seeing thee? Why, if ever I thought of thee at all, it were halfway to Davis Straits. To be sure, to winter's been a dry season, and thou art maybe interrate on to make a late start. Latest start ever I've made when 9th o' March, and we struck 13 whales that year. I have something to say to you, said Charlie, in a hesitating voice, so different to his usual hearty way, that Daniel gave him a keen look of attention before he began to speak, and perhaps the elder man was not unprepared for the communication that followed. At any rate, it was not unwelcome. He liked Kinraid, and had strong sympathy not merely with what he knew of the young sailor's character, but with the life he led and the business he followed. Robson listened to all he said with approving nods and winks, till Charlie had told him everything he had to say, and then he turned and struck his broad, horny palm into Kinraid's, as if concluding a bargain, when he expressed in words his hearty consent to their engagement. He wound up with a chuckle, as the thought struck him that this great piece of business of disposing of their only child had been concluded while his wife was away. "I'm noan so sure as to Mrs. O'Lackett," he said. "For whatever she'll have to say against it, mischief on I knows. But she's noan keen on matrimony, though I have made her as good as man as ever there is at the ridings. Anyhow, I'm a master, and that she knows. But there may be, for the sake of peace and quietness, though she'll never a scolding tongue, that I will say for her. We had best keep this matter to ourselves till thou comes into port again. The lass upstairs are like naught better than to curl herself around the secret and purr over it, just as the old cat does over her blind kitten. But thou will be wanting to see the lass all be around. An old man like me isn't as good a company as a pretty lass." Laughing a low, rich laugh over his own wit, Daniel went to the bottom of the stairs and called, "Sylvie! Sylvie, come down, lass! Asreet, come down!" For a time there was no answer. Then a door was unbolted, and Sylvia said, "I can't come down again. I'm noan coming down again tonight." Daniel laughed the more at this, especially when he caught Charlie's look of disappointment. "Hearken how she bolted the door. She'll noan come near us this night. But she's a stiff little one, and she's been our only one, and we'll mostly let her have her own way. But we'll have a pipe and a glass, and that to my thinking is as good company as ever a woman in Yorkshire." Chapter 17 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lauren McCullough. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 17. The post arrived at Monkshaven 3 times in the week. Sometimes, indeed, there were not a dozen letters in the bag, which was brought thither by a man in a light mail cart, who took the better part of the day to drive from York, dropping private bags here and there on the moors, at some squire's lodge or roadside inn. Of the number of letters that arrived in Monkshaven, the Fosters, shopkeepers, and bankers had the largest share. The morning succeeding the day on which Sylvia had engaged herself to Kinraid, the Fosters seemed unusually anxious to obtain their letters. Several times Jeremiah came out of the parlour in which his brother John was sitting in expectant silence, and passing through the shop, looked up and down the marketplace in search of the old lame woman who was charitably employed to deliver letters, and who must have been lamer than ever this morning, to judge from the lateness of her coming. Although none but the Fosters knew the cause of their impatience for their letters, yet there was such tacit sympathy between them and those whom they employed, that Hepburn, Coulson, and Hester were all much relieved when the old woman at length appeared, with her basket of letters. One of these seemed of especial consequence to the good brothers. They each separately looked at the direction, and then at one another, and without a word they returned with it unread into the parlour, shutting the door, and drawing the green silk curtain close, the better to read it in privacy. Both Coulson and Philip felt that something unusual was going on, and were, perhaps, as full of consideration as to the possible contents of this London letter, as of the attention to their more immediate business. But fortunately there was little doing in the shop. Philip indeed was quite idle when John Foster opened the parlour door, and half-doubtedly called him into the room. As the door of communication shut the three in, Coulson felt himself a little aggrieved. A minute ago Philip and he were on a level of ignorance, from which the former was evidently going to be raised. But he soon returned to his usual state of acquiescence in things as they were, which was partly constitutional and partly the result of his Quaker training. It was apparently by John Foster's wish that Philip had been summoned. Jeremiah, the less energetic and decided brother, was still discussing the propriety of the step when Philip entered. "No need for haste, John. Better not call the young man in till we have further considered the matter." But the young man was there in presence, and John's will carried the day. It seemed from his account to Philip, explanatory of what he, in advance of his brother's slower judgment, thought to be a necessary step, that the Fosters had for some time received anonymous letters warning them, with distinct meaning, though in ambiguous terms, against a certain silk manufacturer in Spitalfields, with whom they had had straightforward business dealings for many years, but to whom they had latterly advanced money. The letters hinted at the utter insolvency of this manufacturer. They had urged their correspondent to give them his name in confidence, and this morning's letter had brought it, but the name was totally unknown to them, though there seemed no reason to doubt the reality of either it or the address, the latter of which was given in full. Certain circumstances were mentioned regarding the transactions between the Fosters and this manufacturer, which could be known only to those who were in the confidence of one or the other, and to the Fosters the man was, as has been said, a perfect stranger. Probably they would have been unwilling to incur the risk they had done on this manufacturer Dickinson's account, if it had not been that he belonged to the same denomination as themselves, and was publicly distinguished for his excellent and philanthropic character. But these letters were provocative of anxiety, especially since this morning's post had brought out the writer's full name, and various particulars showing his intimate knowledge of Dickinson's affairs. After much perplexed consultation, John had hit upon the plan of sending Hepburn to London to make secret inquiries respecting the true character and commercial position of the man whose creditors, not a month ago, they had esteemed it an honor to be. Even now Jeremiah was ashamed of their want of confidence in one so good. He believed that the information they had received would all prove a mistake, founded on erroneous grounds, if not a pure invention of an enemy, and he had only been brought partially to consent to the sending of Hepburn by his brother's pledging himself that the real nature of Philip's errand should be unknown to any human creature save them three. As all this was being revealed to Philip, he sat apparently unmoved and simply attentive. In fact, he was giving all his mind to understanding the probabilities of the case, leaving his own feelings in the background till his intellect should have done its work. He said little, but what he did say was to the point, and satisfied both brothers. John perceived that his messenger would exercise penetration and act with energy, while Jeremiah was soothed by Philip's caution in not hastily admitting the probability of any charge against Dickinson, and in giving full weight to his previous good conduct and good character. Philip had the satisfaction of feeling himself employed on a mission which would call out his powers, and yet not exceed them. In his own mind he forestalled the instructions of his masters, and was silently in advance of John Foster's plans and arrangements, while he appeared to listen to all that was said with quiet business-like attention. It was settled that the next morning he was to make his way northwards to Hartlepool, whence he could easily proceed either by land or sea to Newcastle, from which place smacks were constantly sailing to London. As to his personal conduct and behaviour there, the brothers overwhelmed him with directions and advice, nor did they fail to draw out the strong box in the thick wall of their counting-house, a more than sufficient sum of money for all possible expenses. Philip had never had so much in his hands before, and hesitated to take it, saying it was more than he should require. But they repeated, with fresh urgency, their warnings about the terrible high prices of London, till he could only resolve to keep a strict account, and bring back all that he did not expend, since nothing but his taking the whole sum would satisfy his employers. When he was once more behind the counter, he had leisure enough for consideration as far as Coulson could give it him. The latter was silent, brooding over the confidence which Philip had apparently received, but which was withheld from him. He did not yet know of the culminating point of Philip's proposed journey to London, that great city of London, which from its very inaccessibility 50 years ago, loomed so magnificent through the mist of men's imaginations. It is not to be denied that Philip felt exultant at the mere fact of going to London. But then again, the thought of leaving Sylvia, of going out of the possible daily reach of her, of not seeing her for a week, a fortnight, nay, he might be away for a month. For no rash hurry was to mar his delicate negotiation, gnawed at his heart, and spoilt any enjoyment he might have anticipated, from gratified curiosity, or even from the consciousness of being trusted by those whose trust and regard he valued. The sense of what he was leaving grew upon him the longer he thought on the subject. He almost wished he had told his masters earlier in the conversation of his unwillingness to leave Monkshaven for so long a time. And then again he felt that the gratitude he owed them quite prohibited his declining any task they might impose, especially as they had more than once said that it would not do for them to appear in the affair, and yet to no one else could they entrust so difficult and delicate a matter. Several times that day, as he perceived Coulson's jealous sullenness, he thought in his heart that the consequence of the excessive confidence for which Coulson envied him was a burden from which he would be thankful to be relieved. As they all sat at tea in Alice Rose's house-place, Philip announced his intended journey, a piece of intelligence he had not communicated earlier to Coulson, because he had rather dreaded the increase of dissatisfaction it was sure to produce, and of which he knew the expression would be restrained by the presence of Alice Rose and her daughter. "To Lunnon!" exclaimed Alice. Hester said nothing. "Well, some folks have all the luck," said Coulson. "Luck!" said Alice, turning sharp round on him. "Never let me hear such a vain word out of thy mouth, laddie, again. It's the Lord's doing, and the luck's the devil's way of putting it. Maybe it's to try Philip he's sent there. Happen it might be a fiery furnace to him, for I've heard tell it's full of temptations, and he may fall into sin, and then where'd be the luck on it? But why art thou going? And the morning, sayest thou? Why, thy best shirts is in the suds, and no time to starch and iron it. What in the great haste should take thee to Lunnon without thy ruffled shirt?" "It's none of my doing," said Philip. "There's business to be done, and John Foster says I'm to do it, and I'm to start tomorrow." "I'll not turn thee out without thy ruffled shirt, if I sit up and eat," said Alice resolutely. "Never fret thyself, mother, about the shirt," said Philip. "If I need a shirt, London's not what I take it for if I can't buy myself one ready-made." "Hearken to him," said Alice. "He speaks as if buying or ready-made shirts were naught to him, and he with a good half-dozen as I made myself. Eh, lad? But if that's the frame of mind thou art in, Lunnon is like for to be a sore place o' temptation. There's pitfalls for men and traps for money in every turn, as I've heard say. It would have been better if John Foster had sent an older man on his business, whatever it be." "They seem to make a deal of Philip all of a sudden," said Coulson. "He's sent for and talked to in privacy, while Hester and me is left out in the shop to bear the brunt of serving." "Philip knows," said Hester, and then somehow her voice failed her and she stopped. Philip paid no attention to this half-uttered sentence. He was eager to tell Coulson, as far as he could do so without betraying his master's secret, how many drawbacks there were to his proposed journey, and the responsibility which it involved, and his unwillingness to leave Monkshaven. He said, "Coulson, I'd give a deal it were thou that were going, and not me. At least there is many a time I'd give a deal. I'll not deny but that other times I'm pleased at the thought on it. But if I could, I'd change places with thee at this moment." "'T's fine talking," said Coulson, half mollified, and yet not caring to show it. "I make no doubt it were an even chance betwixt us two at first, which on us was to go, but somehow thou got the start and thou hast stuck to it, till it's too late for aught but to say thou's sorry." "Nay, William," said Philip, rising, "it's an ill look out for the future, if thee and me is to quarrel, like two silly wenches, o'er each a bit of pleasure, or what thou fancies to be pleasure, as falls into way of either on us. I've said truth to thee, and played thee fair, and I've got to go to Haytersbank for to wish him good-bye, so I'll not stay longer here to be misdoubted by thee." He took his cap and was gone, not heeding Alice's shrill inquiry as to his clothes and his ruffled shirt. Coulson sat still, penitent and ashamed. At length he stole a look at Hester. She was playing with her teaspoon, but he could see that she was choking down her tears. He could not choose but force to speak with an ill-timed question. "What's to do, Hester?" said he. She lifted up those eyes, usually so soft and serene. Now they were full of the light of indignation shining through tears. "To do," she said. "Coulson, I thought better of thee, going and doubting and envying Philip as never did thee an ill turn, or said an ill word, or thought an ill thought by thee, and sending him away out on the house this last night of all, maybe with thy envyings and jealousy." She hastily got up and left the room. Alice was away, looking up Philip's things for his journey. Coulson remained alone, feeling like a guilty child, but dismayed by Hester's words, even more than by his own regret at what he had said. Philip walked rapidly up the hill towards Haytersbank. He was chafed and excited by Coulson's words and the events of the day. He meant to shape his life, and now it was, as it were, being shaped for him. And yet he was reproached for the course it was taken, as much as though he were an active agent, accused of taking advantage over Coulson, his intimate companion for years. He who esteemed himself above taking an unfair advantage over any man. His feeling on the subject was akin to that of Hazael. "Is thy servant a dog, that he should do this thing?" His feelings, disturbed on this one point, shook his judgment off its balance on another. The resolution he had deliberately formed of not speaking to Sylvia on the subject of his love till he could announce to her parents the fact of his succession to Foster's business, until he had patiently, with long continuing and deep affection, worked his way into her regard, was set aside during the present walk. He would speak to her of his passionate attachment before he left, for an uncertain length of time, and the certain distance of London, and all the modification on this point which his judgment could obtain from his impetuous and excited heart was that he would watch her words and manner well when he announced his approaching absence, and if in them he read the slightest token of tender regretful feeling, he would pour out his love at her feet, not even urging the young girl to make any return or to express the feelings of which he hoped the germ was already budding in her. He would be patient with her. He could not be patient himself. His heart beating, his busy mind rehearsing the probable coming scene, he turned into the field path that led to Haytersbank. Coming along it, and so meeting him, advanced Daniel Robson, in earnest talk with Charlie Kinraid. Kinraid, then, had been at the farm. Kinraid had been seeing Sylvia, her mother, away. The thought of poor dead Annie Coulson flashed into Philip's mind. Could he be playing the same game with Sylvia? Philip set his teeth and tightened his lips at the thought of it. They had stopped talking. They had seen him already, or his impulse would have been to dodge behind the wall and avoid them, even though one of his purposes in going to Haytersbank had been to bid his uncle farewell. Kinraid took him by surprise from the hearty greeting he gave him, and which Philip would fain have avoided, but the Specksioneer was full of kindliness towards all the world, especially towards all Sylvia's friends, and convinced of her great love towards himself, had forgotten any previous jealousy of Philip. Secure and exultant, his broad, handsome, weather-bronzed face was as great a contrast to Philip's long, thoughtful, sallow countenance as his frank manner was to the other's cold reserve. It was some minutes before Hepburn could bring himself to tell the great event that was about to befall him before this third person whom he considered an intrusive stranger. But as Kinraid seemed to have no idea of going on, as there really was no reason why he and all the world should not know of Philip's intentions, he told his uncle that he was bound for London the next day on business connected with the Fosters. Daniel was deeply struck with the fact that he was talking to a man setting off for London at a day's notice. "Ta never telled me this hasn't been brewing longer nor 12 hours. Thou's a sly, close chap, and we hadn't seen thee this se'night. Thou'll have been thinking on this, and conjugating it, maybe, at that time." "Nay," said Philip, "I knew naught about it last night. It's none of my doing, going, for I'd liefer ha' stayed where I am." "You'll like it when once you're there," said Kinraid, with a travelled air of superiority, as Philip fancied. "No, I shan't," he replied shortly. "Liking has naught to do with it." "Aye, you knew naught about it last neet," continued Daniel musingly. "Well, life's soon over, else when I was a young fella, folks made their wills afore going to London." "Yet, I'll be bound to say you never made a will before going to sea," said Philip, half smiling. Nah, but that's quite another make o' thing. Going to sea comes natural to a man, but going to London, I were once there, and were near deafened with the throng and the sound. I were but 2 hours into place, though our ship lay a fortnight off Gravesend." Kinraid now seemed in a hurry, but Philip was stung with curiosity to ascertain his movements, and suddenly addressed him. "I heard you were in these parts. Are you staying here for long?" There was a certain abruptness in Philip's tone, if not in his words, which made Kinraid look in his face with surprise, and answer with equal curtness. "I'm off in the morning, and sail for the North Seas day after." He turned away and began to whistle, as if he did not wish for any further conversation with his interrogator. Philip, indeed, had nothing more to say to him. He had learned all he wanted to know. "I'd like to bid good-bye to Sylvia. Is she at home?" he asked of her father. "I'm thinking thou'lt not find her. She'll be off to Yesterbarrow to see if she'd get a setting o' the eggs. Her grey speckled hen is clucking, and naught'll serve our Sylvia but their eggs to set her upon. But for that, she mayn't be gone yet. Best go and see for thyself." So they parted, but Philip had not gone many steps before his uncle called him back. Kinraid slowly loitering on meanwhile. Robson was fumbling among some dirty papers he had in an old leather case, which he had produced out of his pocket. "Fact is, Philip, the plough's in a bad way. Gearing and folk is talking on a new kind I'll make, and if thou's bound for York—" "I'm not going by York. I'm going by a Newcastle smack." Newcastle, it's pretty much the same. Here, lad, thou can read print easy. It's a bit as was cut out of a paper. There's Newcastle and York and Durham, and a vast more towns named, where folk can learn about a new make o' plough." "I see," said Philip. "Robinson side Newcastle can give all requisite information." Aye, said Robson. "Thou'lt hit tomorrow on tomato. Now if thou art in Newcastle, thou can learn all about it. Thou art little better nor a woman, for sure, being mainly acquaint with the ribbons. But they'll tell thee, lad. And write down what they're saying, and what's to be to price, and look sharp as to what kind of folk they are as sells them, and write, and let me know. Thou'll be in Newcastle tomorrow, maybe. Well then, I'll reckon to hear from thee in a week, or mayhap less, for the land is backward, and I'd like to know about the ploughs. I'd a month's mind to write to Brunton, as Mary Molly call me, but the writing is more in thy way, and Tarson's nor mine, and if thou sells ribbons, Brunton sells cheese, and that's no better." Philip promised to do his best, and to write word to Robson, who, satisfied with his willingness to undertake the commission, bade him go on and see if he could not find the lass. Her father was right in saying that she might not have set out for Yesterbarrow. She had talked about it to Kinraid and her father in order to cover her regret at her lovers accompanying her father to see some new kind of harpoon about which the latter had spoken. But as soon as they had left the house, and she had covertly watched them up the brow in the field, She sat down to meditate and dream about her great happiness in being beloved by her hero, Charlie Kinraid. No gloomy dread of his long summer's absence, no fear of the cold, glittering icebergs bearing mercilessly down on the Urania, nor shuddering anticipation of the dark waves of evil import crossed her mind. He loved her, and that was enough. Her eyes looked trance-like into a dim, glorious future of life. Her lips, still warm and reddened by his kiss, were just parted in a happy smile when she was startled by the sound of an approaching footstep, a footstep quite familiar enough for her to recognize it, and which was unwelcome now, as disturbing her in the one blessed subject of thought in which alone she cared to indulge. "Well, Philip, and what brings you here?" was her rather ungracious greeting. "Why, Sylvie, are you sorry to see me?" said Philip reproachfully, but she turned it off with assumed lightness. "Oh, yes," said she. "I've been wanting you this week past, with to match to my blue ribbon you said you'd get and bring me the next time you came." "I've forgotten, Sylvie. It's clean gone out of my mind," said Philip, with true regret. "But I've had a great deal to think on," he continued, penitently, as if anxious to be forgiven. Sylvia did not want his penitence, did not care for her ribbon, was troubled by his earnestness of manner, but he knew nothing of all that. He only knew that she, whom he loved, had asked him to do something for her, and he had neglected it. So anxious to be excused and forgiven, he went on with the apology she cared not to hear. If she had been less occupied with her own affairs, less engrossed with deep feeling, she would have reproached him, if only in jest, for his carelessness. As it was, she scarcely took in the sense of his words. "You see, Sylvie, I've had a deal to think on. Before long I intend to telling you all about it. Just now I'm not free to do it. And when a man's mind is full of business, most particular when it's other folks as is trusted to him, he seems to lose count of the very things he'd most care for at another time." He paused a little. Sylvia's galloping thoughts were pulled suddenly up by his silence. She felt that he wanted her to say something, but she could think of nothing besides an ambiguous, "Well?" "And I'm off to London in the morning," he said, a little wistfully, almost as if beseeching her to show or express some sorrow at a journey, the very destination of which showed that he would be absent for some time. "To Lunnon?" she said with some surprise. "You never thinking of going to live there for sure?" Surprise and curiosity and wonder, nothing more, as Philip's instinct told him. But he reasoned that first correct impression away with ingenious sophistry. "Not to live there, only to stay for some time. I shall be back, I reckon, in a month or so." "Oh, that's not of a going away," she said rather petulantly. "Them as go to Greenland seas has to bide away for 6 months and more," and she sighed. Suddenly a light shone down into Philip's mind. His voice was changed as he spoke next. "I met that good-for-nothing chap Kinraid with your father just now. He'll ha' been here, Sylvie." She stooped for something she had dropped and came up red as a rose. "To be sure. What then?" And she eyed him defiantly, though in her heart she trembled, she knew not why. "What then? And your mother away? He's no company for such as thee, at no time, Sylvie." "Feyther and me chooses our own company, without ever asking leave of you," said Sylvia, hastily arranging the things in the little wooden work-box that was on the table, preparatory to putting it away. At the time, in his agitation, he saw, but did not affix any meaning to it, that the half of some silver coin was among the contents thus turned over before the box was locked. "But thy mother wouldn't like it, Sylvie. He's played false with other lasses. He'll be playing thee false some of these days, if thou lets him come about thee. He went on with Annie Crossan, William's sister, till he broke her heart, and sin then he's been on with others." "I do not believe a word on it," said Sylvia, standing up all aflame. "I never told a lie in my life," said Philip, almost choking with grief at her manner to him, and the regard for his rival which she betrayed. "It were Willie Coulson as telled me, as solemn and serious as one man can speak to another, and he said it weren't the first, nor the last time as he made his own game with young women." "And how dare you come here to me with your backbiting tales?" said Sylvia, shivering all over with passion. Philip tried to calm his voice and to explain. "It were your own mother, Sylvia, as knowed you had no brother, or any one to see after you. And you're so pretty, Sylvia, he continued, shaking his head sadly, that men run after ye against their will, as one may say. And your mother bade me watch over ye, and see what company ye kept, and who was following after ye, and to warn ye, if need were. My mother never bade ye to come spying after me, and blaming me for seeing a lad as my feather thinks well on. And I don't believe a word about Annie Coulson, and I'm not going to suffer you to come with your tales to me. Say 'em out to his face, and hear what he'll say to you. Sylvie, cried poor Philip as his offended cousin rushed past him and upstairs to her little bedroom, where he heard the sound of the wooden bolt flying into its place. He could hear her feet pacing quickly about the unsealed rafters. He sat still in despair, his head buried in his two hands. He sat till it grew dusk, dark. The wood fire, not gathered together by careful hands, died out into grey ashes. Dolly Reed had done her work and gone home. There were but Philip and Sylvia in the house. He knew he ought to be going home, for he had much to do and many arrangements to make, yet it seemed as though he could not stir. At length he raised his stiffened body and stood up, dizzy. Up the little wooden stairs he went, where he had never been before, to the small square landing almost filled up with the great chest for oat cake. He breathed hard for a minute, and then knocked at the door of Sylvia's room. "Sylvie, I'm going away. Say goodbye." No answer. Not a sound heard. "Sylvie," a little louder and less hoarsely spoken. There was no reply. "Sylvie, I shall be a long time away. Perhaps I may never come back at all." Here he bitterly thought of an unregarded death. "Say goodbye." No answer. He waited patiently. Can she be wearied out and gone to sleep, he wondered. Yet once again, "Goodbye, Sylvie, and God bless you. I'm sorry I vexed you." No reply. With a heavy, heavy heart, he creaked down the stairs, felt for his cap, and left the house. "She's warned me, anyway," thought he. Just at that moment, the little casement window of Sylvia's room was opened, and she said, "Goodbye, Philip." The window was shut again as soon as the words were spoken. Philip knew the uselessness of remaining, the need for his departure, and yet he stood still for a little time like one entranced, as if his will had lost all power to compel him to leave the place. Those 2 words of hers, which 2 hours before would have been so far beneath his aspirations, had now power to relight hope, to quench reproach or blame. "She's but a young lassie," he said to himself, "and Kinraid has been playing with her, as such as he can't help doing, once they get among the women. And I came down sudden on her about Annie Coulson, and touched her pride. Maybe, too, it were ill-advised to tell her how her mother had feared for her. I couldn't have left the place tomorrow if he'd been biding here, but he's off for half a year or so, and I'll be home again as soon as ever I can. In half a year such as he forgets, if ever he's thought serious about her, but in my lifetime, if I lived 80, I can never forget. God bless her for saying goodbye, Philip." He repeated the words aloud in fond mimicry of her tones. "Goodbye, Philip."
Chapter 18 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 18. Eddy in Love's Current. The next morning shone bright and clear, if ever a March morning did. The beguiling month was coming in like a lamb, with whatever storms it might go raging out. It was long since Philip had tasted the freshness of the early air on the shore or in the country, as his employment at the shop detained him in Monkshaven till the evening; and as he turned down the quays, or staithes, on the north side of the river towards the shore, and met the fresh sea breeze blowing right in his face, it was impossible not to feel bright and elastic. With his knapsack slung over his shoulder, he was prepared for a good stretch towards Hartlepool, whence a coach would take him to Newcastle before night. For 7 or 8 miles the level sands were a short and far more agreeable a road than the up and down landways. Philip walked on pretty briskly, unconsciously enjoying the sunny landscape before him, the crisp curling waves rushing almost up to his feet on his right hand, and then swishing back over the fine small pebbles into the great swelling sea. To his left were the cliffs, rising one behind another, having deep gullies here and there between, with long green slopes upward from the land, and then sudden falls of brown and red soil or rock deepening to a yet greater richness of colour at their base towards the blue ocean before him. The loud monotonous murmur of the advancing and receding waters lulled him into dreaminess. The sunny look of everything tinged his daydreams with hope. So he trudged merrily over the first mile or so, not an obstacle to his measured pace on the hard level pavement, not a creature to be seen since he had left the little gathering of bare-legged urchins dabbling in the sea-pools near Monkshaven. The cares of land were shut out by the glorious barrier of rocks before him. There were some great masses that had been detached by the action of the weather and lay half embedded in the sand, draperied over by the heavy pendant olive-green seaweed. The waves were nearer at this point. The advancing sea came up with a mighty distant length of roar. Here and there the smooth swell was lashed by the fret against unseen rocks into white breakers, but otherwise the waves came up from the German Ocean upon that English shore with a long steady roll that might have taken its first impetus far away in the haunt of the sea serpent on the coast of Norway over the foam. The air was soft as May. Right overhead the sky was blue, but it deadened into grey near the sea lines. Flocks of seagulls hovered about the edge of the waves, slowly rising and turning their white underplumage to glimmer in the sunlight as Philip approached. The whole scene was so peaceful, so soothing, that it dispelled the cares and fears, too well founded in fact, which had weighed down on his heart during the dark hours of the past night. There was Haytersbank Gully opening down its green entrance among the warm brown bases of the cliffs. Below, in the sheltered brushwood, among the last year's withered leaves, some primroses might be found. He half thought of gathering Sylvia a posy of them and rushing up to the farm to make a little farewell peace offering, but, on looking at his watch, he put all thoughts of such an action out of his head. It was above an hour later than he had supposed, and he must make all haste on to Hartlepool. Just as he was approaching this gully, a man came dashing down, and ran out some way upon the sand with the very force of his descent. Then he turned to the left and took the direction of Hartlepool 100 yards or so in advance of Philip. He never stayed to look round him, but went swiftly and steadily on his way. By the peculiar lurch in his walk, by everything, Philip knew it was the Specksioneer, Kinraid. Now the road up Haytersbank Gully led to the farm, and nowhere else. Still, anyone wishing to descend to the shore might do so by first going up to the Robsons' house and skirting the walls till they came to the little slender path down to the shore. But by the farm, by the very house door, they must of necessity pass. Philip slackened his pace, keeping under the shadow of the rock. By and by Kinraid, walking on the sunlight open sands, turned round and looked long and earnestly towards Haytersbank Gully. Hepburn paused when he paused, but as intently as he looked at some object above, so intently did Hepburn look at him. No need to ascertain by sight towards whom his looks, his thoughts were directed. He took off his hat and waved it, touching one part of it as if with particular meaning. When he turned away at last, Hepburn heaved a heavy sigh, and crept yet more into the cold dank shadow of the cliffs. Each step was now a heavy task, his sad heart tired and weary. After a while he climbed up a few feet, so as to mingle his form yet more completely with the stones and rocks around. stumbling over the uneven and often jagged points, slipping on the seaweed, plunging into little pools of water left by the ebbing tide in some natural basins, he kept yet his eyes fixed as if in fascination on Kinraid, and made his way almost alongside of him. But the last hour had pinched Hepburn's features into something of the wan haggardness they would wear when he should first be lying still for ever. And now the two men were drawing near a creek about 8 miles from Monkshaven. The creek was formed by a beck, or small stream, that came flowing down from the moors and took its way to the sea between the widening rocks. The melting of the snows and running of the flooded water springs above made this beck in the early springtime both deep and wide. Hepburn knew that here they both must take a path leading inland to a narrow footbridge about 1/4 mile up the stream. Indeed, from this point, owing to the jutting out of the rocks, the land path was the shortest, and this way lay by the waterside at an angle right below the cliff to which Hepburn's steps were leading him. He knew that on this long level field path he might easily be seen by anyone following, nay, if he followed anyone at a short distance, for it was full of turnings, and he resolved, late as he was, to sit down for a while till Kinraid was far enough in advance for him to escape being seen. He came up to the last rock behind which he could be concealed. 7 or 8 feet above the stream he stood, and looked cautiously for the Specksioneer. Up by the rushing stream he looked, then right below. "It is God's providence," he murmured. "It is God's providence." He crouched down where he had been standing and covered his face with his hands. He tried to deafen as well as to blind himself, that he might neither hear nor see anything of the coming event of which he, an inhabitant of Monkshaven at that day, well understood the betokening signs. Kinraid had taken the larger angle of the sands before turning up towards the bridge. He came along now, nearing the rocks. By this time he was sufficiently buoyant to whistle to himself. It steeled Philip's heart to what was coming, to hear his rival whistling "Weel may the keel row" so soon after parting with Sylvia. The instant Kinraid turned the corner of the cliff, the ambush was upon him. 4 man-of-war's men sprang on him, and strove to pinion him. "In the king's name!" cried they, with rough triumphant jeers. Their boat was moored not a dozen yards above. They were sent by the tender of a frigate lying off Hartlepool for fresh water. The tender was at anchor just beyond the jutting rocks in face. They knew that fishermen were in the habit of going to and from their nets by the side of the creek, but such a prize as this, active, strong, and evidently superior sailor, was what they had not hoped for, and their endeavours to secure him were in proportion to the value of the prize. Although taken by surprise and attacked by so many, Kinraid did not lose his wits. He wrenched himself free, crying out loud, "Avast! I'm a protected whaler. I claim my protection. I've my papers to show. I'm bonded Specksioneer to the Urania whaler, Donkin Captain, North Shields Port." As a protected whaler, the press gang had, by the 17th section of Act 26, George III, no legal right to seize him, unless he had failed to return to his ship by the 10th of March following the date of his bond. But of what use were the papers he hastily dragged out of his breast? Of what use were laws in those days of slow intercourse with such as were powerful enough to protect, and in the same time of popular panic against a French invasion? "Damn your protection!" cried the leader of the press gang. "Come and serve His Majesty. That's better than catching whales." "Is it though?" said the Specksioneer with a motion of his hand, which the swift-eyed sailor opposed to him saw and interpreted rightly. "Thou wilt thou? Close with him, Jack, and wear the cutlass." In a minute his cutlass was forced from him, and it became a hand-to-hand struggle of which, from the difference in numbers, it was not difficult to foretell the result. Yet Kinraid made desperate efforts to free himself. He wasted no breath in words, but fought, as the men said, like a very devil. Hepburn heard loud pants of breath, great thuds, the dull struggle of limbs on the sand, the growling curses of those who thought to have managed their affair more easily, the sudden cry of some one wounded, not Kinraid, he knew. Kinraid would have borne any pain in silence at such a moment. Another wrestling, swearing, infuriated strife, and then a strange silence. Hepburn sickened at the heart. Was then his rival dead? Had he left this bright world? Lost his life, his love? For an instant Hepburn felt guilty of his death. He said to himself he had never wished him dead, and yet in the struggle he had kept aloof, and now it might be too late for ever. Philip could not bear the suspense. He looked stealthily round the corner of the rock behind which he had been hidden, and saw that they had overpowered Kinraid, and, too exhausted to speak, were binding him hand and foot to carry him to their boat. Kinraid lay as still as any hedgehog. He rolled when they pushed him. He suffered himself to be dragged without any resistance, any motion. The strong colour brought into his face while fighting was gone now. His countenance was livid pale. His lips were tightly held together, as if it cost him more effort to be passive, wooden, and stiff in their hands than it had done to fight and struggle with all his might. His eyes seemed the only part about him that showed cognizance of what was going on. They were watchful, vivid, fierce, as those of a wild cat brought to bay, seeking in its desperate quickened brain for some mode of escape not yet visible, and in all probability never to become visible to the hopeless creature in its supreme agony. Without a motion of his head he was perceiving and taking in everything while he lay bound at the bottom of the boat. A sailor sat by his side, who had been hurt by a blow from him. The man held his head in his hand, moaning, but every now and then he revenged himself by a kick at the prostrate Specksioneer, till even his comrades stopped their cursing and swearing at the prisoner for the trouble he had given them, to cry shame on their comrade. But Kinraid never spoke, nor shrank from the outstretched foot. One of his captors, with the successful insolence of victory, ventured to jeer him on the supposed reason for his vehement and hopeless resistance. He might have said yet more insolent things. The kicks might have hit harder. Kinraid did not hear or heed. His soul was beating itself against the bars of inflexible circumstance, reviewing in one terrible instant of time what had been, what might have been, what was. Yet, while these thoughts thus stabbed him, he was still mechanically looking out for chances. He moved his head a little, so as to turn towards Haytersbank, where Sylvia must be, quickly, if sadly, going about her simple daily work. And then his quick eye caught Hepburn's face, blanched with excitement rather than fear, watching eagerly from behind the rock, where he had sat breathless during the affray and the impressment of his rival. "Come here, lad!" shouted the Specksioneer as soon as he saw Philip heaving and writhing his body the while with so much vigour that the sailors started away from the work they were engaged in about the boat, and held him down once more, as if afraid he should break the strong rope that held him like withes of green flax. But the bound man had no such notion in his head. His mighty wish was to call Hepburn near, that he might send some message by him to Sylvia. "Come here, Hepburn!" he cried again, falling back this time so weak and exhausted that the man of war's men became sympathetic. "Come down, Peeping Tom, and don't be afeard," they called out. "I'm not afeard," said Philip. "I'm no sailor for you to impress me, nor have you any right to take that fellow. He's a Greenland Specksioneer under protection, as I know and can testify." "Yo and you'll testify go hang. Make haste, man, and hear what this gemman, as was in a dirty blubbery whale ship, and is now in his Majesty's service, has got to say. I dare say, Jack," went on the speaker, "it's some message to his sweetheart, asking her to come for to serve on board ship along with thee, like Billy Taylor's young woman." Philip was coming towards them slowly, not from want of activity, but because he was undecided what he should be called upon to do or to say by the man whom he hated and dreaded, yet whom just now he could not help admiring. Kinraid groaned with impatience at seeing one, free to move with quick decision, so slow and dilatory. "Come on, then," cried the sailors, "or we'll take you two on board and run you up and down mainmast a few times. Nothing like life aboard ship for quickening a landlubber." "You better take him and leave me," said Kinraid grimly. "I've been taught my lesson, and seemingly he has his yet to learn. His Majesty isn't a schoolmaster to need scholars, but a jolly good captain to need men," replied the leader of the gang, eyeing Philip nevertheless, and questioning within himself how far, with only two other available men, they durst venture on his capture as well as the Specksioneers. It might be done, he thought, even though there was this powerful captain aboard, and the boat to manage too. But, running his eye over Philip's figure, he decided that the tall stooping fellow was never cut out for a sailor, and that he should get small thanks if he captured him, to pay him for the possible risk of losing the other. Or else, the mere fact of being a landsman was of as little consequence to the press gang as the protecting papers which Kinraid had vainly showed. "Yon fellow wouldn't have been worth his grog this many a day, and be damned to you," said he, catching Hepburn by the shoulder and giving him a push. Philip stumbled over something in this, his forced run. He looked down. His foot had caught in Kinraid's hat, which had dropped off in the previous struggle. In the band that went round the low crown a ribbon was knotted, a piece of that same ribbon which Philip had chosen out, with such tender hope, to give to Sylvia for the Corneys' party on New Year's Eve. He knew every delicate thread that made up the briar-rose pattern, and a spasm of hatred towards Kinraid contracted his heart. He had been almost relenting into pity for the man captured before his eyes. Now he abhorred him. Kinraid did not speak for a minute or two. The sailors, who had begun to take him into favour, were all agog with curiosity to hear the message to his sweetheart which they believed he was going to send. Hepburn's perceptions, quickened with his vehement agitation of soul, were aware of this feeling of theirs, and it increased his rage against Kinraid, who had exposed the idea of Sylvia to be the subject of ribald whispers. But the Specksioneer cared little what others said or thought about the maiden, whom he yet saw before his closed eyelids as she stood watching him from the Haytersbank gully, waving her hands, her handkerchief, all in one passionate farewell. "What do you want with me?" asked Hepburn at last in a gloomy tone. If he could have helped it, he would have kept silence till Kinraid spoke first, but he could no longer endure the sailors' nudges and winks and jests among themselves. "Tell Sylvia," said Kinraid. "There's a smart name for his sweetheart," exclaimed one of the men, but Kinraid went straight on. "What you've seen, how I've been pressed by this cursed gang." "Civil words, messmate, if you please. Sylvia can't abide cursing and swearing, I'm sure. We're gentlemen serving his Majesty on board the Alcestis, and this proper young fellow shall be helped on to more honour and glory than he'd ever get bobbing for Wales. Tell Sylvia this with my love. Jack Carter's love, if she's anxious about my name." One of the sailors laughed at this rude humour, another bade Carter hold his stupid tongue. Philip hated him in his heart. Kinraid hardly heard him. He was growing faint with the heavy blows he had received, the stunning fall he had met with, and the reaction from his dogged self-control at first. Philip did not speak nor move. "Tell her," continued Kinraid, rousing himself for another effort, "what you've seen. Tell her I'll come back to her. Bid her not forget the great oath we took together this morning. She's as much my wife as if we'd gone to church. I'll come back and marry her afore long." Philip said something inarticulately. "Hurrah!" cried Carter, "and I'll be best man. Tell her too that I'll have an eye on her sweetheart and keep him from running after other girls." "You'll have your hands full then," muttered Philip, his passion boiling over at the thought of having been chosen out from among all men to convey such a message as Kinraid's to Sylvia. "Make an end of your damned yarns and be off," said the man who had been hurt by Kinraid, who had sate apart and silent till now. Philip turned away. Kinraid raised himself and cried after him. Hepburn! Hepburn! Tell her!" What he added Philip could not hear, for the words were lost before they reached him in the outward noise of the regular splash of the oars, and the rush of the wind down the gully, with which mingled the closer sound that filled his ears of his own hurrying blood surging up into his brain. He was conscious that he had said something in reply to Kinraid's adjuration that he would deliver his message to Sylvia, at the very time when Carter had stung him into fresh anger by the allusion to the possibility of the Specksioneers running after other girls, for an instant, Hepburn had been touched by the contrast of circumstances. Kinraid an hour or two ago, Kinraid a banished man, for in those days an impressed sailor might linger out years on some foreign station, far from those he loved, who all this time remained ignorant of his cruel fate. But Hepburn began to wonder what he himself had said, how much of a promise he had made to deliver those last passionate words of Kinraid's. He could not recollect how much, how little he had said. He knew he had spoken hoarsely and low, almost at the same time as Carter had uttered his loud joke, but he doubted if Kinraid had caught his words. And then the dread inner creature who lurks in each of our hearts arose and said, "It is as well. A promise given is a fetter to the giver, but a promise is not given when it has not been received." At a sudden impulse he turned again towards the shore when he had crossed the bridge, and almost ran towards the verge of the land. Then he threw himself down on the soft fine turf that grew on the margin of the cliffs overhanging the sea, and commanding an extent of view towards the north. His face supported by his hands, he looked down upon the blue rippling ocean, flashing here and there into the sunlight in long glittering lines. The boat was still in the distance, making her swift silent way with long regular bounds to the tender that lay in the offing. Hepburn felt insecure, as in a nightmare dream, so long as the boat did not reach her immediate destination. His contracted eyes could see 4 minute figures rowing with ceaseless motion, and a 5th sate at the helm. But he knew there was a 6th, unseen, lying bound and helpless at the bottom of the boat, and his fancy kept expecting this man to start up and break his bonds, and overcome all the others, and return to the shore free and triumphant. It was by no fault of Hepburn's that the boat sped well away, that she was now alongside the tender dancing on the waves, now emptied of her crew, now hoisted up to her place. No fault of his. And yet it took him some time before he could reason himself into the belief that his mad, feverish wishes not an hour before, his wild prayer to be rid of his rival, as he himself had scrambled onward over the rocks alongside of Kinraid's path on the sands, had not compelled the event. Anyhow, thought he as he rose up, my prayer is granted. God be thanked. Once more he looked out towards the ship. She had spread her beautiful great sails, and was standing out to sea in the glittering path of the descending sun. He saw that he had been delayed on his road, and had lingered long. He shook his
Chapter 19 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Cleghorn. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 19. An Important Mission. Philip was too late for the coach he had hoped to go by, but there was another that left at night, and which reached Newcastle in the forenoon, so that by the loss of a night's sleep he might overtake his lost time. But restless and miserable, he could not stop in Hartlepool longer than to get some hasty food at the inn from which the coach started. He acquainted himself with the names of the towns through which it would pass, and the inns at which it would stop, and left word that the coachman was to be on the lookout for him, and pick him up at some one of these places. He was thoroughly worn out before this happened, too much tired to gain any sleep in the coach. When he reached Newcastle he went to engage his passage at the next London-bound smack, and then directed his steps to Robinson's, in the side, to make all the inquiries he could think of respecting the plough his uncle wanted to know about. So it was pretty late in the afternoon, indeed almost evening, before he arrived at the small inn on the quay-side where he intended to sleep. It was but a rough kind of place, frequented principally by sailors. He had been recommended to it by Daniel Robson, who had known it well in former days. The accommodation in it was, however, clean and homely, and the people keeping it were respectable enough in their way. Still, Hepburn was rather repelled by the appearance of the sailors who sat drinking in the bar, and he asked in a low voice if there was not another room. The woman stared in surprise and only shook her head. Hepburn went to a separate table, away from the roaring fire, which on this cold March evening was the great attraction, and called for food and drink. Then, seeing that the other men were eyeing him with the sociable idea of speaking to him, he asked for pen and ink and paper, with the intention of defeating their purpose by preoccupation on his part. But when the paper came, the new pen, the unused thickened ink, he hesitated long before he began to write, and at last he slowly put down the words, "Dear and honoured uncle." There was a pause. His meal was brought and hastily swallowed. Even while he was eating it he kept occasionally touching up the letters of these words. When he had drunk a glass of ale he began again to write, fluently this time, for he was giving an account of the plough. Then came another long stop. He was weighing in his own mind what he should say about Kinraid. Once he thought for a second of writing to Sylvia herself and telling her how much. She might treasure up her lover's words like grains of gold, while they were lighter than dust in their meaning to Philip's mind, words which such as the Specksioneer used as counters to beguile and lead astray silly women. It was for him to prove his constancy by action, and the chances of his giving such proof were infinitesimal in Philip's estimation. But should the latter mention the bare fact of Kinraid's impressment to Robson? That would have been the natural course of things, remembering that the last time Philip had seen either they were in each other's company. 20 times he put his pen to the paper with the intention of relating briefly the event that had befallen Kinraid, and as often he stopped, as though the first word would be irrevocable. While thus he sat, pen in hand, thinking himself wiser than conscience, and looking on beyond the next step which he bade him take into an indefinite future, he caught some fragments of the sailors' talk at the other end of the room, which made him listen to their words. They were speaking of that very Kinraid, the thought of whom filled his own mind like an actual presence. In a rough, careless way they spoke of the Specksioneer, with admiration enough for his powers as a sailor and harpooner, and from that they passed on to jesting mention of his power amongst women, and 1 or 2 girls' names were spoken of in connection with him. Hepburn silently added Annie Coulson and Sylvia Robson to the list, and his cheeks turned paler as he did so. Long after they had done speaking about Kinraid, after they had paid their shot and gone away, he sat in the same attitude, thinking bitter thoughts. The people of the house prepared for bed. Their silent guest took no heed of their mute signs. At length the landlord spoke to him, and he started, gathered his wits together with an effort, and prepared to retire with the rest. But before he did so he signed and directed the letter to his uncle, leaving it still open, however, in case some sudden feeling should prompt him to add a postscript. The landlord volunteered the information that the letter his guest had been writing must be posted early the next morning if it was going south, as the mails in that direction only left Newcastle every other day. All night long Hepburn wearied himself with passionate tossings, prompted by stinging recollections. Toward morning he fell into a dead sound sleep. He was roused by a hasty knocking at the door. It was broad full daylight. He had overslept himself, and the smack was leaving by the early tide. He was even now summoned on board. He dressed, wafered his letter, and rushed with it to the neighbouring post-office, and without caring to touch the breakfast for which he paid, he embarked. Once on board he experienced the relief which it is always to an undecided man, and generally is at first to any one who has been paltering with duty, when circumstances decide for him. In the first case, it is pleasant to be relieved from the burden of decision. In the second, the responsibility seems to be shifted on to impersonal events. And so Philip sailed out of the mouth of the Tyne onto the great open sea. It would be a week before the smack reached London, even if she pursued a tolerably straight course. But she had to keep a sharp lookout after possible impressment of her crew, and it was not until after many dodges and some adventures that, at the end of a fortnight from the time of his leaving Monkshaven, Philip found himself safely housed in London, and ready to begin the delicate piece of work which was given him to do. He felt himself fully capable of unravelling each clue to information, and deciding on the value of the knowledge so gained. But during the leisure of the voyage he had wisely determined to communicate everything he learnt about Dickinson, in short, every step he took in the matter, by letter to his employers; and thus his mind, both in and out of his lodgings, might have appeared to have been fully occupied with the concerns of others. But there were times when the miserable luxury of dwelling upon his own affairs was his, when he lay down in his bed till he fell into restless sleep, when the point to which his steps tended in his walks was ascertained. Then he gave himself up to memory, and regret which often deepened into despair, but seldom was cheered by hope. He grew so impatient of the ignorance in which he was kept, for in those days of heavy postage any correspondence he might have had on mere Monkshaven intelligence was very limited, as to the affairs at Haytersbank, that he cut out an advertisement respecting some new kind of plough from a newspaper that lay in the chop-house where he usually dined, and rising early the next morning he employed the time thus gained in going round to the shop where these new ploughs were sold. That night he wrote another letter to Daniel Robson, with a long account of the merits of the implements he had that day seen. With a sick heart and a hesitating hand he wound up with a message of regard to his aunt and to Sylvia, an expression of regard which he dared not make as warm as he wished, and which consequently fell below the usual mark attained by such messages, and would have appeared to anyone who cared to think about it as cold and formal. When this letter was dispatched, Hepburn began to wonder what he had hoped for in writing it. He knew that Daniel could write, or rather that he could make strange hieroglyphics, the meaning of which puzzled others and often himself, but these pen-and-ink signs were seldom employed by Robson, and never, so far as Philip knew, for the purpose of letter-writing. But still he craved so for news of Sylvia, even for a sight of paper which she had seen and perhaps touched, that he thought all his trouble about the plough, to say nothing of the 1 and 2 postage which he had prepaid in order to make sure of his letter's reception in the frugal household at Haytersbank, well lost for the mere chance of his uncle's caring enough for the intelligence to write in reply, or even to get some friend to write an answer, for in such case, perhaps, Philip might see her name mentioned in some way, even though it was only that she sent her duty to him. But the post-office was dumb. No letter came from Daniel Robson. Philip heard, it is true, from his employers pretty frequently on business, and he felt sure they would have named it if any ill had befallen his uncle's family, for they knew of the relationship and of his intimacy there. They generally ended their formal letters with as formal a summary of the Monkshaven news, but there was never a mention of the Robsons, and that of itself was well, but it did not soothe Philip's impatient curiosity. He had never confided his attachment to his cousin to any one, it was not his way, but he sometimes thought that if Coulson had not taken his present appointment to a confidential piece of employment so ill, he could have written to him and asked him to go up to Haytersbank Farm, and let him know how they all were. All this time he was transacting the affair on which he had been sent with great skill, and indeed in several ways he was quietly laying the foundation for enlarging the business in Monkshaven. Naturally grave and quiet, and slow to speak, he impressed those who saw him with the idea of greater age and experience than he really possessed. Indeed, those who encountered him in London thought he was absorbed in the business of money-making. Yet before the time came when he could wind up affairs and return to Monkshaven, he would have given all he possessed for a letter from his uncle, telling him something about Sylvia. For he still hoped to hear from Robson, although he knew that he hoped against reason. But we often convince ourselves by good argument that what we wish for need never have been expected, and then, at the end of our reasoning, find that we might have saved ourselves the trouble, for that our wishes are untouched, and are as strong enemies to our peace of mind as ever. Hepburn's balked hope was the Mordecai sitting in Haman's gate. All his success in his errand to London, his well-doing in worldly affairs, was tasteless, and gave him no pleasure, because of this blank and void of all intelligence concerning Sylvia. And yet he came back with a letter from the Fosters in his pocket, curt, yet expressive of deep gratitude for his discreet services in London, and at another time, in fact, if Philip's life had been ordered differently to what it was, It might have given this man a not unworthy pleasure to remember that, without a penny of his own, simply by diligence, honesty, and faithful quick-sightedness as to the interest of his masters, he had risen to hold the promise of being their successor, and to be ranked by them as a trusted friend. As the Newcastle smack neared the shore on her voyage home, Hepburn looked wistfully out for the faint grey outline of Monkshaven Priory against the sky, and the well-known cliffs, as if the masses of inanimate stone could tell him any news of Sylvia. In the streets of Shields just after landing, he encountered a neighbour of the Robsons and an acquaintance of his own. By this honest man he was welcomed as a great traveller is welcomed on his return from a long voyage, with many hearty good shakes of the hand, much repetition of kind wishes, and offers to treat him to drink. Yet, from some insurmountable feeling, Philip avoided all mention of the family who were the principal bond between the honest farmer and himself. He did not know why, but he could not bear the shock of first hearing her name in the open street, or in the rough public house, and thus he shrank from the intelligence he craved to hear. Thus he knew no more about the Robsons when he returned to Monkshaven than he had done on the day when he had last seen them, and of course his first task there was to give a long viva voce account of all his London proceedings to the two brothers Foster, who, considering that they had heard the result of everything by letter, seemed to take an insatiable interest in details. He could hardly tell why, but even when released from the Fosters' parlour, he was unwilling to go to Haytersbank Farm. It was late, it is true, but on a May evening even country people keep up till 8 or 9 o'clock. Perhaps it was because Hepburn was still in his travel-stained dress, having gone straight to the shop on his arrival in Monkshaven. Perhaps it was because, if he went this night for the short half-hour intervening before bedtime, he would have no excuse for paying a longer visit on the following evening. At any rate, he proceeded straight to Alice Rose's as soon as he had finished his interview with his employers. Both Hester and Coulson had given him their welcome home in the shop, which they had, however, left an hour or two before him. Yet they gave him a fresh greeting, almost one in which surprise was blended, when he came to his lodgings. Even Alice seemed gratified by his spending this first evening with them, as if she had thought it might have been otherwise. Weary though he was, he exerted himself to talk and to relate what he had done and seen in London, as far as he could without breaking confidence with his employers. It was something to see the pleasure he gave to his auditors, although there were several mixed feelings in their minds to produce the expression of which it gratified him. Coulson was sorry for his former ungenerous reception of the news that Philip was going to London. Hester and her mother each secretly began to feel as if this evening was like more happy evenings of old, before the Robsons came to Haytersbank Farm, and who knows what faint delicious hopes this resemblance may not have suggested. While Philip, restless and excited, feeling that he could not sleep, was glad to pass away the waking hours that must intervene before to-morrow night, at times he tried to make them talk of what had happened in Monkshaven during his absence, but all had gone on in an eventless manner as far as he could gather. If they knew of anything affecting the Robsons, they avoided speaking. Chapter 20 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Cleghorn. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 20. Loved and Lost. Philip walked towards the Robsons' farm like a man in a dream, who has everything around him according to his wish, and yet is conscious of a secret, mysterious, inevitable drawback to his enjoyment. Hepburn did not care to think, would not realize what this drawback, which need not have been mysterious in his case, was. The May evening was glorious in light and shadow. The crimson sun warmed up the chilly northern air to a semblance of pleasant heat. The spring sights and sounds were all about. The lambs were bleating out their gentle weariness before they sank to rest by the side of their mothers. The linnets were chirping in every bush of golden gorse that grew out of the stone walls. The lark was singing her good night in the cloudless sky, before she dropped down to her nest in the tender green wheat. All spoke of brooding peace, but Philip's heart was not at peace. yet he was going to proclaim his good fortune. His masters had that day publicly announced that Coulson and he were to be their successors, and he had now arrived at that longed-for point in his business when he had resolved to openly speak of his love to Sylvia, and might openly strive to gain her love. But alas, the fulfilment of that wish of his had lagged sadly behind. He was placed as far as he could, even in his most sanguine moments, have hoped to be as regarded business, but Sylvia was as far from his attainment as ever, nay, farther. Still, the great obstacle was removed in Kinraid's impressment. Philip took upon himself to decide that, with such a man as the Specksioneer, absence was equivalent to faithless forgetfulness. He thought that he had just grounds for this decision in the account he had heard of Kinraid's behaviour to Annie Coulson, to the other nameless young girl, her successor in his fickle heart, in the ribald talk of the sailors in the Newcastle public-house. It would be well for Sylvia if she could forget as quickly, and, to promote this oblivion, the name of her lover should never be brought up, either in praise or blame. And Philip would be patient and enduring, all the time watching over her, and labouring to win her reluctant love. There she was. He saw her as he stood at the top of the little hill-path leading down to the Robsons' door. She was out of doors, in the garden, which at some distance from the house sloped up the bank on the opposite side of the gully, much too far off to be spoken to, not too far off to be gazed at by eyes that caressed her every movement. How well Philip knew that garden, placed long ago by some tenant of the farm on a southern slope, walled in with rough moorland stones, planted with berry bushes for use, and southernwood and sweetbriar for sweetness of smell. When the Robsons had first come to Haytersbank, and Sylvia was scarcely more than a pretty child, how well he remembered helping her with the arrangement of this garden, laying out his few spare pence in hen and chicken daisies at one time, in flower seeds at another, again in a rose-tree in a pot. He knew how his unaccustomed hands had laboured with the spade at forming a little primitive bridge over the beck in the hollow before winter streams should make it too deep for fording, how he had cut down branches of the mountain ash and covered them over, yet decked with their scarlet berries, with sods of green turf, beyond which the brilliancy crept out. But now it was months and years since he had been in that garden, which had lost its charm for Sylvia, as she found the bleak sea-winds came up and blighted all endeavours at cultivating more than the most useful things, pot herbs, marigolds, potatoes, onions, and such like. Why did she tarry there now, standing quite motionless up by the highest bit of wall, looking over the sea, with her hand shading her eyes? Quite motionless, as if she were a stone statue. He began to wish she would move, would look at him, but any way that she would move, and not stand gazing thus over that great dreary sea. He went down the path with an impatient step, and entered the house-place. There sat his aunt spinning, and apparently as well as ever. He could hear his uncle talking to Kester in the neighbouring shippen. All was well in the household. Why was Sylvia standing in the garden in that strange, quiet way? "Why, lad, thou'rt a sight for saireen," said his aunt, as she stood up to welcome him back. "And when didst to come, eh? But thy uncle'll be glad to see thee, and to hear thee talk about John Plowes. He's thought a great deal o' thy letters. I'll go call him in." "Not yet," said Philip, stopping her in her progress towards the door. "He's busy talking to Kester. I'm in no haste to be gone. I can stay a couple of hours. Sit down and tell me how you are yoursel, and how everything is. I've a deal to tell you." To be sure. To think thou's been in Lunnon since I saw thee. Well, to be sure. There's a vast a comin' and goin' o' this world. Thou'll mind yon Specksioneer lad, him as was cousin to the Carneys, Charlie Kinraid? Mind him? As if he could forget him. Well, he's dead and gone. Dead? Who told you? I don't understand, said Philip in strange bewilderment. Could Kinraid have tried to escape after all, and been wounded, killed in the attempt? If not, how should they know he was dead? Missing he might be, though how this should be known was strange, as he was supposed to be sailing to the Greenland seas. But dead? What did they mean? At Philip's worst moment of hatred he had hardly dared to wish him dead. "Dunnot you mention it afore our Sylvie. We niver speak on him to her, for she takes it a deal to heart, though I'm thinking it were a good thing for her, for he'd a got a hold of her. He had on Bessie Corney too, as her mother telled me. Not that I ever let on to them as Sylvia frets after him, so keep a calm soul, my lad. It's a girl's fancy, just a kind of calf love. Let it go by. And it's well for her he's dead, though it's hard to say so on a drowned man." "Drowned?" said Philip. "How do you know?" half hoping that the poor drenched, swollen body might have been found, and thus all questions and dilemmas solved. Kinraid might have struggled overboard with ropes or handcuffs on, and so have been drowned. "Eh, lad, there's no misdoubting it. He were thought a deal on by t' captain o' t' Urania, and when he niver come back on t' day when he ought to have sailed, he sent to Kinraid's people at Cullercoats, and they sent to Brunton's in Newcastle, and they knew he'd been here. T' captain put off sailing for 2 or 3 days, that he might ha' had that much law, but when he heard as Kinraid were not at Corney's, but had left him almost on to a week, he went off to them northern seas with t' next Specksioneer he could find, for there's no use speaking ill on't dead, and though I couldn't bear his coming for ever about the house, he were a rare good Specksioneer, as I've been told." "But how do you know he was drowned?" said Philip, feeling guiltily disappointed at his aunt's story. "Why, lad, I'm almost ashamed to tell thee. I were sore put out mysel', but Sylvia were so broken-hearted like I couldn't cast it up to her as I couldn't have liked. The silly lass had gone and given him a bit of ribbon, as many a one knowed, for it had been a vast noticed and admired that even at the Corneys, New Year's Eve I think it were, and t' poor vain peacock had tied it on his hat, so that when t' tide— hist, there's Sylvie coming in at the back door. Never let on." And in a forced, made-up voice she inquired aloud, for hitherto she had been speaking almost in a whisper, "And didst to see King George and Queen Charlotte?" Philip could not answer, did not hear. His soul had gone out to meet Sylvia, who entered with quiet slowness quite unlike her former self. Her face was wan and white, her grey eyes seemed larger and full of dumb, tearless sorrow. She came up to Philip as if his being there had touched her with no surprise, and gave him a gentle greeting as if he were a familiar, indifferent person whom she had seen but yesterday. Philip, who had recollected the quarrel they had had, and about Kinraid too, the very last time they had met, had expected some trace of this remembrance to linger in her looks and speech to him. But there was no such sign. Her great sorrow had wiped away all anger, almost all memory. Her mother looked at her anxiously, and then said in the same manner of forced cheerfulness which she had used before, "Here's Philip, lass, a full o' Lunnon. Call thy father in, and we'll hear about the new-fangled ploughs. It'll be a rare and nice sitting together again." Sylvia, silent and docile, went out to the shippen to obey her mother's wish. Bell Robson leant forwards towards Philip, misinterpreting the expression on his face, which was guilt as much as sympathy, and checked the possible repentance which might have urged him on at that moment to tell all he knew, by saying, "Lad, it's a' for the best. He were noan good enough for her, and I misdoubt me he were only playing with her as he'd done by others. Let her a be, let her a be. She'll come round to be thankful." Robson bustled in with a loud welcome, all the louder and more talkative because he, like his wife, assumed a cheerful manner before Sylvia. Yet he, unlike his wife, had many a secret regard over Kinraid's fate. At first, while merely the fact of his disappearance was known, Daniel Robson had hit on the truth, and had stuck to his opinion that the cursed press gang were at the bottom of it. He had backed his words by many an oath, and all the more because he had not a single reason to give that applied to the present occasion. No one on the lonely coast had remarked any sign of the presence of the men of war, or the tenders that accompanied them, for the purpose of impressment on the king's ships. At Shields, and at the mouth of the Tyne, where they lay in greedy wait, the owners of the Urania had caused strict search to be made for their skilled and protected Specksioneer, but with no success. All this positive evidence in contradiction to Daniel Robson's opinion only made him cling to it the more, until the day when the hat was found on the shore with Kinraid's name written out large and fair in the inside, and the tell-tale bit of ribbon knotted in the band. Then Daniel, by a sudden revulsion, gave up every hope. It never entered his mind that it could have fallen off by accident. No, now Kinraid was dead and drowned, and it was a bad job, and the sooner it could be forgotten the better for all parties. And it was well no one knew how far it had gone with Sylvia, especially now since Bessie Corney was crying her eyes out as if he had been engaged to her. So Daniel said nothing to his wife about the mischief that had gone on in her absence, and never spoke to Sylvia about the affair, only he was more than usually tender to her in his rough way, and thought morning, noon, and night on what he could do to give her pleasure, and drive away every recollection of her ill-starred love. To-night he would have her sit by him while Philip told his stories, or heavily answered questions put to him. Sylvia sat on a stool by her father's knee, holding one of his hands in both of hers, and presently she laid down her head upon them, and Philip saw her sad eyes looking into the flickering firelight with a long unwinking stare, showing that her thoughts were far distant. He could hardly go on with his tales of what he had seen, and what done, he was so full of pity for her. Yet for all his pity, he had now resolved never to soothe her with the knowledge of what he knew, nor to deliver the message sent by her false lover. He felt like a mother withholding something injurious from the foolish wish of her plaining child. But he went away without breathing a word of his good fortune and business. The telling of such kind of good fortune seemed out of place this night, when the thought of death and the loss of friends seemed to brood over the household, and cast its shadow there, obscuring for the time all worldly things. And so the great piece of news came out in the ordinary course of gossip, told by some Monkshaven friend to Robson the next market-day. For months Philip had been looking forward to the sensation which the intelligence would produce in the farm household, as a preliminary to laying his good fortune at Sylvia's feet. And they heard of it, and he away, and all chance of his making use of it in the manner he had intended vanished for the present. Daniel was always curious after other people's affairs, and now was more than ever bent on collecting scraps of news which might possibly interest Sylvia, and rouse her out of the state of indifference as to everything into which she had fallen. Perhaps he thought that he had not acted altogether wisely in allowing her to engage herself to Kinraid, for he was a man apt to judge by results, and moreover he had had so much reason to repent of the encouragement which he had given to the lover whose untimely end had so deeply affected his only child, that he was more unwilling than ever that his wife should know of the length to which the affair had gone during her absence. He even urged secrecy upon Sylvia as a personal favour, unwilling to encounter the silent blame which he openly affected to despise. "Will noan fret thy mother by letting on how oft he came and went. She'll maybe be thinking he were for speaking to thee, my poor lass, and it would put her out a deal, for she's a woman of stern mind towards matrimony, and she'll be noan so strong till summer weather comes, and I'd be loath to give her aught to worrit hersel about. So thee and me'll keep our own counsel." "I wish mother had been here, then she'd ha' known all without my telling her." "Cheer up, lass, it's better as it is. Thou'll get o'er it sooner for having no one to let on to. I myself am noan going to speak on't again." No more he did, but there was a strange tenderness in his tones when he spoke to her, a half-pathetic way of seeking after her, if by any chance she was absent for a minute from the places where he expected to find her, a consideration for her, about this time, in his way of bringing back trifling presents, or small pieces of news that he thought might interest her, which sank deep into her heart. "And what dun yo think o' the folks is talking on Monkshaven?" said he, almost before he had taken off his coat, on the day when he had heard of Philip's promotion in the world. "Why, missus, thy nephew, Philip Hepburn, has got his name up in gold letters 4-inch long o'er Foster's door. Him and Coulston has set up shop together, and Foster's is gone out." "That's the secret of his journey to Lunnon," said Bell, more gratified than she chose to show. 4-inch long, if there at all. I heerd on it at the Bay Horse first, but I thought you'd never be satisfied bout I seed it with my own eyes. They do say as Gregory Jones, t' plumber, got it done a York, for that nought else would satisfy old Jeremiah. It'll be a matter o' some hundreds a year o' Philip's pocket." "There'll be fusters in the background, as one may say, to take the bigger share of the profits," said Bell. "Ay, ay, but that's as it should be, for I reckon they'll ha' to find the brass the first, my lass," said he, turning to Sylvia. "I'm fain to tak thee into town to next market day, just for to see it. I'll buy thee a bonny ribbon for thy hair out of the cousin's own shop." Some thought of another ribbon which had once tied up her hair, and afterwards been cut in twain, must have crossed Sylvia's mind, for she answered, as if she shrank from her father's words, "I cannot go. I'm noane wanting a ribbon. I'm much obliged, father, all the same." Her mother read her heart clearly, and suffered with her, but never spoke a word of sympathy. But she went on rather more quickly than she would otherwise have done to question her husband as to all he knew about this great rise of Philip's. Once or twice Sylvia joined in with languid curiosity, but presently she became tired and went to bed. For a few moments after she left, her parents sat silent. Then Daniel, in a tone as if he were justifying his daughter, and comforting himself as well as his wife, observed that it was almost on for 9. The evenings were light so long now. Belle said nothing in reply, but gathered up her wool and began to arrange the things for night. By and by Daniel broke the silence by saying, "I thought at one time as Philip had a fancy for our Sylvie." For a minute or two Belle did not speak. Then, with deeper insight into her daughter's heart than her husband, in spite of his greater knowledge of the events that had happened to affect it, she said, "If thou's thinking on a match between 'em, it'll be a long time afore the poor sad wretch is fit to think on another man as sweetheart." "I said nought about sweethearts," replied he, as if his wife had reproached him in some way. "Woman's allus so full of sweethearts and matrimony. I only said as I thought once as Philip had a fancy for our lass, and I think so still, and he'll be Chapter 21 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Cleghorn. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 21. A Rejected Suitor. There were many domestic arrangements to be made in connection with the new commercial ones which affected Hepburn and Coulson. The Fosters, with something of the busybodiness which is apt to mingle itself with kindly patronage, had planned in their own minds that the Rose household should be removed altogether to the house belonging to the shop, and that Alice, with the assistance of the capable servant, who at present managed all John's domestic affairs, should continue as mistress of the house, with Philip and Coulson for her lodgers. But arrangements without her consent did not suit Alice at any time, and she had very good reasons for declining to accede to this. She was not going to be uprooted at her time of life, she said, nor would she consent to enter upon a future which might be so uncertain. Why, Hepburn and Coulson were both young men, she said, and they were as likely to marry as not, and then the bride would be sure to wish to live in the good old-fashioned house at the back of the shop. It was in vain she was told by everyone concerned that in the case of such an event the first married partner would take a house of his own, leaving her in undisputed possession. She replied with apparent truth that both might wish to marry, and surely the wife of one ought to take possession of the house belonging to the business, that she was not going to trust herself to the fancies of young men, who were always, the best of them, going and doing the very thing that was most foolish in the way of marriage, of which state, in fact, she spoke with something of acrimonious contempt and dislike, as if young people always got mismatched, yet had not the sense to let older and wiser people choose for them. "Thou'll not have been understanding why Alice Rose spoke as she did this morning," said Jeremiah Foster to Philip, on the afternoon succeeding the final discussion of this plan. "She was a-thinking of her youth, I reckon, when she was a well-favoured young woman, and our John was full of the thought of marrying her. As he could not have her, he has lived a bachelor all his days, but if I am not a vast mistaken, all that he has will go to her and to Hester, for all that Hester is the child of another man. Thee and Coulson should have a try for Hester, Philip. I have told Coulson this day of Hester's chances. I told him first because he is my wife's nephew, but I tell thee now, Philip, it would be a good thing for the shop if one of ye was married." Philip reddened. Often as the idea of marriage had come into his mind, this was the first time it had been gravely suggested to him by another, but he replied quietly enough, "I don't think Hester Rose has any thought of matrimony." "To be sure not. It is for thee or for William Coulson to make her think. She, maybe, remembers enough of her mother's life with her father to make her slow to think on such things. But it's in her to think on matrimony. It's in all of us." "Alice's husband was dead before I knew her," said Philip, rather evading the main subject. "It was a mercy when he were taken, a mercy to them who were left, I mean. Alice was a bonny young woman, with a smile for everybody, when he wed her, a smile for everyone except our John, who could never do enough to try and win one from her. But no, she would have none of him, but set her heart on Jack Rose, a sailor in a whale ship, and so they were married at last, though all her own folks were against it. And he was a profligate sinner, and went after other women, and drank and beat her. She turned as stiff and as grey as thou seest her now without a year of Hester's birth. I believe they'd have perished for want and cold many a time if it had not been for John. If she ever guessed where the money came from, it must have hurt her pride above a bit, for she was always a proud woman. But mother's love is stronger than pride." Philip fell to thinking. A generation ago something of the same kind had been going on as that which he was now living through, quick with hopes and fears. A girl beloved by two, nay, those two so identical in occupation as he and Kinraid were, Rose identical even in character with what he knew of the Specksioneer, a girl choosing the wrong lover, and suffering and soured all her life in consequence of her youth's mistake. Was that to be Sylvia's lot? Or rather, was she not saved from it by the event of the impressment, and by the course of silence he himself had resolved upon? Then he went on to wonder if the lives of one generation were but a repetition of the lives of those who had gone before, with no variation but from the internal cause that some had greater capacity for suffering than others. Would those very circumstances which make the interest of his life now return in due cycle when he was dead and Sylvia was forgotten? Perplexed thoughts of this and a similar kind kept returning into Philip's mind whenever he had leisure to give himself up to consideration of anything but the immediate throng of business. And every time he dwelt upon this complication and succession of similar events, he emerged from his reverie more and more satisfied with the course he had taken in withholding from Sylvia all knowledge of her lover's fate. It was settled at length that Philip was to remove to the house belonging to the shop, Coulson remaining with Alice and her daughter. But in the course of the summer the latter told his partner that he had offered marriage to Hester on the previous day, and been refused. It was an awkward affair together, as he lived in their house, and was in daily companionship with Hester, who, however, seemed to preserve her gentle calmness, with only a tinge more of reserve in her manner to Coulson. "I wish you could find out what she has again me, Philip," said Coulson, about a fortnight after he had made the proposal. The poor young man thought that Hester's composure of manner towards him since the event argued that he was not distasteful to her, and as he was now on very happy terms with Philip, he came constantly to him, as if the latter could interpret the meaning of all the little occurrences between him and his beloved. "I'm a right age, not 2 months betwixt us, and there's few in Monkshaven as would think on her with better prospects than me, and she knows my folks, we're kind o' cousins, in fact, and I'd be like a son to her mother, and there's none in Monkshaven as can speak again my character. There's nought between you and her, is there, Philip? I had telled thee many a time that she and me is like brother and sister. She's no more thought on me than I have for her. So be content with, for I's not tell thee again. Don't be vexed, Philip. If thou knew what it was to be in love, thou'd be always fancying things just as I am." "I might be," said Philip, "but I dunnot think I should always be talking about my fancies." "I wunnot talk any more after this once, if thou'll just find out for thysel, as it were, what it is she has again me. I'd go to chapel for ever with her, if that's what she wants. Just ask her, Philip." "It's an awkward thing for me to be mellin with," said Hepburn reluctantly. "But thou said thee and she were like brother and sister, and a brother would ask a sister and never think twice about it." "Well, well," replied Philip, "I'll see what I can do. But, lad, I dunnot think she'll have thee. She doesn't fancy thee, and fancy is 3 parts o' love, if reason is t'other 4th. But somehow Philip could not begin on the subject with Hester. He did not know why, except that, as he said, it was so awkward. But he really liked Coulson so much as to be anxious to do what the latter wished, although he was almost convinced that it would be of no use. So he watched his opportunity, and found Alice alone and at leisure one Sunday evening. She was sitting by the window reading her Bible when he went in. She gave him a curt welcome, heartily enough for her, for she was always chary in her expressions of pleasure or satisfaction. But as she took off her horn spectacles and placed them in the book to keep her place, and then turning more fully round on her chair so as to face him, she said, "Well, lad, and how does it go on? Though it's not a day for to ask about worldly things, but I niver see thee now but on Sabbath day, and rarely then. Still we munnot speak o' such things, on't Lord's day. So thee mun just say how t' shop is doing, and then we'll leave such vain talk." "T' shop is doing main and well, thank ye, mother. But Coulson could tell you that any day. I'd a deal rather hear for thee, Philip. Coulson doesn't know how to manage his own business, let alone half the business as it took John and Jeremiah's heads, ay, and tasked 'em too, to manage. I've no patience with Coulson." "Why? He's a decent young fellow as ever there is in Monkshaven." "He may be. He's noan cut his wisdom teeth yet. But for that matter, there's other folks as far for sense as he is." "Ay, and farther. Coulson mayn't be so bright at all times as he might be, but he's a steady goer, and I'd back him up again any chap of his age in Monkshaven." "I know who I'd sooner back in many a thing, Philip." She said it with so much meaning that he could not fail to understand that he himself was meant, and he replied ingenuously enough, "If you mean me, mother, I'll noan deny that in a thing or two I may be more knowledgeable than Coulson. I've had a deal of time on my hands in my youth, and I'd good schooling as long as father lived." "Lad, it's not schooling, nor knowledge, nor book learning as carries a man through t' world. It's mother wit, and it's noan schooling, nor knowledge, nor book learning as takes a young woman. It's summat as cannot be put into words." "That's just what I told Coulson," said Philip quickly. "He were sore put about because Hester had given him the bucket, and came to me about it." "And what did thou say?" asked Alice, her deep eyes gleaming at him as if to read his face as well as his words. Philip, thinking he could now do what Coulson had begged of him in the neatest manner, went on. "I told him I'd help him all as I could." "Thou did thou? Well, well, there's not so queer as folks, that I will say," muttered Alice between her teeth. "But that fancy had 3 parts to do with love," continued Philip, "and it would be hard, maybe, to get a reason for her not fancying him. Yet I wish she'd think twice about it, he so set upon having her. I think he'll do himself a mischief with fretting if it goes on as it is." "It'll noan go on as it is," said Alice with gloomy oracularness. "How not?" asked Philip. Then, receiving no answer, he went on. "He loves her true, and he's within a month or 2 on her age, and his character will bear handling on all sides, and his share on shop will be worth hundreds a year before long." Another pause. Alice was trying to bring down her pride to say something, which she could not with all her efforts. "Maybe you'll speak a word for him, mother," said Philip, annoyed at her silence. "I'll do no such thing. Marriages are best made without melling. How do I know but what she likes some one better?" "Our Hester's not the last to think on a young man unless he's been a-wooing on her. And you know, mother, as well as I do, and Coulson does too, she's never given any one a chance to woo her, living half her time here and t'other half in shop, and never speaking to no one by t' way." "I wish thou wouldn't come here a-troubling me on a Sabbath day with thy vanity and thy worldly talk. I'd liefer by far be o' that world where there's neither marrying nor giving in marriage, for it's all a moithering mess here." She turned to the closed Bible lying on the dresser, and opened it with a bang. While she was adjusting her spectacles on her nose, with hands trembling with passion, she heard Philip say, "I ask your pardon, I'm sure. I couldn't well come any other day." "It's all the same. I care not. But thou might as well tell truth. I'll be bound thou's been at Haytersbank Farm some day this week." Philip reddened. In fact, he had forgotten how he had got to consider his frequent visits to the farm as a regular piece of occupation. He kept silence. Alice looked at him with a sharp intelligence that read his silence through. "I thought so. Next time thou thinks to thyself, I'm more knowledgeable than Coulson, just remember Alice Rose's words, and they are these. If Coulson's too thick-sighted to see through a board, thou'rt too blind to see through a window. As for coming and speaking up for Coulson, why, he'll be married to some one else afore 't year's out, for all he thinks he's so set upon Hester now. Go thy ways, and leave me to my scripture, and come no more on Sabbath days with thy vain babbling." So Philip returned from his mission rather crestfallen, but quite as far as ever from seeing through a glass window. Before the year was out, Alice's prophecy was fulfilled. Coulson, who found the position of a rejected lover in the same house with the girl who had refused him too uncomfortable to be endured, as soon as he was convinced that his object was decidedly out of his reach, turned his attention to someone else. He did not love his new sweetheart as he had done Hester. There was more of reason and less of fancy in his attachment, but
Chapter 22 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 22. Deepening Shadows. But before Coulson was married, many small events happened. Small events to all but Philip. To him they were as the sun and moon, the days when he went up to Haytersbank and Sylvia spoke to him, the days when he went up and she had apparently no heart to speak to anyone, but left the room as soon as he came, or never entered it at all, although she must have known that he was there. These were his alternations from happiness to sorrow. From her parents he always had a welcome. Oppressed by their daughter's depression of spirits, they hailed the coming of any visitor as a change for her as well as for themselves. The former intimacy with the Corneys was in abeyance for all parties, owing to Bessie Corney's outspoken grief for the loss of her cousin, as if she had reason to look upon him as her lover, whereas Sylvia's parents felt this as a slur upon their daughter's cause of grief. But although at this time the members of the two families ceased to seek after each other's society, nothing was said. The thread of friendship might be joined afresh at any time, only just now it was broken, and Philip was glad of it. Before going to Haytersbank he sought each time for some little present with which to make his coming welcome. And now he wished even more than ever that Sylvia had cared for learning. If she had, he could have taken her many a pretty ballad or story-book, such as were then in vogue. He did try her with a translation of The Sorrows of Werther, so popular at the time that it had a place in all pedlars' baskets, with Law's Serious Call, The Pilgrim's Progress, Klopstock's Messiah, and Paradise Lost, but she could not read it for herself. And after turning the leaves languidly over, and smiling a little at the picture of Charlotte cutting bread and butter in a left-handed manner, she put it aside on the shelf by the Complete Farrier, and there Philip saw it, upside down and untouched, the next time he came to the farm. Many a time during that summer did he turn to the few verses in Genesis in which Jacob's twice 7 years' service for Rachel is related, and try and take fresh heart from the reward which came to the patriarch's constancy at last. After trying books, nosegays, small presents of pretty articles of dress, such as suited the notions of those days, and finding them all received with the same languid gratitude, he set himself to endeavour to please her in some other way. It was time that he should change his tactics, for the girl was becoming weary of the necessity for thanking him, every time he came, for some little favour or other. She wished he would let her alone, and not watch her continually with such sad eyes. Her father and mother hailed her first signs of impatient petulance towards him as a return to the old state of things before Kinraid had come to disturb the tenor of their lives, for even Daniel had turned against the Specksioneer, irritated by the Corneys' loud moans of the loss of the man to whom their daughter said that she was attached. If Daniel wished for him to be alive again, it was mainly that the Corneys might be convinced that his last visit to the neighbourhood of Monkshaven was for the sake of the pale and silent Sylvia, and not for that of Bessie, who complained of Kinraid's untimely death rather as if by it she had been cheated of a husband, than for any overwhelming personal love towards the deceased. If he were after her, he were a big black scoundrel, that's what he were, and I wish he were alive again to be hung. But I dunna believe it. Them Corney lasses were allays talking and a-thinking on sweethearts. Niver a man crossed threshold but they tried on one as a husband. And their mother were no better. Kinraid had spoken civil to Bessie as became a lad to a lass, and she makes an ado over him as if they'd been to church together not a week sin. I dunna uphold Corneys, but Molly Corney, as is Molly Brunton now, used to speak on this dead man to our Sylvie as if he were her sweetheart in old days. Now there's no smoke without fire, and I'm thinking it's likely enough he were one of them fellows as is always after some lass or another, and as often as not 2 or 3 at a time. Now look at Philip, what a different one he is. He's never thought on a woman but our Sylvie, I'll be bound. I wish he weren't so old-fashioned and faint-hearted. Aye, and t' shop's doing a vast of business, I've heard say. He's a deal better company too than he used to be. He'd a way of preaching wi' him as couldn't abide. But now he tacks his glass and holds his tongue, leaving room for wiser men to say their say. Such was a conjugal colloquy about this time. Philip was gaining ground with Daniel, and that was something toward winning Sylvia's heart, for she was unaware of her father's change of feeling towards Kinraid, and took all his tenderness towards herself as if they were marks of his regard for her lost lover and his sympathy in her loss, instead of which she was rather feeling as if it might be a good thing after all that the fickle-hearted sailor was dead and drowned. In fact, Daniel was very like a child in all the parts of his character. He was strongly affected by whatever was present, and apt to forget the absent. He acted on impulse, and too often had reason to be sorry for it. But he hated his sorrow too much to let it teach him wisdom for the future. With all his many faults, however, he had something in him which made him be dearly loved, both by the daughter whom he indulged, and the wife who was in fact superior to him, but whom he imagined that he ruled with a wise and absolute sway. Love to Sylvia gave Philip tact. He seemed to find out that to please the women of the threshold he must pay all possible attention to the man, and though he cared little in comparison for Daniel, yet this autumn he was continually thinking of how he could please him. When he had said or done anything to gratify or amuse the father, Sylvia smiled and was kind. Whatever he did was right with his aunt, but even she was unusually glad when her husband was pleased. Still his progress was slow towards his object, and often he sighed himself to sleep with the words, 7 years, and maybe 7 years more. Then in his dreams he saw Kinraid again, sometimes struggling, sometimes sailing towards land, the only one on board a swift advancing ship, alone on deck, stern and avenging, till Philip awoke in remorseful terror. Such and similar dreams returned with a greater frequency when, in the November of that year, the coast between Hartlepool and Monkshaven was overshadowed by the presence of guard ships, driven south from their station at North Shields, by the resolution which the sailors of that port had entered into to resist the press gang, and the energy with which they had begun to carry out their determination. For, on a certain Tuesday evening yet remembered by old inhabitants of North Shields, the sailors in the merchant service met together and overpowered the press gang, dismissing them from the town with the highest contempt, and with their jackets reversed. A numerous mob went with them to Churton Bar, gave them 3 cheers at parting, but vowed to tear them limb from limb should they seek to re-enter North Shields. But a few days afterwards some fresh cause of irritation arose, and 500 sailors, armed with such swords and pistols as they could collect, paraded through the town in the most riotous manner, and at last attempted to seize the tender Eleanor, on some pretext of the ill treatment of the impressed men aboard. This endeavour failed, however, owing to the energetic conduct of the officers in command. Next day this body of sailors set off for Newcastle, but, learning before they reached the town that there was a strong military and civil force prepared to receive them there, they dispersed for the time, but not before the good citizens had received a great fright, the drums of the North Yorkshire militia beating to arms, and the terrified people rushing out into the streets to learn the reason of the alarm, and some of them seeing the militia, under the command of the Earl of Falconberg, marching from the guard-house adjoining Newgate to the house of rendezvous for impressed seamen in the Broad Chase. But a few weeks after, the impressment service took their revenge for the insults they had been subjected to in North Shields. In the dead of night, a cordon was formed round that town by a regiment stationed at Tynemouth barracks. The press gangs belonging to armed vessels lying off Shields Harbour were let loose. No one within the circle could escape, and upwards of 250 men, sailors, mechanics, labourers of every description, were forced on board the armed ships. With that prize they set sail, and wisely left the place, where deep passionate vengeance was sworn against them. Not all the dread of an invasion by the French could reconcile the people of these coasts to the necessity of impressment. Fear and confusion prevailed after this to within many miles of the seashore. A Yorkshire gentleman of rank said that his labourers dispersed like a covey of birds, because a press-gang was reported to have established itself so far inland as Tadcaster, and they only returned to work on the assurance from the steward of his master's protection, but even then begged leave to sleep on straw in the stables or outhouses belonging to the landlord, not daring to sleep at their own homes. No fish was caught, for the fishermen dared not venture out to sea. The markets were deserted, as the press-gangs might come down on any gathering of men. Prices were raised, and many were impoverished, many others ruined. For in the great struggle in which England was then involved, the navy was esteemed her safeguard, and men must be had at any price of money, or suffering, or of injustice. Landsmen were kidnapped and taken to London, there, in too many instances, to be discharged without redress and penniless, because they were discovered to be useless for the purpose for which they had been taken. Autumn brought back the whaling ships, but the period of their return was full of gloomy anxiety, instead of its being the annual time of rejoicing and feasting, of gladdened households, where brave steady husbands or sons returned, of unlimited and reckless expenditure, and boisterous joviality among those who thought that they had earned unbounded licence on shore by their 6 months of compelled abstinence. In other years this had been the time for new and handsome winter clothing, for cheerful if humble hospitality, for the shopkeepers to display their gayest and best, for the public houses to be crowded, for the streets to be full of blue jackets, rolling along with merry words and open hearts. In other years the boiling houses had been full of active workers, the staithes crowded with barrels, the ship carpenters' yards thronged with seamen and captains. Now a few men, tempted by high wages, went stealthily by back lanes to their work, clustering together, with sinister looks, glancing round corners, and fearful of every approaching footstep, as if they were going on some unlawful business, instead of true honest work. Most of them kept their whaling knives about them ready for bloody defence if they were attacked. The shops were almost deserted. There was no unnecessary expenditure by the men. They dared not venture out to buy lavish presents for the wife or sweetheart or little children. The public houses kept scouts on the lookout, while fierce men drank and swore deep oaths of vengeance in the bar. Men who did not maunder in their cups nor grow foolishly merry, but in whom liquor called forth all the desperate, bad passions of human nature. Indeed, all along the coast of Yorkshire it seemed as if a blight hung over the land and the people. Men dodged about their daily business with hatred and suspicion in their eyes, and many a curse went over the sea to the 3 fatal ships lying motionless at anchor 3 miles off Monkshaven. When first Philip had heard in his shop that these 3 men of war might be seen lying fell and still on the grey horizon, his heart sank, and he scarcely dared to ask their names. For if one should be the Alcestis, if Kinraid should send word to Sylvia, if he should say he was living and loving and faithful, if it should come to pass that the fact of the undelivered message sent by her lover through Philip should reach Sylvia's ears, what would be the position of the latter, not merely in her love, that of course would be hopeless, but in her esteem? All sophistry vanished. The fear of detection awakened Philip to a sense of guilt, and besides he found out that, in spite of all idle talk and careless slander, he could not help believing that Kinraid was in terrible earnest when he uttered those passionate words, and entreated that they might be borne to Sylvia. Some instinct told Philip that if the Specksioneer had only flirted with too many, yet that for Sylvia Robson his love was true and vehement. And Philip tried to convince himself that, from all that was said of his previous character, Kinraid was not capable of an enduring, constant attachment, and with such poor opiate to his conscience as he could obtain from this notion, Philip was obliged to remain content, until, a day or two after the first intelligence of the presence of those 3 ships, he learned, with some trouble and pains, that their names were the Megaera, the Bellerophon, and the Hanover. Then he began to perceive how unlikely it was that the Alcestis should have been lingering on this shore all this many months. She was, doubtless, gone far away by this time. She had, probably, joined the fleet on the war station. Who could tell what had become of her and her crew? She might have been in battle before now, and if so... So his previous fancies shrank to nothing, rebuked for their improbability, and with them vanished his self-reproach. Yet there were times when the popular attention seemed totally absorbed by the dread of the press-gang, when no other subject was talked about. hardly, in fact, thought about. At such flows of panic, Philip had his own private fears lest a flash of light should come upon Sylvia, and she should suddenly see that Kinraid's absence might be accounted for in another way besides death. But when he reasoned, this seemed unlikely. No man of war had been seen off the coast, or, if seen, had never been spoken about at the time of Kinraid's disappearance. If he had vanished this winter time, everyone would have been convinced that the press gang had seized upon him. Philip had never heard anyone breathe the dreaded name of the Alcestis. Besides, he went on to think, at the farm they are out of hearing of this one great weary subject of talk. But it was not so, as he became convinced one evening. His aunt caught him a little aside while Sylvia was in the dairy and her husband talking in the shippen with Kester. "For God's sake, Philip, don't bring us talk about press gang. It's a thing as he got hold on me master till thou'd think him possessed. He's speaking perpetual on it in such a way that thou'd think he was itching to kill him afore he tasted bread again. He really trembles with rage and passion, and at night it's just as bad. He starts up in his sleep, swearing and cursing 'em, till I'm sometimes afraid he'll make an end of me or a stake. And what mun he do last night, burping out on Charlie Kinraid, and tell Sylvie he thought Mapp'n't gang had got hold on him. Might make her cry salt tears o'er again." Philip spoke, by no wish of his own, but as if compelled to speak. "And who knows but what it's true?" The instant these words had come out of his lips he could have bitten his tongue off, and yet afterwards it was a sort of balm to his conscience that he had so spoken. "What nonsense, Philip!" said his aunt. "Why, there's fearsome ships were far out of sight when he went away. Could go him, and Sylvie just getting over her trouble so nicely. And even my master went on for to say if he'd gotten hold of him, he were not a chap to stay wi' him. He'd ha' given proofs on his hatred to him time on. He had that made off, and then sure enough we would ha' heard on him somehow. Them Corneys is full on him still, and they've a deal to his folk beyond Newcastle, for as my master says, he were just a chap to hang or drown hisself, sooner nor do aught against his will." "What did Sylvie say?" asked Philip in a hoarse, low voice. "Say? Why, all she could do was burst out crying, and after a bit she just repeated her feyther's words, and said anyhow he was dead, for he'd niver live to go to sea wi' press gang. She knowed him too well for that. Thou see she thinks a deal on him for a spirited chap, as can do what he will. I believe me, she first began to think on him time at fright aboard the Good Fortune, when Darley were killed, and he would seem tame like to her if he couldn't conquer press gangs and men o' war. She sooner think on him drowned, for she's ne'er to see him again." "Best so," said Philip, and then to calm his unusually excited aunt, he promised to avoid the subject of the press gang as much as possible. But it was a promise very difficult of performance, for Daniel Robson was, as his wife said, like one possessed. He could hardly think of anything else, though he himself was occasionally weary of the same constantly recurring idea, and would fain have banished it from his mind. He was too old a man to be likely to be taken by them. He had no son to become their victim, but the terror of them, which he had braved and defied in his youth, seemed to come back and take possession of him in his age, and with the terror came impatient hatred. Since his wife's illness the previous winter, he had been a more sober man until now. He was never exactly drunk, for he had a strong, well-seasoned head, but the craving to hear the last news of the actions of the press gang drew him into Monkshaven nearly every day at this dead agricultural season of the year, and the public-house is generally the focus from which gossip radiates, and probably the amount of drink thus consumed weakened Robson's power over his mind, and caused the concentration of thought on one subject. This may be a physiological explanation of what afterwards was spoken of as a
Chapter 23 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 23. Retaliation. The public house that had been chosen by the leaders of the press gang in Monkshaven at this time for their rendezvous, or Randyvows, as it was generally pronounced, was an inn of poor repute.
with a yard at the back which opened on to the staithe or quay nearest to the open sea. A strong, high stone wall bounded this grass-grown, mouldy yard on two sides. The house, and some unused outbuildings, formed the other two. The choice of the place was good enough, both as to situation, which was sufficiently isolated, and yet near to the widening river, and as to the character of the landlord. John Hobbs was a failing man, one who seemed as if doomed to be unfortunate in all his undertakings, and the consequence of all this was that he was envious of the more prosperous, and willing to do anything that might bring him in a little present success in life. His household consisted of his wife, her niece, who had acted as servant, and an out-of-doors man, a brother of Ned Simpson, the well-doing butcher, who at one time had had a fancy for Sylvia. But the one brother was prosperous, the other had gone on sinking in life, like him who was now his master. Neither Hobbs nor his man Simpson were absolutely bad men. If things had gone well with them, they might each have been as scrupulous and conscientious as their neighbours. And even now, supposing the gain in money to be equal, they would sooner have done good than evil. But a very small sum was enough to turn the balance, and in a greater degree than in most cases was the famous maxim of Rochefoucauld true with them, for in the misfortunes of their friends they seemed to see some justification of their own. It was blind fate dealing out events, not that the events themselves were the inevitable consequences of folly or misconduct. To such men as these, the large sum offered by the lieutenant of the press gang for the accommodation of the Mariners' Arms was simply and immediately irresistible. The best room in the dilapidated house was put at the service of the commanding officer of the impress service, and all other arrangements made at his desire, irrespective of all the former unprofitable sources of custom and of business. If the relatives both of Hobbs and of Simpson had not been so well known and so prosperous in the town, they themselves would have received more marks of popular ill opinion than they did during the winter, the events of which are now being recorded. As it was, people spoke to them when they appeared at kirk or at market, but held no conversation with them. No, not although they each appeared better dressed than they had either of them done for years past, and although their whole manner showed a change, inasmuch as they had been formerly snarling and misanthropic, and were now civil almost to deprecation. Everyone who was capable of understanding the state of feeling in Monkshaven at this time must have been aware that at any moment an explosion might take place, and probably there were those who had judgment enough to be surprised that it did not take place sooner than it did. For until February there were only occasional cries and growls of rage, as the press gang made their captures first here, then there, often, apparently, tranquil for days, then heard of at some distance along the coast, then carrying off a seaman from the very heart of the town. They seemed afraid of provoking any general hostility, such as that which had driven them from Shields, and would have conciliated the inhabitants if they could. The officers on the service and on board the 3 men-of-war coming often into the town, spending largely, talking to all with cheery friendliness, and making themselves very popular in such society as they could obtain access to at the houses of the neighbouring magistrates, or at the rectory. But this, however agreeable, did not forward the object the impress service had in view. And accordingly a more decided step was taken at a time when, although there was no apparent evidence as to the fact, the town was full of the Greenland mariners coming quietly in to renew their yearly engagements, which, when done, would legally entitle them to protection from impressment. One night, it was on a Saturday, February 23rd, when there was a bitter black frost, with a north-east wind sweeping through the streets, and men and women were close shut in their houses. All were startled in their household content and warmth by the sound of the fire-bell busily swinging and pealing out for help. The fire-bell was kept in the market-house, where High Street and Bridge Street met. Every one knew what it meant. Some dwelling, or maybe a boiling house, was on fire, and neighbourly assistance was summoned with all speed, in a town where no water was laid on, nor fire-engines kept in readiness. Men snatched up their hats and rushed out, wives following, some with the readiest wraps they could lay hands on, with which to clothe the over-hasty husbands, others from that mixture of dread and curiosity which draws people to the scene of any disaster. Those of the market people who were making the best of their way homewards having waited in the town till the early darkness concealed their path, turned back at the sound of the ever-clanging fire-bell, ringing out faster and faster, as if the danger became every instant more pressing. As men ran against or alongside of each other, their breathless question was ever, "Where is it?" and no one could tell. So they pressed onwards into the market-place, sure of obtaining the information desired there, where the fire-bell kept calling out with its furious metal tongue. The dull oil lamps in the adjoining streets only made darkness visible in the thronged market-place, where the buzz of many men's unanswered questions was rising louder and louder. A strange feeling of dread crept over those nearest to the closed market-house. Above them in the air the bell was still clanging, but before them was a door fast shut and locked, no one to speak and tell them why they were summoned, where they ought to be. They were at the heart of the mystery, and it was a silent blank. Their unformed dread took shape at the cry from the outside of the crowd, from where men were still coming down the eastern side of Bridge Street. "The gang! The gang!" shrieked out someone. "The gang are upon us! Help! Help!" Then the fire-bell had been a decoy, a sort of seething the kid in its mother's milk, leading men into a snare through their kindliest feelings. Some dull sense of this added to utter dismay, and made them struggle and strain to get to all the outlets save that in which a fight was now going on, the swish of heavy whips, the thud of bludgeons, the groans, the growls of wounded or infuriated men, coming with terrible distinctness through the darkness to the quickened ear of fear. A breathless group rushed up the blackness of a narrow entry to stand still a while and recover strength for fresh running. For a time nothing but heavy pants and gasps were heard among them. No one knew his neighbour, and their good feeling, so lately abused and preyed upon, made them full of suspicion. The first who spoke was recognized by his voice. "Is it thee, Dan'l Robson?" asked his neighbour in a low tone. "Aye, who else should it be?" "I dunno. If I am to be anyone else, I'd like to be a chap of no but 8 stone. I'm welly done for. It were as bloody a shame as iver I heerd on. Who's to go to next fire, I'd like to know?" "I tell you what, lad," said Daniel, recovering his breath, but speaking in gasps. "We were a pack of cowards to let 'em carry off yon chaps as easy as they did, I'm reckoning." "I think so indeed," said another voice. Daniel went on. "We was 200, if we was a man, and t' gang has never numbered above 12. "But they was armed. I seen t' glitter in their cutlasses," spoke out a fresh voice. "What then?" replied he who had latest come, and who stood at the mouth of the entry. "I had my whaling knife wi' me and my pea-jacket, as my missus threw at me, and I'd ha' ripped 'em up as soon as winking, if I could ha' thought what was best to do with that damned bell making such a din reet above us. A man can but die onst, and we was ready to go into t' fire for to save folks' lives, and yet we'd none on us to wit to see as we might ha' saved yon poor chaps as screeched out for help." "They'll ha' getten 'em to t' Randyvowse by now," said some one. "They cannot take 'em aboard till morning. T' tide won't serve," said the last speaker but one. Daniel Robson spoke out the thought that was surging up into the brain of every one there. "There's a chance for us a'. How many be we?" By dint of touching each other, the numbers were counted. 7. 7! "But if us 7 turns out and rouses t' town, there'll be many a score ready to gang to Mariners' Arms, and it'll be easy work rescuing them chaps as is pressed. Us 7, each man jack on us, go and seek up his friends, and get him as well as he can to the church steps. Then, maybe, there'll be some there as'll not be so soft as we was, letting them poor chaps be carried off from under our noses, just because our ears was busy listening to yon confounded bell, whose clip-clapping tongue I'll tear out afore this week is out." Before Daniel had finished speaking, those nearest to the entrance muttered their assent to his project, and had stolen off, keeping to the darkest side of the streets and lanes, which they threaded in different directions, most of them going straight as sleuth-hounds to the haunts of the wildest and most desperate portion of the seafaring population of Monkshaven. For in the breasts of many, revenge for the misery and alarm of the past winter took a deeper and more ferocious form than Daniel had thought of when he made his proposal of a rescue. To him it was an adventure like many he had been engaged in his younger days. Indeed, the liquor he had drunk had given him a fictitious youth for the time, and it was more in the light of a rough frolic, of which he was to be the leader, that he limped along, always lame from old attacks of rheumatism, chuckling to himself at the apparent stillness of the town, which gave no warning to the press gang at the rendezvous of anything in the wind. Daniel, too, had his friends to summon, old hands like himself, but deepens, also like himself, as he imagined. It was 9 o'clock when all who were summoned met at the church steps, and by 9 o'clock Monkshaven in those days was more quiet and asleep than many a town at present is at midnight. The church and churchyard above them were flooded with silver light, for the moon was high in the heavens. The irregular steps were here and there in pure white clearness, here and there in blackest shadow. But more than halfway up to the top, men clustered like bees, all pressing so as to be near enough to question those who stood nearest to the planning of the attack. Here and there a woman, with wild gestures and shrill voice that no entreaty would hush down to the whispered pitch of the men, pushed her way through the crowd, this one imploring immediate action, that adjuring those around her to smite and spare not those who had carried off her man, the father, the breadwinner. Low down in the darkened, silent town were many whose hearts went with the angry and excited crowd, and who would bless them and caress them for that night's deeds. Daniel soon found himself a laggard in planning, compared to some of those around him. But when, with the rushing sound of many steps and but few words, they had arrived at the blank, dark, shut-up Mariner's Arms, they paused in surprise at the uninhabited look of the whole house. It was Daniel once more who took the lead. "Speak 'em fair," said he. "Try good words first. Hobbs'll maybe let 'em out quiet, if we can catch a word wi' him. I say, Hobbs," said he, raising his voice, "is I shut up for to-neet? For I'd be glad of a glass. I'm Dan'l Robson, thou knows." Not one word in reply, any more than from the tomb. But his speech had been heard nevertheless. The crowd behind him began to jeer and to threaten. There was no longer any keeping down their voices, their rage, their terrible oaths. If doors and windows had not of late been strengthened with bars of iron in anticipation of some such occasion, they would have been broken in with the onset of the fierce and now yelling crowd, who rushed against them with the force of a battering ram, to recoil in baffled rage from the vain assault. No sign, no sound from within in that breathless pause. "Come away round here. I found a way to tobacco behind, where belike it's not so well fenced," said Daniel, who had made way for younger and more powerful men to conduct the assault, and had employed his time meanwhile in examining the back premises. The men rushed after him, almost knocking him down, as he made his way into the lane into which the doors of the outbuildings belonging to the inn opened. Daniel had already broken the fastening of that which opened into a damp, mouldy-smelling shippen, in one corner of which a poor lean cow shifted herself on her legs, in an uneasy, restless manner, as her sleeping-place was invaded by as many men as could cram themselves into the dark hold. Daniel, at the end farthest from the door, was almost smothered before he could break down the rotten wooden shutter, that, when opened, displayed the weedy yard of the old inn, the full clear light defining the outline of each blade of grass by the delicate black shadow behind. This hole, used to give air and light to what had once been a stable, in the days when horse-travellers were in the habit of coming to the Mariner's Arms, was large enough to admit the passage of a man, and Daniel, in virtue of its discovery, was the first to get through. But he was larger and heavier than he had been, his lameness made him less agile, and the impatient crowd behind him gave him a helping push that sent him down on the round stones with which the yard was paved, and for the time disabled him so much that he could only just crawl out of the way of leaping feet and heavy nailed boots, which came through the opening till the yard was filled with men, who now set up a fierce derisive shout, which, to their delight, was answered from within. No more silence, no more dead opposition, a living struggle, a glowing, raging fight, and Daniel thought he should be obliged to sit there still, leaning against the wall, inactive, while the strife and the action were going on in which he had once been foremost. He saw the stones torn up, He saw them used with good effect on the unguarded back door. He cried out in useless warning as he saw the upper windows open, and aim taken among the crowd, but just then the door gave way, and there was an involuntary forward motion in the throng, so that no one was so disabled by the shots as to prevent his forcing his way in with the rest. And now the sounds came veiled by the walls as if some raging, ravening beast growling over his prey. The noise came and went, once utterly ceased, and Daniel raised himself with difficulty to ascertain the cause, when again the roar came clear and fresh, and men poured into the yard again, shouting and rejoicing over the rescued victims of the press gang. Daniel hobbled up and shouted and rejoiced and shook hands with the rest, hardly caring to understand that the lieutenant and his gang had quitted the house by a front window, and that all had poured out in search of them. The greater part, however, returning to liberate the prisoners, and then glut their vengeance on the house and its contents. From all the windows, upper and lower, furniture was now being thrown into the yard. The smash of glass, the heavier crash of wood, the cries, the laughter, the oaths, all excited Daniel to the utmost, and forgetting his bruises, he pressed forwards to lend a helping hand. The wild, rough success of his scheme almost turned his head. He hurrahed at every flagrant piece of destruction. He shook hands with every one around him, and at last, when the destroyers inside paused to take breath, he cried out, "If I was as young as once I was, I'd have to run de house down and make a bonfire on it. We'd ring the fire bell then to some purpose." No sooner said than done. Their excitement was ready to take the slightest hint of mischief. Old chairs, broken tables, odd drawers, smashed chests were rapidly and skilfully heaped into a pyramid, and one, who at the first broaching of the idea had gone for live coals the speedier to light up the fire, came now through the crowd with a large shovelful of red-hot cinders. The rioters stopped to take breath and look on like children at the uncertain flickering blaze, which sprang high one moment and dropped down the next, only to creep along the base of the heap of wreck and make secure of its future work. Then the lurid blaze darted up wild, high, and irrepressible, and the men around gave a cry of fierce exultation, and in rough mirth began to try and push each other in. In one of the pauses of the rushing, roaring noise of the flames, the moaning low and groan of the poor alarmed cow fastened up in the shippen caught Daniel's ear, and he understood his groans as well as if they had been words. He limped out of the yard through the now deserted house, where men were busy at the mad work of destruction, and found his way back to the lane into which the shippen opened. The cow was dancing about at the roar and dazzle and heat of the fire, but Daniel knew how to soothe her, and in a few minutes he had the rope around her neck, and led her gently out from the scene of her alarm. He was still in the lane when Simpson, the man of all work at the Mariner's Arms, crept out of some hiding-place in the deserted outbuilding, and stood suddenly face to face with Robson. The man was white with fear and rage. "Here, tak thy beast, and lead her where she'll none hear yon cries and shouts. She's fairly moithered wi' heat and noise." "They're braining every rag I have in the world," gasped out Simpson. "I niver had much, and now I'm a beggar." "Well, thou shouldn't ha' turned again thine own townfolk and harboured to gang. Sarves thee reet. I'd none be here leading beasts if I were as young as I were. I'd be into thick on it. It was thee set 'em on. I heerd thee. I seed thee a helping 'em on to break in. They'd never ha' thought on attacking the house and setting fire to yon things if thou hadn't spoken on it." Simpson was now fairly crying, but Daniel did not realize what the loss of all the small property he had in the world was to the poor fellow, rapscallion though he was, broken down, unprosperous ne'er-do-will, in his pride at the good work he believed he had set on foot. "Ay," said he, "it's a great thing for folk to have a chap for to lead 'em wi' a head on his shoulders. I misdoubt me if there were a felly there as would ha' thought o' routling out yon wasp's nest. It takes a deal o' mother wit to be up to things. But t' gang'll never harbour there again one while. I only wish we'd cotched 'em. And I should like to ha' given Hobbs a bit o' my mind." "He's had his sauce," said Simpson dolefully. "Him and me is ruined." "Tut, tut, thou's got thy brother. He's rich enough. And Hobbs'll do a deal better. He's had his lesson now, and he'll stick to his own side time to come.
Here, tak thy beast, and look after her, for my bones is aching, and make thyself scarce, for some of them fellies is getting their blood up, and would not be for treating thee o'er well if they fall in with thee. Hobbs ought to be served out. It were him as made to bargain with Lieutenant, and he's off safe wi' his wife and his money bag, and I'm left a beggar this neet in Monkshaven street. My brother and me has had words, and he'll do nought for me but curse me. I had 3 crown pieces, and a good pair of breeches and a shirt, and I dare say better nor 2 pair of stockings. I wish to gang, and thee and Hobbs and them mad folks up yonder were all down in hell, I do. Come, lad, said Daniel, no ways offended at his companion's wish on his behalf. I'm none flush mysel', but here's 1/2 crown and 2pence. It's a' I've getten wi' me, but it'll keep thee and t' beast in food and shelter to neat, and get thee a glass of comfort too. I had thought of taking one mysel', but I shannot ha' a penny left, so I'll just toddle home to my missus. Daniel was not in the habit of feeling any emotion at actions not directly affecting himself, or else he might have despised the poor wretch who immediately clutched at the money, and overwhelmed that man with slobbery thanks, whom he had not a minute before been cursing. But all Simpson's stronger passions had been long ago used up. Now he only faintly liked and disliked, where once he loved and hated. His only vehement feeling was for himself. That cared for, other men might wither or flourish as best suited them. Many of the doors which had been closed shut when the crowd went down the High Street were partially open as Daniel slowly returned, and light streamed from them on the otherwise dark road. The news of the successful attempt at rescue had reached those who had sate in mourning and desolation an hour or 2 ago, and several of these pressed forwards, as from their watching corner they recognized Daniel's approach. They pressed forward into the street to shake him by the hand, to thank him, for his name had been bruited abroad as one of those who had planned the affair. And at several places he was urged to have a dram, urgency that he was loath for many reasons to refuse. But his increasing uneasiness and pain made him for once abstinent, and only anxious to get home and rest. But he could not help being both touched and flattered at the way in which those who formed his world looked upon him as a hero, and was not insensible to the words of blessing which a wife, whose husband had been impressed and rescued this night, poured down upon him as he passed. There, there, do not crack thy throat wi' blessin'. Thy man would ha' done as much for me, though maybe he mightn't ha' showed so much gumption and capability. But them's gifts, and not to be proud on. When Daniel reached the top of the hill on the road home, he turned to look round, but he was lame and bruised. He had gone along slowly, the fire had pretty nearly died out, only a red hue in the air about the houses at the end of the long High Street, and a hot lurid mist against the hillside beyond where the Mariners' Arms had stood, were still left as signs and tokens of the deed of violence. Daniel looked and chuckled. That comes a ringing to fire.
Chapter 24 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibraryVox recording. All LibraryVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibraryVox.org. Recording by Zernaz. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Brief Rejoicing. Daniel's unusually late absence from home disturbed Belle and Sylvia not a little. He was generally at home between 8 and 9 on market days. They expected to see him the worse for liquor at such times, but this did not shock them. He was no worse than most of his neighbors. Indeed, better than several who went off once or twice a year, or even oftener, on drinking bouts of 2 or 3 days' duration, returning pale, sodden, and somewhat shamefaced, when all their money was gone, and after the conjugal reception was well over, settling down into hard-working and decently sober men, until the temptation again got power over them. But on market days every man drank more than usual. Every bargain or agreement was ratified by drink. They came from greater or less distances, either afoot or on horseback, and the good accommodation for man and beast, as the old inn signs expressed it, always included a considerable amount of liquor to be drunk by the man. Daniel's way of announcing his intention of drinking more than ordinary was always the same. He would say at the last moment, "Missus, I've a mind to get fuddled to-neet," and be off, disregarding her look of remonstrance, and little heeding the injunctions she would call after him to beware of such and such companions, or to attend to his footsteps on his road home. But this night he had given no such warning. Bell and Sylvia put the candle on the low window seat at the usual hour to guide him through the fields. It was a habit kept up even on moonlight nights like this, and sat on each side of the fire, at first scarcely caring to listen, so secure were they of his return. Bell dozed, and Sylvia sat gazing at the fire with abstracted eyes, thinking of the past year, and of the anniversary which was approaching of the day when she had last seen the lover, whom she believed to be dead, lying somewhere fathoms deep beneath the surface of that sunny sea on which she looked day by day, without ever seeing his upturned face through the depths. With whatsoever heart-sick longing for just one more sight she yearned and inwardly cried. If she could set her eyes on his bright, handsome face, that face which was fading from her memory, overtasked in the too frequent efforts to recall it, if she could see him but once again, coming over the waters beneath which he lay, with supernatural motion, awaiting her at the stile, with the evening sun shining ruddy into his bony eyes, even though after that one instant of vivid and visible life he faded into mist, if she could see him now, sitting in the faintly flickering firelight in the old happy, careless way, on a corner of the dresser, his legs dangling, his busy fingers playing with some of her women's work. She wrung her hands tight together as she implored any power, to let her see him just once again, just once, for 1 minute of passionate delight. Never again would she forget that dear face, if but once more she might set her eyes upon it. Her mother's head fell with a sudden jerk, and she roused herself up, and Sylvia put by her thought of the dead, and her craving after his presence, into that receptacle of her heart where all such are kept closed and sacred from the light of common day. "Feyther's late," said Bell. "It's gone 8, replied Sylvia. "But our clock is better nor an hour forward," answered Bell. "Ay, but the wind brings Monkshaven bells clear to-night. I heard the 8 o'clock bell ringing not 5 minutes ago." It was the fire bell, but she had not distinguished the sound. There was another long silence, both wide awake this time. "He'll have his rheumatics again," said Bell. "It's cold for sartin," said Sylvia. "March weather come afore its time. But I'll make him a treacle posset. It's a famous thing for keeping off hosts." The treacle posset was entertainment enough for both while it was being made. But once placed in a little basin in the oven, there was again time for wonder and anxiety. "He said naught about having a bout, did he, mother?" asked Sylvia at length. "No," said Bell, her face a little contracting. After a while she added, "There's many a one as has husbands that goes off drinking without ever saying a word to their wives. My master is none o' that make." "Mother," broke in Sylvia again, "I'll just go and get the lantern out of the shippen, and go up to Brow, and maybe to Ashfield End." "Do, lass," said her mother. "I'll get my wraps and go with thee." "Thou shalt do never such a thing," said Sylvia. "Thou's too frail to go out into night air such a night as this." "Then call Kester up." "Not I. I'm no afraid o' the dark." "But of what thou may meet in the dark, lass." Sylvia shivered all over the sudden thought, suggested by this speech of her mother's, that the idea that had flashed into her own mind of going to look for her father might be an answer to the invocation to the powers which she had made not long ago, that she might indeed meet her dead lover at the Ashfield stile. But though she shivered as this superstitious fancy came into her head, her heart beat firm and regular. Not from darkness, nor from the spirits of the dead was she going to shrink. Her great sorrow had taken away all her girlish nervous fear. She went, and she came back. Neither man nor spirit had she seen. The wind was blowing on the height enough to sweep all creatures before it, but no one was coming. So they sat down again to keep watch. At length his step was heard close to the door, and it startled them even in their state of expectation. "Why, father!" cried Sylvia as he entered, while his wife stood up trembling, but not saying a word. "Am almost done up," said he, sitting heavily down on the chair nearest the door. "Poor old father," said Sylvia, stooping to take off his heavy clogged shoes, while Belle took the posset out of the oven. "What's this? Posset? What creatures women is for slops," said he, but he drank it all the same, while Sylvia fastened the door and brought the flaring candle from the window seat. The fresh arrangement of light displayed his face blackened with smoke, and his clothes disarranged and torn. "Who's been mellin' with thee?" asked Belle. "No one has melled with me, but I've been mellin' with the gang at last." "Thee? They never were for pressing thee," exclaimed both the women at once. "No, they knowed better. They'n getten their belly full as it is. Next time they try it on, I reckon they'll ask if Daniel Robson is within the hearing. I've led a resky this neat, and saved 9 or 10 honest chaps as we pressed, and carried off to Randy Vow's. Me and some others did it, and Hobbs things and the lieutenants is a burnt, and by this time I reckon the Randy Vow's is pretty nigh 4 walls ready for a parish pound." "Thou'rt never for saying thou burned it down with the gang in it for sure?" asked Belle. "Na, not this time. The gang fled up the hill like conies, and Hobbs and his folks carried off a bag o' money. But the out-tumble-down place is just a heap o' brick and mortar, and the furniture is smouldering in its ashes. And, best of all, the man is free, and will never be caught with a fire bell again." And so he went on to tell of the ruse by which they had been enticed into the market-place, interrupted from time to time by their eager questions, and interrupting himself every now and then with exclamations of weariness and pain, which made him at last say, "Now I'm willing to tell you about it tomorrow, for it's not every day a man can do such great things. But tonight I mun go to bed, even if King George were wanting to know how I managed it all." He wearily went upstairs, and wife and daughter both strove their best to ease his aching limbs, and make him comfortable. The warming pan, only used on state occasions, was taken down and unpapered for his service, and as he got between the warm sheets, he thanked Sylvia and her mother in a sleeping voice, adding, "It's a vast o' comfort to think on yon poor lads as is sleepin' in their own homes this neat." And then slumber fell upon him, and he was hardly roused by Belle softly kissing his weather-beaten cheek, and saying low, "God bless thee, my man. Thou was always for them that was put down and put upon." He murmured some monosyllabic reply, unheard by his wife, who stole away to undress herself noiselessly, and laid herself down on her side of the bed, as gently as her stiffened limbs would permit. They were late in rising the next morning. Kester was long since up and at his work among the cattle before he saw the house door open to admit the fresh chilling morning air, and even then Sylvia brushed softly, and went about almost on tiptoe. When the porridge was ready, Kester was called in to his breakfast, which he took sitting at the dresser with the family. A large wooden platter stood in the middle, and each had a bowl of the same material filled with milk. The way was for every one to dip his pewter spoon into the central dish, and convey as much or as little as he liked at a time of the hot porridge into his pure fresh milk. But today Bell told Kester to help himself all at once, and to take his bowl up to the master's room and keep him company. For Daniel was in bed, resting from his weariness, and bemoaning his painful bruises whenever he thought of them. But his mind was still so much occupied with the affair of the previous night, that Bell judged rightly that a new listener would give ease to his body as well as to his mind, and a proposal of Kester's carrying up his breakfast had been received by Daniel with satisfaction. So Kester went up slowly, carrying his overfull basin tenderly, and seated himself on the step leading down into the bedroom, for levels had not been calculated when the old house was built, facing his master, who, half sitting up in the blue check bed, not unwillingly began his relation again, to which Kester listened so attentively that his spoon was often arrested in its progress from the basin to his mouth, open ready to receive it, while he gazed with unwinking eyes at Daniel narrating his exploits. But after Daniel had fought his battle over again to every auditor within his reach, he found the seclusion of his chamber rather oppressive, without even the usual weekdays noises below. So after dinner, though far from well, he came down and wandered about the stable and the fields nearest to the house, consulting with Kester as to crops and manure for the most part, but every now and then breaking out into an episodical chuckle over some part of the last night's proceedings. Kester enjoyed the day even more than his master, for he had no bruises to remind him that although a hero, he was also flesh and blood. When they returned to the house, they found Philip there, for it was already dusk. It was Kester's usual Sunday plan to withdraw to bed as early as an hour as he could manage to sleep, often in winter before 6. But now he was too full of interest in what Philip might have to tell of the Monkshaven news to forego his Sabbath privilege of spending the evening sitting on the chair at the end of the dresser behind the door. Philip was as close to Sylvia as he could possibly get without giving her offence when they came in. Her manner was listless and civil. She had lost all that active feeling towards him which made him positively distasteful, and had called out her girlish irritation and impertinence. She now was rather glad to see him than otherwise. He brought some change into the heavy monotony of her life, monotony so peaceful until she had been stirred by passion out of that content with the small daily events which had now become burdensome recurrences. Insensibly to herself, she was becoming dependent on his timid devotion, his constant attention, and he, lover-like, once so attracted, in spite of his judgment, by her liveliness and piquancy, now doted on her languor, and thought her silence more sweet than words. He had only just arrived when master and man came in. He had been to afternoon chapel. None of them had thought of going to the distant church. Worship with them was only an occasional duty, and this day their minds had been too full of the events of the night before. Daniel sat himself heavily down in the accustomed chair, the three-cornered armchair in the fireside corner, which no one thought of anybody else ever occupying on any occasion whatever. In a minute or two he interrupted Philip's words of greeting and inquiry by breaking out into the story of the rescue of last night. But to the mute surprise of Sylvia, the only one who noticed it, Philip's face, instead of expressing admiration and pleasant wonder, lengthened into dismay. Once or twice he began to interrupt, but stopped himself as if he would consider his words again. Kester was never tired of hearing his master talk, but long living together they understood every fold of each other's minds, and his small expressions had much significance to them. Belle, too, sat thankful that her husband should have done such deeds. Only Sylvia was made uneasy by Philip's face and manner. When Daniel had ended, there was a great silence, instead of the questions and compliments he looked to receive. He became testy, and turning to Belle, he said, My nephew looks as though he was a-thinking more on the little profit he has made on his pins and bobs, than as if he were heeding how honest men were saved from being hauled out to yon tender, and carried out of sight of wives and little ones for ever. Wives and little ones may go to workhouse or clem for aught he cares." Philip went very red, and then more sallow than usual. He had not been thinking of Charlie Kindred, but of quite another thing, while Daniel had told his story, but this was last speech of the old man's brought up the remembrance that was always quick, do what he would do to smother or strangle it. He did not speak for a moment or two, then said, "Today has not been like Sabbath in Monkshaven. The rioters, as folks call 'em, have been out about all night. They wanted to give battle to the men-o'-war's men, and it were taken up by the better end. And they've sent to my Lord Malton for the militia, and they're coming into town. And they're hunting for a justice for to read the act. Folks do say there'll be never a shop open tomorrow." This was rather a more serious account of the progress of the affair than anyone had calculated upon. They looked grave upon it a while, then Daniel took heart and said, "I think we had done almost enough last night, but men's not to be stopped with a straw when their blood is up. Still it's hard lines to call out the soldiers, even if they be but militia. So what we seven hatched in a dark entry has taken a lot to put a stop to it," continued he, chuckling a little, but more faintly this time. Philip went on still graver than before, boldly continuing to say what he knew would be discordant to the family he loved so well. "I should ha' told you all about it. I thought on it just a bit o' news. I'd never thought on such a thing as uncle there having been in it, and I'm main sorry to hear on it, I am." "Why?" said Sylvia breathlessly. "It's never a thing to be sorry on, I'm proud and glad," said Bell. Let it be," said Daniel in much dudgeon. "I were a fool to tell him of such like doings. They're noane in his line. We'll talk on yard measures now." Philip took no notice of this poor attempt at sarcasm. He seemed as if lost in thought. Then he said, "I'm vexed to plague you, but I'd best say all I've got in my mind. There was a vast o' folk at our chapel speaking about it, last night's doings and this morning's work, and how them as set it afoot was assured o' being clapped in the prison and tried for it. And when I heard uncle say as he was one, it like ran through me, for they say as the justices will all be on the government side and mad for vengeance." For an instant there was dead silence. The women looked at each other with blank eyes, as if they were as yet unable to take in the new idea that the conduct which had seemed to them a subject for such pride could be regarded by anyone as deserving of punishment or retribution. Daniel spoke before they had recovered from their amazement. "I'm noane sorry for what I did, and I'd do it again to-night if need were. So there's for thee. Thou may tell the justices from me that I reckon I did righter nor them, as lettin' poor fellows be carried off in the very midst of town they're called justices for." Perhaps Philip had better have held his tongue, but he believed in the danger which he was anxious to impress upon his uncle, in order that, knowing what was to be apprehended, the latter might take some pains to avert it. He went on, "But they're making a coil about the Rendy-vows being all destroyed." Daniel has taken down his pipe from the shelf in the chimney corner, and was stuffing tobacco in the bowl. He went on pretending to do this a little while after it was filled, for, to tell the truth, he was beginning to feel uncomfortable at the new view of his conduct presented him. Still he was not going to let this appear, so lifting up his head with an indifferent air, he lighted the pipe, blew into it, took it out, and examined it as something were wrong about it. And until that was put to rights, he was unable to attend to anything else. All the while the faithful three who hung upon his well-being, gazing breathless at his proceedings and anxious for his reply. "Rendy-vows," said he at length. "It were a good job it were burned down, for such a harbour for vermin I never seed. The rats ran across the yard by hundreds and thousands, and it were no man's property as I have heard tell, but belonged to Chancery, up in Lunnon. So where's the harm done, my fine felly?" Phillips was silent. He did not care to brave any further his uncle's angry frown and contracted eye. If he had only known of Daniel Robinson's part in the riot before he had left the town, he would have taken care to have had better authority for the reality of the danger which he had heard spoken about, and in which he could not help believing. As it was, he could only keep quiet until he had ascertained what was the legal peril overhanging the rioters, and how far his uncle had been recognized. Daniel went on puffing angrily. Kester sighed audibly, and then was sorry he had done so, and began to whistle. Belle, full of her new fear, yet desirous to bring all present into some kind of harmony, said, "It'll have been a loss to John Hobbs. All his things burnt, or trampled on. Maybe he deserved it all, but one's a kind o' tender feelings to one's tables and chairs, especial if one's had the bees waxing on them. I wish he had been burned on top of them, I do," growled Daniel, shaking the ash out of his pipe. "Don't speak so ill o' thyself," said his wife. "Thou'd had been the first to pluck him out if he had screeched out. And I'll warrant if they come about with a paper asking for father's name, to make up for what Hobbs has lost by the fire, father'll be forgiving him somewhat," said Sylvia. "Thou knows naught about it," said Daniel. "Hold thy tongue next time till thou's asked to speak, my wench." His sharp, irritated way of speaking was so new to Sylvia that the tears sprang to her eyes, and her lip quivered. Philip saw it all, and yearned over her. He plunged headlong into some other subject to try and divert attention from her. But Daniel was too ill at ease to talk much, and Belle was obliged to try and keep up the semblance of the conversation, with an occasional word or two from Kester, who seemed instinctively to fall into her way of thinking, and to endeavour to keep the dark thought in the background. Sylvia stole off to bed, more concerned at her father's angry way of speaking than the idea of his being amenable to law for what he had done. The one was a sharp present evil, the other something distant and unlikely. Yet a dim terror of this later evil hung over her, and once upstairs she threw herself on her bed and sobbed. Philip heard her where he sat near the bottom of the short steep staircase, and at every sob the cords of love round his heart seemed tightened, and he felt as if he must be there and do something to console her. But instead he sat on talking of nothings, a conversation in which Daniel joined with somewhat of surliness, while Belle, grave and anxious, kept wistfully looking from one to the other, desirous of gleaning some further information on the subject, which had begun to trouble her mind. She hoped some chance would give her the opportunity of privately questioning Philip, but it seemed to be equally her husband's wish to thwart any such intention of hers. He remained in the house place till after Philip had left, although he was evidently so much fatigued as to give some very distinct, though unintentional hints to his visitor to be gone. At length the house door was locked on Philip, and then Daniel prepared to go to bed. Kester had left for his loft above the shippen more than an hour before. Belle had still to rake the fire, and then she would follow her husband upstairs. As she was scraping up the ashes, she heard, intermixed with the noise she was making, the sound of someone rapping gently at the window. In her then frame of mind she started a little, but on looking round she saw Kester's face pressed against the glass, and reassured she softly opened the door. There he stood in the dusk outer air, distinct against the grey darkness beyond, and in his hand something which she presently perceived was a pitchfork. "Missus," whispered he, "I've watched the master to bed, and now I'd be greatly beholden to you if you'd let me just lay down in the house place. I'd warrant never a constable in a Monkshaven should get sight of the master, and me below to keep ward." Bell shivered a little. "Nay, Kester," she said, patting her hand kindly on his shoulder. "There's nought for to fear. Thy master is not one for the hurt nobody, and I do not think they can harm him for setting yon poor chaps free, as the gang catched in their wicked trap." Kester stood still, then he shook his head slowly. "It's the work as the Randy vows as I'm feared on. Some folks think such a deal of a bonfire." "Then I may lay down afore the fire, missus?" said he beseechingly. "Nay, Kester," she began, but suddenly changing, she said, "God bless thee, my man. Come in and lay thee down on the settle, and I'll cover thee up with my cloak as hangs behind the door. We're not many on us that love him, and we'll be all on us under one roof, and never a stone wall or a lock between us." So Kester took up to rest in the house place that night.
Chapter 25 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 25. Coming Troubles. The morning brought more peace, if it did not entirely dissipate fear. Daniel seemed to have got over his irritability, and was unusually kind and tender to wife and daughter, especially striving by silent little deeds to make up for the sharp words he had said the night before to the latter. As if by common consent, all allusion to the Saturday night's proceedings was avoided. They spoke of the day's work before them, of the crops to be sown, of the cattle, of the markets, but each one was conscious of a wish to know more distinctly what were the chances of the danger that, to judge from Philip's words, hung over them, falling upon them and cutting them off from all these places for the coming days. Bell longed to send Kester down into Monkshaven as a sort of spy, to see how the land lay, but she dared not manifest her anxiety to her husband, and could not see Kester alone. She wished that she had told him to go to the town, when she had had him to herself in the house place the night before. Now it seemed as though Daniel were resolved not to part from him, and as though both had forgotten that any peril had been anticipated. Sylvia and her mother in like manner clung together, not speaking of their fears, yet each knowing that it was ever present in the other's mind. So things went on till 12 o'clock, dinner time. If at any time that morning they had had the courage to speak together on the thought which was engrossing all their minds, it is possible that some means might have been found to avert the calamity that was coming towards them with swift feet. But among the uneducated, the partially educated, nay, even the weakly educated, the feeling exists which prompted the futile experiment of the well-known ostrich. They imagine that by closing their own eyes to apprehended evil, they avert it. The expression of fear is supposed to accelerate the coming of its cause. Yet, on the other hand, they shrink from acknowledging the long continuance of any blessing, in the idea that when unusual happiness is spoken about, it disappears. So although perpetual complaints of past or present grievances and sorrows are most common among this class, they shrink from embodying apprehensions for the future in words, as if it then took shape and drew near. They all four sate down to dinner, but not one of them was inclined to eat. The food was scarcely touched on their plates, yet they were trying to make talk among themselves as usual. They seemed as though they dared not let themselves be silent. When Sylvia, sitting opposite to the window, saw Philip at the top of the brow, running rapidly towards the farm. She had been so full of the anticipation of some kind of misfortune all the morning, that she felt now as if this was the very precursive circumstance she had been expecting. She stood up, turning quite white, and, pointing with her finger, said, "There he is!" Every one at the table stood up too. An instant afterwards Philip, breathless, was in the room. He gasped out, "They're coming! The warrant is out! You must go! I hoped you were gone." God help us, said Belle, and sate suddenly down, as if she had received a blow that made her collapse into helplessness. But she got up again directly. Sylvia flew for her father's hat. He really seemed the most unmoved of the party. I'm noan afeard, said he. I'd do it o'er again, I would, and I'll tell him so. It's a fine time o' day when men's to be trapped and carried off, and them as lays traps to set 'em free is to be put in lock-ups for it. But there was rioting beside the rescue. The house was burnt, continued eager, breathless Philip. And I'm noan going to say I'm sorry for that neither, though maybe I wouldn't do it again. Sylvia had his hat on his head by this time, and Belle, wan and stiff, trembling all over, had his overcoat and his leather purse with the few coins she could muster, ready for him to put on. He looked at these preparations, at his wife and daughter, and his colour changed from its ruddy brown. I'd face lock-ups and a fair spell of jail, but for these, he said, hesitating. Oh, said Philip, for God's sake, lose no time, but be off. Where mun he go? Asked Belle, as if Philip must decide all. Anywhere out of this house. Say Haverstone. This evening. I'll go and meet him there and plan further. Only be off now. Philip was so keenly eager he hardly took note at the time of Sylvia's one vivid look of unspoken thanks. Yet he remembered it afterwards. I'll dang 'em dead, said Kester, rushing to the door, for he saw what the others did not, that all chance of escape was over. The constables were already at the top of the little field path, not 20 yards off. Hide him! Hide him! Cried Belle, wringing her hands in terror, for she, indeed they all, knew that flight would now be impossible. Daniel was heavy, rheumatic, and, moreover, had been pretty severely bruised on that unlucky night. Philip, without another word, pushed Daniel before him upstairs, feeling that his own presence at Haytersbank Farm at that hour of the day would be a betrayal. They had just time to shut themselves up in the larger bedroom, before they heard a scuffle and the constable's entry downstairs. They're in, said Philip, as Daniel squeezed himself under the bed, and then they held quite still. Philip as much concealed by the scanty blue check curtain as he could manage to be. They heard a confusion of voices below, a hasty moving of chairs, a banging of doors, a further parley, and then a woman's scream, shrill and pitiful, then steps on the stairs. That screech spoiled all, sighed Philip. In one instant the door was opened, and each of the hiders was conscious of the presence of the constables, although at first the latter stood motionless, surveying the apparently empty room with disappointment. Then in another moment they had rushed at Philip's legs, exposed as these were. They drew him out with violence, and then let him go. "Meester Hepburn!" said one in amaze, but immediately they put two and two together, for in so small a place as Monkshaven everyone's relationship and connections, and even likings, were known, and the motive of Philip's coming out to Haytersbank was perfectly clear to these men. "T'other'll not be far off," said the other constable. "His plate were downstairs full of victual. I seed Meester Hepburn a walking briskly before me as I left Monkshaven." "Here he be," called out the other man, dragging Daniel out by his legs. "We've getten him." Daniel kicked violently, and came out from his hiding place in a less ignominious way than by being pulled out by his heels. He shook himself, and then turned, facing his captors. "I wish I'd never hidden mysel'. It were his doing," jerking his thumb toward Philip. "I'm ready to stand by what I've done. You've getten a warrant, I'll be bound, for them justices is grand at writing when t' fight's over." He was trying to carry it off with bravado, but Philip saw that he had received a shock, from his sudden look of withered colour and shrunken feature. "Don't handcuff him," said Philip, putting money into the constable's hand. "You'll be able to guard him well enough without them things." Daniel turned around sharp at this whisper. Let her be, my lad," he said. "It'll be summat to think on in t' lock up how two able-bodied fellies were so afeard on t' chap as rescued them honest sailors o' Saturday neet, as they mun put him in gyves, and he's 62 come Martinmas, and sore laid up wi' t' rheumatics." But it was difficult to keep up this tone of bravado when he was led a prisoner through his own house-place, and saw his poor wife quivering and shaking all over with her efforts to keep back all sign of emotion until he was gone, and Sylvia standing by her mother, her arm round Bell's waist and stroking the poor shrunken fingers which worked so perpetually and nervously in futile, unconscious restlessness. Kester was in a corner of the room, sullenly standing. Bell quaked from head to foot as her husband came downstairs a prisoner. She opened her lips several times with an uneasy motion, as if she would fain say something, but knew not what. Sylvia's passionate, swollen lips and her beautiful, defiant eyes gave her face quite a new aspect. She looked a helpless fury. "I may kiss my missus, I reckon," said Daniel, coming to a standstill as he passed near her. "Oh, Dan'l, Dan'l!" cried she, opening her arms wide to receive him. "Dan'l, Dan'l, my man!" And she shook with her crying, laying her hand on his shoulder, as if he was all her stay and comfort. Come, missus, said he. There couldn't be more ado if I'd been guilty of murder. And yet I say again, as I said afore, I'm noan ashamed of my doings. Here, Sylvie, lass, tak' thy mother off for me, for I cannot do it mysel'. It like sets me off." His voice was quavering as he said this, but he cheered up a little and said, "Now, good-bye, oud wench," kissing her, "and keep a good heart, and let me see thee looking lusty and strong when I come back. Good-bye, my lass. Look well after mother, and ask Philip for guidance if it's needed." He was taken out of his home, and then arose the shrill cries of the women, but in a minute or two they were checked by the return of one of the constables, who, cap in hand at the sight of so much grief, said, "He wants a word wi' his daughter." The party had come to a halt about 10 yards from the house. Sylvia, hastily wiping her tears on her apron, ran out and threw her arms round her father, as if to burst out afresh on his neck. "Nay, nay, my wench, it's thee as mun be a comfort to mother. Nay, nay, or thou'll niver hear what I've got to say. Sylvie, my lass, I'm main and sorry I were so short wi' thee last neet. I ax thy pardon, lass. I were cross to thee, and sent thee to thy bed wi' a sore heart. Thou munnot think on it again, but forgie me, now I'm leaving thee." "Oh, feyther, feyther," was all Sylvia could say, and at last they had to make as though they would have used force to separate her from their prisoner. Philip took her hand and softly led her back to her weeping mother. For some time nothing was to be heard in the little farmhouse kitchen but the sobbing and wailing of the women. Philip stood by silent, thinking, as well as he could, for his keen sympathy with their grief, what had best be done next. Kester, after some growls at Sylvia for having held back the uplifted arm which he thought might have saved Daniel by a well-considered blow on his captors as they entered the house, went back to his shippen, his cell for meditation and consolation, where he might hope to soothe himself before going out to his afternoon's work, labour which his master had planned for him that very morning, with a strange foresight, as Kester thought, for the job was one which would take him 2 or 3 days without needing any further directions than those he had received, and by the end of that time he thought his master would be at liberty again. So they all thought in their ignorance and inexperience. Although Daniel himself was unreasoning, hasty, impulsive, in a word, often thinking and acting very foolishly, yet somehow, either from some quality in his character, or from the loyalty of nature in those with whom he had to deal in his everyday life, he had made his place and position clear as the arbiter and lawgiver of his household. On his decision, as that of husband, father, master, perhaps superior natures waited. So now that he was gone, and had left them in such strange new circumstances so suddenly, it seemed as though neither Bell nor Sylvia knew exactly what to do when their grief was spent. So much had every household action and plan been regulated by the thought of him. Meanwhile, Philip had slowly been arriving at the conclusion that he was more wanted at Monkshaven to look after Daniel's interests, to learn what were the legal probabilities in consequence of the old man's arrest, and to arrange for his family accordingly, than standing still and silent in the Haytersbank kitchen, too full of fellow feeling and heavy foreboding to comfort, awkwardly unsympathetic in appearance from the very aching of his heart. So when his aunt, with instinctive sense of regularity and propriety, began to put away the scarcely tasted dinner, and Sylvia, blinded with crying and convulsively sobbing, was yet trying to help her mother, Philip took his hat, and brushing it round and round with the sleeve of his coat, said, "I think I'll just go back and see how matters stand."
He had a more distinct plan in his head than these words implied, but it depended on so many contingencies, of which he was ignorant, that he said only these few words, and with a silent resolution to see them again that day, but a dread of being compelled to express his fears, so far beyond theirs, he went off without saying anything more. Then Sylvia lifted up her voice with a great cry. Somehow she had expected him to do something, what she did not know, but he was gone, and they were left without stay or help. Hush thee, said her mother, trembling all over herself. It's for the best, the Lord knows. But I never thought he'd leave us, moaned Sylvia, half in her mother's arms, and thinking of Philip. Her mother took the words as applied to Daniel. And he'd never ha' left us, my wench, if he could ha' stayed. Oh, mother, it's Philip as has left us, and he could ha' stayed. He'll come back, or maybe send, I'll be bound. Leastways, he'll be gone to see feyther, and he'll need comfort most on all in a fremd place in Bridewell, and niver a morsel of victual or a piece of money. And now she sate down and wept the dry, hot tears that come with such difficulty to the eyes of the aged. And so, first one grieving, and then the other, and each draining her own heart of every possible hope by way of comfort, alternately trying to cheer and console, the February afternoon passed away, the continuous rain closing in the daylight even earlier than usual, and adding to the dreariness, with the natural accompaniments of wailing winds, coming with long sweeps over the moors, and making the sobbings at the windows, that always sound like the gasps of some one in great agony. Meanwhile Philip had hastened back to Monkshaven. He had no umbrella, he had to face the driving rain for the greater part of the way, but he was thankful to the weather, for it kept men indoors, and he wanted to meet no one, but to have time to think and mature his plans. The town itself was, so to speak, in mourning. The rescue of the sailors was a distinctly popular movement. The subsequent violence, which had indeed gone much further than has been described after Daniel left it, was, in general, considered as only a kind of due punishment inflicted in wild justice on the press gang and their abettors. The feeling of the Monkshaven people was, therefore, in decided opposition to the vigorous steps taken by the county magistrates, who, in consequence of an appeal from the naval officers in charge of the impressment service, had called out the militia from a distant and inland country, stationed within a few miles, and had thus summarily quenched the riots that were continuing on the Sunday morning after a somewhat languid fashion, the greater part of the destruction of property having been accomplished during the previous night. Still, there was little doubt but that the violence would have been renewed as evening drew on, and the more desperate part of the population and the enraged sailors had had the Sabbath leisure to brood over their wrongs, and to encourage each other in a passionate attempt at redress or revenge. So the authorities were quite justified in the decided steps they had taken, both in their own estimation then and now in ours, looking back on the affair in cold blood. But at the time feeling ran strongly against them, and all means of expressing itself in action being prevented, men brooded sullenly in their own houses. Philip, as the representative of the family, the head of which was now suffering for his deeds in the popular cause, would have met with more sympathy, ay, and more respect than he imagined, as he went along the streets, glancing from side to side, fearful of meeting some who would shy him as the relation of one who had been ignominiously taken to Bridewell a few hours before. But in spite of this wincing of Philip's from observation and remark, he never dreamed of acting otherwise than as became a brave true friend. And this he did, and would have done, from a natural faithfulness and constancy of disposition, without any special regard for Sylvia. He knew his services were needed in the shop. Business which he had left at a moment's warning awaited him, unfinished, but at this time he could not bear the torture of giving explanations and alleging reasons to the languid intelligence and slow sympathies of Coulson. He went to the offices of Mr. Donkin, the oldest established and most respected attorney in Monkshaven, he who had been employed to draw up the law papers and deeds of partnership consequent on Hepburn and Coulson succeeding to the shop of John and Jeremiah Foster, brothers. Mr. Donkin knew Philip from this circumstance, but indeed nearly every one in Monkshaven knew each other, if not enough to speak to, at least enough to be acquainted with the personal appearance and reputation of most of those whom they met in the streets. It so happened that Mr. Donkin had a favourable opinion of Philip, and perhaps for this reason the latter had a shorter time to wait before he obtained an interview with the head of the house than many of the clients who came for that purpose from town or country for many miles around. Philip was ushered in. Mr. Donkin sate with his spectacles pushed up on his forehead, ready to watch his countenance and listen to his words. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hepburn." "Good afternoon, sir." Philip hesitated how to begin. Mr. Donkin became impatient and tapped with the fingers of his left hand on his desk. Philip's sensitive nerves felt and rightly interpreted the action. "Please, sir, I'm come to speak to you about Daniel Robson of Haytersbank Farm." "Daniel Robson," said Mr. Donkin, after a short pause, to try and compel Philip into speed in his story. "Yes, sir. He's been taken up on account of this affair, sir, about the press gang on Saturday night." "To be sure. I thought I knew the name," and Mr. Donkin's face became graver, and the expression more concentrated. Looking up suddenly at Philip, he said, "You are aware that I am the clerk to the magistrates?" "No, sir," in a tone that indicated the unexpressed. "What then?" "Well, but I am. And so, of course, if you want my services or advice in favour of a prisoner whom they have committed, or are going to commit, you can't have them, that's all." I'm very sorry, very," said Philip, and then he was again silent for a period, long enough to make the busy attorney impatient. "Well, Mr. Hepburn, have you anything else to say to me?" "Yes, sir, I've a deal to ask of you, for you see I don't rightly understand what to do, and yet I'm all as Daniel's wife and daughter has to look to, and I've their grief heavy on my heart. You could not tell me what is to be done with Daniel, could you, sir?" "He'll be brought up before the magistrates to-morrow morning for final examination, along with the others, you know, before he's sent to York Castle to take his trial at the spring assizes." "To York Castle, sir?" Mr. Donkin nodded, as if words were too precious to waste. "And when will he go?" asked poor Philip in dismay. "To-morrow, most probably as soon as the examination is over. The evidence is clear as to his being present, aiding and abetting, indicted on the 4th section of 1 George I, Statute 1, Chapter 5. I'm afraid it's a bad lookout. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Hepburn?" "Only an uncle, sir," said Philip, his heart getting full, more from Mr. Donkin's manner than from his words. "But what can they do to him, sir?" "Do?" Mr. Donkin half smiled at the ignorance displayed. "Why, hang him, to be sure, if the judge is in a hanging mood. He's been either a principal in the offence or a principal in the 2nd degree, and as such liable to the full punishment. I drew up the warrant myself this morning, though I left the exact name to be filled up by my clerk." "Oh, sir, can you do nothing for me?" asked Philip, with a sharp beseeching in his voice. He had never imagined that it was a capital offence, and the thought of his aunt's and Sylvia's ignorance of the possible fate awaiting him whom they so much loved was like a stab to his heart. "No, my good fellow, I'm sorry, but you see it's my duty to do all I can to bring criminals to justice." "My uncle thought he was doing such a fine deed." "Demolishing and pulling down, destroying and burning dwelling houses and outhouses," said Mr. Donkin. "He must have some peculiar notions." "The people is so mad with the press gang, and Daniel has been at sea hisself, and took it so to heart when he heard of mariners and seafaring folk being carried off, and just cheated into doing what was kind and helpful. Leastways, what would have been kind and helpful if there had been a fire. I'm against violence and riots myself, sir, I'm sure, but I cannot help thinking as Daniel had a deal to justify him on Saturday night, sir." "Well, you must try and get a good lawyer to bring out that side of the question. There's a good deal to be said on it, but it's my duty to get up all the evidence to prove that he and the others were present on the night in question, so, as you'll perceive, I can give you no help in defending him." "But who can, sir? I came to you as a friend who I thought would see me through it, and I don't know any other lawyer, leastways to speak to." Mr. Donkin was really more concerned for the misguided rioters than he was aware, and he was aware of more interest than he cared to express. So he softened his tone a little, and tried to give the best advice in his power. "You'd better go to Edward Dawson on the other side of the river. He that was articled clerk with me 2 years ago, you know. He's a clever fellow, and has not too much practice. He'll do the best he can for you. He'll have to be at the court-house, tell him, to-morrow morning at 10, when the justices meet. He'll watch the case for you, and then he'll give you his opinion, and tell you what to do. You can't do better than follow his advice. I must do all I can to collect evidence for a conviction, you know." Philip stood up, looked at his hat, and then came forward and laid down 6 and 8 on the desk in a blushing, awkward way. "Pooh, pooh," said Mr. Donkin, pushing the money away. "Don't be a fool. You'll need it all before the trial's over. I've done nothing, man. It would be a pretty thing for me to be feed by both parties." Philip took up the money and left the room. In an instant he came back again, glanced furtively at Mr. Donkin's face, and then, once more having recourse to brushing his hat, he said in a low voice, "You'll not be hard upon him, sir, I hope." "I must do my duty," replied Mr. Donkin, a little sternly, "without any question of hardness." Philip, discomfited, left the room. An instant of thought, and Mr. Donkin had jumped up, and hastening to the door, he opened it and called after Philip. "Hepburn, Hepburn, I say. He'll be taken to York as soon as may be to-morrow morning. If any one wants to see him before then, they'd better look sharp about it." Philip went quickly along the streets toward Mr. Dawson's, pondering upon the meaning of all that he had heard, and what he had better do. He had made his plans pretty clearly out by the time he arrived at Mr. Dawson's smart door in one of the new streets on the other side of the river. A clerk as smart as the door answered Philip's hesitating knock, and replied to his inquiry as to whether Mr. Dawson was at home, in the negative, adding, after a moment's pause, "He'll be at home in less than an hour. He's only gone to make Mrs. Dawson's will, Mrs. Dawson of Collyton. She's not expected to get better." Probably the clerk of an older established attorney would not have given so many particulars as to the nature of his master's employment, but, as it happened, it was of no consequence. The unnecessary information made no impression on Philip's mind. He thought the matter over, and then said, "I'll be back in an hour, then. It's gone 4:15. I'll be back before 5, tell Mr. Dawson." He turned on his heel and went back to the High Street as fast as he could, with a far more prompt and decided step than before. He hastened through the streets, emptied by the bad weather, to the principal inn of the town, the George, the sign of which was fastened to a piece of wood stretched across the narrow street, and, going up to the bar with some timidity, for the inn was frequented by the gentry of Monkshaven and the neighbourhood, and was considered as a touch above such customers as Philip, he asked if he could have a tax cart made ready in 1/4 of an hour, and sent up to the door of his shop. To be sure he could. How far was it to go? Philip hesitated before he replied. Up the Knotting Lane to the stile leading down to Haytersbank Farm. They'll have to wait there, for some as are coming. They must not wait long such an evening as this. Standing in such rain and wind as there'll be up there is enough to kill a horse. They shan't wait long, said Philip decisively. In 1/4 of an hour, mind. He now went back to the shop, beating against the storm, which was increasing as the tide came in and the night hours approached. Coulson had no word for him, but he looked reproachfully at his partner for his long, unexplained absence. Hester was putting away the ribbons and handkerchiefs and bright-coloured things which had been used to deck the window, for no more customers were likely to come this night through the blustering weather to a shop dimly lighted by 2 tallow candles and an inefficient oil lamp. Philip came up to her and stood looking at her with unseeing eyes, but the strange consciousness of his fixed stare made her uncomfortable, and called the faint flush to her pale cheeks, and at length compelled her, as it were, to speak, and break the spell of silence. So, curiously enough, all 3 spoke at once. Hester asked, without looking at Philip, "You're sadly wet, I'm feared." Coulson said, "Thou might have a bit o' news to tell one after being on the gad all afternoon." Philip whispered to Hester, "Wilt come into t' parlour? I want a word with thee by ourselves." Hester quietly finished rolling up the ribbon she had in her hands when he spoke, and then followed him into the room behind the shop before spoken of. Philip set down on the table the candle which he had brought out of the shop, and turning round to Hester, took her trembling hand into both of his, and, gripping it nervously, said, "Oh, Hester, thou must help me. Thou will not thou?" Hester gulped down something that seemed to rise in her throat and choke her, before she answered, "Anything. Thou knows, Philip." Yes, I know. Thou sees the matter is this. Daniel Robson, he who married my aunt, is taken up for yon riot on Saturday night at Mariners' Arms. They spoke on it this afternoon. They said the warrant was out, said Hester, filling up the sentence as Philip hesitated, lost for an instant in his own thoughts. Ay, the warrant is out, and he's in to lock up, and will be carried to York Castle to-morrow morn, and I'm afeared it will go bad with him. and they at Haytersbank is not prepared, and they must see him again before he goes. Now, Hester, will thou go in a tax cart, as will be here in less than 10 minutes from to George, and bring them back here, and they must stay all night for to be ready to see him to-morrow before he goes. It's dree weather for them, but they'll not mind that." He had used words as if he was making a request to Hester, but he did not seem to await her answer, so sure was he that she would go. She noticed this, and noticed also that the rain was spoken of in reference to them, not to her. A cold shadow passed over her heart, though it was nothing more than she already knew, that Sylvia was the one centre of his thoughts and his love. "I'll go put on my things at once," said she, gently. Philip pressed her hand tenderly. A glow of gratitude overspread him. "Thou's a real good one. God bless thee," said he. "Thou must take care of thyself too," continued he. "There's wraps and plenty in the house, and if there are not, there's those in the shop, as'll be none the worse for once wearing at such a time as this. And wrap thee well up, and take shawls and cloaks for them, and mind as they put 'em on. Thou'll have to go out at a stile. I'll tell t' driver where, and thou must get over t' stile and follow the path down 2 fields, and the house is right before ye, and bid 'em make haste and lock up the house, for they mun stay all night here. Kester'll look after things." All this time Hester was hastily putting on her hat and cloak, which she had fetched from the closet where they usually hung through the day. Now she stood listening, as it were, for final directions. "But suppose they will not come?" said she. "They do not know me, and mayn't believe my words." "They must," said he, impatiently. "They don't know what awaits 'em," he continued. "I tell thee, because thou'll not let out, and it seems as if I mun tell some one, it were such a shock. He's to be tried for his life. They know not it's so serious, and Hester," said he, going on in his search after sympathy, "she's like as if she was bound up in her father." His lips quivered as he looked wistfully into Hester's face at these words. No need to tell her who was she. No need to put into words the fact, told plainer than words could have spoken it, that his heart was bound up in Sylvia. Hester's face, instead of responding to his look, contracted a little, and, for the life of her, she could not have helped saying, "Why don't you go yourself, Philip?" I can't," said he, impatiently. "I'd give the world to go, for I might be able to comfort her; but there's lawyers to see, and iver so much to do, and they've niver a man friend but me to do it all. You'll tell her," said Philip, insinuatingly, as if a fresh thought had struck him, "as how I would ha' come. I would fain ha' come for 'em myself, but I couldn't because of the lawyer. Mind, yo' say, because of the lawyer. I'd be loath for her to think I was minding any business of my own at this time. And whatever you do, speak hopeful, and for t' life o' you, don't speak of the hanging. It's likely it's a mistake o' Donkin's, and anyhow, there's t' cart. Anyhow, I should perhaps not ha' telled thee, but it's a comfort to make a clean breast to a friend at times. God bless thee, Hester. I don't know what I should ha' done without thee," said he, as he wrapped her well up in the cart, and placed the bundles of cloaks and things by her side. Along the street in the jolting cart, as long as Hester could see the misty lights streaming out of the shop door, so long was Philip standing bareheaded in the rain looking after her. But she knew that it Chapter 26 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 26. A Dreary Vigil. Through the dark rain, against the cold wind, shaken over the rough stones, went Hester in the little tax cart. Her heart kept rising against her fate. The hot tears came unbidden to her eyes. But rebellious heart was soothed, and hot tears were sent back to their source before the time came for her alighting. The driver turned his horse in the narrow lane, and shouted after her an injunction to make haste as, with her head bent low, she struggled down to the path to Haytersbank Farm. She saw the light in the window from the top of the brow, and involuntarily she slackened her pace. She had never seen Bell Robson, and would Sylvia recollect her?
If she did not, how awkward it would be to give the explanation of who she was, and what her errand was, and why she was sent. Nevertheless, it must be done, so on she went, and standing within the little porch, she knocked faintly at the door. But in the bluster of the elements the sound was lost. Again she knocked, and now the murmur of women's voices inside was hushed, and some one came directly to the door and opened it sharply. It was Sylvia. Although her face was completely in shadow, of course Hester knew her well, but she, if indeed she would have recognized Hester less disguised, did not know in the least who the woman, muffled up in a great cloak, with her hat tied down with a silk handkerchief, standing in the porch at this time of night, could be. Nor, indeed, was she in a mood to care or to inquire. She said hastily, in a voice rendered hoarse and arid with grief, "Go away. This is no house for strangers to come to. We've enough on our own to think on." And she hastily shut the door in Hester's face, before the latter could put together the right words in which to explain her errand. Hester stood outside in the dark, wet porch, discomfited, and wondering how next to obtain a hearing through the shut and bolted door. Not long did she stand, however. Some one was again at the door, talking in a voice of distress and remonstrance, and slowly unbarring the bolts. A tall, thin figure of an elderly woman was seen against the warm firelight inside as soon as the door was opened. A hand was put out, like that which took the dove into the ark, and Hester was drawn into the warmth and the light, while Bell's voice went on speaking to Sylvia before addressing the dripping stranger. "It's not a night to turn a dog for the door. It's ill letting our grief harden our hearts. But oh, missus," to Hester, "you mun forgive us, for a great sorrow has fallen upon us this day, and we're like beside ourselves wi' crying and plaining." Bell sate down and threw her apron over her poor worn face, as if decently to shield the signs of her misery from a stranger's gaze. Sylvia, all tear-swollen, and looking askance and almost fiercely at the stranger, who had made good her intrusion, was drawn as it were to her mother's side, and kneeling down by her, put her arms round her waist, and almost lay across her lap, still gazing at Hester with cold, distrustful eyes, the expression of which repelled and daunted that poor unwilling messenger, and made her silent for a minute or so after her entrance. Bell suddenly put down her apron. "You're cold and drenched," said she. "Come near to the fire and warm yoursel. You mun pardon us if we do not think on everything at onst." "You're very kind indeed," said Hester, touched by the poor woman's evident effort to forget her own grief in the duties of hospitality, and loving Bell from that moment. "I'm Hester Rose," she continued, half addressing Sylvia, who she thought might remember the name, "and Philip Hepburn has sent me in a tax cart to the stile yonder, to fetch both on you back to Monkshaven." Sylvia raised her head and looked intently at Hester. Bell clasped her hands tight together and leant forwards. "It's my master as wants us," said she, in an eager, questioning tone. "It's for to see your master," said Hester. "Philip says he'll be sent to York to morrow, and you'll be fain to see him before he goes, and if you'll come down to Monkshaven to night, you'll be on t' spot again the time comes when t' justices will let ye." Bell was up and about, making for the place where she kept her outgoing things, almost before Hester had begun to speak. She hardly understood about her husband's being sent to York, in the possession of the idea that she might go and see him. She did not understand or care how, in this wild night, she was to get to Monkshaven. All she thought of was, that she might go and see her husband. But Sylvia took in more points than her mother, and almost suspiciously began to question Hester. "Why are they sending him to York? What made Philip leave us? Why didn't he come hissel? He couldn't come hissel, he bade me say, because he was bound to be at the lawyer's at 5 about your father's business. I think you might ha' known he would ha' come for any business of his own. And about York, it's Philip as telled me, and I never asked why. I never thought on your asking me so many questions. I thought you'd be ready to fly on any chance of seeing your father." Hester spoke out the sad reproach that ran from her heart to her lips, to distrust Philip, to linger when she might hasten. "Oh!" said Sylvia, breaking out into a wild cry that carried with it more conviction of agony than much weeping could have done. "I may be rude and hard, and I may ask strange questions as if I cared for the answers you may give me.
and in my heart o' hearts I care for nought but to have feyther back wi' us, as love him so dear. I can hardly tell what I say, much less why I say it. Mother is so patient, it puts me past mysel', for I could fight wi' the very walls, I'm so mad wi' grieving. Sure they'll let him come back wi' us to-morrow, when they hear from his own sel' why he did it. She looked eagerly at Hester for an answer to this last question, which she had put in a soft, entreating tone, as if with Hester herself the decision rested. Hester shook her head. Sylvia came up to her and took her hands, almost fondling them. You dunnot think they'll be hard wi' him when they hear all about it, don you? Why, York Castle's the place they send all the thieves and robbers to, not honest men like feyther. Hester put her hand on Sylvia's shoulder with a soft caressing gesture. Philip will know, she said, using Philip's name as a kind of spell. It would have been so to her. Come away to Philip, said she again, urging Sylvia by her looks and manner to prepare for the little journey. Sylvia moved away for this purpose, saying to herself, It's going to see feyther. He will tell me all. Poor Mrs. Robson was collecting a few clothes for her husband with an eager, trembling hand, so trembling that article after article fell to the floor, and it was Hester who picked them up, and at last, after many vain attempts by the grief-shaken woman, it was Hester who tied the bundle, and arranged the cloak, and fastened down the hood, Sylvia standing by, not unobservant, though apparently absorbed in her own thoughts. At length all was arranged, and the key given over to Hester. As they passed out into the storm, Sylvia said to Hester, Thou's a real good wench. Thou's fitter to be about mother than me. I'm but a cross-patch at best, and now it's like as if I was no good to nobody. Sylvia began to cry, but Hester had no time to attend to her, even had she the inclination. All her care was needed to help the hasty, tottering steps of the wife who was feebly speeding up the wet and slippery brow to her husband. All Belle thought of was that he was at the end of her toil. She hardly understood when she was to see him. Her weary heart and brain had only received one idea, that each step she was now taking was leading her to him. Tired and exhausted with her quick walk uphill, battling all the way with wind and rain, she could hardly have held up another minute when they reached the tax cart in the lane, and Hester had almost to lift her on to the front seat by the driver. She covered and wrapped up the poor old woman, and afterwards placed herself in the straw at the back of the cart, packed up close by the shivering, weeping Sylvia. Neither of them spoke a word at first, but Hester's tender conscience smote her for her silence before they had reached Monkshaven. She wanted to say some kind word to Sylvia, and yet knew not how to begin. Somehow, without knowing why, or reasoning upon it, she hit upon Philip's message as the best comfort in her power to give. She had delivered it before, but it had been apparently little heeded. Philip bade me say it was business as kept him from fetching yo himself, business with a lawyer about your father. What do they say? Said Sylvia, suddenly lifting her bowed head, as though she would read her companion's face in the dim light. I do not know, said Hester sadly. They were now jolting over the paved streets, and not a word could be spoken. They were now at Philip's door, which was opened to receive them even before they arrived, as if some one had been watching and listening. The old servant Phoebe, the fixture in the house, who had belonged to it and to the shop for the last 20 years, came out holding a candle and sheltering it in her hand from the weather, while Philip helped the tottering steps of Mrs. Robson as she descended behind. As Hester had got in last, so she had now to be the first to move. As she was moving, Sylvia's cold little hand was laid on her arm. I am main and thankful to you. I ask your pardon for speaking cross, but indeed my heart's a'most broken with fear about feyther. The voice was so plaintive, so full of tears, that Hester could not but yearn towards the speaker. She bent over and kissed her cheek, and then clambered unaided down by the wheel on the dark side of the cart. Wistfully she longed for one word of thanks or recognition from Philip, in whose service she had performed this hard task, but he was otherwise occupied, and on casting a further glance back, as she turned the corner of the street, she saw Philip lifting Sylvia carefully down in his arms from her footing on the top of the wheel, and then they all went into the light and the warmth, and the door was shut, the lightened cart drove briskly away, and Hester, in rain and cold and darkness, went homewards with her tired, sad heart. Philip had done all he could, since his return from Lawyer Dawson's, to make his house bright and warm for the reception of his beloved. He had a strong apprehension of the probable fate of poor Daniel Robson. He had a warm sympathy with the miserable distress of the wife and daughter. But still at the back of his mind his spirits danced as if this was to them a festal occasion. He had even taken unconscious pleasure in Phoebe's suspicious looks and tones as he had hurried and superintended her in her operations. A fire blazed cheerily in the parlour, almost dazzling to the travellers brought in from the darkness and the rain. Candles burned, 2 candles, much to Phoebe's discontent. Poor Belle Robson had to sit down almost as soon as she entered the room, so worn out was she with fatigue and excitement, yet she grudged every moment which separated her, as she thought, from her husband. "I'm ready now," said she, standing up, and rather repulsing Sylvia's cares. "I'm ready now," said she, looking eagerly at Philip, as if for him to lead the way. "It's not to-night," replied he, almost apologetically. "You can't see him to-night. It's to-morrow morning, before he goes to York. It was better for you to be down here in town ready, and besides, I didn't know when I sent for ye that he was locked up for the night." Well a day, said Belle, rocking herself backwards and forwards, and trying to soothe herself with these words. Suddenly she said, "But I've brought his comforter wi' me, his red woollen comforter, as he's allays slept in this 12 month past. He'll get his rheumatiz again. Oh, Philip, can I not get it to him?" "I'll send it by Phoebe," said Philip, who was busy making tea, hospitable and awkward. "Can I not take it mysel'?" repeated Belle. "I could make surer nor anybody else. They'd maybe not mind yon woman. Phoebe, d'ye call her?" "Nay, mother," said Sylvia, "thou's not fit to go." "Shall I go?" asked Philip, hoping she would say no, and be content with Phoebe, and leave him where he was. "Oh, Philip, would you?" said Sylvia, turning round. "Ay," said Belle, "if thou would take it, they'd be minding yo." So there was nothing for it but for him to go, in the first flush of his delightful rites of hospitality. "It's not far," said he, consoling himself rather than them. "I'll be back in 10 minutes. The tea is masked, and Phoebe will take your wet things and dry them by t' kitchen fire, and here's the stairs," opening a door in the corner of the room, from which the stairs immediately ascended. "There's 2 rooms at the top. That to the left is all made ready. The other is mine," said he, reddening a little as he spoke. Belle was busy undoing her bundle with trembling fingers. "Here," said she, "and oh, lad, here's a bit of peppermint cake. He's main and fond on it, and I catched sight on it by good luck just to last minute." Philip was gone, and the excitement of Belle and Sylvia flagged once more and sank into wondering despondency. Sylvia, however, roused herself enough to take off her mother's wet clothes, and she took them timidly into the kitchen and arranged them before Phoebe's fire. Phoebe opened her lips once or twice to speak in remonstrance, and then, with an effort, gulped her words down, for her sympathy, like that of all the rest of the Monkshaven world, was in favour of Daniel Robson, and his daughter might place her dripping cloak this night wherever she would for Phoebe. Sylvia found her mother still sitting on the chair next the door, where she had first placed herself on entering the room. "I'll gi'e you some tea, mother," said she, struck with the shrunken look of Belle's face. "No, no," said her mother. "It's not manners for to help ourselves." "I'm sure Philip would have wished you for to take it," said Sylvia, pouring out a cup. Just then he returned, and something in his look, some dumb expression of delight at her occupation, made her blush and hesitate for an instant, but then she went on, and made a cup of tea ready, saying something a little incoherent all the time about her mother's need of it. After tea, Belle Robson's weariness became so extreme that Philip and Sylvia urged her to go to bed. She resisted a little, partly out of manners, and partly because she kept fancying, poor woman, that somehow or other her husband might send for her. But about 7 o'clock Sylvia persuaded her to come upstairs. Sylvia, too, bade Philip good night, and his look followed the last wave of her dress as she disappeared up the stairs. Then, leaning his chin on his hand, he gazed at vacancy and thought deeply, for how long he knew not, so intent was his mind on the chances of futurity. He was aroused by Sylvia's coming downstairs into the sitting room again. He started up. "Mother is so shivery," said she. "May I go in there," indicating the kitchen, "and make her a drop of gruel?" Phoebe shall make it, not you, said Philip, eagerly preventing her by going to the kitchen door and giving his orders. When he turned round again, Sylvia was standing over the fire, leaning her head against the stone mantelpiece for the comparative coolness. She did not speak at first, or take any notice of him. He watched her furtively, and saw that she was crying, the tears running down her cheeks, and she too much absorbed in her thoughts to wipe them away with her apron. While he was turning over in his mind what he could best say to comfort her, his heart, like hers, being almost too full for words, she suddenly looked him full in the face, saying, "Philip, won't they soon let him go? What can they do to him?" Her open lips trembled while awaiting his answer. The tears came up and filled her eyes. It was just the question he had most dreaded. It led to the terror that possessed his own mind, but which he had hoped to keep out of hers. He hesitated. "Speak, lad," said she impatiently, with a little passionate gesture. "I can see thou knows." He had only made it worse by consideration. He rushed blindfold at a reply. "He's ta'en up for a felony." "Felony?" said she. "There thou're out. He's in for letting yon men out. Thou may call it rioting, if thou's a mind to set folks again' him, but it's too bad to cast such hard words at him as yon felony," she repeated in a half-offended tone. "It's what the lawyers call it," said Philip sadly. "It's no word o' mine." "Lawyers is allays for making the worst o' things," said she, a little pacified, "but folks shouldn't allays believe them. It's lawyers as has to judge in the long run. Cannot the justices, Mr. Harter and them as is no lawyers, give him a sentence to-morrow without sending him to York?" "No," said Philip, shaking his head. He went to the kitchen door and asked if the gruel were not ready. So anxious was he to stop the conversation at this point. But Phoebe, who held her young master in but little respect, scolded him for a stupid man, who thought, like all his sex, that gruel was to be made in a minute, whatever the fire was, and bade him come and make it for himself if he was in such a hurry. He had to return discomfited to Sylvia, who meanwhile had arranged her thoughts ready to return the charge. "And say he's sent to York, and say he's tried there, what's t' worst they can do again' him?" asked she, keeping down her agitation to look at Philip the more sharply. Her eyes never slackened their penetrating gaze at his countenance until he replied, with the utmost unwillingness and most apparent confusion, "They may send him to Botany Bay." He knew that he held back a worse contingency, and he was mortally afraid that she would perceive this reserve. But what he did say was so much beyond her utmost apprehension, which had only reached to various terms of imprisonment, that she did not imagine the dark shadow lurking behind. What he had said was too much for her. Her eyes dilated, her lips blanched, her pale cheeks grew yet paler. After a minute's look into his face, as if fascinated by some horror, she stumbled backwards into the chair in the chimney corner, and covered her face with her hands, moaning out some inarticulate words. Philip was on his knees by her, dumb from excess of sympathy, kissing her dress, all unfelt by her. He murmured half words, he began passionate sentences that died away upon his lips, and she thought of nothing but her father, and was possessed and rapt out of herself by the dread of losing him to that fearful country which was almost like the grave to her, so all but impassable was the gulf. But Philip knew that it was possible that the separation impending might be that of the dark mysterious grave, that the gulf between the father and child might indeed be that which no living, breathing, warm human creature can ever cross. "Sylvie, Sylvie," said he, and all their conversation had to be carried on in low tones and whispers for fear of the listening ears above. Don't, thou'rt rending my heart. Oh, Sylvie, hearken. There's not a thing I'll not do. There's not a penny I've got. The last drop of blood that's in me, I'll give up my life for his." "Life," said she, putting down her hands and looking at him as if her looks could pierce his soul. "Who talks o' touching his life? Thou're going crazy, Philip, I think." But she did not think so, although she would fain have believed it. In her keen agony she read his thoughts as though they were an open page. She sate there, upright and stony, the conviction creeping over her face like the grey shadow of death. No more tears, no more trembling, almost no more breathing. He could not bear to see her, and yet she held his eyes, and he feared to make the effort necessary to move or to turn away, lest the shunning motion should carry conviction to her heart. Alas! Conviction of the probable danger to her father's life was already there. It was that was calming her down, tightening her muscles, bracing her nerves. In that hour she lost all her early youth. "Then he may be hung," said she, low and solemnly, after a long pause. Philip turned away his face and did not utter a word. Again deep silence, broken only by some homely sound in the kitchen. "Mother must not know on it," said Sylvia, in the same tone in which she had spoken before. "It's t' worst as can happen to him," said Philip. "More likely he'll be transported. Maybe he'll be brought in innocent after all." "No," said Sylvia, heavily, as one without hope, as if she were reading some dreadful doom in the tablets of the awful future. "They'll hang him. Oh, feyther, feyther," she choked out, almost stuffing her apron into her mouth to deaden the sound, and catching at Philip's hand, and wringing it with convulsive force, till the pain that he loved was nearly more than he could bear. No words of his could touch such agony, but irrepressibly, and as he would have done it to a wounded child, he bent over her and kissed her with a tender, trembling kiss. She did not repulse it; probably she did not even perceive it. At that moment Phoebe came in with the gruel. Philip saw her, and knew in an instant what the old woman's conclusion must needs be. But Sylvia had to be shaken by the now standing Philip, before she could be brought back to the least consciousness of the present time. She lifted up her white face to understand his words. Then she rose up like one who slowly comes to the use of her limbs. "I suppose I mun go," she said, "but I'd sooner face the dead. If she asks me, Philip, what mun I say?" "She'll not ask you," said he, "if you go about as common. She's never asked you all this time, and if she does, put her on to me. I'll keep it from her as long as I can. I'll manage better nor I've done wi' thee, Sylvie," said he, with a sad faint smile, looking with fond penitence at her altered countenance. "Thou mustn't blame thysel'," said Sylvia, seeing his regret. "I brought it on me, mysel'. I thought I would ha' t' truth, whatever came on it. Now I'm not strong enough to stand it, God help me," she continued piteously. "Oh, Sylvie, let me help you. I cannot do what God can. I'm not meaning that. But I can do next to him of any man. I have loved you for years and years, in a way it's terrible to think on, if my love can do nought now to comfort you in your sore distress." "Cousin Philip," she replied, in the same measured tone in which she had always spoken since she had learnt the extent of her father's danger, and the slow stillness of her words was in harmony with the stony look of her face. "Thou's a comfort to me. I couldn't bide my life without thee. But I cannot take in the thought o' love.